Products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. At Crafty Individuals, we're mostly involved in the design and manufacture of a very wide range of red rubber art stamps, but we also have a range of background papers and mini images that are also brilliant to create with. We also have a great little team of other artist friends who've helped us along the way and have come up with other designs that completely work alongside our own. So do pull up a pew and join us on the Hochanda shows. We can't wait to see you there.
I know, and that's where you get yours trimmed, is it? What about you? That's fine. That's lovely. They're gorgeous. Well, maybe one day I'll have such a lovely... Oh, morning. Morning. How are you all? Lovely to have your company, me and my little friends here. You may recognise them, of course. It is Sunday morning. I'm hoping you're watching from a duvet. I'm hoping you've got remote control in that and you've got access to the internet with us, of course, on the other hand as well. It's lovely to have your company. But as well as these two lovely friends, I've got some other lovely friends as well, also in the studio. We've got fantastic Sue that is here as well. Giving us a lovely wave in Celebrity Box number 1. There is Sue. Good morning, Sue.
Good morning, Scott. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you very much, Lee. Lovely to see you, bright and breezy on a Sunday morning.
Lovely Sunday morning.
Yes,
gorgeous weather out there.
Very nice indeed. It's lovely. We've also got another special guest as well. We've got lovely Gail as well. That's also here. Good morning, Gail.
Morning.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Glad to be here again.
Oh, good. That's what we want. We like it. It's nice that everyone's back in the studio with us now.
It is. Yeah, welcome to everybody as well.
Yeah, honestly, a very good morning to you as well. If you are waking up with us, of course, making us your channel of choice first thing on a Sunday morning, thank you so much indeed. We've got a lovely show lined up. The first of a couple, actually, that you're going to find from Daisy Chain this Sunday. Loads and loads of goodies for you. Keep your eye around the set as well. You may see lots of items that are coming up either in this show or at 11 o'clock as well. So we've got loads of goodies for you. And we've got a festive feel, but not always festive. We've got some alternatives. You may want to use some of the patterns that we've got for you here as well. But we've got to start off with our fantastic Santa's Pals. This is your starter kit here, and we was a bit of a chat, as you can see, before we came on air, but how cool is he looking? How fantastic. I won't talk you through this. I'm going to ask Sue start with as well with regarding to this. These are, first of all, down the counter we have got fantastic projects to work on.
Oh, thank you, Scott.
They really are lovely, and you can't help but smile because they all have like a quirk or a characteristic and a feel that comes from these as well. Just talk to us a little bit about, we've got our Santa's Pal here with our starter kit. Say starter kit, just explain a bit of what we're going to be getting.
Certainly. Well, Gail's been very busy as all these lovely projects are her work, and as you say, it's the lovely faces and quirk of them, which is just lovely. So yes, there he is waving. He's our little jolly Santa.
He is, he's very jolly.
So what I've put with this particular kit is, I call them starter kits because they don't always include everything in here. But yeah, he likes to have a little legs crossed. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So he doesn't need the toilet. Anyway, you get the red fleece for his jacket and his body. And then I've included the furry fabric, which is like a bobbly textured fabric. It's really lovely. And that is for his beard and for his moustache. And also you can just see in the shot as well the cuffs around his little legs and his arms for the fur or trim. So there's that. There's the orange. There's a little bit of orange felt in there. There's some green felt for the holly. I've also put in there some cream felt for his face, and then some little embellishments as well. Oh, there's also brown felt for his toy sack and black felt for his boots. So
there we are.
it doesn't include the toy stuff in it, and it doesn't always include every single embellishment in there. But we do try to sort of to get people 90% of the way there.
Yeah. Well, I think first, I think there's a huge amount in there for the price that we're looking at here, because obviously you're going to be getting all of your instructions as well that will go with this, to make it nice, simple. I say starter kit again. We go on this. How advanced do we need to be to work on this particular kit itself?
I would say, I mean, none of them are over challenging. Some projects are a little bit easier than others. Mr. Claus, who's our next project, will be a little bit quicker to make than Santa Paws 1.
Yeah.
But we did feature him last year, and they were hugely popular because we've actually done a series of them. So there's a reindeer and a snowman in the series as well, and they'll be on the later show.
Right.
But I think it's just a matter really of having a little bit of time just to sort of enjoy making him. So I wouldn't say he's any more challenging than anything else, but he just probably takes a little bit more time because there's more detail in him than in Mr. Claus.
I'm just going to show you one of the pages here, for example. So you can see you've got lovely photos as well that go with everything. It's all step by step of all the elements that you'll need to make this, of course, which is fantastic. And I love, I think it's fair enough to say you will need to add just a few more bits of material in there for your stuffing, etc. Because your price on this, when you think about it, you've got step by step photographic guide to work with this, and you've got all your embellishments that you need. You've got that fantastic. I mean, by the way, that felt is really beautifully smooth as well.
Really
He's so cuddly. That is a brilliant price point for this. It's under £20, so £19.95, 666 722. But the lovely thing about this is, because I mean, I was doing it for a bit of fun in the first thing here, but you can move him around. You can get him. You can mould him to sort of sit him and pose him where you want to as well. So if you want to have him as almost like a Christmas decoration, you could put him maybe on either side of the plant pot. It could be sitting up on the mantelpiece, exactly. You know, you might just want to sort of maybe as a decoration that might be sat on the table there, or just propped up on the wall.
Absolutely.
But you got that movement with him as well to pose him as you want.
And Gail's quite cleverly designed all in the series, the reindeer, the Santa and the snowman, so their bottoms are just weighted like that, so they do sit really nicely without having to be supported.
They do.
So it's
there
quite a clever design on how it's done. So yeah, ideal for a mantelpiece.
I mean, this doesn't take a load of sort of positioning or anything like that.
No.
You know, you sometimes when you sort of think, oh, I've got to try and balance it, or is it going to stay? You know, you can plonk him down and he's there to go. So it really is absolutely fantastic. I love him, love him, love him. I think he's brilliant, he is. That's why I think I'm trying to work my bottom onto as well. So I think we must have moulded one the same person. 666 722. We love him. Now, and one thing that Gail is amazing at doing, and we commented this when we were going through the studio first thing, is the facial hair. I mean, one, you've got a fantastic, beautiful beard over here. Now we've got a coiffured, beautiful, fantastic tash. Reminds me of Mr. Mannering-law. I'm thinking, you know, sort of that kind of look that we might have in there. But this is a real fun element that we've got here for our Mr. Claus himself. This is gorgeous, this. I love it. Different turning around as well, because you can really personalise it. This is a lovely project to go with, Sue, isn't it?
It's a really lovely project. We launched Mr. Claus last month as a new Today's, and he's sold out several times over. So we brought him back in this time, and also on the latest show, he's got a new little friend called Mr. McFreeze, who's the snowman version. So that you can make a little series of them, which is really, really good fun. But they are very, very easy to make, and I think that's what I really want to just reiterate with him in particular. You can keep the pocket in at the back if you want to, which is lovely, and there is a complete alphabet in with the pattern as well, so you can personalise them to the child or person's name if you want to. But if you don't want to bother with the pocket, he could just be a regular little cushion. But it's very, very easy to make.
Again, in comparison to our first piece that we had on there as well, if you are looking at starting off, or maybe again with a youngster as well that you work with, just getting into the leader work, this is the ideal kind of project to work with. And this is fantastic.
They are very good.
You've got some of the embellishments and their little extras that you've got in there, which is lovely.
Actually, Scott, you just reminded me as well. The other thing we have done with Mr. Claus and also with Mr. McFreeze is actually this time we put safety eyes in.
Oh,
so
right.
these would be much more suitable for a younger person. Obviously, you just have to be careful with some of the embellishments to make sure they're really well secured on, and
Yes,
it might
of
be your
course.
decision whether or not to include them. But normally we just put beads in with our projects, but we did put safety eyes in with
you can
that.
see they have got those.
And they've got the
stuck
little clip at the back as
Yeah.
well, just so they are safety. So yeah, so they would be suitable for a younger member of the family. But they're just very huggable as well, which is really lovely. You can put a little secret present in there, or a little card or something, couldn't you?
I think they are absolutely fantastic. Again, with full photographic directions to take you through. But that is, look at that, you see, very proud of that, Tash. 839 211 1749. And it, again, so soft and really huggable,
He is.
which is beautiful. That 839 211, only 17.99 again with all your instructions, which is fantastic. We've also got a couple of other items as well to show you. If you are shopping ahead, by the way, some of the elements, again, if you wanted to double up on these, then we've got the fantastic reindeer. We'll show you a lovely picture of reindeer because it is absolutely amazing. We're looking at 19.95 on those. 527196. All the elements, again, that you're looking at. Oh, there's a little image coming soon there. But all the elements there for you, just under £20, 19.95, which is fantastic. We love that. We've also got for you. Oh, here we go. We've got one more still to show you as well. Mr. Freeze, you've already heard Sue mention Mr. Freeze. You can see a little picture there as well. He's already busy. 1749. There he is. Look, he's amazing. I love him. What a smile. What a scarf. He's very cute.
He's very cute. I know. I loved him when I saw him. I've always loved snowmen. I mean, I love Santas as well, but I've got a real thing for snowmen. And it's just, Gail's just done his face so nicely.
She's
and
good
that
with
again,
faces.
that's the tricky thing. That's
Yeah.
what, if you ask what's the time takes the time, often it's just getting the faces just right, because otherwise, you know, they look a little bit odd or
Yes.
not quite as sweet as you want them to look. So we do spend Gail spends a lot of time in making them.
Well, I
lovely.
think if you had Mr. Krause on one side and
Yeah,
you've got Mr. McFreeze on the other side as well, you've got yourself a very warm, cosy area. 384925 if you want to shop ahead as well to get the Mr. McFreeze, the cushion pattern and the starter kit all included that, which is fantastic. Now, we've also got for you, and this is what we're showing you this now. There's plenty of others also for you to enjoy in the show, but Gail's going to be making her first demonstration and is going to be working with this, which is lovely, this. Now, this is from Daisy Chain, the design of the festive tree skirt pattern, and you're also going to get the gold rickrack to work with this as part of the kit with all the design. But this, I think, is absolutely beautiful and big as a scale.
It
when you
is.
hold this up, so you see that, the size of this. But this is beautiful.
It is. It's a really. I love that design. I think it's a very clever design because it's just how you piece your light, dark, and medium fabrics into giving it that sort of lovely three-dimensional effect. But it's a perfect idea for a tree skirt, and of course we've just put the rickrack and the pattern together, so you can make it up in your festive colours. So you know, if
Yeah.
you have a blue theme at home or a gold theme, you know, you can actually just dress it up, and it looks really lovely, doesn't
It's
it?
beautiful. There we go.
Just on our Christmas tree there. So
Yeah.
it is really pretty. So we just put the gold rickrack in to get you started, and then really with the pattern you can have fun. But Gail's also got some other ideas, not Christmas orientated, with this as well.
Ah, right. Well, stay tuned for that. We'll take you through those because really, when Gail was explaining to me other ways that you can work this particular pattern, it's really sort of two items, two products in one, really. And for that price of it, only £11.50, you are getting a fantastic offer here. 306707 is your item code that you need for that. So please do take advantage and grab that whilst you can. It's fantastic. Don't forget, there's plenty more on the show as well. Do have a look at the website, of course, to have a look if there's anything, some ideas of some of them that are going to be looked at in a little bit more detail for the 11 a.m. show later on this morning. But you've got plenty on here as well. If you are feeling festive, looking for a project as we go through to them, then please pop those into your basket. Always great quality, as of course you would always expect to get, of course, which is really, really important. We love that. Looking forward to that. And we're going to be looking at that now to see how that comes together with what Gail is going to be able to demonstrate and show to us as well. So we are starting off with the little tree skirts, is that right? But you've got a friend there first as well.
Yeah, I brought my little friend in, Razzle, and he's the little reindeer, so he follows on from the Santa's Pals. So there was a Santa's Pals 1, 2 and 3 last year, so the Santa, the snowmen, and then Razzle the reindeer. Sadly, there was going to be 4, 5 and 6.
Oh.
But we had a few problems with fabric and things, so sadly we haven't been able to continue. So for people who did buy in last year, and I did promise 4, 5 and 6, I'm really sorry, but just haven't been able to get, with everything that's going on, haven't been able to get the stock. So that's why I went into making the cushions instead. So we're doing a little range of cushions. But yeah, here's Razzle. He's probably my favourite out of them all. I know I'm not supposed to have favourites, but I've got sort of a soft spot for a little reindeer.
That is the best hat, by the way, I've seen there. I just think that just looks fantastic. Look at that.
It's got a little bit of wire in the hat, and often in my patterns I do put things like wire and beads and that, and obviously if you're going to give it to a young child, I don't actually design any of these as soft toys. I design them as decorations. And if you want to make them for children, then it's really up to you to consider, you know, you may not put wire in the hat and things like that. But I have to leave that up to the person who's actually making it, you know.
Sensible, yeah.
But
what a character, absolutely fantastic. I love him, love him.
He's quite sweet. So anyway, moving on from Razzle, we put Razzle to one side till the 11 o'clock show. And I'm going to talk to you about the tree skirt. Okay, so you said earlier about it's got like a dual purpose, so it doesn't only have to be a tree skirt, it could also be a table centre if you don't cut the hole out of the middle. And also, if Christmas is really not your bag and you've already got a tree skirt, then why not think about it for the summer? So you could make a nice little piece like this. You could have it on your table. You could still put the hole in the centre and then maybe use it round a patio table or something like that. So it has got you know, more uses than just Christmas. Or you can make it for Christmas, and once you've made it once, you're going to want to make it over and over again. I
think that's a lovely idea with that as well, because you know we've got the whole the patio table outside again where it's sort of sat out all the time. We don't look after it. It's just there. But when you want to have people around again, or you're going to just have some lunch out or some, just to be able to put that out on the table again, it really is lovely, isn't it?
Exactly, and it hides a really ugly table as well.
You've been to my garden. You've seen it, Gail.
Yeah, if you've left yours out all year, then it hides the table. So what I want to explain to people is it looks really complicated, and I quite like patterns like this that make you look really clever when you're maybe not necessarily so clever. So if we look at it, it's just one section repeated. So I'm going to fold this up a second. Okay, like this. And you can see these two sections are the same. And if I fold it again to a quarter now, you can see that this is the main part of the design. So you just make that 4 times. So I'm going to explain to you how to do the first part.
I tell you, having the different materials on there just completely changes the look as well.
It does. And over the years, I've taught it. I've done some really lovely classes with it, and I really enjoy seeing all the students turn up and all the different fabrics. And then we all do that fabric envy kind of thing, where you look at other people's fabric and you just, I wish I'd used that instead. So basically, you need 7 fabrics, okay? And then you cut them into strips. Now, normally, I tell people not to worry too much about when they're sewing and don't agonise too much about cutting, but for this technique you really do need to be accurate, okay? So you need to cut 1.5-inch strips in 7 different colours. Now it's entirely up to you how you lay them out. You can see this is quite busy fabric. You can go from light to dark, you could just go every other. I mean, every time you use a different combination, you get a different effect. So you then need to sew your strips together, and to do this you need to use a 1/4 inch seam allowance. This is crucial that you do use a 1/4 inch. And then just to make things a little bit easier for you, let me just explain sewing together. Now often when you sew lots of strips together, if you sew them all in the same direction, they tend to twist a little bit and you end up looking like something like a little rainbow. So what I'm asking you to do is sew them together in pairs, okay? So it'll be this pair, this pair, this pair. You have got one odd one. So I ask you to sew from this side across to here. So we're going to sew in the same direction with all these strips, Scott, okay? So we've got them in pairs. And then once we've got them in pairs, when we sew this pair to this pair now, we want to sew back in the opposite direction. So basically what you're doing is going up this way, down that way, up this way, down that way. And what that does is it stops the fabric from bowing and stretching. Okay? So I do explain that in the pattern. So everything that I'm saying, if I'm rushing through it too quickly for you, then don't worry, it is in the pattern.
Just to let you know, by the way, just pause it for 1 second, already 1/4 of the stock of this has Oh no, it's now over a third of the stock, by the way, for the festive tree skirt pattern. But as you can hear already from what Gail's explaining, it doesn't just have to be. This can actually be a tree skirt pattern, not just for Christmas, but for the rest of the year as well. But a third of the stock now has already gone. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to
no, that's okay.
update on that, Gail.
It's super. People are not going to be disappointed. This is a really good project to make. And with your pattern, you get colour instructions, so you can see the way I've laid down my fabrics. These are different fabrics to the ones I'm using on the show. These are the ones that are actually in the tree skirt sample. So I've shown you with it all stitched together. So you make 10 of these panels, and then we're going to cut these panels into triangles. Now for this you need a ruler, okay, and you need to mark your ruler. In the pattern it explains to you where you mark your ruler.
Lovely, great.
So the thing is, Scott, not everybody's got one of these rulers, and it might be a considered purchase because they're quite expensive. So what you can do is, one, pop around to see one of your friends, and if they've got one, mark up their ruler and cut it out of cardboard, okay? Or what I did at home before I left, I took a piece of card and I measured it 12.5 inches by 12.5 inches, and then I marked it out, and using the diagram that I've given you, I cut a paper template.
That's
okay?
Genius.
So if anybody's watching and they're going, oh well, I'd really love to do that, but you know, I haven't got that ruler, you can get around it by doing it in card.
That's
okay?
great, good idea. That's lovely. Thank you, Gail.
So then what you do is you pop your ruler onto your fabric, and this is the reason that I say you need to be accurate about doing your sewing, because your strips need to be wide enough. You pop your ruler onto your fabric, and you'd be on a cutting mat now, and then you're going to cut a triangle, and then you're going to rotate and cut a triangle the other way.
Right.
I'm just going to bring some triangles in so you can see that they do fit on here. Here's some that I pre-cut. Okay, so you cut this way and that way, which gives you your triangles, and then you're going to cut some smaller triangles as well. If I bring these in for you to see, and this time little teeny tiny triangles, and this will be the second marking on your ruler. Okay, you can see where I will have cut one ruler, one there, and then another one up here. So it's quite simple, you know, it's just strips of fabric and then just triangles. Once you've cut your triangles, we're then going to join our triangles together.
So far, all the stitching I've done is to join the 6 lengths together, and then the rest of it is all just on the measurement.
Exactly, and it's all just about the triangles. And then we're going to sew our triangles together in pairs. You'll see, so you'll have one that goes from light to dark. And then one that goes from, and the one that goes from dark to light, whichever way round you look at it. So that's in these pairs here. And then the opposites, you put a little triangle on the corner here and a little triangle on the corner there. Now, if I just bring the pattern back in, just to reassure people, you can see the cut in, and it explains all the triangles, and now it explains how the triangles are put together here, and you can see again. So don't worry. They're probably looking at the TV now saying she's really confusing us.
No, well, I have to say, well, there may be some people, but I would tell you now that when it comes to basic and following instructions, I am the simplest. I like it nice and clear, but what you've just done there has absolutely made sense to me, even. This is great, so I hope you are with that one. And again, the lovely thing about having those photographs in there, you can check against where you're meant to be up to.
Exactly.
Really?
So any confusion, you'll know. And I do explain in the pattern as well about which way to press your seams so they all interlock, but we'll skip past that for now.
It's just gone limited stock as well, by the way.
Okay, I'll make this quick then. So going back, you'll be able to see my triangles. So it's as simple as this. Once these are sewn together, so just bear with me because these are not stitched, I'm going to turn this 90 degrees and pop it there. And can you see?
I see,
and there's my 1/4 made.
That is brilliant.
I know, it's just...
That's genius.
That's what I say. It just makes you look like you're really clever when with like little effort. And then if I just bring this half in there, you can then see... Should I just hold it up?
Yes,
I'll put it back down.
There we go, we get it on the overhead,
There we go. So you put those 2 sections together, and then I've got a complete half. And then I would just repeat that, and I would have the complete tree skirt.
Honestly, I think that is amazing. Like you say, the effects of what you get from this And the only stitching that I would have done so far is to stitch again.
Yeah, just straight lines. If you can sew a straight line, and the only thing that's tricky about it is I do say to people, try to get that 1/4 inch seam allowance, because then it just looks neat. And the good thing is a lot of the seams don't even need to match.
No.
So some of them go along straight edges; they don't need to match. So yeah, it's a really complicated project that's really easy.
I think it's amazing. Again, if you think about this, if you're making it for somebody else as well as a design to have around their Christmas tree, maybe using their favourite fabrics or their favourite colours, if you're trying to make it really personal for them. But again, don't forget you have the other alternative. You don't have to have it with the circle in the centre, so it doesn't have to be necessarily a Christmas tree. Even if you do, it could be out there, like you say, on the patio table, if you've got the umbrella in the centre there. We've got another little bit of a mini heat wave coming for Monday and Tuesday. Depends how quickly you can get it. And also you can have it just for your normal table as well, without the circle on there. So you've got so many options on there. Now, I've just seen that come up there now. It has technically now sold out for you. Okay, just move on for that one for the moment. We'll just let everybody know. But if you have managed to secure that so far, really, really, really well done. And again, lovely, fantastic, simple demonstration for that. That's really great, Gail. Thank you very much. We've also got for you the Advent calendar. If I just step to one side, you can see our fantastic Advent calendar is in the background to me there. And this is a brilliant project, again, to work on. 390523. Now, the elements that you're going to get in here for your wall hanging pattern, the kit that you're going to receive are lots of the elements, but you will still need to add your own fabric in there to actually make the main part, of course, that you can see where you've got the red of the felt here, for example, the fabric again for his legs. Those are the parts that you will need to add into yourself, but you will be getting lots of other parts of the project, of course, that you can bring into, which is phenomenal. In fact, what we can do is we can bring, hopefully, Sue in to have a bit of it. Sue's at the other end now. It's all go. But we can ask Sue a little bit. But so I'm right in thinking that what we're going to have here is all the elements that we can start to add on.
Absolutely.
Obviously the design as well, but we can choose our own fabric to actually make our Santa with.
Yes, as you said earlier, you know, you could do it obviously traditionally in red. That's where Santa's original jacket came from. I think originally it was green, wasn't it? And then I think it went to red, didn't it?
Yeah, certain branding took it.
Yes, exactly. So, you know, you can make it up in tartan, and, you know, but obviously traditionally it's red. So what I'm aware of, and I was saying, you know, to you this morning, is that a lot of people have got a lot of sewing stuff.
Yeah.
So they may not want the red fabric. So what I try to do is put into the starter kits things that people might struggle to get hold of.
Yeah, right.
So things like the glitter felt, which we've done the numbers on the actual advent, and also there's enough glitter felt in there to put a name on.
Lovely.
We can't turn him around because obviously he's attached to the wall, but on the back there is a large pocket with 24 on, and you can put an extra big treat in there on his back if you wanted to. And then I've included things like the black felt for his little jacket, the trim and his belt, the silver glitter felt again for his buckle, the eyes, the pom-pom for his nose, and that little star there. And the idea with that is that the young person can obviously, you can say, what day is it today? They can find the appropriate date, put the star in, and hopefully there'll be a little treat in there as well.
So what we're on today, the 13th there,
isn't
it?
It's the 13th,
yeah,
so that's it. Go in he goes, and it helps them obviously, you know, recognise numbers as well. So we're trying to, you know, sort of educate them as well as giving them little treats.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, why not? Absolutely. But again, the shaping and all the details again on the features, if you're looking again, there's so much detail in here again, which you're going to really enjoy making, which is absolutely beautiful. And again, the fact is that you can choose, if you have got some of your own material, you've got offcuts in there to be able to make the jacket and everything else that you need for him. It helps really keep that price nice and low for you, so you can get all the design that you need, the instructions there, and those elements are a little bit more difficult to get. It's only £13.49. Item number you need here is 390523, but a great, lovely project to work on. I'm going to have a lot of fun with that, counting down to the big date itself, of course, which is great. Now, another project that you could just see in your shot there as well, which I think this looks amazing, it looks fantastic, is the gorgeous Candy Cottage pattern kit that we have for you here. Now, just look at this for an element. There's so much going on here again, which is lovely, and the treat Well, I'll let Sue explain again a little bit here, because this is a lovely project.
I love Candy Cane Cottage, and last month we had a different gingerbread house, and that was more of an ornament the girl designed for. And when I used to do a lot of quilt shows, and people always say to me, "Oh, does the lid come off?" No, it doesn't. So she redesigned it, and this time, that's it. So it's a little box, and you can put treats in there, sweeties, you know, anything that you know that you feel that would be appropriate to go in there. But I just love the idea that the lid comes off, and I think that's what charms a lot of people as well. It's really nice, isn't it?
What would have made it better if I'd taken the lid off there?
They've been sweeties, I know. They were, but I ate them all, sorry.
That's fair enough. Well, at least you're honest.
It's very early, isn't it? And I was hungry, up at 5. It was up at Muncher. What I've put with this kit, again, I just called it a starter kit. So what we've included in this is this fantastic glitter felt that we use a lot in our projects, because it just sparkles and twinkles, and I just think that's what Christmas is all about, a bit of sparkle and twinkle, isn't it?
It really
so
is.
I've cut half pieces of 6 different colour glitter felts. There's 3 pieces of white glitter felt in there to do the snow on the roof, the little base that it stands on and things like that. And then I've just got some sweet little candy cane embellishment ribbon there. And again, you can just snip those off and put them on. So you can embellish it to your heart's content. I mean, most of us have got buttons and all those lovely things at home, and if we haven't, it's a jolly good excuse to go out and have a little shop round and buy some more stuff, isn't it? Like, we need more encouragement. But I just adore it. I think it's one of my favourite things girls designed.
I think it's fabulous again. And again, our producer was just saying about, you know, those ideas that once you've done some cards as well, that you can store them in the ones you're going to send off for Christmas, to store them all here before you go and do that trip to the post office to get all the stamps.
All those things. Yeah, it's a really lovely idea, isn't it? But I think it's just the fact the lid comes off makes it really charming, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so usable as well as looking fantastic as well. It's only, again, I must stress again that you are going to get amazing instructions to take you through. Again, all beautifully put together, so you've got lots of information. You've got all your cutouts that you're going to require as well for your templates to work from. But again, $14.49. One thing you always find with Daisy Chain as well is you always get great quality products by the time you work with it, but you get them at fantastic prices as well. Only $14.49. Imagine when something like this was made. If you saw that in a store for Christmas that people were buying, you know, there's a pretty penny that people are going to spend on
it would be a lot of money. Yeah.
I wonder if you could put some like little of those LED tea lights as well around, glittering, sparkling away.
Definitely.
Catching the glitter would be lovely, wouldn't it? 045357. It's all a lovely project. Again, that's going to look great in anyone's home you're looking at there. Only £14.49, which is great. Again. Now then, also, which is fantastic again, you may have seen them actually on the designs around the back of some of these as well, but we've got the red work, the pattern here. Now, this is with your pre-printed design and your thread that you're going to get here. And if I just hold this up, Sue, while we can just talk through exactly how this works for people.
Certainly. The panel has been pre-printed, and we find that helps a lot when you're doing red work designs, because a lot of the time-consuming is actually transferring the design onto your fabric before you stitch it.
Right.
So we work with Craft Yourself Silly, and they do all our printing for us, and we've actually had this printed out in red as well, which, you know, traditionally red is the colour. Don't have to work in red. You could put, you know, other colours on top of that. But there's 3 different designs within the group. So you're looking at the snowman there, and within the snowman you've got a snowman that looks like a Christmas pudding and a snowman that looks like a bauble. So you've got the 2 different panels, and what Gail has done with each of the projects, because also on the later show there's a reindeer version and there's also a Santa version.
Oh, brilliant.
And she's made different things to go with those items. So with the snowman, you'll get the 2 panels, 2 skeins of embroidery thread, the pattern, which also includes how to make the Christmas stocking, which we've actually put him one of the designs onto. So there's the stocking there on that one, Scott,
there
that you can see, and that's the second design that you get there. So there's two different designs of the snowman and the instructions to make the Christmas stocking with him. And with the reindeer, we get a cushion design, and with the Santa, we get a bag design. So that's why we've done it. But the fun is in making the
and I love, again, all the different variables that you've got.
Yes.
Once you've got that initial section of how you're going to work this together, initial pattern, but again, the lovely ideas about different projects. If you want to go for all three, you have a different look at the end of all of
Absolutely,
them.
and you'll have 3 different designs. So that's the little bag there.
That's fab,
and you've got 2 different Santas. So you've got the Santa with as a Christmas tree, and you've also got a Santa bauble as well. And again, I can show that on the later show.
That would make a great
which is
Dame
really
dress, I just thought.
So that's really nice. Yeah, so I mean, we always love red work, and it is a really popular, very traditional design. And again, often with Christmas things, what we're doing is making heirlooms as well, aren't we?
Yeah,
you know, there's a lot of sentimentality when it comes to Christmas, particularly in our family. You know, we drag out pictures that my brother did when he was 7, you know, that still get hung up on the wall and admired by him only. But, you know, every time you make something, you know, it then adds to your collection, doesn't it, of Christmas? So that's what I think is really special with these things. And you know, as the years go by, they become more and more precious, I think.
No, they do. We've got traditions like that in our house as well. Every year I've got to sit on top of the tree. Apparently it has to happen. But yes, you know, all these options are there for. They are fantastic. You've got the Santa, you've got the reindeer, and you've got the snowman as well as options to work with. 077 511. And again, brilliant price point for any of those projects. Just £17 only and 49 pence, which was lovely as well. Now, just to let you know, by the way, now our tree skirt, I'm afraid if you weren't on it, it did sell out, but it is now back in stock, but it will be on an extended. So it will be now dispatched out on the 25th of September, not Christmas. So 25th of September now. It is back in on extended delivery, so just £11.50. Now, if you've just woken up this morning, maybe you set your alarm for 7:30, give yourself a lie-in on a Sunday, do grab that one. It wasn't on the show long this morning, and it's sold out. It's multi-purpose, really. You can have it as the tree skirt, but you can also have it, so if you want to do it in different fabrics, if you wanted to have it not for the tree, but you wanted it on your patio table, for example, where you got your parasol through the centre, you could, or you could make it also, again, in more summery colours, or any of the colours that you want there, without the hole, if you wanted it on your table to have any time of year, of course. It is back on extended, 306707, and I have to say, it's one of the easiest projects I've seen as a demonstration, but one of the most amazing results you get from it, which is what Gail prides herself on, giving you fantastic looking pieces at the end, but without all the stress and lots of work. So show off to your friends and enjoy that one as well, if you can do. Now, we've also got, we shouldn't be featuring Mr. McFreeze just yet. He's basically meant to have his debut on the 11 o'clock show. Now, people have spotted how Mr. McFreeze already and have popped him into the basket. I hope it's on a deep chill, okay? Because otherwise it's going to be gone. Now, half the stock... Can you believe it, Mr. Can you? No, I know, exactly. Half the stock has already gone, and he's technically not meant to be on until 11 o'clock show, when we're going to talk about it in a bit more detail. 384925, honestly, early bird and all that, definitely catching the worm. Is that, what's going to happen here, then, Sue? It's at 11 o'clock, what's going to happen?
I'm going to have to dig deep into my deep freeze.
Into your deep freeze, absolutely. 384925, what a lovely, lovely project to work with. And again, if you did like our Father Christmas we had on our second item down the counter, similar principle in place here, but nice and simple for anyone to have a go with. And again, if I just turn him around, so you can see there that he also has that pouch on the back, and you've got the name that you can personalise that as well. You might want to, or you might want to go with just Frosty itself, which is a lovely idea. 2/3. Oh, I tell you what, he's going very, very quick indeed. Right, 384925. Gail, I have to say again, congratulations, because your designs that you do bring, obviously people fall in love with, and your features, which is so lovely about them. They make them little characters. They are great. They are lovely.
Thank you, Scott. I think it's a bit that people normally struggle with, the faces and that, so I try to make it as simple as possible.
Yeah.
And in the later show, I will demo Mr. McFreeze, and I will demo to show how easy it is to put the face on them.
Thank you. Brilliant.
But for now, I'm going to do a little demo on Mr. Claus.
Yes.
And the one I've got in front of me, this is the first one I made, actually. So when I make things and design things, I make a couple of prototypes. And after I'd finished him, I suddenly thought, oh, it'd be really nice if there was a little pocket on the back. So this one actually hasn't got anything on the back, because he was my firstborn then. And then I thought, oh, it'd be nice with a little pocket. So I'm just going to show you how easy he is to make and how lovely and soft he is, because I really designed him with the thought that he could be on the sofa and you could sit and lean on him. Well, some people might not want to and that, but yeah, so let me just show you. So in the kit, okay, Sue's put a really lovely kit together, and I just want to show you that you have got plenty of fleece and everything. You can see all the embellishments and all the other bits and pieces are there. Let me show you the piece of fleece.
Which is it's so soft as well.
It is, and I will say one thing for Sue. I have a tendency sometimes, Scott, to buy cheap things because I'm a little bit economical, especially when I'm making so many samples. But Sue buys a really good quality fleece. Yeah. So sometimes the stuff I use is a bit on the cheap side, but she buys the posh stuff then.
Oh,
so,
does she?
So you can be assured it's a really good quality
it really
fleece.
Is. It's beautiful.
So I tell you to cut out the pattern. Now this will give you an indicator of how much fabric you're actually getting. When you cut out the pattern, most of the time all of my pattern pieces are the right size, but for this project I ask you to cut a ½ an inch bigger all the way around, and that was just because I couldn't fit the pattern on paper and I didn't want you to have to join the pattern. And in the instructions, this is not critical, but it's worth thinking about. You'll see the fleece stretches in two different ways. It stretches more this way than that way.
Right.
Okay, so I ask you to put the pattern on this way. Do you know what? If you forget, don't worry, but just cut the pieces all in the same direction because they go together easier. So you lay your pattern piece on and then you cut the shape out, just the one for the front, okay, a ½ an inch bigger all the way around. So I just wanted to show you the fleece, because sometimes people worry when they get a kit that there's not enough fabric.
No, I think that's a really good point to make as well, because, you know, some are better than others, again, only putting that, but again,
exactly.
I mean, really generous with the amount that you do get. You do get huge amounts, by the way.
I've bought some kits, and I kid you not, there's just one thread count between you being right or wrong, and Sue does give you plenty of fabric.
Look at that, it's just never ended. Look at that, there's huge amounts there, huge amounts to work with.
There really is. So, and you can always use the other little bits, and you know, if you buy multiple kits, keep all your bits of fabric, I always do, and then they come in handy maybe to decorate something else, put a little scarf on there,
absolutely.
or whatever. So, going back to my pattern, you can now see that when I've laid my pattern on here, I've got a nice generous ½ inch all the way around there. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing, cutting the face. So the face is cut out of felt. I haven't given you an extra pattern piece. If I just bring that in. I haven't given you an extra pattern piece, so if you're just making this the once, you can just cut the paper pattern piece out, lay it onto your felt and cut out the felt. If you want to use the pattern multiple times, then what I advise you to do is just trace it onto a piece of paper, and then you can use a piece of paper as a template, and that way you keep your pattern neat for repeated use. So that's your little face panel. And then for his beard, okay, his beard is done in Bondweb and the white fleece. So I did demo this when I did it last month, so I'm going to skip past it this month for you. But you lay your Bondweb or Heat and Bond or whatever product it is you use to fuse on top, and then you trace all the way around the lines. If I take this off so I can show you the lines, the solid lines. This dashed line is just where the felt is underneath. And then once you've traced it on, you then iron it onto the wrong side of your fleece. Now, sometimes it's challenging to work out which side is the right side and the wrong side with fleece. Don't worry, but the right side is normally a bit fluffier. If you get it wrong, nobody's going to notice. It's all white. So then once you've fused this on, you then cut it out. And then once you've cut it out, you've got your beard. So your beard is going to go onto your fleece and your face. Now the thing to remember is right at the beginning we cut the pattern a ½ an inch bigger, so when you put your beard on, don't be tempted to put it right to the edge. You need to remember that ½ inch. And if I just bring the pattern in, so let me reassure you with the pattern, you can see I show you a picture of the pattern, I show you that I've got the space around there, I also show you when the pieces go on that I've left a margin around there, I make reference to it. So don't worry. Some of my patterns do seem like War and Peace, but actually it's because I want to make sure that I'm with you every step of the way. Okay, so and like we were saying earlier, this is suitable for beginners. So
perfect. Can I just to let people know again?
Of course,
we've got an update for. I know someone just said it looks like a totem pole there. Just lots of little faces, basically. Cute. So that's just me. I'm sorry. But Mr. McFreeze, it has now technically sold out. Again, shouldn't be on to 11 o'clock show. People are absolutely loving Mr. McFreeze. And again, it works so well with the pattern that Gail is taking you through at the moment, of course, as well with our Santa down here. But it has now technically sold out on that one. They'll see what they can do. Try and get it back on extended for you for either next show at 11 o'clock, or if we can get it on before that, they'll let us know, of course, just to give you an update on that for you. But we're working with the Mr. Claus at the moment. Sorry about that, Gail. I just wanted to give everyone an update.
Fine, and I'll just take this opportunity to get a sneaky peek in. Last month when I was on, I suggested that people, if they subscribe to my website, they could make suggestions. And some people suggested a Mrs. Claus to go with
Lovely.
Mr. Claus. I'm struggling a little bit with that, but it's work in progress. but something else that somebody suggested was a gingerbread house, and I think the next one in the series, so coming next month, is going to be a little gingerbread house.
Oh, how brilliant.
So thank you to the people who are emailing in and making suggestions and that. And something else, I don't know whether I'm allowed...
Are they doing it onto your website?
Onto my website.
What's the name of that?
Endless Thread Design.
Endless Thread Design. So if you're inspired, and by what have you seen so far, and you have some burning ideas and thinking this would be great, please make sure you get in contact then as well with Gail, so that then she can take, and as you can see, Gail does take them on board. It inspires her as well, and then you're seeing what you might be seeing next month, for example. So that's great.
I do, and there's a free prize draw as well. So every month for all my subscribers, I do a free draw every month. So anybody that's subscribed to the website, you'll be put into a free prize draw, and somebody wins. This month is going to be red work, so they will win patterns and whatever.
That's great.
So yeah, so when you're making your suggestions, just remember you've got a chance of being in a free prize draw as well.
And
so.
is there any sort of, is it all options available for you? You'll take anything from anyone as far as ideas?
Yeah. I need all the help I can get. Don't we all?
Keep it going. Oh, Mr. McFreeze, by the way, is now back, but it is now on extended. It's then the 25th of September. So 384-925 if you want to get Mr. McFreeze. He's back in now again, but 25th of December for dispatch. September, not the 25th of December. We're all busy on that day, aren't we? 25th of September is the day of dispatch now for Mr. McFreeze. All these festive dates and times and advent calendars. It's 7:43 in the morning. It doesn't take much to confuse me normally, but
I know. I feel like I haven't done summer yet, and I'm talking about Christmas.
I know.
I'm wishing my life away at this point. So once we've done that, we're going to, you can sew or just put a little dab of glue to hold that in place, and then we're going to iron this in place. What I will say with fleece, it's quite a thickness to get through. So when you're ironing, often we don't use steam with fusibles, but I do suggest you use a little bit of steam. And also, because fleece is made from recycled plastic bottles, with a hot iron, long term, it could melt. So what thankfully I've never done it yet, but if you put a little pressing cloth on top, or just a tea towel or an old bit of cloth, and just give it a press, check whether it's stuck or not, and you can also turn it over and iron from the back.
Could I just start on that, because what was that point you just said? It's made from recycled?
Yes, made from recycled plastic bottles.
Felt is?
Fleece.
Fleece?
Fleece,
is
yeah.
it?
Yeah, that's why I do say to people it can't melt, because it is plastic.
Yeah, of course. Well, I never knew that.
Yeah, so it's a really good product as well. You're doing a bit for the environment.
You are indeed. Wow, that is the best, softest recycled bottle I think I've ever felt in that respect, on that fleece. That's amazing.
Yeah, I've seen it on TV. They spin it, and it comes out as like a fibre then, and then they make it into, pointless
environmentally
information.
friendly as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure it is of any use to anybody, but anyway, we'll just share that with you. So once you've sewn your beard and your face down, which is handy to sew down first, because it gives you like a little bit more direction of where his belt goes. And again, this is really simple. You just cut a piece of black fleece, and I've just used a zigzag stitch on all of this. You can use a fancy satin stitch or some other decorative stitches, but you want this to be quick and easy. Always stitch in a coordinating thread, because it shows up less, and if you go for it on a little wobble, it won't matter. And then you can add his lovely silver buckle, which is made out of the lovely glitter felt that Sue spoke about.
I'm so sorry to interrupt again, but we've now, as you work on Mr. Claus, he's now gone limited stock as well,
Oh,
Mr.
bless
Claus.
him.
So honestly, we are so busy. We've got 4-minute queues on the phone line as well to go through. So if it is an option to you, the website is your best place, obviously, to get that. But if you can't and you have to make the phone call, we'll be with you as soon as we possibly can. Thank you for your call and for your patience as well. We do that. But I'm so sorry, Gail. I know you're
That's
in
okay.
I hate to interrupt, but I just want to let people know that it is now limited stock. Just so
Yeah,
that you
yeah,
know
that's
as
no
well.
problem at all, Scott. Thanks. And Sue spoke about the glitter felt and how much I love using glitter felt. And in the later show, sorry to keep referring to the later show, I'm actually going to demo sewing and cutting out the glitter felt. So I'm going to skip through this bit. But you can see you get a full alphabet for his name, and you get you use the glitter felt as well for his belt buckle. And what I've used a product called freezer paper, which is a waxy paper on the back and just paper on the front, and then I draw out my shapes. I iron the paper on, and then I can cut out my shapes. And you can see here's some letters and that I've cut out, and that's for the back of the cushion. Now this is an optional extra. You don't have to use the pocket on the back. Let me just explain the pocket for you. In your kit, you will be given some what's the word I'm looking for? Bias tape, okay? Sadly, we ran out of the gingham one, so Sue has given you a lovely spot, which I think is just as nice. Okay, so you get a little spot one in your kit. And for those of you who've not used bias tape before, it's got folds in there. You can see where it's folded over, and we use those folds as a line for us sewing. So you take your pocket, this is just a small section just for me to show you. You take your pocket, you lay your bias tape along the edge of the pocket, matching the row edges together, and then you stitch in that crease. Okay, can you see the crease there? Yes. And I've sewn in the crease.
Got you, yeah.
And then I pull that over and pop it over to the other side and then stitch it down. And then that's what gives me that lovely neat edge on the pocket. You could, if you wanted to save the bias tape for something else, then there's nothing to stop you just turning over the edge of the pocket and sewing a nice seam along there. So let me bring in the pocket, and there you can see the pocket, the size that I get you to cut, and the piece that Sue has given you is really generous, so it's a lot bigger, so don't worry. And here's one where I've started to add the name. And for this one, I was just going to put Santa on the back. What I will say, Scott, is the Santa is only so wide. Right. So if you've got a really long name, or you want to put supercalifragilistic on the back, it's not going to fit, sadly. No. So you might need to shorten the name slightly. Yeah. There's a limit. So what I do with that...
Initials are always good, aren't they?
Exactly, exactly. Or you could put like ho, ho, ho on there, or, you know, something else, or jolly, or whatever. Or if you don't want to, keep the glitter felt and save it for another project, and then don't add anything on there.
Could you write on it sold out?
Sorry?
Could you write on it sold out? Because technically it has just done that, by the way.
Okay, then. that shut me up.
But it is back on extended, everybody. It has gone, but it is now back. Your Mr. Claus is there now. 1749 839 211. I just wanted to give you an update on that one. Thank you. Sorry, Gail.
Well, do you want to speak to Sue? You can if you want, because I will demo the rest of the pocket and that on the snowman later.
We've got about 5 minutes left anyway, so it is back in. It's on extended.
All right,
so no, that's lovely.
Okay,
thank you.
I'll continue on. When you sew the glitter felt on, I'll give you a tip, and I will demo this later. I've stitched this on with invisible thread, and what that does is it doesn't distract from this lovely glitter that's on the felt, and also it makes it quite easy. So if you're new to sewing and you do go for a little wander with invisible thread, then the beauty is that nobody can see it.
Nice.
So then going back to attaching the pocket, give you a little tip with attaching the pocket. If I just bring this one in, on your original pattern, it actually shows you where the pocket line is, okay? So what I ask you to do is lay your pocket down, and this will be right sides up, because you'll have your name on there, or not, depending on what you decide. And you match the line of your pocket with the line of your pattern, and then you're going to cut this out. Now, the thing to remember is you cut your Santa out a ½ inch bigger. So remember to cut the pocket a ½ inch bigger.
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
Absolutely.
that's quite important. But again, it's in the pattern and it clearly says, and I remind you so that you don't go wrong, because I don't want anybody going wrong with that. So you cut the pocket out and then you put the 3 layers together. I just want to quickly show you the hat, because that sometimes confuses people.
Great.
Here's the hat. You can see this is the way I work at home, Scott. I've got stuff everywhere.
I bet you're not the only person like that as well, though, Gail. I'm sure there's lots of people going, oh, it's under here somewhere.
I have to say, I sympathise with poor Gail, you know, and also, you know, you line everything out beautifully, you know, when you're going to do your demonstration,
Yeah.
then all of a sudden you flick back to something and it's like, where's that last bit gone?
Yes,
You know, so and then you have a little Scrabble trying to find it, so it is very challenging. So watch this space, everybody, because I'm doing a demonstration at 9 o'clock for Rachel of Greenfield.
Oh,
so
right.
I will probably be in exactly the same situation as Gail with trying to find bits and pieces. So
I think it's a common problem or issue for across the board.
It is.
Absolutely. We've got around about 3 minutes, I think we've got left, Gail.
Okay, that's perfect.
Lovely.
So the hat, I wanted to show you this because most of the time I never get round to the hat. You pop your pattern piece onto 2 layers of fleece. You can see 2 layers of fleece there. And then you're going to sew all the way around the edge of the pattern. And then you're going to trim it back, which gives you this shape here. And then you take a cuff. Okay, so I tell you to cut a strip of white fleece, you pop it right sides together, and then you stitch a 1/4 inch seam along the edge. That's what gives you this. Okay, and then you can see from this, I actually thread this over the hat. Now this looks like I've put it the wrong way around, because this is the wrong side of the fleece and the right side of the brim, but stick with me on this. And also it's worth putting the seam sort of halfway in the hat, so when you put it on it will be at the back. And then what happens when we turn this through, I'm going to turn it through and pull this right the way on. Now you can see this is the right side of the hat, and you're saying, what's she doing there? This is the wrong side. Okay, but what I do then is I just fold that up.
Oh, I see.
And then fold it up again, and then that gives me the lovely edge to the hat. You see, there's method in my madness sometimes.
It is great. And I think it's those little bits that you're doing and when you're folding it, that's the 3-folding that pretty much you've got from the start to there. But I think that's what adds to the lovely deluxe feel about all your products.
Exactly. It saves like stuff in it and that. I do use other ways of making the hats, but that's quite a nice way of doing it. The bobble is quite simple as well. You just put a circle of paper, cut the circle out, then you do a running stitch all the way around there. This is all explained in there. Then you just get hold of the edge, pull it tight.
Oh, I see.
Little bit of stuff in, and then that goes on the top.
Oh, brilliant.
And have I got a quick second just to mention the moustache?
I've got 1 minute and 5 seconds.
Right, okay. And then quickly, even the tache is easy to do. This time it's slightly different because the right side of the fabric is on the outside this time. I attach my tache to it with some pins. I stitch all the way around. You can see this is me sewn all the way around. I then take it and cut it out. So this way I haven't got to turn it through, because it would be really tricky with these points to turn through. So I don't have to turn it through. Once I've cut it all out, I make a little incision on the back, pull it apart because you don't want to cut through 2 layers, and then you stuff it. Here it is. Here's one I prepared earlier.
Perfect. Look at that.
And there we go. There's your little tache, and you've got your little pom-pom in there, and then you can just sew that onto the front. In the pattern, I tell you that you can sew these on before you stuff it, because it makes it a little bit easier.
Lovely. Gail, perfect. That's to the second. Gail, thank you very much indeed. And also to Sue. Lovely project. It's been so busy, and it's back. And the ladies are back with you at 11 o'clock this morning. So whatever you've got here, I know you'll enjoy when you get it. Thank you for your company, and you'll see everybody back later on. Okay, I'll tell you what, it's very busy already this morning, and after last night's launch, we got Polka Doodles Christmas Joy one-day special. They got Rachel's of Greenfield again. We got a demo from Sue in that as well, and then Crafts 2, 21st.
Hi, I'm Jenny Mays from Hobby Art. Hobby Art's a family-run company, and we've been designing and manufacturing stamps for over 28 years now. We have an extensive range of clear and rubber stamps, and we're proud that they're all manufactured in Britain. Whatever your style, there's always something that will interest you with Hobby Art stamps. Crafting is my passion, and I love teaching. I love sharing my ideas with other people. This is why I enjoy being part of the Hochanda family, because I have the time to share my ideas, maybe open a door for somebody and give them the confidence to start stamping. So make sure you join me, Jenny Mays, on Hochanda.
Hi, my name's Leona. I've been into crafting for many years now. As a little girl, I'd craft with mum and dad, but then obviously it stuck with me that much that it became my career. I think for me, crafting's so fun because there's always something new to learn, there's always something new to play with, and it's such a rewarding hobby as well. That's why I absolutely love it and recommend it to so many people. I'm really thrilled to be part of the Hochanda family. Really excited about seeing how it's grown, seeing how it's developed so far, and all the brand new things that I know we've got coming up. I'm really passionate about getting back into demonstrating on TV as well, and actually sharing techniques with you, products with you that I personally love. I hope you can tune into my shows here live at Hochanda.
Did you know you can continue watching Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If you're not already connected, use your remote control and select Network Settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember to have your router's password to hand, whether you're using a wired or wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type hochanda.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcast and access to previous shows. So now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV, whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me, Hochanda and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I'm here on Hochanda because I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey. So join me, Matthew Palmer, for my shows on Hochanda.
Lovely to be with you again for this second live hour on the Sunday the 13th of September. Where is the year going? Isn't it all mad and manic? If you're just waking up to us, you've already missed a live hour. What's going on there as well? But wherever you are with us, it's lovely to have your company. Now, if you were watching the last hour, you felt a festive feel already going on. That was tricky to say first thing. But we've got even more to carry on that Christmas joy with our very own Christmas helper as well. It's lovely Lou.
Good morning.
Good morning. Are you okay?
Yes. Fine, thank you.
Now, you see you've got your pinny on now, but when I saw Lou in the studio earlier on first thing, I noticed she was looking very bright and breezy for a Sunday morning with lovely lemons on. And you can just see a couple on there.
I
Looking
can
very
see a
bright,
couple.
gorgeous.
Yes, you've got to, haven't you?
Yes, you have.
This early in the morning?
You need something to put a cheery disposition on, don't worry, it's dark
Light
outside.
your face up to me. You look awake.
Well, it says, love to be with you in this hour,
Thank
which is
you.
great. Now, I know that we launched last night. Very busy show again already.
Yes.
So when we've only had 2 live shows, and we have a big stock of this, by the way, and a quarter of that stock has now already gone. And it was a big stock. So I can tell you that a lot of people are loving what you are getting here. And there's so many reasons why, which I'll let Lou explain to you. But basically, if you fancy covering all elements, really, of Christmas, how about 53 stamps that are going to get you this? Plus, you're going to get your 6x6 paper pack. And, which again are fabulous, I'll show you these in more detail, you're going to be getting not 1 or 2, but 4 fabulous stencils that go with all of this. And all the elements, bar 1 individually, have sold out. So that gives you an idea of just how popular this package has been on individual basis, but again, then you start to work it out on the bigger package, which is, of course, the option that you've got for right now, and the quarter of that that's gone. This is a busy, busy show. Not only that, it's also available on your Flexi, because there's a £17 saving on this. That's another reason why I think this has been flying out the door. And you can get this for your first of 2 payments for just £22.46. So an affordable option for you as well. So I would say that with all this put together, if you looked at these individually, you're almost not paying for 2 of the stamp sets that you're going to be getting as well, because they're just shy of £9 each on those. So again, it's almost like you're getting 2 of those free when you work this out as far as a package goes. So it's a phenomenal value pack that you're getting here for your one-day special, but people are absolutely loving it. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll do what I do best, which is just stand here and say nothing, and I'll hold these out so I can show the boards, and then maybe, Lou, you can talk us through exactly why people are loving this so much, really, if that's okay.
The set, I mean, the standalone stamps, but the set is designed that each of the stamp sets can bring something else to another stamp set, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So you've got that big bauble there, and last night's demo I showed how you could put the sentiments actually within the bauble.
Oh, that's nice.
So you don't have to use the sentiments by themselves. The sentiments fit in with another set of stamps as well, which I'll show you. So you can do all of that. I mean, I love the bauble. I've loved the bauble. You know, you just go, oh, it's beautiful.
But there's the lovely little features around it. Again, you've also got more of those in the stamps to carry on, but they are really lovely and pretty.
It's actually a good size without being too big, that you can stamp within it.
Yeah.
So you could then create your own scenes within it if that's what you wanted to do
I like
as well.
that. So you've got some ideas on here as well, which is great.
Nikki's always been superb with that, giving you some colour ideas and some inspiration straight from the get-go sort of thing.
Absolutely fantastic. Well, let's move on to the next lot that we've got here for you.
Oh, the house, that church.
That's magical.
But that could be all year round. It doesn't have to be Christmas.
No, I'm thinking about that almost like for weddings as well. You could be looking
baptisms,
at baptisms,
everything. And the same with the other houses as well. You could use them all year round, and the tree elements. And then you've got that gorgeous house set there with the Christmas written above it. But again, with the packaging, Nikki's given you some ideas about how you want to do your colouring.
Right.
So if you're not sure, you've got some starting points.
I think that is really nice. Meg, our producer for this show as well, wants to make these little houses that you could set in a little underwater scene. She wants to make an underwater scene for them.
That would be
lovely. That would be lovely, wouldn't it?
And actually, one of the stencils would work brilliantly with that.
See? That was my idea, really.
Okay.
No, it wasn't. Right, now we're on to our fantastic stencils. And again, you can see the size of them as well, and then how they're going to come through. But again, great for sort of landscaping as well as everything else.
Not just for Christmas.
No.
Sort of. I mean, if you're going to use it for Christmas, I mean, the tree one there, the way that if you ink it, you're left with the white lines. Those white lines are just crying out for a little bit of glitter or fake snow.
Yeah.
So you can actually do your tree and have you've got the pointer straight away about where to put things.
That's really nice, isn't it? Yeah, and they do come through beautifully as well. And we've also got then some ideas of how we can work with these.
And this is when I was saying about, you know, like the houses under the sea. That there's one stencil there that you can turn it either way.
Right.
And so you've got, like, to me, that looks like waves.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's got a real ocean feel to it.
You could, couldn't you?
But turn it the other way, you've got clouds.
Well, let's go the other way. So, yes, you look at that.
And so, but that's the snowflake one.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think it's the other board. It's me
I'm trying to
rushing
get
you.
a shot. There it is. There it is.
But you've got clouds
It's early
that
for our
way.
director as well.
But ink that in green, and you've got hills, you've got landscapes.
You have.
I know we've got a Christmas package here, but it can go for many other seasons, not just
no. And obviously as well, you know, people that are watching that crafters are sitting there, I'm sure, because I hear it time and time again when they go, well, I got there and I thought, well, what else can I do with this as well? That's the question you have to ask, isn't it?
But you do want to be able to I used to be terrible about like Christmas stuff. I put it in the box, label it Christmas and then only get it back out again. It's now looking at some of the images aren't just for Christmas, they're
not
for all
just for
year.
Christmas, it's for life. There you are.
You see, so we've got the clouds. I mean, that snowflake is beautiful. The detail in those beautiful.
They are beautiful,
snowflake.
aren't they?
But that just needs a sentiment.
Yeah.
And that's it, sort of thing. But then Nikki's on one of the other boards with the stencils has layered everything up, so you can actually create a scene with all the stencils that are in the one-day special.
That's
so you've
great.
You've got all of those elements there, and that's just using one ink colour. And
that's beautiful.
And to me, that just needs a sentiment embossed.
Yeah.
On a card front, and that's it.
And that's just stencils. There's no stamps in there
no,
or anything.
That is just the stencils laying up. I mean, I pass you that one. That was my demo from last night.
Let's have a look at
and
this
I was taking inspiration from that actual scene that Nikki's done. And all I've done then is I've actually stamped the houses on top. So I took Nikki's ideas and then brought the stamps into them. So you
really
can
like that.
do. You know, you can do it as much as you want.
And actually, when you see those stamps of the house of the church there, all coloured through, they're really lovely. They're beautiful to work.
I mean,
on,
I've gone very like blues, sepia tones of that, but you could change it by changing all the different colours.
Right? Yeah,
again,
of course.
so you could make it very bright.
Yeah. Yeah,
if that's what you actually wanted to do.
Because they've got a quirky feel about them with the slope of the roof, for example, that you've got, and the angles are softer angles as well. Just the sort of the tapered doorway of the house that's in the background there. You're really quirky, fun. You could go full on bright, couldn't you?
I mean, and if you brought your micron pens on the doors, you could doodle your wood panels. I mean, you can add into the stamps as well as the detail that's there.
I think this is fantastic. Again, you're getting a bit of a flavour now about why this is proving such a popular one-day special as well. And now, don't forget, you've also got your fabulous papers. We've talked a lot there regarding for the stencils, and we've talked a lot there regarding the stamps. But we're going to be giving you 24 sheets as well that give you some lovely. Now, you've got 6 designs that you can see, and for each one of those designs, you're going to be getting 4 of each of those. But the papers are lovely themselves. They are. I should point out. I think, did the papers sell out as well individually? Oh, I see, they have gone individually as well, which is, again, a shame, because these are things that people are going to want to keep using, aren't they?
They are. I mean, but the papers, I mean, that design there, you could stamp some of the elements out onto that and cut them out, like the bauble, for example.
Cool, yeah, absolutely.
And then if you stenciled the little reindeers inside the bauble on that paper,
that would be nice.
You've got like a snowy scene within a bauble.
That would be beautiful. There we go.
Now, this one I was saying is, if you took away the white lines with the holly, you've got a lovely sentiment that runs through the middle. You could cut that out.
I've got best wishes. We've got what's it say in there as well? We've got heartfelt best wishes.
But you could cut that out as strips to add, not just for Christmas, going forward.
You could.
So it's looking at what you've got and seeing how far you can push it. And now this is the stamp we've got, like with the Christmas, with all the little houses. So again, if you're stuck for colour inspiration, you've got that straight away in the backing paper to give you a go.
That is lovely. Again, following the sort of that feel again of everything that's in there with the stamps that work with. Nice bowl with the greens as well here.
I'm loving this colour green.
Yeah.
Because I think it goes tonally with lots of other colours.
Right.
Whatever you want to put with it. Because if you went yellows and oranges, it goes. If you wanted to go traditional Christmas with the reds,
it will work, won't it, with that?
It goes beautifully on that paper.
That's gorgeous, isn't it? I love that.
But, you know, we were saying last night, sort of, if you got, like, your Sakura pens or whatever, and actually coloured in all the windows.
Oh, yes,
you could have some windows are, you know, the lights are on, some windows are closed.
Yeah.
So you can add to the papers. Even, I'd put some little bits of glitter, I think, on the trees.
Yeah, well, yeah. Anyway, we can get a bit of glitter in.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And of course, you've got the lovely, beautiful stars. Again, that could be for any time, couldn't it, as well?
Definitely.
With the stars. Really, really lovely. There are so many elements that you're going to enjoy. Again, as I say, you've got 53 stamps. And then, of course, you've got that lovely set of your stencils for. But the sort of the working with them all together, you're going to get so many options in here, which is, and again, that one you've got with regards to the bauble, etc. in there. There are lovely the elements already built into it.
But
again,
that actually isn't the bauble. That's that like an arch shape that's in there, and stamp within it, and then put the leaves that you get in with there. And I think that's a lovely soft.
That is really nice.
Card, and the sentiments you've got joy, love, and peace.
Yeah.
And they're the sentiments within in there as well.
That's really, really nice. Love this one as well for all that lovely colour.
But also look at all that texture using the stencils with all your different mediums.
I feel like I've actually found the real proper Northern Light there for a second.
Oh
there,
yeah,
with
the
catching
sparkle.
the light. Look
but
at that.
that means all the different texture and the layering there, I think looks beautiful in the background.
I see what you mean again around the actual lines that you could have if you worked the other way with the lines as well, with your glitter going through.
Yeah.
But really, so much fun elements in here. Now, this is lovely and bold, isn't it? I'll just take that so we don't take away from that.
But then we've got the joy to the world. But that doesn't have to be Christmas to me.
No. No.
You could change it, you know, joy, and then you could put, like, on your christening, change that from there, just by the colouring alone.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's beautiful just using the trees and layering it up along those lines.
If it could be for a christening, if you want to go down the Christmas as well, baby joy as well.
Yes, there's so many different ways you could use it.
Yeah, no, I think it is lovely. And again here, but this is really lovely. But that I see why people have been talking about the sort of the bauble stamp that works in there.
And it is so versatile, but then that's to show that the words do fit.
They fit, they do
within the bauble, if you want them to fit within the bauble.
Yes, yeah. These are they're all so lovely.
And I love this on the craft, and actually just colouring with the pencils and picking out the blue makes the whole of that image just pop. That's
really nice. And I've got to get one more in as well so we can see that.
But we get all those little bauble elements within the bauble stamp set as well. So having just that one image and then using all the little baubles, you've built up a card straight away.
Yeah.
And I think that looks beautiful.
It does look beautiful. I've just found myself one more as well.
I know, but
I can't help it.
I love the colours on this. And the banner is in the bauble set. Then you've got the snowflake. But add, stamping within the banners themselves as well. I think it's a beautiful colourway.
Really, really lovely. And I've still got more to show, but, you have to wait a bit longer for that one as well. So let me just give you the details again, and we'll get a chance to see Lou, of course, do some lovely demos with you. 373547 is your item code. As I said, all bar one, all those individual elements, which are proving so popular again, have already sold out individually. So your only way to get all of these, including your paper pad, is to go for the entire collection. But as you see here, you're getting so much for your money again. We had a big stock. Like I say, only 2 live hours has been through so far. And again, we're looking at over a quarter of the stock now already allocated with this again. But on top of that, don't forget, a lot of people have been buying the individual elements as well. So you think about how much of this has gone. You've got your 6x6 papers, 4 of each of those 6 different designs. Plus you've got those wonderful stencils. Remember back to that image that we looked at, which was all the stencils working to build up that lovely background for you. And that was a card in itself, just using the stencils. You could use them again as clouds. You could use them as waves. You can use those different ways. It doesn't just have to be for Christmas, as we talked about, including the lovely houses and the church, etc., and the sentiments as well. 373547, it's a £17 saving, which is the equivalent, really, when you think about this, is buying the whole kit that you're getting in this particular set, and it's almost like getting 2 of those stamp sets then, for free, basically, when they're running about just shy of £9 each on those. And then you break that down to your flexi, so you're only looking for your first payment of just £22.46, and if you pay that out, you've got all this at your disposal, of course, to work with, and everything else is brilliant saving, $44.91 in total, which is a phenomenal deal for you. Right, good luck getting that into your basket as well. I feel today's going to be a very busy day. It started very early on, and it's never stopped as well. So, Lou, over to you. What are we looking at to start with here?
Well, I got to start with the baubles.
Right, good.
I had to start with the baubles. Right, so what I want to do is wipe off the glitter from it last night. I want to create, using the baubles, and create little scenes, she says, in there. That's my plan in my head. I'm just going to move my pens out of the way.
I should say, by the way, Lou was in here first thing this morning when I was presenting the first hour from 7 o'clock this morning. I looked across the studio and Lou was already here working away as well and carrying on, which just goes to show again, you obviously enjoy working with this particular set, Lou.
Oh, I do. It's great. I think there is so much versatility. I love the loose line art of it. If you wanted to actually add your own, own touch to it, you can do as well. And I think that Nikki's brilliant at making you the designer of what you create,
right,
as well as creating the images.
Can I just ask a question on that? When you talk about line art, because my producer said as well that line art's really on trend. A lot of people talk about this. What is it in its simple? Is it just literally the stamp?
Yeah.
Okay,
it's just that detail there. That's the line art. That's the drawing.
Got you. Right.
From there.
Lovely.
And that is just beautiful as
Yeah.
it is, sort of thing. I mean, if we took away the top there, where the bauble is, you have got a beautiful succession of bubbles.
Yes, I was thinking.
So if you mask that off, so if you were stamping, you would wipe away the ink where that bit there. You have then got all the bauble. I mean, like bubbles.
All the bubbles.
And then with mixing it in with the stencil, create
That's
something
lovely,
else.
yeah.
Now we get these wonderful set of lines. So you could use them to create borders around your pages if that's what you want them to do. I just want them to create, so my bauble is going that way. Look, I'm getting black smudges already. I'm dreadful with black ink. So I just want to create, I want to mask that off. Now I must admit, when I get my stamps, one of the first things I do is create masks, just to have it.
Yeah.
So I just want a line, let's have a think. I'm going to put that one there. And I'm going to then do exactly the same again.
It's just a case of building up each one.
Now, if you didn't want to stamp those in, you could doodle your own. It's, your choice where you want to do. And then
See, that looks lovely. That looks great, doesn't it?
And no, and it's just from doing those, 2 baubles. As I said, the baubles are absolutely wonderful. And then what I thought would be really nice is to create some different scenes within the baubles.
Right.
So we've got this really, really cute candle. So I thought we could have the candle there. And we also get a set, we get lots of different types of holly leaves, but we get a smaller set, which I thought, if I put that like that, suddenly
look.
I've got the candle within there.
That's such a simple thing that you've got there as well, but put them together, almost like that when you have a central table decoration, if you were to go with. Yes, I got you.
So then what I want to do is I want to put a present there. Okay, so I'm going to leave that like that because I'm going off in tangent to what to do. So what I want to do now is I just want to colour it up. So I'm just going to do some simple colouring on the inside here. I'm not... my colouring is quick, if that makes sense. I just sit there and I do all the... I'm very envious of people who can put all the... like when you see someone who's put clothing on and they can put all the depth of detail with all the shading. I am very, very envious of that. But I have to be honest and say I have no patience. So I would do half my image would look wonderful and then the other half I would have gone...
Nah, well.
More
of that now.
Yeah. So I just want to do that inside there, and then I'm just going to let that dry, and I'm going to do exactly the same in the other bauble.
What was your sort of background regarding crafting? Well, you talk about different styles here, that that some you like, some you don't like, you haven't patience, but from your interest, just for those that don't know.
Well, I started crafting not long before Nikki had set up Polka Doodles, which is nearly 11 years ago
really?
now.
11?
Yeah. Wow. 2009. And it was just on the off chance. I was probably traditionally, toppers on top of cards and everything like that. And I just got into stamping. And Nikki did a DT call. And it was like... okay, I'll give it a go. I don't know if it's what I want it to be. And luckily it was. And it was from the love of doing the different stamping that I've got from there, sort of thing. Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
But I will actually, myself personally at home, I play with anything.
Right.
Anything and everything. I don't stick to one particular craft, so I will go, so like today I'm stamping, tomorrow I could be bullet journaling or art journaling.
It's creativity in whichever form it you
yeah,
take on.
whatever you know you fancy that day. And I love to do that because I think it stops you, you know, pigeonholing yourself into one area, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So now what I thought would be nice, what I've done is I've taken the bauble and with one of the polka doodle circle dies, I've cut the bauble out again. So I want to create the layering up on top.
I see.
So it looks like you're looking inside the bauble. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does, absolutely.
So I've got that one that's going to go and sit there. So I'll colour that present up. Oh, what colour should we do? Let's do... You know when you just think, oh, there's so many choices. I'm going to go blue. I've been very traditional with my colours, so let's go a little bit of blue. And
So you're looking at these now, really, you just can't help but have a little smile on those.
I know.
And I think what's so nice about that in that respect is because it doesn't seem like it's taking itself too serious. There's a lovely fun element to these because it's maybe the way they're drawn, it's the double lines on some of the images where the love hearts, for example. But when you look at them, it's got a nice... It might sound silly, but sort of a friendly kind of feel about them where you go, it's all right, and gives you a bit of freedom about them.
I think, yeah, definitely. And I think one of the things that Nikki has always achieved is that her images, you can take them to the level that you want to take them to. So if you want to just do simple colouring, you can do simple colouring. If you want to do, you know, things a little bit more complicated, you can do.
Yeah.
So
they're looking great, these.
I've just got them there.
And I know this might sound, again, silly. If I was to do a drawing of that, my line that would have held that bauble in place would just be one straight line. So it's just when you look at that and you go, but even a line can look attractive or different or artistic because that's that thing of practically in my mind when I go, well, there's tension in there, it would have just held straight down, it's a straight line. But when you start then converting it into something that's artistic and creative, just those little coils that you've got in there, the little swirls, for example, adds to, again, that free drawing, free hand,
and it's
simple feel about it, but lovely and
like you said,
honest.
if you're not, if you're not confident, like doing that little swirls and being slightly looser with your colouring, then it can be quite daunting.
Yeah.
Right, so I've got a little extra set of leaves. And one of the things I've always said about Nikki's images is that she tries very, very hard not to make them overly complicated to cut out.
Right.
So you can stamp them simply, or you can actually then go ahead and cut them out without thinking this is going to take me the best part of Christmas to actually get there.
Yeah.
So let's grab. So all I've done is I wanted to show some of the smaller elements as well within the stamp set.
Well, you get loads of the smaller parts.
Especially in that bauble one.
Yes. Yeah.
So I've just got a few more of the presents there.
Yeah, you've got the love hearts, the stars, you've got the holly leaves, you've got the other sized baubles in there. You've actually got merry and bright as a sentiment. You've got the swirls as well to go through that you can use on the baubles. You've also got the bunting that's in there. You've also got the gift that's in there. And again, those smaller ones, if you want to work with those, again, just as Lou was talking about, if you wanted to mask off and not have the top and very bottom. So again, you've got that lovely bubble effect if you wanted to go with those with big bubbles that are being used. But there is so much in there. That's just one of the stamps that you're looking at. You've got, 53 in total. But it's a lovely collection for that. I'm looking across to yours now from the distance, and that looks fun because I can see the distance, the elements that you've got there that are raised up, and they really do lift up the project, don't they?
And I'm just adding now like a little bit of gold inside the centre with a glitter pen. And we can then, you could sit here and colour out all of these little baubles. You can go to town. Nikki's sets as well, which I've always loved, is she always puts smaller elements in, as we've just said there, but they can add to the decoration that you want them, that you can do. So I can carry on building. I've got a lovely little star that we've got to put that in there. So I'll carry on building that, but what I wanted to show as well is the house.
Oh, yeah, great.
So I've got the house there. So if I move that out the way, I haven't added into this one. And then I've cut that element again out. So I can put the little house inside and create my little scene as well.
Oh, I love that.
So you can fill the baubles in lots of different ways.
Yeah.
You don't have to do it from there. So what I want to do is I just want to grab one of those.
Meg was also saying about the baubles again. You know, you're talking about if you took the top and bottom off there, so it could be used as bubbles.
Yeah.
She was saying about again masking off again and making that with the line that you've got. You've got lovely balloons waiting to be had as well. There,
oh yeah.
Going up. Pocket watch as well. I'll tell you, the ideas are flowing this morning. They'll stop being created by 8:30, but at the moment the gallery is on fire.
No,
at the
I'm
moment.
loving all of those.
I know.
I think they're brilliant. And I'm just taking some of the other elements, and I'm just want to add a few there. We've got a lovely. It says where? Oh, there it is. You know when you go, there it is. Where is it? And you could carry on building this.
Right.
Keep going and going and going. Sometimes I'm dreadful for knowing when to stop.
I don't think that's just unique for yourself on that one. Lots of people that I stand next to and watch as they create go, I could be done. Like Leonie, for example. No names mentioned, but Leonie, I'm done there. I'll leave that there. I'm done. Well, just one more little. He's got to be there. Found this stamp.
Yeah.
It's great though, isn't it? But sometimes, like you say, it must be very hard because you go, but there's that. I could use that.
I know. You see something else and you go, like I'm doing now. I just think, there it is. You go. It's adding all the different things that you can have on, and all I'm doing is I'm using my pens. You could use colour inks because I've watercoloured as such like that, and I can sit here and I can add. Just to tie in some of the colours.
Yeah.
But I haven't added a sentiment as yet either, and I don't think, with cards sometimes like this, you actually need a sentiment. I think they're obvious what they are.
Yeah, that one.
So
congratulations on your wedding, that says to me, straight away.
But I just wanted to show a different way of using the baubles and not just colouring them as a lovely idea, a bauble. So it's a total contrast. So I could have added, if I wanted to, so if we put that there, I could have added a third one in, and that was when I could have put the house in.
Yes, got you.
But I was trying to embrace a little bit of the white space, which I'm not known for.
Well, no.
I'm being honest.
Lovely.
But I could actually, now seeing that, I might actually do that after the show and add that in as a third part. But it's all those little stamps here.
Yes, it is.
Expand.
I think that's it, isn't it?
Expand, sort of. But think about all the small elements you've got in there and how you can use a bauble. You don't have to do this outer edge if you didn't want to, but I just wanted to do a little bit of layering.
Yes.
Within it that way. So
no, I think that's lovely, very bright, very colourful, and again, it's a little elements. One of those pieces, again, you might think it's simple, in this case 3 baubles, but it's when you start looking at the detail, like the stars, like the fizz that's coming off of them as well, then it starts to be magic.
Yeah, and you've got the also smaller baubles. If I wanted to, I could have carried on the lines and had a little bauble dropping down as well.
Going through as well.
Yeah.
Lovely demonstration, Lou. Thank you very much indeed. We'll come straight back to Lou. Just want to give you a bit of an update of where we are, of course, with the one day, because now a third of the stock, and as I said, it is a lot of stock for this, and now a third of this stock has gone individually. If you've been taken by the stencils, if you've been taken even just by the bauble set that you're looking at there as well, and those particular stamps by Lou, they have gone, they've sold out individually now. The only way to get them is to go for this, but that's not a hardship, is it, when you think about what you're going to be having at your disposal after all of that. 53 stamps. You've got your 6x6 paper pack as well, so there's 6 different designs, 4 of each of those. Then on top of that, you've also got your 4 stencils, and this comes with in fact, that's where your saving is as well. For those that want it individually, absolutely great if they got what they needed from these ones, but you're getting £17 saving. That's not to be sniffed at. It's the equivalent of getting 2 of those stamp sets as well for free, really, because they're just shy of £9 each of those for each one of those sets individually. So then put that with your flexi-buy, which means now for just £22.46 as your first of those 2 payments, you can get this delivered to you directly and start work on this. 373-547. Which one are you taken by most of all out of this? Are you going to take the inspiration maybe of balloons or bubbles for that? Is this going to be for Christine, with regarding to those lovely little churches and those details? Those elements, again, could be used for all sorts of your projects as well. And those matched in, again, with the papers that you've got and the look. really lovely, lovely set for your one-day special. I'm not surprised, really, that a third of the stock has already gone. A few more live shows to go today, but I'd get it while we do have it. It is lovely, 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 that. 373-547. Now, we've also got some other items for you as well, which will work really, really nicely as well. I'm sure you're going to enjoy coming up what we've got here for you, which is a really fantastic, fun element here. When we talk about the Gnome Much Fun, the paper bundle that you've got here, which is brilliant. Now, that will give you 35 sheets that look in here of your A4. You've got your toppers in here, which are great. You've got your tags, of course, that you can use. You've got the fabulous sentiments, and you can work with these for your gift boxes. So these are absolutely brilliant. You can't help but smile with these. So I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to show you to start with here the details, because you'll see that, again, there's a lot of lovely ideas on this that are going to marry up with everything you've just seen working through. For example, the bauble in here, you've got the gorgeous church, for example, that will work for these. And these are lovely, lovely, lovely images, lovely and colourful, again, that will work with this. You've also got your Merry Christmas on here that will work with your sort of a festive detail greetings, and really, really beautiful. But I also want to show here, because I just think these are brilliant, aren't they? I love these with the little gnomes. And you've also got the little holly wreaths and little details on here with the little holly leaves. You've got your tags that would work, and also you've got your merry and bright and all the other little accents that you could work with. They are beautiful. Now, I can't show that on the board, but if I can show you also on the underside that they are backed as well. So you will get your different backings that will work on this. Lou, are you okay just to comment on this, for example?
Yes,
because you were saying about if you wanted to work with this, and you could also work on the other side.
Yeah. So Nikki's done it so it's double-sided. So when you cut your images out, so like where you've got the gnomes, you're not looking at white card now. You've got actual, you know, coloured background. Also the same with when you've got the box template.
Right.
You can work on the white side, and because we've got so many side panels included in the kit that you can decorate. That's on the sheet with got all the little tags on.
Right.
Or you can actually work on the reverse, which has got all the lovely little hearts and everything like that.
I was going to show one of the little boxes here that we've got. I just think these are brilliant.
Aren't they just adorable? But, I mean, if you want to be a really frugal crafter, you don't have to have the gnome both sides if you don't want to. You could just have it one side, sort of thing. So you've got lots of different ways of actually using it, sort of. So, I mean, I filled them with chocolates.
Yes, I noticed, but they might not be filled with chocolates by the end of the show, though, Lou. Just wanted to let you know.
That's fine. I think everybody needs a chocolate.
Of course.
But so you could leave them as is. Now, the extra bonus with this is Nikki has kindly given. Once you check out, you go back into your account, and if you have an electronic machine, like a Cricut or a Silhouette, for example, or any others out there, she's got a download now for free SVG files. So you can actually download them, put them into your electronic machine, and they will cut these sheets out for you.
Ah, that's brilliant.
So you can actually do that, and you can then save it to your machine. So that was just an extra bonus for people out there who like to use their electronic machines. Now, saying that doesn't mean these are hard to cut out in any way, shape or form.
No, but it's nice to know that you've got the option again to work with if you to go for that. And again, that's free, that you'll get a chance to. So once you go to your order summary page on the My Account section, and you'll see this says a download button there under the product of your order summary as well. And basically, just select on that button, and your download will then begin, of course, which is brilliant. So you can actually download your prints and your whole cut kit. That's all part of that. 572062 is your item number that you'll need for this. 35 sheets again of your A4 toppers, tags, sentiments, and the gift box. Got also on top of that, and not only are you getting that free regarding that, you've also got £7 off on the price on here as well. So that brings all of that down. Great opportunity for you for just £22.99. So there's a huge amount there really in that bundle for that great price as well. Please do take advantage of those ones. Again, they're not hard to cut out themselves, just as Lou was saying, but to have that option to work with, brilliant opportunity as well to do so. Let's all move on as well. We've got for you here This is a Jingle Bell Joy Christmas stamp collection here, and again, tell you what, you are getting so many stamps when you get with polka doodles. This is lovely. 52 stamps here we are looking at here, which is brilliant. Or if you're a Freedom member, by the way, and don't forget if you're taking advantage of the Freedom offer that was given away with the Wow Weekend Wow, of course, so you could take advantage of those. How about this one? This has now got a £21.59 saving on this. It's a £32.35. So here, that includes your postage and packaging. So why not become a member? Why not go for this one with that offer? Because it's absolutely phenomenal. And again, if you're loving the stamps that you can see in the one-day special, you can see already, I'm sure, how this is going to work so nicely with those, with extra details of the holly. They've all got that lovely freehand continual line drawing on here. Again, you've got more of the stars. You've got the lovely holly again that's working in here, which is look absolutely beautiful. And again, if I just show you, I've got a couple here that are worth getting a lot. Oh, love! Look at that! Is that not the cutest little reindeer there? You just see there. That is fabulous there. But there's a real fun element again to these with regards to the images that you're seeing. They look fabulous together. What's your initial thoughts when you saw these?
I love these. I mean, the snowman. I've fallen in love with the snowman. But I love the way that tree's been layered up.
Yeah.
You know, it's taking that one tree, stamping it, adding detail inside it, and then just cutting it up and placing it in a different way. I think
that is great.
So you can make what looks like a smaller tree. Now you've extended it.
Yes.
But
yeah.
it's got that lovely whimsicalness.
It
to
is.
It as well.
Yeah, that's the word. It is.
Yeah.
Certainly that is, isn't it?
And,
it's
and
lovely.
he's adorable, isn't
yeah.
he?
Oh wow. Look.
He's absolutely adorable. I think he's crying out to be cut out and sit within the baubles of the one-day special.
Oh, yeah, that's a nice idea. That's a lovely idea. But again, it's that whole feel of the drawing. There's a lovely...
But again there, when you think about it, that is an inky background with a stencil and then just the stamp on top. So if that's how you like to create your backgrounds, you know, like making inky backgrounds, the stamps work perfectly for that. And that's what I think Nikki does really well. She manages to create images, and it doesn't matter what level of craft you are or what type of craft you are.
No, absolutely.
Look at that snowman.
Yeah, I know. How happy does our snowman look there?
He's just adorable. But and then you get the hat separately, and then depending, you know, like again, if you want to use inks and you want to do it in totally different ways, you can take. That's the poinsettia.
That's lovely, isn't it?
But I mean, if you took away the holly leaves with the colours on that, it's not necessarily a poinsettia.
No, it doesn't have to be. Again, no, not at all. But again, what lovely is to see from this side. I've got one more here as well to sort of just add on to that. That you can get a very different feel again. From the same set here and how you work with it. Oh, I've got it upside down. Sorry about that. Looking at it, I wanted to go, why doesn't that look right? There we go. But just really beautiful. Again, how just the different tools that you work with. It's different,
yeah, because that's all inked and blended out, and it looks like it's spritzed with water, and then all the other elements added on top. So you can use them traditionally and make clean and simple cards, which just like use one element on a white background. I mean, look at that. I mean, that's take the Christmas away. And that you could probably get away with, because if you just change the leaf, if you took cut the leaves slightly and made them rounded instead of pointed,
that's true. Yeah, of course.
You've actually got a flower design there just by that colour choice. I think that's wonderful.
I love that. Again, so many different options. I just want to show this just because I love the fact that he's just got his cheeky little head just sticking out from behind there, really.
But if you open the whole of that card up, Jen has actually stamped that front and back, so you could actually open. You've got a total scene.
Oh, look.
So you can take it in a totally different direction again.
That's great, isn't it?
And just him popping out there, I think is absolutely perfectly.
That's lovely. 634928 again for your Freedom members. Look at that, 32.35, including your post and packaging. £35.94 is your fantastic deal you're looking at here, with an £18 saving on here if you want to go and you're not a Freedom member. But if not, why not? For that deal, definitely worth having a look at to welcome you. Only $5.97, of course, per month, but you're looking at with unlimited free P&P. Right, last but not least, we've got the Magical Christmas, the A4 Topper collection here. That'll give you 36 sheets here. Brilliant. There's so many savings on the show for you here. £12 saving here for you, down to $17.99 right now. 36 sheets. I'm sure you'll find space and time and opportunities to use all of those in there, of course, for all your fantastic toppers for any of your projects. 370687 that we have for you. We've also got the launch of our brand new 7-day savers, of course, going for you. Now, if you want to go with this one, which is the Happy Storage case here, you've got 2 options you can go for as well. These are your stripes, which is lovely. And again, you can see all the details on the inside of that, looking great. And you get also $19.99. And that one makes you feel happy. It's because that's what it's called. It is your Happy for your case you're looking at here. £7 saving. We are looking at dispatch on the 29th of September. So you can choose from the both options, Happy and Stripes, 599954. Now, also for your papers, if you're looking for your papers to add for your projects, of course, we've also got some lovely assorted colours for you here. These are 25 by 35, and these are 130 GSM. In total, you're looking at 150 sheets on there. Great price. Look at that, down from nearly £19 to £10.99. So 228416. Dispatch for these on the 28th of September for you. 228416. Dispatched on the 28th of September. Right, we've got, what we got here, about 15 minutes left, Lou.
Oh,
is that all right?
Yes, we'll try. Well, because I don't mind finishing in between shows, as you see.
No, I'm sorry, and I can vouch for that. Working away.
Right, now this is, we thought we'd have a go with the gnomes. I think they're adorable. And so this is our box template that we've got here. And I know it looks very faint here, but Nikki's done that deliberately. So if you want to use the white side, you haven't got those deep lines showing. And on the sheet here, we've got different sides, we've got sentiments, we've got tags. So cutting that topper out there fits inside that panel there. So if I wanted to use the white side, I've got another panel that can sit there. And then if I really wanted to, I can add that one back on top.
Oh, yeah.
So,
nice.
you know, you can carry on. But I'm going to bring in the tag sheet now. So we've got this huge amount of tags here we can use. But these are all different side panels if you want to use them that way.
Right.
So I've just cut 1 or 2 out. And they fit within there as well. So you've got lots of different options when it comes to decorating your box. So if I move them out of the way. But on the reverse, you've got the decorated pattern paper. So you've got choices there. You can actually use it colour side and then keep your decoration minimal, or you can use it the white side. I mean, to me, the white side is crying out to give to children to decorate their own way, let them doodle, let them paint.
Yeah, of course.
Because this is a substantial board that it's working on. So you could actually, because obviously children can get a little bit carried away, can't they, with
That's true.
their colouring and painting. So I have gone ahead and I have cut some of the things out, because it is a simple, straightforward box pattern. But I just wanted to say that there are certain things that have always bugged me. It's like when I start cutting here, so if I get my scissors into here, you then have to turn to try and go back up on yourself.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to give a few tips. So what I normally do is I'm actually going to score all the score lines. And there's not that many to do. So line it up. So I'm just going to score those. I'll turn around and down there. It's marked on the box where to score, where to cut. So the solid lines are your cutting lines. The dashed lines are your scored lines.
So nice and simple instructions to follow. And
yeah, lovely, straightforward. I can cope with that.
yeah, I like straightforward.
I like logical as well, you know, because I am dreadful for all good intentions to read an instruction, and then I don't.
Wow.
If I'm being 100% honest, you know, you think, oh, I can do that, that's fine.
Well,
it
I've
looks
done that many a time.
obvious.
I agree. You do. And then you reluctantly have to go, oh, what does the instructions say? You have to go back to the end.
I know. And then you just go, "Urgh." So I'm just going to fold this one up here, and then that's part of the tab. So now if I've got this folded and I hold it like this, to now cut that little bit of tab off.
Oh, there we go, yeah.
It's easier because I haven't got the whole bulk of the card there. So I can cut that bit down, and if I fold this tab in, and I can hold that. I mean, by all means, if you're more adept with a craft knife, I wouldn't come on air with a craft knife because I don't trust myself.
All right, you prefer the scissors?
Yeah, if I'm being honest. So now if I fold this little bit here and hold it, I can get into these. So you don't have to worry about getting into all the different areas.
No.
And then, because I think it is frustrating, you sit there and go, and then I'm just going to cut down this way.
But again, if you're going to go for the print and cut kit,
Oh, I know, and you've got
download that. It's there.
it's all there for you. So I can cut that little bit away there. So if I just do that there. But it's all tips that I've learned over the years that people have shown me. And when someone shows you, you actually go, oh.
Yeah.
You know,
Why didn't I think
why
of that?
didn't I think of yeah, and you just sit there and... But it's also, when you get shown different tips, it's I can't remember when I was shown this. It must be a fair while ago. But it's actually stayed with me.
Right.
So I've not lost that idea that it works.
Yeah.
So why not
No, exactly.
do it? So
And that's what's lovely. That's what one of the great things as well about Hochanda is there were so many tips daily, and sometimes you go, oh, I must remember that one, and then you forget to use it sometimes, and then you see like someone else sort of demonstrating using a similar one, and it sparks it back up again. But it's nice. It's all about sharing, isn't it? Ideas and living and learning and sharing, passing it on.
So that's my actual box template. Let's move my scissors out of the way for the moment. So I can actually have it that side, or I can have it white. I'm going to go for the coloured side because I want to do the coloured side.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not going to put any panels on mine at the moment because I haven't decided what I want to use. I'm going to be honest and say it's going to be one of those situations, do as I say, not as I do. If you were going to decorate, I would, while the box is like this, I would grab my panels...
Right, well, it's all...
And decorate now, because it's easier. When you get a box that's made, yes, you can still put them on, but it's not quite as easy.
Right.
If that makes...
It does make sense,
yeah?
absolutely, yes, yeah,
So,
we're doing that.
now, I'm going to use wet glue. You can use tape, you can do whatever you are going to do, but I'm going to do one thing that I've just forgotten. Now, it's going to be really tricky to show, but on the template here, there is a little mark line.
Oh, yes, yeah, we got that, yeah.
Yep. And that is for the tab here
to
sit in. Now, you could cut all of that away if you wanted to. You don't have to have the whole of it there, and the tab can then sit in that way. It's working out what works for you, the easiest way that works for you.
Yes.
So, I'm putting mine together very quickly, but it doesn't take long. I'm just going to put that
This
side.
is one of those jobs I might be able to use with the children to keep them quiet for a couple of days. If I just say, can you just hold that and keep that bonded together while that sticks together? I started that on Monday. Come Thursday. Is it dry yet, Daddy? Not yet.
Not
just
yet,
a couple
not
more
yet.
days.
It's actually
4.5 months I got away with that one once.
It's actually a great project, this, for children, because it's achievable.
That's true, yeah.
If we're going to be talking like teaching children here, I mean, we have just made, if we're going mathematical, the net of a cube.
Oh, well, yeah, cool, yes, absolutely.
So you've made a fun way of showing nets
That's true.
and 3D shapes, but they've actually got something to show for it
Show
at the end
for
of
it
it.
at the end.
Sorry.
No, it's good. It's great, because it is... I mean, I wonder as well, through the times that we've had in lockdown and, homeschooling and all of those things that have gone on, that idea of just engaging. We have spent a lot more time with either children or grandchildren if we're in bubble together, etc. That just things like this that are different and fun, and again they're learning from doing it, but
Yeah,
also
it
it's
is.
creative, isn't it? It's,
When you get things like this, it's actually being able to say to children, they're going to make something, but you can make this a maths lesson because you've got a 3D shape.
Yeah.
That's a face, that's an edge, that's a corner or
Of course,
a vertex.
yeah, working with it.
You can actually make, if you have to teach them at home, it more fun.
but yes, true.
So you've got the little
all in favour of
tiny
that.
little slit there, and your tab would go in there. I want to leave mine open for the moment. So what I thought would be nice, I've done obviously some already, and
We've got just under 5 minutes.
I will.
Just so you know.
So what I would like to do is, I'll do it this way so you can see. I wanted to put 3 boxes. So I've got one here, and I've got my other box sitting here, and then I could bring my characters in. So I've now got like a little trio of characters working together. So you don't have to do them as individual boxes. You could make them a whole parade. she says. So I'm just going to stick this down here, and I want to put them on there. Now, I mean, she's adorable. Isn't she? She's absolutely adorable. I mean, I won't do it now, but her nose is crying out for something like a glossy accent.
I think so.
Isn't it? But you've got 4 different characters within the collection. I'm going to put, let me see, I want that to open that on the side. Now, I'm thinking of different ways of doing this. So I want these to open in different directions because I'm using all the gnomes in different ways. So you can play. And this is when we were saying that the back is coloured. So you whatever way you look at it...
It's pretty to look at as well. There's something to look at.
It's not just white.
No, no.
And then you sit there and think, oh, how can I disguise that? So I've got 2 there, and then I thought for the last one, because we've got this character as well, we've got to have a Santa one.
Yes, we have. Well, these are great little gift ideas. If you're going to put, like you say, could be chocolates, could be sweets, could be something a little bit more expensive. You might want to pop in there as a nice present.
I also think these would actually look really, really cute. You know, on the Christmas table.
Ah, yes, yeah.
I know we have crackers, but you know, you could put little
treats in.
Little treats
something in there for them, yeah.
So I've got my little boxes, and I'm just planning it in my head.
You could put people's names on, like a nice little gift with a little name plate.
Well, you get in the whole of that, we've got so many little tags.
Yes, yeah.
You could actually do that, and I think that's a lovely idea. You could personalise it.
Yeah.
To the individual that you're giving it to. So I'm just going to stick that down there. I've got one there.
If you're in a bubble still by then of 6 people or less, what we can do is 5 of them could have a treat in, and one of them could be a little note saying you're doing the washing up.
Oh,
it could be Russian roulette with a treat.
Well, mine would just go, that's fine, I'm just going to load the dishwasher.
No roulette.
No roulette. So, but in the boxes we've got there, Nikki very generously had decorated hers front and back. I'm going to be a little bit tighter and just...
Yeah, she has. She's gone all out, so that we can see here with the front and the back, or is that the front and the back? Who knows?
But you could do 2 characters. Who's to say you have to use the same character on both sides?
Yeah, that's true, of course.
So if you were trying to make an advent box, if you put a different character on each side, you can then use one box twice.
Yeah, of course you could. Yes, yeah, absolutely.
So. Because we get so many different sheets, so you can do it that way. So I just wanted to create mine like that. And now what I thought would be nice, I know we haven't got time, I've just taken some, like, cotton wool pads. And I want to rip them up a little bit. I was just looking at the wadding over there thinking, actually, that would be superb. Sort of thing. And I'm just going to rip that up. And all I wanted to do was just add... a little bit of fake snow in here and gather it up.
That's a good use of one like that, isn't it? I haven't thought about that before.
Along there. I mean, I would go in and layer it up a lot more.
Yeah, of
I'm
course,
just doing it quickly. So we can do there. And I can put a little bit more here. I mean, if you've got the cotton wool ball, you could use those as well. And I would carry on building that
just build up, build up.
Build up and up and up and up. And then I would drizzle some glue on the top and put some glitter.
Oh,
so you could create the whole of your scene. So I would carry on building up and up. But then I've got my boxes.
That's a lovely idea, that.
But I wanted my boxes to all open in different directions.
Ways. Yeah.
But I could, if I wanted to, I could still now put characters, so I could have 5. And still cover with snow. So I've still got characters that I could put everywhere else. And I can, if I cut the sides down of a character, I've got another character there.
I think that's great.
But it was just to...
Nice to see the ideas that they can go together. Yeah, nice
something
and simple.
different. But I mean, I'll carry on adding all the snow around it. And then if you put like the tissue paper and some other bits in there, because we've got like different things, like we've got the from, so we can add little tags in. We've even get little bits like holly. So I could actually sit there and put a little piece of holly on the hat.
And there's, again, lots of little quirks on these.
Yeah, loads and loads
fabulous.
and loads of little quirks.
I love that. That's a lovely demo. Thank you very much, Number. So gorgeous that. If you're inspired by those or anything, thinking ahead of how could do this, then you could go for that bundle, 572062, just £22.99 only. Absolutely fantastic opportunity. And don't forget, of course, you've got your one-day special, which has got so many of those wonderful stamps stamps in there, 53. You've got your 6x6 paper pack and your 4 stencils. Remember, pretty much everything on that individually has sold out. Only way to get any of those now is in that whole collection. 373547. Lou, thank you so much indeed. Lovely to be with you. You're back again at 12. Is that right? 12 o'clock
yes.
with more lovely demonstrators as well. It's always lovely to share a show with you as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you.
I did as well. Thank you very much indeed. Hope you've enjoyed your morning so far with Lou and all the other fantastic demonstrators. We've got even more coming up on the other side of this. Get yourself a brew. See you in a sec. So get ready, everybody. Catherine is in the building now to take you through with Rachel's of Greenfields. Then we've got John next door to be here with Crafts 2. 21st birthday weekend carries on. And then we've got your daisy chain designs with even more.
Hi, I'm Bev. Hi, I'm Sam, and we're from Be Crafty. Be Crafty is a family-run company. Sam is my sister, and we love bringing brand new products to Hochanda. We manufacture and design all our own ranges of stamps, inkables, MDF, lots and lots of inspiration that we love to bring and share with you.
If you tune in to Hochanda to join us, you'll see that mine and Bev's style are totally different. But what that does is it brings you lots of styles and techniques that you can include in your crafting too.
Our ranges are increasing all the time with the lovely hand-drawn images that Sam and myself are trying to bring to you, plus the fantastic new designs that we like to bring in the inkables, in the dinkables and the MDF as well, so you can use them across all different sorts of crafts and bring the best we can to Hochanda too. So make sure you don't miss the Be Crafty shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp here in the UK. Teamwork makes the dream work, and at Clarity we are designers and manufacturers of, dare I say, beautiful, top quality and award-winning craft products. We are home to the very first, the original transparent art stamp. We hand make them here in Kent, and our talented illustrators are always coming up with new original concepts and wonderful artwork. In addition, we design and manufacture top quality stencils and masks. In fact, we also make precision cut reusable masks for our stamps. Since January 2017, we are also the new owners of Pergamano International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best products here on Hochanda and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you, our Hochanda friends. So if you would like to learn more about Clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, here on Hochanda for ideas and inspiration.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, newsletters, competitions and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888, and join Hochanda Freedom today.
Hello, a very good morning to you. Yes, kicking my day off today again with a big smile on my face because, of course, I've got a fantastic guest, as always, to work with here at Hochanda. I'm going to say a very good morning to our wonderful Sue. So, now, for anybody who's confused, because we can't see daisy chains on the title here, we've got a different name.
I'm under a different disguise today.
Tell us about Rachel Greenfield.
Well, Rachel is a very, and her husband Kenny, are very dear friends of ours, and I'm going to explain in quite a lot of detail how I know them properly in a little while. But they're an American company that I have dealt with from the beginning of starting my own company, actually, back in 2000. And they are wonderful kits, and I was very lucky in that she asked me earlier in the year if I would demonstrate for her, as obviously they're in America and can't come over here. So I'm absolutely delighted to be here. It's really lovely, isn't
how
it?
Lovely. It is lovely, and I've got to say these kits are absolutely gorgeous as well. I did say to Sue beforehand, I really like these because I know we have kind of different types of craft, and there's a lot of people that love soft crafting but maybe don't have a sewing machine, and I think it's nice to find something that everybody can pick up and have a go at. So if you're not into your soft crafting but you'd like to be, just hold on, because have a look at these. Let's have a look what we've got on offer. Of course, new today. Now, the first details we've got for you, we've got different variations, different options. So these are your Christmas ornament kits. Now, you can make 6 individual ornaments out of each kit. Now, I'm going to show you the different designs on this one. We have got different options again. How sweet are these? So you don't need a sewing machine, do you? We can see you're sat there with no sewing machine whatsoever.
They are perfect hand projects, and that's really what Rachel specialises in, is handwork, and literally from the beginning to the very end. And these are absolutely fantastic because you don't need any sewing machine at all with this. Just some sewing thread, but the kit otherwise gives you everything that you need, which is what I think makes them so appealing.
And we do get some threads with them, but if you need any extras, obviously the majority of the kit is all here. Of course, you're going to get the full instructions as well. This particular one is called Warm Feet. I love the titles as well.
They're lovely, aren't they? They're really nice. And her instructions are fantastic. Now, Rachel has been in the business, I believe, for a number of years. I can't put my actual finger on how many, but it's certainly well over 20.
Oh, wow.
And her instructions are beautiful because, you know, like Gail and Sue, you know, we all sew for a living, we all also make things for a living, so writing instructions is really important and being able to get that information conveyed over. But these are lovely, and I think once you've done one set you will want to carry on and make lots more because they are really charming.
Definitely, and I can see when it comes to the felt, this is superb quality.
It's really good. It's a wool felt. It's a really, really beautiful wool felt blend, perfect for hand stitching through, and it's strong, and the colours are lovely and soft, and it just sort of, I just love them. I really do.
Do you know what I like about this as well? So, I mean, we've got some lovely detail. If I just pick this one up again, you can see probably when I did show the instructions there, you can see how to do the stitching there as well. But if you are a little bit more experienced with your soft crafting, your sewing, your stitching, you could add more stitching, you can elaborate on things, maybe add little bells and beads in and things like that as well.
Absolutely. A few sequins, a few little buttons, a few little beads. You could really personalise it much more from your stash if you wanted to, and just really go to town with it, couldn't you?
Wonderful. Well, that's the first one. That's Warm Feet. So let's see what else we've got for you. Same item number, different options. Now, this is lovely. Oh, I love the colours of these as well. Now, let's have a look at the next set. This is the charcoal mittens, and you can see why it's called charcoal, that lovely grey felt there. We've got the most adorable characters here as well, with the snowman and the deer, but then we've got Noel, we've got the little Christmas tree as well. How sweet are these? Now, these can go either left or right as well, so you can face the thumbs of the mittens whichever way you want. Lovely, lovely. Oh, look, we've got the partridge in the pear tree there as well. And, of course, the car with the Christmas tree on the top there. Lovely. Again, same price. Look at this, all for £20 or just a penny under £20. That's all you're paying. You're getting that lovely wool felt in there, the instructions, enough to make 6 projects. You know, you could personalise these as well. You could gift these. These are going to be little items that you're going to bring out year after year if you're creating for yourself as well. So that's the second option. Let's have a look at the next one. We're staying with the mittens for this one. We've got different colour options here, though. This is warm hands for you. Love the colours here as well, Sue.
They're very nice again. They're sort of slightly more softer colour than the charcoal. And again, 6 different designs. What I will just also say, Catherine, is sorry, for anyone who hasn't realised as well, is there are 2 pieces of fabric or felt in there. So they are actually little pockets. And they were designed to actually put little treats in there, or, you know, a coin or a little sweet. So if you wanted to hang them on the tree as a little extra, you know, treat for children, or for not such small children, then they are absolutely ideal for that. And I think, you know, again, they're versatile, and also personalise them if you wanted to as well, couldn't you? And put the person's name on them.
You could sew the year on as well, the year they were made. I'm thinking as well they would look really nice with place settings on a plate, maybe with chocolates in, or even tuck your knife and fork in there as well and gift them that way.
Yeah, that's a really lovely idea. Yeah, put all your knives and forks and spoon in there and just have it to one side, and that could be a little personalised gift. So, you know, sometimes people put presents on the table, don't they, for your family?
I think it makes the Christmas table to have a little gift like that. I absolutely adore these. So there we've got warm hands. We've got one more option for you. So let's have a look at the next one. We've got our Christmas critters here. Now, Sue did say beforehand, she said, I think this is going to be the most popular, and I did agree actually, and actually I've just heard word that this is the most popular so far. We do have our Christmas critters here, and this is a lovely set because you've got the mittens and the little boots as well. You've got the mixture there, which is gorgeous. So let me just show you all those critters. Oh sweet, look at the little baby deer there.
I love it. And Rachel, because obviously, you know, some of the animals, you know, we don't translate across the Atlantic, particularly with birds, but what's really lovely is all of these animals, you know, recognisable in the USA, but also, I know we don't have bears in the UK, but apart from that, you know, you've got rabbit and squirrel, you've got your hedgehog, you've got your fox, and I just think, you know, they're just I love them. When they're one of their newest kits. So when I was lucky enough to go to Houston last year and see them for the first time in the flesh, so as to speak, and I knew they'd be really popular. I knew that everyone would love them, and they are my. I know we shouldn't have favourites, but that is my favourite.
These are absolutely stunning, aren't they? And what a great price point as well. Well, there you've got all the 4 options there, 953 367. Dispatch date from the 21st of September because they are coming from America, of course. Can I ask you, Sue, where is Rachel? Where's she based in the United States?
That's a very good question. She actually and her husband live in the most beautiful part of America. It's Lancaster County, which, for anybody who may be not familiar with that part of America, it's in the sort of the eastern side. Pennsylvania is the state. And where they live, Lancaster County, is famous for the Amish community, and we were lucky enough to visit them a few years ago. We had a holiday and we met up with them, and they took us to their home, and then they took us around Lancaster County.
Look at this!
It's amazing, and that is an Amish a buggy, so they don't use any form of mechanical transport at all. The Amish community, they rely on horse and buggy.
Oh, wow. Look at the buildings.
And they're very traditional. The buggies, they're extremely expensive, I believe, as well to buy, and their horses are beautiful. And actually, I was thinking about this today, and I was thinking, you know, as a community, they must be really suffering at the moment in this situation, because naturally, as a community, they work together. They have large families, they meet, they don't have a church, but they meet in each other's houses to have prayer. And so again, it's very much a community-based community, and it must be really hard for them at the moment. Rachel and Kenny aren't Amish. I will just sort of mention that. They you know, have a, you know, they live like you and I, you know, they don't wear special clothes or anything like that, but they do live in this beautiful part of the country, which is just stunning.
Well, you can see that just from those 3 photographs there. Do you know, and a lovely story behind these as well. Do you know, I've had another idea as well, so just while we're on these kits, because There are 6 individual ornaments in each kit.
There are.
And you mentioned having the little pocket there as well, and obviously you've got the front and the back. I'm just thinking if you wanted to, rather than use both pieces of felt, use a different fabric on the back, go for 2 kits. That would mean that you can get, instead of 6 out of one kit, you could actually get 12. If you go for 2 kits, that would be 24 individual ornaments. These would make great advent pockets.
They would.
You could string them onto a line, a little peg line, maybe hang them on the tree. You could personalise and put numbers on. You could maybe go for one of the boots, one of the mittens, and alternate those.
It would be lovely,
That'd be
wouldn't
lovely,
it? That would
wouldn't
be a
it?
really, as you say, if you put your own, because there's enough in the kit to make a set of whichever 6 you make. But as you say, if you're prepared to put a different fabric or your own felt on the back, go for a couple of kits. Yes, it would be fantastic. You could have a whole little string of them hanging up like a little garland, couldn't you? And that would be really nice as well.
I just love anything that you can create and then bring out year after year, and maybe hand down through the family as well. Now, we do have more for you, so we'll have a look at the next item, but we will see, of course, more of those kits throughout the hour. Now, the next one, we've got a lovely, lovely wall hanging here. Now, look at this. I'm just going to pick this up so you can see this. It's a little bit different to the ornaments, of course. This is Frosty and Friend. That adorable little dog at the bottom there, look. I don't know, they're just welcoming each other, you know, holding hands or saying hello. They've just met in the forest. I'll turn that round so you can see how this has been stitched. Isn't that so lovely? And again, Sue, you've got a whole kit here. So the wadding and the fabrics included, there's some threads in there as well, and of course the full instructions.
There are, it's a complete kit, and again, for the money, I think they're excellent value, because as we said, they include the backing calico, there's the binding strip in there for you to make. Now, what I also think is this is a complete project for you to experience all different aspects of patchwork and quilting. So you've got the basic piecing of the background fabric, which Mr. Frosty is on. You've then got the applique, which is obviously the snowman, the tree, the doggy, you know, all of the aspects that go with it. You then put the whole wall hanging together, and then you can have a go at quilting by hand. So, and then finish it off with a binding. So, if you wanted to have a go at patchwork, or you've never had a dip your toe in the sort of water before to do it, you can try all the different techniques that, you know, embodies patchwork and quilting in one little project. And I think, you know, they're a really lovely starter kit. But I also used to sell a lot of them when I used to do quilt shows, back when we could, to people that also had a lot of experience, because sometimes it's just nice to have a kit. You know, you pick it up, you know, you haven't got to think about going and searching out for everything. It's all there, it all works, it all coordinates, and you can start sewing.
And definitely for, you know, when it's seasonal items as well, that you want something fairly quick that you can, again, put away and bring out. I love the little berries there that have been stitched into the tree as well. And I think you probably noticed as I went through the instructions, you could see the pattern pieces, the templates inside there, and they are true to size, aren't they, as well?
Yes, all the right size, so you don't have to mess around with anything like that.
Lovely. Do love that. And again, look at the price, $26.99. Amazing prices on these, 917-555. Now, we've got one more to show you. We've got the carolers for you now. Do you know, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking that could have been 3 of my children when they were younger. Singing away there. Oh, you wouldn't catch them like that now. One of the little dogs there as well. This is beautiful. And look at the price point again. You're saving £2 on this one. This is a really good size, 22 inches by 22 inches.
It's a lovely size. It's a lovely size, isn't it? And again, this is a different technique, which I will endeavour to show everybody at home. I'm not very good at it. I will hold my hands up now, but I will try and show you how to do it. But that's traditionally needle-turned applique. So the actual fabric is turned under and then applique down, rather than the felt, where you don't have to worry about the raw edges because they don't fray. But with this one, this is actually all completely made with fabric.
Oh, I just love that. And of course, you can see all the fabrics. There's some beautiful fabrics. I adore the colours in this one as well. $27.99. You are making a £2 saving, as I say. 067732 is the item number. Do you know, it's lovely to see something very different, and especially from a company we've not heard of before. So obviously, as she said, there's been friends with Rachel and her husband for many, many years. We would need to see what else is on the website actually and get to Sue as soon as possible. Of course, you can find everything that we've got on offer on the show here and more besides as well. Now, don't forget those ornaments. Now, below £20, just $19.99. We are very busy on those. There are 4 options. Now, when it comes to the Christmas critters, over half of the stock has gone. You know, you can go for more than one option as well. 20% or over 20% of the charcoal mittens has now gone as well. So that is popular. Don't forget we've got the warm hands there as well. Beautiful colours, more of a natural colour tone there. That wool felt, that is a beautiful quality felt. And then of course we've got the 4th option for you as well. Do you know, there's something for everyone, I'm sure, on this show. And if you've never stitched before, don't let this put you off. You can achieve this. So I'm going to hand it over to you.
Oh, thank you, Catherine. That's really lovely. Well, I first was going to explain how I met Rachel and Kenny, and we go back a long time. When I started Daisy Chain back in 2000, goodness me, 20 years ago, I was just a teenager when I started. It was a day before the internet really had got going.
Yeah.
And also, you know, there wasn't, you know, the fast, you know, modes of transport and stuff. So when I was trying to actually talk about meeting her and how to sort of get started with my business, I wrote to several companies that I sort of purchased patterns over the years from, and Rachel was one of them. And I wrote to her and said, you know, I'm starting my business. I think your patterns are wonderful. Please, could you kindly, you know, would you wholesale them to me? And she wrote back and said, yes, she would. And so very trepidly, I sort of started up my first show in a very small way at a tiny little show in Eastbourne. And the very first pattern that I ever sold was a Rachel pattern.
Aww.
So that's the story with it. And then over the years, we've sort of, you know, contacted each other. And then a few years ago, I was lucky enough to go to Houston and I met them both properly for the first time. Rachel's designs all of the lovely kits and the pattern writer and the maker of everything, and Kenny supports her in as much as he organises all the cutting of the kits. And what I just wanted to also say is they work with a company called Lighthouse, which is a charity, and for people who can't look after themselves, they, you know, might live in a residential home with various sort of disabilities and a few problems. But what Rachel and Kenny want to do is to support the community and to support them. So the people in the home help them to make up the kits. So some have got various degrees of disability, some can do more than others, but they also get paid for every kit they make. So it gives them a feeling of sort of self-worth. They can, you know, have money coming in, which is really lovely. And then the kits are put together, and you know, they are absolutely beautifully put together. You know, all the strands of the gold thread are beautifully done. You know, the embroidery threads are all packed together beautifully. So they do really take their time to do it. And I think that's a really lovely and worthwhile thing, isn't it?
Story.
Nice.
It
so
certainly is.
It's a really lovely story.
Do you know, and it is lovely to hear that story. Oh, and it just means so much more, doesn't it? Because you know when you're purchasing, you're helping there as well, because you're helping keeping everything going.
And you know, their kits are everywhere. You know, I've been lucky enough to travel, you know, through my life, and always have to find the obligatory patchwork shop wherever I go. And invariably there'll be a Rachel kit, you know, popping up in all sorts of places around the world. So I do know that they are, you know, a really fantastic company, and as I say, you know, their products are lovely. They source really excellent quality felts. Yeah, I can't really speak highly enough of them because they are just really nice.
We're so pleased to have the kits here as well, Sue.
So I thought maybe I'd do a little demonstration and just show everybody at home how easy this is to do. And I did stress it is a hand project, so you don't need a sewing machine. You haven't got to worry about anything like that. Really, all you'll need is a needle and just some of your own sewing thread, because whilst the embroidery threads are included in there, that is for the actual embroidery on each of the critters, and I'm sure we'll do a detail on them. You can see how lovely they are, but the basic applique sewing is just used with a household thread, or a regular thread. So if you've got, you know, different colours, you can match them up, but if not, you can just make a feature. You know, grey or a cream is usually quite a good sort of basic colour as well, just for the actual applique itself. I wanted just to show you again with the pattern. There's really lovely instructions. I genned up on this because I haven't made one of these for a little while, and within 5 minutes of reading the pattern, I understood exactly how to make them. So they are really nice. And inside the pattern, you've got pages on here how to do the applique stitch, which I am going to show you. But she also shows you some of the different stitches as well that we've done for the embroidery. So you've got a French knot, a blanket stitch, etc. And then here you can see you've actually got your template for the mitten, and she tells you to cut the front and back, to cut 6. You've then got your stocking front and back, and again you cut 6 of these because you've got 3 stockings and 3 mitten kits. And then here on each of the pages you can see you've got your little critter that you're going to be making, and then she's actually separated out all of the little pieces and which colour felt to cut them in as well. Now, because this is just going straight on to the actual project, you don't need to worry about reversing any of the templates. You just trace them out exactly as they are. And if you do see a little dotted line, that indicates that something's going to be tucked under something else as well. So that's quite handy as well. Sorry, I hadn't realised I'm facing it the wrong way. Can you see it?
These are lovely little designs, so aren't they?
They are charming, aren't they?
They are. They're beautiful. And once you've made the kit, you could use that in other fabrics again, and you can reuse the templates.
Well, I was thinking that exactly. You know, I mean, again, I'm not a card maker, so again, forgive me if, you know, for the card crafters out there, I know there's some stunning work on, you know, here on Hochanda, but some of these shapes you could just cut them out, stick them onto a card front, couldn't you? And also, what I also wanted just to reiterate as well is this is also sometimes can be really lovely projects for younger people as well. And I had a situation recently where a lady ordered 2 of the kits, and I just queried it because they were 2 the same, and she actually said to me, no, I want one for myself, one for my granddaughter. She sent one of the kits to her granddaughter, and then they had a online Zoom or Teams meeting every few days so that they could obviously help each other with making them. And I thought, again, you know, these are obviously very strange times we're living in. Thank goodness for our crafting and our love of sewing. And if we can obviously do something about it, then let's do it and let's work together. And if we can't be together, we can at least be virtually together. Anyway, enough of my talking. What I want to do is just show you how to basically put the mitten together. Now, Rachel suggests that you would cut these out of the actual template itself, but I really don't like cutting my template books up. I like to keep them all pristine, and so the easiest way that I find to trace the design or to cut the design out is I use a product called freezer paper. Now, this would be something you would have to purchase. I really can't recommend it highly enough. You know, most of the quilt shops sell it. You can get it online quite easily, and all freezer paper is, it's just a waxy side and then a plain paper side, and it was designed back, I think, you know, years ago for you to wrap your products up to put in the freezer so that they didn't get freezer burn. But I don't quite know whoever invented the idea of using it for patchwork, but it's one of the most useful tools we could ever have. So what the freezer paper does is it just temporarily adheres to whatever you stick onto it, being fabric or felt or whatever. So I've just put my iron on a low heat. Now, I will just stress, my sample here isn't on the same felt that Rachel and Kenny have used. This is just for a demo purpose, and this is just a little piece of acrylic felt that I've got, but you will get the proper wool felt in your kit. But I just wanted to use some felt that I had already. So I'm going to just iron this freezer paper. I've cut the template out. I've traced the template, off onto the freezer paper here, and I'm just ironing it lightly down, and that just holds it in place. And you can just see here, it's nice and firm, and then you can just cut the shape out exactly on the line, because otherwise it's quite hard, otherwise you're sort of drawing on felt, and it's a little bit, I find it a little bit challenging. But the freezer paper is just a little extra bonus. You don't feel you have to use it, but it is just a little useful tool if you like it. So now I would cut 2 of the mittens out. One other thing I will just say is Rachel and Kenny, and I have the same thing with my business, is there's always a price point on how much felt you put into your kit to affect the price. And Rachel and I are both aware of this. So we put enough felt in for you to do the 6 things, but you will have to butt stuff up together. You know, don't cut a big chunk out in the middle, or you won't have enough felt. So just think about where you're placing your templates as you're cutting it out, and then you'll have plenty of stock, you know, plenty of fabric. And I have exactly the same problem. If you put too much in, of course it pushes the price of your kit up. So that's why we're always sort of trying to do that balance. You've got enough, but then it just helps to keep the price of the kit down. So
if you did have any accidents, if you did make a mistake, then because of the design of these, with the mitten or the boot, you could then, if you really needed to, use a different fabric on the back side of one, couldn't
Absolutely, you could. I mean, yes.
So it wouldn't all be lost
yes.
anyway.
No,
it's
I
just
mean,
a case of planning it out.
Just plan it out carefully. That's what I just would say, and just don't start cutting it out in the middle, because otherwise, you know, you will just have to, you know, rethink it all. But yes, there is that plenty of it. But there's always that payoff, you know, when you're making up a kit as to do you put too much fabric in and then charge more. So anyway, that's my little tip of the day on that one. So I've just adhered my mitten to the felt. Then I would do the same with all of the other pieces as well. So here with the white felt, I've cut out the little fox's face, his little tummy, and just the tip of his tail. And then with my beige felt, and again it tells you in the pattern what colour to do. I've just cut his head out, his little body, and the rest of his tail, and that is it. And that is probably, I would say, out of them all, that and the bunny, they're the two most, that's all you need, and that's the most amount of felt. You know what I'm trying to say on the actual piece. Some of them are just one piece of felt, so they're even easier than that as well. So the next thing to do now is I just cut out a cuff as well, which is also on the pattern, just so I could just see how it was all going to work. And the next thing then is just to place all your little pieces in place. And Rachel recommends, if you've got some fabric glue, just when you're happy with the placement, just put little dabs of glue just in place, just to help you. But don't go right to the edge, because sometimes the glue can be a little bit tricky to actually stitch through. So I'm going to just have a look at my pattern here. I'm just going to just turn it round, and I can see that Mr. Foxy here is sort of sitting at about that height. So I'm going to just start. And the beautiful thing with this, Catherine, is you can just really sort of play around with it until you're happy with the position of everything, and just take a little time. And his little tail just sits under there like that.
I love that idea as well, Sue. And again, because the felt is the same on both sides, if you wanted to flip the pieces over,
absolutely, do it on the other
side.
side.
You could have the tail facing the other way.
Absolutely, you could do that. All of those good things. I'm just going to open my pattern piece up, because Rachel does actually take the trouble, if I was only going to watch, is to actually just show you how the pieces all fit in here. So his little tail butts up there. There's a tip of his tail which just sits over the top, and then his face just comes down here a little bit to there. And then I think what really makes it nice is this little bit here that just sits on top there. And that is basically your mitten ready to start stitching.
Oh, do you know what I'm seeing as well there, Sue? Once you've made the set and you've got your own fabric again, looking at this, the way the face has been put together there, if you did that in black and white, you could probably make a badger as well.
Oh, that would be a good idea. Yes, you could. You could just play around with it, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's sort of all different things and ideas. And I think once you sort of get going with it, you know, the technique and the idea is so easy that I just think, you know, they really do lend themselves, as I say, for every age group. I think that's the beauty of it, really. So what I was going to do now, if I was obviously now at home, I would probably just say glue all these pieces down in place, or if you haven't got fabric glue, just a little pin here and there just to hold the pieces down, and then you would start to applique. And how I would normally applique is I probably would start with his body, and I would just go round the body, so that's held down. Oh, I haven't put his little tummy piece on. There was a little piece for his tummy. There it is. Oh, missed his tummy out there. That wouldn't do. There, that just goes on top there. There we go.
It's amazing how much difference those little pieces make.
It's amazing, isn't it? And all of a sudden, I know. And do you know what? They really come to life when the eyes go on. When you do his little eyes, the little French knots on there, then they really do come to life. And again, she's giving you an idea of placement there, so that you can obviously, you know, use the template just to make sure you're happy with it all. So that is as difficult as it is, and I don't think I'm no expert, but I don't think that's particularly difficult at all. So what am I all right to carry on at the moment? Yes. What I just wanted to do next was to talk about the applique stitch, which is slightly different to a blanket stitch. And Rachel again has done a very good demonstration of that with a picture in her pattern. But whereas with blanket stitch, you actually are making a little ridge along here, which we will do eventually when we come to put the mittens together. The applique stitch, all you really want to do is just to nibble in to the applique that you're doing, and she suggests to go in maybe just about a 1/16 of an inch in there, so it doesn't have to be a particularly big stitch. And I would obviously be working normally with a matching thread. I wouldn't be making a feature of this, but I wanted to obviously show everyone at home, so I am going to go in with a contrast stitch so you can see. So my thread is just underneath, and all I am now going to do is just to bring up my needle carefully here, and then take the stitch, and I'm going to just bring it back down where I went in at the edge. Can you see? So,
Okay,
and then
yeah.
flip the needle. If I just turn it over now, I'm going to flip the needle over on an angle so that it just comes out at about the same place. And you don't have to be that accurate with your stitching, you know, because as I say, normally I would be using a matching thread and you wouldn't have to really worry. But though, just to make it look nice and neat, I do just try and just take a little bit of time. But can you see there, my needle is just going in from there,
Yeah.
and at a 45-degree angle to make the next stitch. And it's as quick as that. I mean, I'm doing this very slowly and not very well, as you can see.
I can see on the finished samples now, Sue.
Can you
because
see
I
them?
just, yes, when I just looked at the finished samples to start with, I just presumed it was all blanket stitch. But I can see exactly what you meant. I'm going to try and find one where, let's
Yes,
look at
if
the
you
robin
can
actually.
see one, that would be lovely, because obviously it'll be
Yeah.
it'll be much neater than mine looks, because it actually is matching in with the thread.
So it looks the same. If I turn to the side so you can see the blanket stitch on the edge there, you can see you've got that,
That's
you know,
right.
that lovely thread running around the edge there, and that ridge as you mentioned. But then if we look at the little tummy of the bird there,
Yes.
you can see how much flatter that's sitting. You're not getting that ridge at all, are you?
Not at
But
all.
at first sight, it looks as though you've used exactly the same stitch.
It is, it does. It looks, and what I mean, you can use blanket stitch if you want to. I mean, it's entirely up to you if it's something that you prefer, and it does define the actual applique much more, it gives it much more definition and quite a solid line around the edge. But I don't really think that you need to worry about that. Now, of course, the beauty with the wool felt is that it doesn't fray, so you don't have to really worry about any of your edges fraying. You can just, you know, stitch it down straight away. And again, I think that's why felt sort of so appealing for all ages, really, because it is a really lovely sort of foray into having a go at doing the stitch and actually, you know, making it look really nice. And I would just carry on working my way around as I went down, and I'll just go down to the point, because if you do come to a point sometimes it's quite nice just to see how you would deal with that. Now, if I was taking my time, I probably would just try and keep my stitch straight against the edge a little
Once
bit
you get
more.
going, you can see that you're
Yeah,
just
it's
going
funny,
to get
isn't
into
it?
the
Yeah,
rhythm.
this is very early in the morning, she said, trying to make desperate excuses.
So you're doing a marvellous
Oh,
job
you're
as
sweet
always.
to say. No, I'm not. It's not looking very good at all. I would normally pull this out and start
But
again.
do you know what, Sue? Do you know, if you've never stitched before, these stitches anybody can pick up quite easily. You can always have a bit of a practice on some spare fabric
Absolutely,
first.
yeah.
You know, a bit of old clothing or something, have a practice on
Have
that.
a little practice, just get
Yeah.
your eye in, exactly.
But these are homemade, these are handmade.
They are. That's
and
what
I
they're
think
not-
it's nice sometimes to not have
to
everything
not have
perfect.
that. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of you. Thank you, Catherine. I will take that one. Thank you. So
I
just
mean that in the
coming-
nicest possible way.
Just to deal with the point, what I want to do at the point is just to be quite nice to have the stitch straight on. So I've just come across like I normally would, but now all I'm going to do is just bring my stitch just right down to the very tip, and then just go off again and just leave a little gap, and that will just make it look quite nice.
Yeah.
And that did actually work
perfect.
quite well. So apart from that horrible little wobbly stitch there,
Lovely.
it doesn't look too bad. So you can see actually it's quite quick, you know, and I think the beauty with Rachel's kits, and these in particular, is I think a lot of people like to sort of, sadly, you know, we have to all be indoors now, don't we? But sort of sit in front of the TV at night, and these are just really lovely because you can just sit here of an evening and just, you know, watch the TV.
You
haven't-
nice and quietly.
Yeah, exactly. You haven't got to
sociably.
concentrate, have you, too much
No.
on it? You know, you can just, so you know where you're stitching, you can get it all prepared, and then you can just sit in front of your favourite programme with a cup of tea or something stronger if you want to, and just stitch
Then you might
away.
get wobbly stitches, Sue.
Might be better, actually.
Do you know, we're going to leave you start watching our TV for a minute, just finishing off that, and we'll have a bit of a recap because I know you've
Yeah.
got lots more to
Yes,
show
I
us
have.
as well.
Yes, thank you.
Absolutely lovely. Any questions as well for Sue? Do let us know. studio@hochanda.com. Let's have a run through those different options again. We are very, very busy on these. Right, first of all, let's have a look at the first one. We're looking at warm feet here. Warm feet. We've got warm hands coming up, but these are the warm feet. I'm going to pick 2 up at a time. Remember, of course, these are little pockets. You've got 2 pieces of fabric, so you can put little gifts and things in there if you wanted to. Do you know, now I've said it, I know I don't want to sort of big up my own ideas, but I'm imagining that Christmas table now with these at the place.
They'd be lovely, wouldn't they?
So sweet. Do you know something else I'd do with these as well, Sue? Because you've got your left and your right as well. I would maybe, let me find, oh, these are all facing the same way, but I would, because you can switch them, that's entirely up to you. I would hang pairs together as well with the left and right together.
That would be sweet. They could even be hung up together as a little, sort of like a little, 2 little ones together, couldn't they, as
hang
well?
them on doors.
That's another lovely idea.
So I think that would look lovely. But just to go through the different designs in this particular set, so the warm feet, you've got the candy canes, you've got the train there as well, you've got the tree. That is so nice because it spells the word joy. Look how the Y is the trunk of the tree. That is so clever. You've got the robin there, or the bird, which I adore. I love that little branch there as well. You've got the deer, and you've got those mittens. I think the mittens are my favourite out of this.
They're nice, aren't they? And the little brown bird, again, if you wanted to put a little bit of red on there, we could make them into a little robin, couldn't you? Quite easily as well.
Definitely. So that's warm feet. Of course, you are getting the embroidery thread there. You're getting all of that wool felt in there. The full instructions, which are reusable. All you need is a little bit of your own thread and a needle, of course. Let's have a look at the charcoal mittens. Half the stock has gone of this one. I adore the colour of these, actually, the charcoal.
They're very trendy, aren't they? They're a good colour at the moment, isn't they?
Yeah. And the red and the green that have been used when it comes to the felt colours are just perfect, I think. And doesn't it really make everything stand out with the snowflakes there as well in the white? That looks so nice.
It does. It really does to make them pop out, isn't it? I think, again, she's been very clever in her choice of colour.
Definitely.
They are really, you know, they're just so nice to make. I love the Noel, and again, the little stocking, the detail on there.
Isn't that clever? The little
clever,
wreath
isn't
there.
it? Yeah. Beautiful, isn't it?
Maybe you do know somebody called Noel as well. It would work, wouldn't it? That would be a great gift. There you've got the car with that Christmas tree on there. That makes me think of certain movies as well. You often see that, don't you? Yeah. And then you've got the partridge in the pear tree as well. Lovely, absolutely gorgeous. So that's your charcoal set. Then we have the warm hands. Adore the colour of this one as well. If you want to go a little bit more neutral with your background colour, this is the perfect one to go for. And you've got Santa, of course. It wouldn't be Christmas without Santa, would it? The gingerbread man is in there as well. I like the star, as the snowman as a star. That is very clever, something a little bit different. The ice skate is included in this one. You can there see a left and a right mitten as well. And it is so easy just to decide which way you put your fabric, which way you put your design. So you can choose that as you make these up. And then you've got the holly and, again, another little Christmas tree. I adore the stitching on the top of the mitten there as well. So that's the third option. And then finally, I think this is still probably our most popular, and we saw Sue working with this one. 2/3 of the Christmas critters have gone, and what I love about this, it's not just the animals in there, but you've got a mixture of the mittens and the little boots in there as well. And once again, you can decide which way they face. You know, these are adorable, aren't they? I can think, you know, first Christmas.
They're so lovely,
there's a new baby in the house.
Oh,
what about first Christmas? And then maybe put numbers on these. You could give one each year up until a certain year, until they think, oh, actually, I'm getting a little bit old for these now. And then when they get older still, they'll think, do you know, I really want to put those back out, because you do that, don't you?
You do. You go through that phase where you're a bit embarrassed, and then you get past it,
and then as adults, we all want to go back again, don't we? We want to bring everything out that was created in those younger days. I love, love, love these. I think there's so many ways you can personalise them as well. And what a great price point, just $19.99. You can make, and I'm going to say this, at least 6, because if you want to add the extra fabric, you could use that beautiful wool felt on the front, so you could actually get 12 out of one kit, just adding a little bit of fabric at the back. I mean, I think you could probably find things, Sue. You know, I've said old clothing, or, you know, maybe you've got some felt, bits of felt knocking around.
Yeah.
I presume you could actually use a calico or a cotton at the back if you wanted to.
You could. The only way you'd have to think about just how you put the two seams together, because obviously with the felt it doesn't fray, so that's what makes it easy to do the blanket stitch. So probably maybe a cheaper felt if you wanted to sort of just use the fronts, if you like, from your quality
or
felt.
Or a fleece. Would fleece
you
work?
could use a fleece as well. that would be fine. Something probably it didn't fray might be easier, I would probably think, than possibly fabric on these ones, just for the technique that she's shown you. But I think, you know, there's some, as you say, you've got some lovely ideas going on, couldn't we? As you say, you could just make the fronts up, and then you've got 12 designs and just have them all hanging up if you don't want to make them as pockets. So I just think, you know, what I love with anything like this is always then thinking of other ways that you can use the pattern afterwards. And I just think, again, you could just cut some cheaper felt out, put them onto a card, you know, get children involved with that as well. And it's really nice for them, isn't it, to make cards for their friends and family to send out as well. But yeah, the little foxy, I have to say,
well,
was
I'm
my
just
favourite.
thinking as well, you see, this is what I'd have to do. I'd have to have 2 mittens with the fox on, and the other animals as well, actually. And one would be Mr. Fox, one would be Mrs. Fox. So you could add your little bows and flowers and things as well. So you could personalise them
that even
way.
more. Yeah, you could have Mr. and Mrs. of all the Mr. and Mrs. Hedgehog, couldn't you? And you could have Mr. and Mrs. Deer.
What a lovely first Christmas gift for a new married couple.
Oh.
A Mr. and Mrs. Fox or a Mr. and Mrs. Bear, or... Oh, that would be lovely, wouldn't it?
Oh, God, we're going mad, Catherine.
I love. You can tell when I get excited about products, can't you? All the idea, I can't stop now.
I think
I'm thinking of all sorts.
Just thinking of other things you can do with the pattern, because it's just so nice, isn't it? I really like the little bunny face as well. He looks so cute with his little carrot, doesn't he? And that was the other thing as well, and that's what Gail's very good at as well. It's very hard to do faces and make faces look cute. And, you know, quite a lot of time in your designing, and I sort of spend quite a lot of time, and I'm, you know, arranging the eyes, arranging the features so that they look really endearing. So, and that's all done for you. And of course, that all goes into the pattern designing and, you know, the trialing and making these things, which, you know, obviously is, you know, how we make our living.
Well, so much to choose from. Nothing to stop you going for more than one set. Everything dispatched from the 21st of September, because they are coming from America, of course. Do you know what? Just fill your baskets with these. I think you can have so much fun with these, and you know, encourage the teenagers and the children that are capable with a needle to join in as well. Get everybody involved. 917555 is the item number. Oh, that's for the next item, actually. You'll find all of those on the website, of course. Now, the details on the screen now is for Frosty and Friend, of course. And the little friend is that lovely, adorable pup at the bottom there. Isn't he gorgeous? And look at the smile on Mr. Frosty's face. So this kit, again, a great price point, $26.99. It is a whole kit, so you get in your wadding, you get in your calico in there, all your felt and your cotton as well. Really lovely. 917555. You could hang that out on the wall. Again, if you wanted to personalise that or embellish that further, you certainly could do. And then finally on the counter, we'll go back and have another look at our carol singers. Let's have a look at these. So this is a really generous size as well. We do have a saving on this one for you. In fact, we've got a £2 saving. The overall size of this, as you can see on the screen, there is 22 inches by 22 inches. A different method of how to stitch this one, I know Sue did say. 067732 is the item number. Just $27.99 again for the whole kit. Now, before we get back to Sue, I'm just going to let you know, it is Sunday today, isn't it? So we're past 8 o'clock. That means we've got brand new 7-day savers. There may be something that's going to work alongside today's show, actually. In fact, there we go. Look at this. We've got some rayon thread for you. 10 reels. Colours may vary. Really nice colours I can see on the screen. There's some variegated ones as well. Just $10.99. You're saving £11 here. Item number 016747. We've got some yarn for you as well. This could come in handy. Let's have a look at these. Oh, 6 balls of yarn. Now we've got different colours available, which is always nice. £9 saving, £18.99. The colour here is cyclamen, which is a flower. I can't tell you what, I've just been fed down my earpiece. It's quite funny. We've got petrol for you there as well. We've got crocus. We've got sage, one of my favourite colours. Raspberries in there. We've got pink. We've got pebble for you, we've got black, whites there, and we've got a mixed pack as well. So you've got an assortment of colours. Colours will vary. They're nice, aren't they? King Cole as well, a really good brand. Double knitting yarn. 473518 is the item number. There we go. Right, Sue, more in the way of demonstration, please.
I'm just going to quickly finish off on the mitten, and I'm going to quickly move on to, because we're running out of time, I realise I just wanted to show you the needle turn applique as well. So just to put the decoration on the top of the cuff, and as you said, Catherine, it's just another little lovely layer of detail that Rachel's done here, and she just put some little flower shapes on there as well. But you know, you could always put the little stars on there if you wanted to. But I was just sort of thinking, how would I transfer this design, or how would I know how to mark this off to make sure it was central? And what I've just done here is I've just got my ruler and I've just measured it's 3 inches. So half of 3 is 1.5, and I would just put a little dot there with a pencil, just so that I know that's my central point to start stitching on. Now Rachel recommends that you just use 1 strand of embroidery thread, and I'm going to just do this little flower here. So what I'm going to do is just come with my little needle between the cuff and the actual mitten, and I'm going to just come up to here because that feels like a good spot. Try and keep it straight, and then just go back in, and then it just comes out either side. So I'm going to just come back in here. Sorry, that's it. Light's just reflecting off my glasses there, and I'm going to just come to about here. And I'm just eyeballing this. I'm not actually marking the other side. I just wanted to mark the central point out just to give me a start. And I'm going to just move my needle over there, and then I'm going to come up there, and that's one of the actual little parts of the flowers that have been done. And then to do a little French knot, she obviously does it in a different colour to what we're doing, but I will just show you how I do it. And depending on how big you want your French knot to be, you either wrap it round once, twice, 3 times. You can even go more if you want. Hold the thread, put the needle back into the point, and you're still at this point holding the thread. I'm going to just hold it there with my thumb, and then you push that back through, and there is a little French knot.
Oh.
Now if I wanted now to do the next one, and I wanted again just to know where I was, that's my halfway point, as we know. So I would just make a mark. So I want to put 5 in, so I'd make a mark there and a mark there, and then I'd do the next set of stitching, and then finally I do my final mark there and there, and that will just even out your embroidery, just so that you know where you're going on that. So that's
lovely,
how you do
Sue.
the embroidery.
I'm just thinking that a little tiny seed bead instead of a French knot would work as well. Can we just come in close and have a look at this design again? Because I've just realised that decorative stitch at the top there, they're little holly leaves, aren't they?
Yes, they are. They're really nice, aren't they, with the little berries as well. And again, it's just the little detail that Rachel's done here. And again, she's used a white thread to do the snowflake, and then put a little French knot on there. But again, nothing to stop you putting a little bead on there, a little sequin. You know, it's your project.
If you've got a good fabric glue, those little acrylic diamante.
Oh, the crystals.
Yes,
Yeah, they'd be really nice, wouldn't they?
Really
yes,
well.
they would be very nice to do, wouldn't they?
Sue.
Oh, that's okay.
Everybody's loving these kits, by the
Oh,
way.
I'm so glad, and you know, I really can't say highly enough how lovely they are. I mean, I've literally been working, say, been Rachel and Kenny for 20 odd years now, and they're just super, and a lovely family as well.
We've managed to bring Rachel's items here to Hochanda. It's lovely. I don't know what the time would be where they are. Would they be watching? Will they be recording the show?
5 hours behind us, so it would be about 4 o'clock in the quarter to 4 in the morning. So it's a bit early. She did say she'd watch it a bit later, but I think it'd be a bit much to ask them to get up at 4 in the morning.
Oh, I don't know. I was up at 4 this morning.
So was
I'll tell you what I was watching
hideous
this morning.
So I was going to just talk a little bit about needle turn applique, which is a very different technique to how we have done the other applique, in as much as we are dealing with fabric and fabric frays, as we know. So you can obviously do bonder web, and if you use bonder web or refusible web on the back of fabric, that temporarily seals the edge as you're gluing it down, and then you can applique around the raw edge. And again, I've done that a lot in my work, but this is more of a traditional technique where you actually are just turning the fabric under with a small seam allowance, just so that it doesn't fray. And the technique's quite different. There is a little bit, it's a different, whole different sort of genre of doing the needle turn. And in fact, I hadn't done it for so long, I had to have a little read up on how to do it, just so that I could remember. And the main thing that you do is what she does ask you. Now, forgive me, I don't have any white greaseproof paper at home. I only had brown. But what the first thing that you would do with the pattern, and I have got the pattern here, and you've got a big pattern piece here. is, and this is if you haven't got a light box. If you've got a light box, you don't have to worry, because you can just lay the pattern and then just use that as a marker for where you're actually going to start putting your applique down. Because the whole thing with needle turn is that you don't actually mark anything out on your background fabric. You just use your the grease proof or whatever your see-through is. As can you see? So you lay it over your fabric there, and that gives you an idea exactly as to where it should go on the pattern piece. It's quite a different technique. So, and I'm sorry it's brown, because you can't really probably see that easily through it.
We can actually see that.
Can you see that?
I can see it on the screen in here, so I'm sure everybody at home can.
So yes.
So I'm just thinking there again as well, because everything's true to size. If you just wanted to take one of the faces and applique it onto a different project again,
yes,
so reusable, the pattern pieces.
Absolutely, you could just use the one little piece of that. You could use the whole element of it. You know, it's entirely up to you really. But again, this is a sort of a complete project in one go. So you're piecing the background, putting the borders on, you're doing your needle turn applique, then you're doing your quilting, and then you're putting your binding on. So it is a sort of a complete journey into patchwork and quilting, so you can try out all the different techniques but not commit to a great big large project, which I think is, you know, really lovely. So as I say, so what I would do is I'd trace the whole design. I didn't have time, so I just traced the little face of one of the little carolers there, and then you would use this whole piece as your template for actually where you put your pieces down. And what I did start to do here was I've cut out a piece of the fabric, a fabric for his face, and then you've got the brim of his little hat, the main hat, and then there'll be a little bobble. And it is quite important as to where you lay them down and how you tuck them in. And the reason I'll explain that is if you have a look, his little face is here, and the brim of, sorry, the top of his hat is here, and then the brim of the hat is here. So if you're thinking about where you need to stitch, this is going to be covered up by the brim, so you don't need to worry about stitching that piece down at all. That is going to be hidden and held with stitching when you come to do the brim. So does that make sense, Catherine?
Yes,
Am I making sense? Because as I say, I haven't done this technique for a while. So all I would be worried about actually sewing is part of his face, because I don't need to worry about the top of his face because the brim's going to cover that as well. So what I'm going to do is come round to his face, come round the top part of his hat, but then the brim would be actually stitched down completely, and that would cover that piece and that piece.
Of course.
If that does make sense.
It does make perfect sense. So.
Lovely. So the applique stitch, now I'm not pretending to be an expert here. There are many people out there that do a much better job than I do on this. And I apologise for anyone who has difficulty, because I am left-handed and I really can't do this the right-handed way. But it is the same way that you would be working. But if you're right-handed, you'll be working probably from right to left, whereas us lefties tend to work left to right. Now normally I would use a matching thread, and the idea with invisible applique is a needle turn is that you really can't see the stitches at all, or they're just tiny little bits peeking out at you. And how you achieve this is, the idea is that you just use your needle just to roll that seam allowance under completely. Now what I would just also say is, when I was reading the pattern, was Rachel said that the actual pattern pieces are to the correct size, and then you need to add your little a scant quarter inch of the seam allowance on top of that. So that is again, you know, for you just when you read through the pattern to realise. So the applique stitch is, I'm going back down exactly where I came up, and I'm then sliding my needle under the work, and I'm just bringing it back up. And it doesn't have to be that close together. You don't have to be sort of, you know, so many stitches per inch. What I want to just make sure that I do is just hold it under, and then I just give it a little tug, and that hopefully will pretty much disappear.
It is a tiny stitch.
It is a tiny stitch, and I'm making it look a bit awkward because I'm on a curve, which I deliberately wanted to show you. Now I tend to just use my finger just to sort of make it look nice, and then I hold it down, and then I just carry on stitching. So can you see it's a very, very different technique to how we did the earlier one. But for anybody who wants to have a go at needle turn applique, I've made probably that a little bit too big, that stitch. It normally just needs to be right on the very edge of it. And then I'm just working my way round, a little bit at a time. And that just picks it up. And then all you do is just say, literally, you can either catch it with your needle, hence needle turn, like that.
Can I ask you about the needle as well, Sue? Is it
Yes.
a regular sewing needle?
This
It's got
is-
to have a sharp point?
Yeah, just a regular sharp point. I tend to use something like a between or a sharps needle because you're only using ordinary thread, so you don't need to worry about an embroidery needle really with a big eye. This is just regular, ordinary polyester or cotton thread that you would worry about. You can also use silk thread, and if you do use a silk thread, literally the stitches disappear. It's amazing, and often I look at pieces of work at quilt shows, and you can hardly see it's been stitched.
Yeah.
It's absolutely remarkable. It's a whole technique all to itself, as I say, and I don't pretend to be an expert on this. And also, there's a whole lot of patchwork in the sort of patchwork community called Hawaiian patchwork, which is where they almost like snowflake designs, and they're absolutely beautiful. And that's traditionally all done this way as well. So can you just see I'm working my way around his little face here?
We can see
and I just say,
beautifully.
just take a little nibble of that fabric, and then I'm straight back down into where I've been, and then just sliding the needle under and just bringing it back up again, and I just keep working my way
Perfect.
around it. And as I say, I have deliberately used a contrast thread, but if I was using a sort of a thread that matched it, it would probably pretty much blend in.
Yeah, you wouldn't see
and then
it,
you
would
wouldn't
you,
see
at
it, and then
all?
you just keep working your way around it. So
Would you
that,
believe, Sue, we've got less than 2 minutes left?
no way. Oh my goodness me. 2 minutes, is that all? Right.
Less than that.
Oh my goodness.
Less than that. We've got a minute and a half, actually.
Oh, okay. What I also just very quickly wanted to show you then was, and I've just set it up here, here's a really good idea if you want to have a go at quilting, hand quilting, which again on the back of the carolers you can see it really clearly. Quilter's knot, which is the same knot as I always use, is wrap the thread around your needle 3 or 4 times, pull it through, and that gives you a nice little knot. Okay,
lovely.
you can buy this 1/4 inch tape, and it's a really good idea if you want to do a straight line. It's just a masking tape. It just lifts off, and all that the quilting stitch is it is just a running stitch. There's nothing
Okay.
more to it than that.
We're in the last minute,
Oh my
Sue.
goodness me. Right. Pop your needle in just where you want it to come out, a little way behind, and you'll just hear the thing just should pop,
The little knot.
and just
yeah.
disappear into your work. Now you can rock the there's lots of techniques as to how to quilt. What I would say is it doesn't really matter what size your
Oh, I see
stitch
what you're
is,
doing.
it just needs to try and be even. That's what I would recommend. A quilting needle is a very small needle that I'm using that you can see.
We're in the last 30 seconds, Sue.
Oh my goodness. But can you just see there's a bit of quilting
can
going on
see.
there?
Perfect.
And then when you finish that, because it's repositionable,
What a great
you can
idea.
pull it up and then lay it down. So if you're working on the
Love the
parallel
tape.
lines, lay it back down and start working.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect timing there as well.
Sorry, I ran out of time.
Thank you, Sue. Come back, another show with Daisy Chain, something completely different. 11 Gales here as well. See you very soon. Oh, I loved that show. Coming up next, though, we've got Crafts 2. It's the 21st birthday weekend. We're still celebrating. Then we've got Christmas with Daisy Chain Designs. Do not miss that. Polka Doodles Christmas Joy one-day special back at 12.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and we're really excited to still be working with you guys here on Hochanda. We were there from the very, very beginning, and we're still bringing you lots of really exciting soft crafts. We design and manufacture all of our kits and all of our fabrics here in the UK, and we love bringing them to you. So if you're an experienced sewer or you're just starting out in soft crafts and sewing, join us. There's tips and fabrics for everybody. Make sure you don't miss our shows and come and craft yourself silly on Hochanda.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line. And we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Our kits are really easy, and I hope they inspire you to have a go at stitching. Since we've been on Hochanda, we've had a great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch Hochanda and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my Rowan Dean shows on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. What I really love about Hochanda is I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Hayley, and you might have seen me presenting here at Hochanda. Well, I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. So I hope you'll join me, let me inspire you, and maybe you will discover a new craft in the process.
Good morning, all. Good morning. I tell you what, you know it's an important show when you get two openers, don't you? Hey, you get the weekend wow, and then you get the celebration of a 21st birthday party, which is lovely. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday morning, wherever you're viewing with us this morning. I've actually got the pleasure of introducing, first time I've ever worked with this lovely person I've got next to me. It's lovely Leslie Lakin. Good morning, Leslie.
Good morning, Scott.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, you're good. You're
yeah,
good.
yeah. Just ready to go for it. You know.
Do you know what's lovely this because obviously it's a birthday celebration,
Yes, it is.
that's going
Yeah.
on, and it's like one of those lovely parties that goes on where they've got surprise guests that come through to the bird. You are our surprise guest for today as well.
Full of surprises, mate.
But I mean, it is, as I said, our first time working
is.
together,
Yeah, it
which is
is.
great. I'm
Yeah,
really
yeah.
looking forward to this as well. But you've been on a couple of times before as well, but you've not been on the actual in studio on screen since November. I think it
Since
was.
November, since before lockdown, yes.
Wow,
With
wow.
John, I met a few years ago at the trade show, and it went on from there. Really, he did a couple of workshops,
Right.
and then saw what I could do.
Yeah.
Asked me if I'd like to do some samples, and I said, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
And 2 years later, here I am.
Is it really? Yeah.
Yeah,
And how
yeah.
do you find? I mean, some people might be watching going, that sounds like the ideal job. So what? You get given these fantastic tools, and your instruction is play.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's the best thing in the world because
Wow.
the happy post, as we call it, comes in, and I know it's off John, I'm like, whoa, yeah, let's open it up, and then I just go and play.
Oh, that's brilliant.
John does all the hard work and sorting all the sizes out and everything else, and sends me stuff, and I just play, basically.
Well, listen, it's lovely to have you in the studio with us today. Really looking forward to seeing your demonstrations as well. And we love John next door. We love John. It's fantastic. It's nice to chat to you as well.
Sorry?
It's nice to chat to you.
Oh, thank you.
I know he's listening, but it's, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll pay you later.
Now then, I had the real pleasure of, with John, actually launching with you on Friday, the weekend, wow, and it has been so successful. We're launching new ways of actually bringing your embossing folders together and creating things with your stamps, well, which is fantastic, and it's proven really popular. Now, of course, maybe you've been busy, maybe you've been working, maybe you're away for the weekend, maybe today is your only sanctuary where you actually get that day to just indulge yourself with us at Hochanda for the day, and maybe you haven't seen this yet. Well, we'll go through the details here, what you're looking at, and talk you through, but there's something very special here. Listen, if you want to mention anything regarding this, because you would have obviously had this sent out to you to look and play with as well.
Yeah.
What's your initial thoughts on what you've received and to play with here?
I've got to say, when John first sent me the 3D folders with the stamps, I was a bit, okay. But then he's lovely, because he'll do us a video for the angels, so that we know what we're doing, basically, or how the concept works. And I was totally blown away by it, because it's not been done before. And I think people tend to forget about embossing folders. I mean, all of us have got them in our stash, but they can just add so much more to a card. Rather than just have that plain background, it just adds that subtle finish.
They are absolutely beautiful, like you say, just bringing it to life as well and working with. Let's talk you through, I'll give you some examples actually here. And this is the sort of technique that we're talking about here. So you can actually stamp on, but then, and if you were watching on Friday's launch as well with John, he sort of demonstrated here that then you can actually have this beautiful popped up this sort of wonderfully raised element here with the birds, for example, but you do it, but you get none of the actual image on there. That really is fantastic, isn't it?
I couldn't believe it when John first showed me, and I was like, oh, wow, this is, you know, you can do so much with it. You can use paints, inks, your alcohol markers, everything.
Well, look, there's a perfect example there. So you've actually got, now, of course, you've actually got the description of what the thank
it
you
actually is the proper dictionary description, Oh,
thank you. And then you've got that again raised on the top. But it makes it very significant. It really does stand out, doesn't it? Oh, look, there we go. We're using some colour with it as well. Is this yours?
Oh,
look, you can see why Leslie's joining as well. That is fantastic. I love that.
Bit of glitter.
Is glitter your thing? Is it your thing?
It is my thing, a little bit,
but they are beautiful. All there. Now, if you can see there, but you've actually got the emboss of the birds in the background there as well from the shaky card. Really lovely. I know that these have been on the show as well over the weekend, and looking at all these coming together. But the stamps are fantastic. The embossing folders are great. The whole combination is a wow.
The beauty is as well, because you've got the stamp, you can use the stamp on its own or with the folder. So, yeah, you've got the versatility there, which is what we want as crafters. You know,
it is absolutely fantastic. It really is. Now then, I'm just going to give you some details here and break this down, because there is an awful lot, and of course, as you would expect, options galore. So if you want to look at these individually, then the details at the bottom of the screen you'll find there, 264003. Now that's going to give you the press cut stamp and the embossing folder set of the three. So that's birds on a line, the roses in bloom that you're going to find there as well, and you've also got the thank you. They're the ones that you can see at the bottom. Now, if you want to go for those on their own as a set of three, that's £35.97, and they are fantastic. They're all also included in the Weekend Wow, which is everything you are seeing here, but you're getting all of that. Plus, you're also going to in the 3D embossing folders, which I think we're going to be looking at on the show for today, aren't we,
Yes,
Leslie?
we're going to do those today.
So we'll go through those and give you a bit more of an example of those in a bit more detail as well, so you can see. Now, you've got the quilted blocks that you can see there as well. You've got the braided lines, which are beautiful, and we've got our spiral flower, which I think, and I think I mentioned this to John on Friday as well, I think it's one of the most indulgent and luxurious embossing folders I think I've seen. And when you see them again in the samples, you'll understand there. You've also got, of course, there, you've got the stamp set that you can see that's on the front of there, and all of that is your Weekend Wow. Let me chuck some numbers at you. 735761. That's the most important one because that is your item code for the weekend wow. Now, if you want to go for all of that together, it's just $49.94. So you are getting that £7 saving. But for even better ease, that can be split into 2 of your FlexiBuy payments, and your first of that is just $24.97. You pay that, you'll be getting your happy post then, and you can get crafting with that straight away, which is lovely. Now we're looking at dispatch for this as well on the 21st of September as well. Now, on top of the weekend wow and part of the birthday celebrations, if you buy the weekend wow, by the way, and if you are a member, a Freedom member already, then what we're going to do is they are going to give you a free gift that you're going to get when you purchase the weekend wow if you are a Freedom member. Now it's worth at least, I know, £5.97, and all you have to do is quote, just follow my finger right the way down there where it says crafts to 21. Scientific, wasn't it? An old point from me. Just quote crafts to 21 if you're a Freedom member, and you're going to be getting a free gift. Now I know what you're saying at home. Oh, hang on, what if I'm not a Freedom member? Then you can become a Freedom member. We'll give you free membership. That's all part of the package. If you buy the weekend wow, you get a free membership to be part of the Freedom member, of course, there for a whole month to get all your unlimited P&P, of course, the newsletter, all the discounts is all there for you. And then all you have to do, if you want to stop that at the end of that first month, of course, you can just get in touch, of course, and just stop that, or you can leave that to carry on as well. So something for everybody. Also, lots of detail in the show. We've also got for you a bit of a special for this hour only. And I saw these on the table. These look amazing, by the way.
They are. They're the opera. And it came out quite a while ago, to be honest, and it's sold out. And as John says, a lot of his dies that come out are like a limited edition, if you like. Once they've gone, they've gone. But I think they found a box in the warehouse, which is brilliant, and so that's why they're here. But they are really, really easy to do, and as you can see by the samples, so pretty.
They are pretty. I'm going to pick those up in a second because I think they're slightly hidden from the
And you've
card.
got the separate inserts, so you can have plain sides, or you know, the cut out one at the top. You can have those in or not.
Oh, okay,
And then the lid, I actually used on one of the samples I did for John was like a lantern, and I actually used the lid of the opera box on the top.
How lovely!
So everything mixes and matches, which is lovely.
I'm going to just show these, if that's okay, because. I agree. These are absolutely. In fact, let me just go because I want to put them both at the same time, or in fact, all three, because then I think we want to give each one of them their own moments in the spotlight here. They are beautiful. Now, again, certainly when we got that festive time coming up, when people are looking for ideas of weight, and the packaging is so important for those, isn't it?
It is.
But just as projects here, and again, so this is it with its solid walls that you can do, and again, the detail there to finish off with, and it's all those little elements that come together that look absolutely beautiful. And I'm also wondering, again, if you wanted to, I suppose you could you do it sort of where you put like a little battery-operated little LED,
little tea lights or something.
lights?
Yeah, you could. But you could sort of put acetate in as well if you wanted to, and then that would shine through the light. Very versatile. Again, you can cut it down to different sizes. But the hard work is done for you. The fun part is the decorating.
And that's the way it should be. Isn't it? All the hard work is done for you, and then you have the pleasure of just being creative. I mean, you can really go to town on these, can't you?
Yeah.
Which is phenomenal. Now, I do want to just let you know this, by the way, already. I've not even mentioned the price yet, by the way, but almost a quarter of the stock here for this 1 hour special that you're looking at is already allocated. Now, look at the price here. Should be looking at £30 here, give a penny, of course. So there's £16 off of this. So you're looking at better than half price offer on this. 865 043. 865 043. They are beautiful, and I can tell you, in the Hochanda studio, there's always plenty to see when you walk in here because there's always lots of shows lined up. But these, honestly, just draws your eye in straight away. They're real focus pieces. $13.99 only for all of those great dies are amazing. It's great. Of course, lots of you are going to see on the show. There's so much on there. Please find yourself on the website, so have a little look at everything that's available for you. Go for the glitter Mr. bottle, by the way. They are phenomenal. They are brilliant. If you want to get for them, I hear that Adam was coating himself in glitter just the other day as well. I would do it, but I've got more surface area to clear off than him. But if you want to go for those and the glitter, they are amazing. Of course, you've got the fantastic ink petals that are beautiful colours, by the way. I do believe all sets are still available on there at the moment, and I think that's all of those. This is your final chance to get all of them. To get all of those, if you can get them in your collection, then please do. Anything you'll see there, you will love. I promise you. Loads and loads of savings to be had, of course, as we celebrate the Crafts 2 21st birthday. Now, I've got for you right now an announcement to make on this, because this is phenomenal. Now, this is the first time ever, and it happens, it's been saved possibly as well for Leslie's show. I think, it could have been, that you are seeing here all of the fantastic nesting dies that you can see in all of the configurations of all of the shapes that you're going to have a chance to have either with a stitch or with the plain, first time all together. Now, not often I get to say this, but there are 236 dies in total if you go for the complete collection. Now, this is phenomenal to have that, because there is something quite cool about having all of these in collection. Now, I know one person that has, and you were talking, Leslie, that you've got these on your wall that are all your nesting dies are mounted like gold discs almost.
Yes, it's my reward wall.
Reward wall, I like that.
With all of them on, they're my absolute go-tos all the time. Every card I make, it's those I use.
Tell me, and for anyone else that's watching, because last time, by the way, these have been on, they have sold out straight away. It's really worth pointing that out, and never been together for the whole collection. I'll just show some examples here, because we've got all the shapes here. Yeah. What is it about these particular dies, with these nesting dies here, that we're talking about, that people are going to really benefit from?
Because they are, as John has said, they're mathematically correct.
Right.
So you haven't got to worry about different sizes not fitting. They all work together. And again, they're your go-to for your mats and your layers and everything else that you want to do on a card. You can go from really tiny, small cards to the much bigger cards, which is what I tend to do. But you've got the plain and you've got the stitch, so you can alternate and they all layer up together. I mean, the circles, you can see that one. It's just amazing. You just cut a load of circles out and just put them together, or you know, you can go sort of more into the diamonds. I love the diamonds. It's my favourite.
Is it? I was going to ask actually, what out of all of these, what is your favourite to work with?
The diamonds and the circles, but the diamonds, it's like people think, just diamond shape, but it's again, you can just mix and match with everything else. Right. But there's certain ways of using the diamonds. You can do them as like a background or your main focal point and stamp on it. The circle, you can, like that one, make a handbag.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of the videos that to do with these as well are on John's YouTube. So if ever you're sort of not sure how to use them, then you can catch up on YouTube and find out.
Oh, that'd be brilliant.
Yeah, that's the hexagon.
We've got the hexagon here. Yes. Yeah. I'm loving that idea. That's a fantastic card, isn't it?
It's cute. And if you've got someone like my grandson, he's so into football, I mean, that'd be perfect for him, the football one.
But like you say, the options of trying to go, let's go some complete card. Look at that.
I love that.
Beautiful, beautiful card.
Yeah.
Isn't that stunning?
They're easy to use, and you can achieve something like that because you've got the tools that will help you, because they're there, they're all measured ready for you.
Yeah.
The hard work has been done.
And that is an important point as well, isn't it? Because I know from talking to John regarding these, and he said, you know, the difficult thing when designing these is to get them mathematically, so you get that exact same spacing between each one. Even the diamonds one. Now he said that was a pig of a design to try to do. But in other ways, you might have to sort of buy two lots of different sets to bring them together. This, you get that mathematical spacing perfect.
Yeah. I mean, I have no, you know, if I want to do a square card, I know that I can just go to those dies and they're all going to, the mats and layers are just going to go, so I can concentrate more on the fun bit, which is the decorating.
They are,
Yeah.
honestly, what you're about
The
to do with all
ovals.
of these is
Yeah.
absolutely phenomenal. It's gorgeous. Oops,
Yeah.
that's right. Yeah, they're trying to jump out of my hand there as well. Now, I know a lot of people are going to want to go, you know what, in for a penny, in for a pound. I want to go for the entire lot. I'm going to give you some options here because we can break that down for you as well, which is absolutely fantastic. So we'll start going through what's available as a pair for you. And I can tell you, by the way, you are going to get a huge saving. If you go for the entire bundle, you're going to get a massive saving. However, there are also savings on these individually for you. So looking, for example, starting with the squares here. So that's going to give you the squares that's got the stitch, and also you're going to have the non-stitch on there. So it's 203152. Now, just thinking about that set alone, that's the squares we're looking at here. That we're looking at is, well, £5 saving on this, by the way, but you're nearly at £50 again for all of those within that. So you're getting a huge amount as well. Now, under the same item number, by the way, if you want to go from the square, you can also go for the circle option again. So 31 you're going to get at the plain, a further 16 again you got on the stitched for yourself as well. And again, same from again, you can see 203152, you can go for the circles, or you can also go for the squares as well. There are your two options on that. They are also available on your flexi buy, so you get that £5 saving, bringing your first payment to just £22.49, which is lovely. So that's circles and the squares taken off. Now we're going to go to Leslie's, which are her favourites, and these are the diamonds to work with. Again, you're going to have so much fun working with these. Those will give you in total 26 dies. That's the stitched and the plain. That's also got a £5 saving on there, so that's just down to £24.98. So that's the circles taken care of, the squares taken care of, and the diamonds as a deal. Now, if you want all of those, we just talked about, circle, square and diamond, you can get them as a mini bundle, and that will give you 121 dies, and that's item number 129389. That again is also available on your flexi. There's 3 payments of £33.31, and if you get for that bundle, square, circle and diamond, that will give you £15 saving on that bundle. That's on top of your mini savings that you saw on just the squares or just the circles or just your diamonds as well. Right, now I've got similar kind of options for you on the second half of the set, okay? Remembering this is the first time that you've had a chance to bring all of these 6 different shapes together in one collection. So we're going to start with a hexagon for you. Plain again is going to give you 23 dies. The stitched effect will give you a further, I think it's 18, I do believe there is in the stitched, there we are, yeah, 18 there, giving you 41 in total, and that's item 710672. Again, £5 saving on the hexagon, so that's 2 payments on FlexiBuy of £22.49. There your hexagon. We've also got the fantastic ovals that are lovely, and again, don't underestimate the difference between your plain and having that lovely stitch effect. And we saw some of the examples, by the way, where they both used in the same piece. It looks lovely, it really does. This has got a £6 saving, so that's rather than £45.98, it's down to £39.98. 009961 will give you all of those lovely ovals. Now, under the same item number, you can also go, if you would like to, for the rectangles that we have here for you. 24 of the plain, 12 of the stitched. Again, also under 009961, £6 saving again, same price, down to £39.98, which is a phenomenal deal. Now, if you want to go for those 6, the rectangles, the hexagons, you stood awake in the back, and also the ovals. You're lucky, you're not having to say it. Right, 938056 will give you all of those wonderful 3 shapes. That's 115 dies. That as well also has not only those savings that you got carried over, plus another £15 off, and it's also available on FlexiBuy of £36.65 of your payments. And I didn't think I suffered from asthma. Hang on a second, I need my breath. Have the whole lot. I'll be asleep in a second, catch my breath. Just bear with me, Leslie.
Yeah,
bear with me. First time ever, for a reason, first time ever All of this can be yours. That is 236 dies in total. That's your circles, that's your hexagons, that's your squares, that's your diamonds, that's your ovals. You're getting all of that in there. And it's also split, of course, across your FlexiBuy, which bringing your payments down to £66.63 each. And not only are you getting the £5 off, the £6 off, you're getting those individual savings that are happening. That carries over, and you're also getting on top of that an extra another £10 off as well. The item code is, I'm so there, 377959.
Yay! Oh dear.
Over to you, Leslie.
Oh, thank you. I've just got a couple of the samples to, again with, the diamonds and the circles. As you see with this one, the diamonds, there's so much more that you can do. You can cut them out and layer them down, and again using with the circles and layered up. This one is a banner, again using the diamonds but fold in half, so that you can make a banner. I think that's probably mine. I think. And then this one you can make like a large flower, again with your diamonds. So cut them out and layer up. The beauty of the layering dies, you haven't got to worry whether they fit or not. So you can cut your patterned diamond out, and you're going to have the automatic perfect layer for underneath.
That's a point not to be sort of glossed over, is because that makes, I suppose, from a card maker's point of view, you know that the mathematics is done for you. It will work.
That's right. The only problem you have is actually lining it up, because it's perfectly cut. It's just the actual lining up of it, to be honest. And then this is another one, just using the circles.
Oh, that's nice.
Again, the stitch circles, all cut out in different colours, and again, it's all the hard work's done for you.
And that stitch detail, it's amazing actually, how much it lifts that whole look.
It does. And then this one I think is lovely. Again, using the circles and the stitch dots, and something like that you can just play with.
Yeah, that's really nice.
I always say to people, when I get new dies, the first thing I do is cut them out in white. And then I've got them all with me, and I can just see how they all fit together. It just gives me an idea, and then you just play.
I think it is. It really is genuinely lovely to have a whole lot at your fingertips. Would be great, wouldn't it?
It is.
Just to let people know, sorry, I've just been asked if I could just mention this, Leslie. I do apologise.
No, you carry on.
The happy hour deal, by the way, we have now gone limited stock. By the way, it is limited stock, and it is a better than half price saving. Look at the stands of £13.99. So that's a phenomenal deal. 865043. I just wanted to warn you in case you thought I'm all right until the end of the show. I'll pick it up later on. It is limited now, and when it's gone on that respect. So £13.99. 865043. Sorry, Leslie. Just wanted to let people know they're loving those.
That's fine. You're doing a great job.
Thanks very much.
You're welcome. Right, sort of going back to, obviously there's been an awful lot on this weekend, so but the one-day special, I want to just show you how all the nesting dies actually fit in with what we're doing. So I'm going to show you this card. I love black, red. And I always do cream with black and red, because white tends to be a little bit stark.
Oh, okay. So you just soften it up a little bit with cream.
That's right. So that is from obviously the one-day special with your squares, and that's from the 7-inch set. So I've cut that out in the cream, and then I'm going to place it on the card. Also, then I've gone to the stitched dots circles, the ones that are in the nesting dies. So I've cut myself a circle again in the cream, but then using the new launch with the embossing circles. Now this just embosses, or it will actually pop out as well. So you've got the choice what you want to do. So that will fit on there. But then again, if you look at that, it's quite plain here, unless you put a stamp or something. So this is where your embossing folders come in.
Right.
So this I've done on black glitter card.
So I tell you what, you can see that really well, how they popped up.
Yeah, but even the other side, I don't know if you... There,
we go. Yes,
yeah, there you go.
Can. Yeah.
Even the other side is just as nice to sort of decorate. So I've cut the bits out because there's worse than me sitting here cutting everything out. So what I'm getting, John's lent me his new glue.
Oh, what, the one with the pin inside?
The one with the pin inside. Yes. Look, my first time to use.
Now, are you good? I just need to check on this one as well. Are you good at replacing the lid after each?
Yes, I am actually.
Was it because John told you?
Yes, he said it enough times. But I am actually quite a tidy crafter.
Are you? Right,
yeah, I am quite tidy. Everything has to be organised. Oh, look at me. So I'm so organised. I've already got the tape on the back.
That's how good. That's how good. But you're putting the lid back on again.
I am. Look, John, see, lid's back on. So don't text us or email us saying, oh, it's all stuck. It's because you haven't put the pin in.
Yeah, you've got to do it. But you know, I was talking about this on Friday with John, and just said, it's the simple things, isn't it, sometimes that make the difference. And just having that pin so it never clogs.
It is.
Saves you a lot of time and effort and a lot of glue that's got dried up.
It certainly does. And I've got my tweezers. Has he got some tweezers somewhere? If not, we'll just go for it. I'm just going to take that off. It's basically just to show you. So that is the piece I've cut out with the new launch of the dots, and again it just adds that little bit of an extra. So, and again with the nesting dies, they will fit in, so you haven't got to worry about lining everything up.
Yeah, lovely.
Because it's just, and I always say to people, just when you've got your nesting dies and they've been cut, just line up your two top corners, because if you've got that even, as it drops down, you know the rest is going to be quite even as well.
Absolutely.
So that's my base card.
Just so you know that the happy hour deal has now sold out. It has now completely gone. But so congratulations if you're meant to get that. It was a happy hour deal. When it was gone there. But well done indeed. You managed to get that. Congratulations. But it has now sold out. Lovely, lovely, lovely. But well done. Well done. Well done.
Right. So again, what I've done with the circle, I've cut the circle, which is going to fit on there. Now I'm going to glue that on there with. I'm going to use John's glue now, this time. And actually, this is brilliant with the thin top, because if you've got something like this, you know, and I'm terrible. I get really. Oh, who's not put their pin in? Look, it's not me. There we go.
There it is.
There we go.
You said it was John's bottle?
Yeah, it was John's bottle. John didn't put his pin in properly. So.
But you're right. No, when things like that, the detail, when you've got the holes in there, if there's anything else that's been cut through where glue has a chance to, you know, you don't want it smothered over it.
That's
right.
It
is perfect to have that, isn't it?
It is. And with this, the craft artist glues, well, you don't need a lot because it grabs really well.
Right.
But when you've got something detailed like this, like your little die cuts and that, you really do need this sort of thing to do. So we're just going to go around there. And then I'm going to, whoops, and I'm going to place my circle. And again, it just gives it a lovely sort of border.
Yeah.
And again, you can just sort of match up and pop that down.
Like a porthole on a ship, isn't it?
When they first came through the circus, I thought, oh, porthole. Because obviously we had the lovely 2J stamps not so long ago with the ship and that. And I think there is a sample actually with
let's have a little look.
With the ship that one of the girls has done. And then what I've done is I've put foam pads on the back of this circle. Because you want to sort of give it a little bit of dimension, your card, and lift up a little bit. So I won't take them all off because it's like watching paint dry, but you know. So, right, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to place this circle with the foam back over my embossing folder. And you'll be thinking, oh my goodness me, what's she doing? But then what you do when you find your scissors, which are here, sorry, once you've put your circle on the top of your piece, you can then put your scissors at an angle and just cut round. So you can cut off your bits. It saves trying to measure a circle and a border.
Good idea.
There's so many much more easier ways to do it. So there you go. I'm a bit like John. Life's too short to make it hard work. Okay, sorry, I keep moving up and down.
I think that's why you must have approached you in the first place. You've got to be part of the team.
So then I'm just going to glue this down. Okay, and again, the embossing folders just add that extra little bit of a sort of background. So you can see already your card's building up quite nicely. Yeah,
it is. And just let people know, if you're interested, by the way, in the 3D embossing folders at the moment that Leslie's working with, the details at the bottom of your screen. If you want to go for them, you're going to get your 3 lots of your embossing folders that go through, but they're also part of the weekend wow also. Either way, whichever you want to go for them, but just to let you know what Leslie is working with at the moment on this demonstration.
Yeah. And then, of course, we've got the lovely new sentiments.
Oh, the sentiments, yes.
The sentiments,
yes.
which we've had on as well. Again, the thing I love about John's stuff is that it all intermingles, it all matches and fits in with everything else. So you are liable to use it more. A lot of us sort of buy something and do 3 things and put it away.
Yeah, yeah.
But with these, you can just use them on everything. So, you know, so what I've done is I've cut the anniversary from the black, which matches the back, and then I've done a piece of the red to go behind. And again, make sure your bits are out. Terrible with the bits. John's lent me his pokey tool and everything else. I'm sort of half winging it a little bit this morning because this was thrown in at me. So again, look, I didn't put my pin back in, did I?
Oh, you could have got away with that.
I could have got away with that, but I'm honest, so there we go. Pin back in. It's like, do you know what? you could do with one of those.
Put your big light on. I'm like that now, or anything like that.
I could do with a magnifying glass.
Yeah, I know. Magnifying glass and big light.
Yeah, as you get a bit older, you sort of tend to need a few more bits and pieces. So, I've glued that, so I'm going to lay that on the top, like so. There we go. And as I say, this glue is brilliant because it grabs really quickly. And then what I've done with this, I've actually just snuck it in either side, obviously glue it down. So give it a little bit of a bend. You can either use a bone folder, which is like that, just through. And then that's glued down now. And then I'm just going to pop it in there. Can you see it just gives it a little bit of a lift?
But I suppose if you were going on, because that looks fantastic, if you were to go with those with the circles, for example, with the nesting dies, you could take that in as, you could make that almost like the Bond entrance, you know, on the films, go right in, or leave them as well. But I suppose that's, again, the sort of versatility you get with having so many, whichever shape you want.
Yeah, it is. And that's what I love about the dies. And then, obviously, you can, you know, the flowers that we've got, we can just put on. But you've got your basic there. Yeah. Whatever card. I mean, I don't tend to say to myself, I'm going to make a 5-inch card, a 6-inch card, or a 25-inch card. I tend to sort of, John sends the dies through and I'll look and think, right, I can do this with that, and then I sort of work from the middle out.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And because I've got the layering dies, I can, because I know they will go up to, I think the biggest one is about 8 by 8.
Right.
Is it? So, you know, I'm not...
Got you.
I'm not stuck to a particular size. But then again, these new dies, they're brilliant for people who do like to make the smaller cards.
I see.
So, again, it's mixing and matching everything.
No, I think that's brilliant. Yeah, lovely. I love that demonstration as well. Again, like you say, the work's done for you, the sizing up, you haven't got to worry about any of that when you're layering up. It's lovely. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much indeed,
You're
Leslie.
welcome.
Thank you. Well, just give a few more details, if that's okay.
Yep.
I've had a drink and an inhaler, so I think I've got my breath back on that now. Right, so your fantastic weekend wow. Here are the beautiful folders that you've got here as well. If you want to go for the set of the quilted blocks, you've got the braid lines, and you've also got the thank you in there on spiral. So the details of that, bottom of your screen, 048053. The weekend wow itself there with everything, all the details of that for there on the website for you. If you do just want the quilted blocks and the braid lines and the spiral flower, if you do want those on their own, there are the details for you right now, 048053, and that's just £20.97, and they are fantastic. Honestly, I've got so many different examples of how they can all look, and you can sort of see with samples, but they really are fantastic. Now, dispatch, by the way, are the 21st of September on those we're looking at for dispatch for you. But really, really, really fantastic. They are. You're going to love working with those, and so many different ways as well. You're going to really enjoy it. Now, I want to talk to you very quickly about our fabulous bottles that you got here. Now, you can go for a set of 8 of these for the Glitter Mister bottles here. Now, we've got a £10 saving on. They're down to £29.99. They are an excuse me. They are an extended delivery from the 21st. Now, if in here is amazing. I believe I think these can hold up to 20 mil. I think it is. If I remember rightly from when John was talking about, if it's wrong, he'll come in the studio and shout at me and correct me. Well, that's fair enough. I deserve it. But in here is just your loose glitter, that goes in. And then once that's in, you got that down. This is fun. Now, I'm not going to do an Adam because I've got to get home and try and explain it to the other half why I'm covered in glitter. Although she knows I'm here, so you'd hope. Now, can you see that coming out already? Have I got anything? I'll tell you what, also here we go, look. You see that coming through? Thank you. John's on that. But, oh look, there we go. Feels like we're in a Bond film. But it is fantastic for the glitter that you're going to be getting here. Oh, look, in for a penny, in for a pound. Go on. There we go. So, I'm going to go two-tone. Yeah, why not? There we go. There's loads coming out. Now, it is the lovely thing about this is it does, that's going to come out come June next year. I'll still be getting that out of places. John was talking about this and said for some of the smaller projects, rather than getting your glitter, tipping it all out all over the place again, if there's some elements you just want to pick up as well, you can be very directional with this, which is absolutely phenomenal. And I can tell you, they have been so popular. They sold out, they're back and extended, and they are absolutely brilliant to go for as well. And I know that John's got himself an extra load of bottles just for himself as well, because he just loves them. They are brilliant. 412-376. You are going to be getting your set of 8. Now, if you just want to go for a couple of bottles, and we got an option for that you can at the bottom of your screen. 041131 999 will give you a twin pack of those, which is phenomenal. They are brilliant. It might revolutionise the way that you apply your glitter to your projects that you're working with. They look great, actually, just filled up on your shelf, let alone before you start using them. They're really cool. They are. Now, if you're looking for glitter to go in them, then you want to go for the icing, because this is great, this option. I can promise you that you're going to love this. Now, the price point on here is amazing. John was talking about this story. Did he explain about the pricing on these? Phenomenal. This in here is a 10 mil of the glitter. Now, when John bought this, for 10 mil of the glitter, he said he spent £3.50. They are available. He said that they was in the shop. I think they went for £3.85 for 10 mil. Now, if you think about this, one of these pouches, by the way, what you're looking at here has got 60 mil in each one of those. So that was actually working out at £2.69, and the equivalent was everything you got in this large jar compared to the 10 mil there. This was working out £2.69. This is working out at £3.85 for that, and that's only 10 mil. So a massive difference. And what ultimately does it mean? It means you get a lot more glitter for your buck, basically. 111708 will give you the chance to go for all 16 of these. Now, this is brilliant, and it gives you a £5 saving, and it's available also on your FlexiBuy. So just 2 payments of £21.48. I have to say, I can show a couple of examples here. Leslie, your experience of the actual glitters themselves.
Yes.
I take it you must have been using quite a bit of this in the past as well.
Yeah, and it's lovely because it's fine. Yeah, I mean, I tend to glitter quite a few bits and pieces, to be honest. It's and the backgrounds, I think Sam's done that one with double-sided.
Oh, right,
you
yes.
use the double-sided, and then you cut bits out and just throw the glitter on. And with the bottles, it just makes life so much easier.
A lot easier.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does. I mean, even just adding little tinges of glitter on some of the cars. Like if you've like this, one of the samples that John had done. Can you? Do you want me to?
Oh, yeah, you show that one if you want to show that one.
Show that one?
Yeah, please.
You can actually just put little bits of glitter on.
They're going to bring the camera in there. There we are.
Yeah, see? So that you can just, like the birds...
That's nice, isn't it?
You know, if you put a little bit of glitter or on the edges of your flowers, because it's fine glitter, it's
Yeah.
just subtle.
Yes,
but
I
just
got
gives
you.
that little bit of a
just a little bit,
little
that
bit of
you
a
can get
shine.
through. Yeah, we honestly,
Yeah.
it is fantastic. They are beautiful, and they are stunning colours as well. And if you look at that sparkle, then this is perfect for you. Now, that option there, by the way, is there for you of all 16. Now, if you are thinking, well, that's a lot of glitter there for me, maybe you don't need to go for quite so many. So maybe go for your favourites. So there is a pick and mix option for you, where you can choose any 4 that you want, and that's still only $11.99 for those as well. And that, again, like I say, each pouch is 60 ml, which is phenomenal for $11.99. 616-425. All the options are there for you on the website, of course, that you'll be able to find. But choose your favourite 4 that you want to go for, and they are all absolutely fabulous. 616-425 for them as well. I tell you what, it is very busy across the board, actually, here. Finished with your weekend wow, with all the lovely colours of glitter, the glitter bottles you've got, the embossing folders we've got for you as well. Now, there's one other as well that we want to show to you, which I know is always very, very popular. This is the Mica Magic, the whole palette here, the mega bundle. So that gives you summer brights, the metallics, and the basic brights. Leslie, is there anything you want to just tell us about the Mica? Where do you start, I suppose, really?
Yeah. I actually was with John when he launched these on the show, and they still blow my mind, really, because you can use them on absolutely everything.
Yeah.
I think it's acetate is the only one that's a bit of a problem, but.
Okay.
But you know, they come in lovely packaging for a start. They're flat. You can take them anywhere. I bought mine with me today. And the colours are lovely, but they're just easy to use, and they don't, what's the word I'm looking for? You can use them all. They don't contaminate each other.
Oh,
That's
right.
the
Yes,
word.
yes,
So,
yeah.
you know, I can go from a blue to a white and put that on the card. And, yeah, and they're lovely, just not for doing just a whole piece of card, but just for little accents. I think they were first brought out for the flowers, the flower foam, to colour those.
Right.
But again, you can colour everything all in the centre of your flowers or just around the edges. Yeah.
So a good universal but quality one you're talking about.
I mean, I actually I think I demonstrated them, and like people were saying, well, how does it work? And I'm like, have a go.
Yeah.
And they'd be like, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
sold.
Sold. Yeah.
Is there anything you can do with them just now, so we can have a look?
I've got the embossing folder, and I have to say these embossing folders are lovely because you've got the right, what I call the right side or embossed side, and then the debossed side, and I've got the Mica Magic here, so I'm just going to be mucky and use my fingers. So I'm going to go in with the these are the gold, but as you can see, you just go over. You don't need a lot.
Is that the metallics you're getting?
These are the metallics, these are the metallics. You don't need a lot, and even if you want to sort of mix in, again, it comes up those colours and they don't contaminate.
Fabulous.
It's just, yeah. See. And again, if you've got, you know, like using your nesting dies, and you just want to make a nice simple background, and then put a sentiment on. That's it, a card done. But you can see they just go on, and then you can sort of make them a little bit more subtle if you go over a bit. So that's the embossed side on that embossing folder.
That's lovely, that.
And then even the debossed.
So you go, is that from the
This
brights?
is from the brights.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to go on with the brights. And again, and you see, I'm using my same finger, obviously. I mean, I have got 9 other fingers, but you know. But you can just go in and just give it the different colours.
So if we, like you say, if we just wanted to accent, want to bring just something else to the forefront, just maybe also just accentuate that sort of debossing and just a bit more as well.
Yeah. And again, that's a simple card, a quick, simple card. All you need to do with that now is matte and layer. With perhaps pick up your blues or your greens in the background, matte and layer.
Just to tilt that slightly, just so we can get a little bit more on home on the camera, and we see all that. There we go.
Any good?
Yes.
Yeah, better.
Yeah, very,
there
very
we
nice.
go.
Leslie.
And then
lovely.
if you're not if you think, oh, I need a little bit more of a certain colour, the beauty of these is you can go back in, and it will be the same colour again.
Yeah.
You know, it won't contaminate. The colours start... This is what fascinates, because usually when you're doing inking and stuff, they all merge together sometimes.
Right.
But these actually keep their colour.
They are lovely. They're really nice. So the options are there for if you want to go summer brights. We've got metallics and basic brights, but that whole mega bundle is everything in there that you can see. I've never heard... Well, it's almost like one of those words when people mention that you're going to go for the Micro Magic. There's a whole thing of, oh yeah, there's a nod of agreement, there's an appreciation, there's a, actually, they are amazing. 438-398. If it helps, of course, FlexiBuy, so you can get these home and start playing with these again, of course, they're from just £24.99 with your P&P on your first payment, of course, for that one. But honestly, if you've not been converted to working with them yet, and all the different mediums, pretty much as you heard Leslie talk about, give them a go. You will not be disappointed, and you will be back for more as and when, of course, you do finally get to the end of them, because they're almost like the Mary Poppins bag equivalent. They're never ending. You see how little that you use, but you get a lovely hit from them as well.
You do.
That are great.
You do.
They are lovely.
I love them, and as I say, you can just do so many different things with them.
No, they're fabulous. Look, I tell you what, our birthday party this house flying by. We've got about 9 minutes left still.
Okay.
Where do we take
Over to you then, Scott.
Oh yeah. Now, I could go through the options again on the nesting dies if we wanted to, or which I think people would much rather see, is anything else that you might have.
Again with the mica powders, you can do also things, but I know these have sold out, but you know, they will be sort of coming in. But again, I just want to show the beauty of the embossing folders. Again, these are lovely, as we all know. You can just put a little bit on your pad, and obviously the brushes that we had. You liked these, didn't you, Scott?
Yeah, I did.
You did, yeah. I like these too.
Normally the whole thing is John keeping me quiet. Gives me one of those at the beginning of a show, and I just sit there sort of just rubbing it on my head there, because it is the softest thing. But I've lost days doing that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I remember you something. So again, the brush, and again you can just, can you see, just over the top, and again lightly, sort of.
These brushes, because I know that John talks about them when you're going through stencils, essentially, that nothing catches on them or anything like that at all. They just glide literally across.
They do. I mean, I was very loath to use mine. I've got to say, when they go, oh, they're too nice. And to be honest, I have used them quite a bit.
Right.
And I just wash them, just swirl them with warm water, a little bit of soap.
Yeah.
And that's it, done. But
I love this folder.
I know, it's just so nice.
I think it's
Be a
one
bit
of my
more
favourite
generous
ones.
with the ink, shall we? I mean, it's John's.
Yeah, it's all right.
Sorry, John.
We're okay.
So yeah, but I'm just going to be lazy now and just dip into my ink pads, because you can. You know, people think, oh, you shouldn't be doing this, you shouldn't be doing. But you know, go with what makes you happy. Go with what you know. There's no right or wrong. It's just, if you're happy, and at the end of the day, I know it's an old cliche, but if you don't like it, it's just a piece of card.
That's very true.
You know?
Very true, yeah.
So again, you've got another option so that you can use the inks. And then I'm going to try, which I've not done before, we're just going to wing this now. I'm going to try and pick up the roses with the micas.
I see, yes.
Oh, here we go. See? So again, everything you've got, don't think it's just for one thing. You can use it on so many other different things.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
you pick up the roses.
They are lovely.
And then if you, also with the glitter as well, if you're patient enough, you could actually put some glitter on the raised edges and then spray your glitter on. But again, I just mess now. I just think, a little bit of that will be quite nice. But can you see how you can build it up?
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, and I'm not actually sort of thinking, I'll use this colour. I'm just dipping in, because that's the beauty of crafting, is you sort of have an idea what you're going to do, but when you start playing, you come up with all sorts of things, and you know, even if you make a mistake, it's not really a mistake, it's a happy accident, and it's a piece of card, but we'll just put a bow on it or a butterfly. That's the normal trick. But this is on the linen card.
We haven't really spoken about the linen card, have we?
Yeah, this is lovely.
I don't think we've got this colour option, but we have got another set for you as well. But I know that you will see the sort of the grain that's in here, which is absolutely beautiful. I'm just going to show the colours that we've got here, by the way, for people.
Yeah.
This is, honestly, if you're looking to make your cards or whatever project is you're working on, and you want to just lift it up. I'm not talking about designs on this now. I'm talking about quality of feel and touch and look as well. I don't know if you can see it up close or when we're working as well with Leslie's, but that lovely weave that's in here, that gorgeous texture that takes it from, this isn't an ordinary card, this is a, you know, those brand things where they talk about, this is no ordinary chocolate pud, this has got Vic's luxury velvet, Swiss chocolate and all that sort of stuff. This is the equivalent of that. It takes it up to another level, and if you are a real connoisseur of the touch and the feel and the look, rather than, and that texture is important to you, then I know, and I know that when John was talking about these, when they launched as well, is try, and you mentioned it earlier on as well, Leslie, is that lovely colour green, which is not like your bright Christmas green, which is gorgeous, but there's a time and place for them.
There is.
This is lovely.
And I think when you're doing foliage as well, you want different colour greens, and you think, oh, you know, the Christmas one's a bit too bright, but those two are just perfect for the leaves. You know, cut out several in the different colours, put them behind your flowers. It just gives that extra edge, I think.
The extra edge. It's really important. And a lot of people have fallen in love with them, by the way. 80% of the stock has gone. But then again, you look at that price. For that quality, $11.99. 474310 is your item code to go for them. But again, if you'd really want to get in quick before they have all gone on those, by the way. We are coming nearly to the end, but I just wanted to give you a quick rundown again. I'll just let you know about what's available for the whole of the nesting dies, by the way, and it's been very, very busy. So most people, as you would understand and expect, are going for the complete entire set. That is all 236 of the dies. That gives you the circles, that will give you the squares, that gives you the diamonds, the hexagons, the ovals and the rectangle. That gives you the plain and the stitched of all of those. And again, you've seen how Leslie was working them together. And because, really important point, they've all been mathematically measured and put together. Even the diamond one, which John said was a headache to do, which means, as Leslie said, they will just fit together beautifully. It takes the stress out of you trying to measure up those gaps in between, because they're all going to have exactly those same measurement spacing in between. So you haven't got to buy a couple of different sets to do that. This will work for you. 377959. I would say that this is an investment into now and the future for all those different styles of cars that you want to go with. It's available on Flexi as well to really help you with such a big purchase. And it is a big purchase, that you know, but it's one that in 5-10 years time down the line you'll still go, it was the best purchase I think you made if you want those options ahead of you. So fantastic. Good luck with getting those. Leslie, the time has come to an end already.
I can't believe how quick it's gone.
It's flying by.
But yeah.
Are you back? I think I'm back with you.
I'm back tomorrow.
Oh, you're back tomorrow?
Yeah, I think 12 o'clock and 4 o'clock tomorrow.
Right, fantastic.
So, yeah, the last two.
Well, listen, it's been really lovely to be able to share the show with you as well. Have you enjoyed this hour?
I have, actually, it's gone so quick. So, yeah.
That's good. There was an element of surprise in your voice when you said, actually, you know.
It was, you know, it's lovely, and it's lovely to be back.
Oh, that's
good.
To be
honest, I've really missed it, so, because the best part for me is actually demoing and passing on what you learn.
It's been real lovely to watch and to learn from. Look forward to your shows as well tomorrow.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you.
And thank you very much indeed as well for joining Leslie and myself at the 21st birthday party. I know it's the only one I'm ever going to be invited to, but I'm glad to be here, which is really lovely. Anything you've got there in your basket, please don't forget to get them checked out. Of course, we know it's been very, very busy. Well done if you got the happy hour deal as well. Enjoy making those, and please, please, please try and get these into them, because it's the first time they've all been back together, and who knows when they'll be back again like that. From both of us for now, thank you very much. See you after this.
Bye.
Oh, get ready, everybody, then. It is Christmas with daisy chain designs. You're going to love these. Get ready for the cute R factor. Then we got the Polka Doodles Christmas Joy one-day special. And then we got lovely the Dremel show.
Hi, I'm Anna and I'm a founder of Craftbox UK. Craftbox is a box full of craft supplies that we send to our customers monthly. All products are placed in a beautiful, sturdy box, which is ribbon tied, and we hope that by receiving this box, you will feel like it's Christmas every month. Make sure you don't miss the Craftbox shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We started our business in Cambridge, really, with a long arm quilting machine. We decided we wanted to make a proper business of it, so we bought a shop in this area. We soon grew out of that because we became successful, and we bought a school, and now we're in the school.
We have 4 parts to our business. We have the quilting service, we run workshops, we sell patchwork and quilting threads, fabrics and notions, and we do patterns and books. That's our newest thing, and our favourite being our Crafters Carry-All.
We've really enjoyed being on Hochanda. It's made us famous, really. We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us, and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations, and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Lucy from Sweet Poppy Stencils, the Craft Station Limited. We're a craft retailer and we specialise in stainless steel stencils. Our stencils are manufactured in metal. This allows us to have designs that are intricate. We also have new products coming on board, our craft bonds, our pole drops, and our acrylic paints are joining us. We've recently joined Hochanda and we're really excited. This allows us to demonstrate and show our products. We know customers like seeing the demonstrations, so make sure you tune in and don't miss the Sweet Poppy shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Hi, my name is Catherine Sturrock and I work in collaboration with FMM. FMM creates some wonderful cake decorating cutters. We've brought them to Hochanda and used them with air dry clay to create some beautiful flowers, leaves and other florals. We use them then to decorate various products such as laser cut designs, mixed media, card making and many other items. So join me on Hochanda and let me guide you through the process of putting together various flowers such as roses, peonies and lots more besides.
Hello everyone. Yes, it's Christmas again. I'm looking forward to this hour. Now, daisy chains here at 7 o'clock this morning. If you were watching myself and Sue earlier on as well, we had, of course, Rachel's wonderful products, but we're back with daisy chains and Gail as well. We've got Gail in the studio. She's going to be demonstrating this morning. I think we can just say a quick hello to Gail, actually. There she is.
Morning.
Are you ready to go, Gail?
I am indeed. Can't believe it's still the morning.
Can't wait for that. Can't wait for the demonstrations. Sue's in the studio as well. We are, of course, all social distancing, so different cameras for different people here. But it's great. It's great to have everybody in the studio. Right, now we have got some new todays for you as well. Now, 7 o'clock this morning was very, very busy. In fact, the item that I'm going to show you first did sell out at 7 o'clock. We've got it back on extended delivery from the 25th of September. He is so cute, isn't he? No wonder he's sold out. Look at him. Oh, and those rosy cheeks as well. Everything I love. This is so me. I love it. Now, this is Mr. McFreeze. He's a cushion pattern and starter kit here. So isn't he glorious? He really is. So you can see you've got all the wonderful fabrics there. You've got the embellishments. I mean, even down to the snowflakes, down to the button there as well. Of course, those eyes, those safety eyes are in there as well. And of course, you've got full instructions and the pattern and the most beautiful fabrics. So tell us about this. This is a gorgeous fleece.
I know, he's really nice, isn't he?
He's wonderful. I love
we
him.
had Mr. Claus, who we launched last month, and he was the Santa cushion. And so Gail was so inspired that she's made Mr. McFreeze to go with Mr. Claus. And he was designed as a cushion. But Catherine, if you don't mind turning him round the other way round, you can see he has a little secret pocket in his back.
So he does.
Well.
I didn't even know about that.
I know. It's really nice, isn't it? So again, if you want to put a little treat in there, a little card with a gift, a bit of money, a little present in there, that's really lovely as a little extra idea. And you saw there the word Frosty, but in fact he does come with a complete alphabet. So you can actually personalise him to whatever the recipient's name's going to be on the
do you
back.
know, I love it even more now. What a great place to put your remote control for your TV as well.
Yeah, that'd be, never lose that, would you?
You wouldn't, would
be
you?
there. Or little
I
knitting
love it.
needles, your crochet, anything you could keep in
Definitely.
there,
And I've
couldn't
got
you?
to say, he's so cuddly as well.
He is. He's made from fleece, which is a really nice product to use. It's very forgiving. And he is very quick and very easy. So really, Gail designed him with a view to people maybe who haven't had a lot of experience in sewing. You know, you can make him up really quickly, really easily, and be very successful with it. So he is a really nice project. The other thing as well, I will just say, and that is that you did pick up on in the kit there, Catherine, and the same with Mr. Claus, is they do actually have safety eyes in this time, so they are suitable for maybe younger children. Just obviously be careful with the embellishments and the buttons.
Yeah.
If you were going to give it to a small child, just be aware of that. But they do have safety eyes, so whereas normally our projects are more decoration based, so they have beads and things in them, but we did put the safety eyes in this time.
Oh, I absolutely adore him. No wonder he's been so popular. Now, you see the details there, 1749 384 925. That is for Mr. McFreeze. But at the bottom of the screen, if you didn't see it earlier, or you want to go for our other version, of course, you've got Mr. Claus, the cushion pattern and the kit there at the bottom of the screen for 1749. We do have a wonderful sample in the studio as well. I'm sure we'll be able to show you that in a little bit of time. Already busy again on this one, though. Let's have a look what else we've got, because we've got some gorgeous, gorgeous projects again. Look at these. Oh, our snowmen here. Now, two different options on this one. So you've either got the blue jacket or the green jacket. And once again, so the fabrics are stunning. They really make these pieces, and those embellishments as well, just gorgeous.
Thank you. Yes, Gail has come up trumps again, and it's really funny because I think originally, I think I'm right, and she'll probably correct me if I'm wrong, but originally I think she did the blue colourway, and then the green she sort of made as an extra, more of a sort of for a demonstration. And actually, whenever we have them both on, we always have a competition as to which colourway sells better, and every time the green outsells the blue.
Really?
It's funny, isn't it? How you sort of think, oh, it was almost like came as an afterthought to make them up in a different colour, and actually that's the colour that everyone seems to really go for and like. I will just mention, because he has been so successful, I haven't got exactly the same fabrics that we used originally on his legs, and the same with the blue Santa. So I've got something that still coordinates and is very, very close to it, but it may not just be the exact same fabric for their little arms and their legs, but rest assured it does all still work, it does all coordinate in, and everything else is exactly the same.
Oh, and look at it, little
sign here as well, let it snow. What's the other one? Let's just turn that around. There we are, North Pole. Well, these are Santa's pals, aren't they beautiful? If you want to go for one of each colour, you can do. £19.95. What an amazing price yet again for a kit. This is fantastic, isn't it? 791343. Adorable. And it doesn't stop there. Look at this one. We've got reindeer pals for you now. Oh, I just want to cuddle all of these. Do you know, the fabric again, it's so soft, it's so tactile. You've got the most beautiful embellishments in there again with the little star buttons. You've got beads for eyes on this one, I can see. Yes. But you've got such lovely shaping here with the antlers and the wire in the hat there as well. Oh, there's a little jingle bell in there
as well.
Oh, it's in the front.
Yeah, it's
I
really
didn't even see that. Isn't he lovely?
He's really lovely. And the story with him as well is we had Santa Pals 1 on the show at 7 o'clock, and he's the actual Santa Claus that came first. And then Girl was so inspired, and people loved Santa so much that she went on and designed Santa Pals 2, which is the snowmen, and then Santa Pals 3, which is the reindeer. And as we said earlier as well, there were certainly there's plans afoot for 4, 5 and 6, but we have had some problems getting hold of some of the fabrics, you know, that we wanted to make the next designs in there. So bear with us, everyone at home. If you've got 1, 2 and 3, certainly there will be more coming, but at the moment we say everything's a bit of a struggle to get hold of things, isn't it?
I know. Do you know, but look at this. I've got to say, his feet are quite weighty, so when you do cross his legs, if you want to do that, they sit so nicely, don't they?
It's the way that girls design their bottoms. They all sit up really well.
Really firm bottom
They're
there.
firm, good firm bottom, yes.
I love him. £19.95 again for that kit, isn't he amazing? 527196 is the item number if you want to go for Santa's pal there. Now, something else that's putting a smile on my face is this next item. Brand new for you as well here. Now, this isn't a whole kit as such, but what we're going to offer here is the pattern pieces, the templates, and of course this beautiful glittery felt. Now, you can choose your own fabrics to make the actual finished design, but I think we're going to see this in demonstration hopefully this hour as well, Sue. I'm just going to hold this up.
It's gorgeous,
Isn't it amazing? I love it. Look, so much fun. So you're getting those glittery pieces there to create the penguins, of course the wording there as well. You know, such beautiful bright colours there as well. Isn't that beautiful? So when it comes to the backing fabric, then you can use that however you want. You can use a fabric of your choice, also on the back of there as well. But I think once again, when you've got these templates, you're going to be wanting to put these little penguins over everything. I do love that. £14.49. I know we're going to see that in demonstration as well. There's the instruction book and the templates as well. 355916 is the item number for that one. You even get the googly eyes, the little pom-poms, the snowflakes and the embellishments again there for this kit. So you're getting an awful lot for your money. If I just hold that up, you can see all those bits and pieces there as well.
Quite funny, Catherine, I was putting those little kits together. I had my sister came round, we were having a socially distanced cup of tea, and I said, oh, I just need to make up some of these, you know, the kits ready for Hochanda. So I bribed her. I said, oh, if you stay for dinner, will you help make up to Mr. McFreeze and also the Merry Christmas, the penguins. So bless her heart. So thank you, Annie. And she said that she'll do some more if we need it, which I think we probably will.
That is so effective as well. Do you know, I can't wait to see more of that one. And it just keeps on going because, again, I'm smiling before I've even got to this. I love, love, love this next set as well. Let's have a look what we've got for you here. Now, we're just bringing the details up for the next item. When you see this, if you haven't seen it before, wow, this is going to blow your mind. I love it. I think the children are going to adore this as well. This is going to be something that, of course, is going to be passed down the family. You're going to bring this out year after year. So what we've got is the Advent calendar and wall hanging pattern set. Now, you can see I've got the Advent calendar here. I'm going to show you both of them, but the idea behind this one is you can see all around the edge, around the framework there, you've got all the numbers. They're little pockets, so the robins can tuck inside the pockets, but then you can hang them on the tree. So I know Sue has stitched hers on just so she doesn't lose them in transit, but you can just hook them onto the tree and take them off. I think the children are going to have such a lovely time, Sue.
They
you know,
really
taking
cute.
these out and maybe hanging them on the Christmas tree as well.
Absolutely.
What a lovely idea that is.
It is fun, and the other thing again, you know, you can hide them in the different pockets, like we said earlier with the other Santa Advent that we had on the earlier show. And that again, you know, you can say, well, what number is the robin hanging in today? You know, to the younger children, and they can help them with their numbers, and also it's just a fun little thing for them to pull out, isn't it? I think they're nice. And the reason we put the advents on the September show is, you know, I do appreciate people need a little bit of time to make an advent calendar, because it has to be ready by the 1st of December. Many a time have I stitched something on the 30th of November to get it finished. So we're just giving hopefully people a couple of months and a bit of a heads up to actually get started on these advents.
Do you know, I think it's an educational game for the children as well. If you wanted to put numbers on the front of the robin so they could match the numbers to the pockets as well.
That's a great idea.
That would be really nice. This is the wall hanging. Again, so much fun. Look, you're using those robin characters here as well. Do you know, the way the eyes are you know, it determines their character, doesn't it?
It really does. Gail's very good at faces, and you know, and we were saying earlier on the show, is sometimes that's what really makes something come to life, is when you put the beads or the buttons on, and how you place them really defines, or you can most see what they're thinking. You know, the one in the middle's like not really sure, is he, where he's off to, and the other two on the end look a bit surprised. And I think that's the whole fun of it, and how you place them can really give them different characters.
Oh, absolutely love it. Now then, of course, you're buying the patterns and the templates here. £13.99, 197210. You can have so much fun with that, and you can choose your own fabrics, of course. So if you want a theme when it comes to colour in your own home, you can, of course, theme that to suit your own decor, which is amazing. Right, and it still keeps going. We've got more for you as well. Let's have a look at the next item. Now, this is absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Let's bring the details up for these. Oh, do you know, it's not Christmas without your sacks, is it? Your present sacks and that sort of thing. Now, we've got different designs here. This is the red work pattern with the pre-printed designs. I have got a couple to show you, a couple of different designs. You're looking at one of them there. If I just bring in our wonderful Santa Bauble. Isn't he amazing?
He's lovely, isn't he? And again, you get the two different panels with the different designs on. So you've got the Santa Bauble and then the Santa as a Christmas tree. Now, Gail has, with this particular pattern, decided to make him into a little Christmas sack. So you also get the instructions in there along with your panel if you want to make the Christmas sack. And then earlier on the show, we had the snowman, and that actually came with the instructions how to make the Christmas stocking. That came with that design. And then the other one will make the cushion, Catherine. But again, you know, you can do whatever you want with your panels. You don't have to follow what we've done.
Yeah.
You could put them onto a front of a cushion if you wanted to, on the front of a bag, make it into a little, you know, heirloom stocking, you know, whatever you want to do. You could even, you know, buy all three, put them together and make a little quilt even with them. So there's lots of different ideas, really. We just sort of try and sort of give people a little sort of starting point, and then you can go off and do whatever you like.
Well, personally, I absolutely love this idea of it. Yes, you can do whatever you wish with these. You've got those two panels. You've got the red thread as well there as well, of course. With the red work, it looks amazing, doesn't it? You can choose your fabrics and create whatever you wish. 077511, just £17.49. Well, over to the website we're going to go, because everything's there for you as well. Now, the reindeer Pals did sell out. It's back on extended. I'm just hearing that on the 25th of September. That's it, dispatch from date. So do bear that in mind. You can see 5-star reviews there. We've got so much for you to see on the website there. Mr. Claus is there. If you're loving our wonderful frosty cushion at the beginning of the show there, we've got Mr. Claus to go with him. Do you know, just have a really good look. But don't miss any of the demonstrations. We've got Gail coming up. Now, something else that was very busy this morning at 7 o'clock was the festive tree skirt there. That's another great price. Look at this. It is the pattern. You've got the gold rick-rack included, but then again you can choose your fabrics, just £11.50 and totally reusable again. Beautiful, beautiful products as always from Daisy Chains. Oh, so much to choose from, isn't there? Oh, do you know, I'm back here with my little friend. I'm going to stay here and keep him company as we hand over to Gail for the first demonstration.
Thank you, Catherine. I'm just going to bring in Mr. Claus a second, because sadly Mr. McFreeze is with you, and I only made the one because I'd run out of time. When I designed them originally, I designed them without the pocket on the back, because it was just going to be a cushion, and then the pocket on the back was an addition. So when I made Mr. Claus the second time, I put the little pocket on the back, the same as with Mr. McFreeze. So if you've already bought one of these and you've made one in the past, then the snowman is made in much the same way. So I'm going to just run through making the snowman and run through the tricky bit, which is normally the doing the face. So just quickly explain to you with the pattern. You've got the pattern sheet in the instructions, and when I ask you to cut out the fleece, I ask you to cut the fleece 1/2 inch bigger, and that is quite important. It's rare that we ever give you a pattern piece that's not the correct size, but this just fitted on an A3 sheet, and I wanted to make him slightly bigger, so this is why you need to cut out the additional bit. In the pattern, it clearly shows you that you need to cut this 1/2 inch, so I do remind you in the pattern, so don't worry about it. And in the earlier show, I actually did show you how much fabric that you get, and to reassure you that there's plenty of fabric in the kit. So if you watch the 7 o'clock show as well, it just gives some other hints and tips about cutting them out. So then I'm going to go on to the face. So the face is often the most challenging thing that people find when they're making toys. They're always worried about the placement. Have I got the nose in the right place, the eyes and that? So to make it easier, I've done this with several of my projects, so stick with me on it. You take a piece of greaseproof paper or tracing paper, anything really that you can see through, okay, lay it on top of your pattern, and then with a pencil, draw around the outside edge, okay, and then draw your features on. Now for the eyes, if you want, you can just put a couple of little dots in, or you can leave the eyes for the moment because they're just safety eyes, but you can see I've drawn around the nose and the mouth. So then I'm going to take this and I'm going to lay it back over my pattern. Now the thing to remember, when you lay it back on, don't lay it right on the edge, okay? Because remember, I told you at the beginning to cut an extra 1/2 inch, so move it down slightly. So now I've got the exact placement. So you can see here, I've cut out a nose from a piece of felt, and then I can lift my fabric, pop my nose underneath, and then line it up to exactly where it needs to be.
Oh, that's easy enough.
Okay, so now I know I've got my nose in exactly the right place. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the paper off. I'd normally put a little dab of glue or a little pin in there, and then I'll take that to the machine and stitch it. So once I've done that, if I bring another one in, you can see here.
This looks like quite an easy project for someone that's quite new to soft crafting as well.
It is, it really is, Amy, and that's why with this, some of the Santa's pals, the reindeer, the snowmen and that, they're a little bit more challenging. I mean, that's not to say that they're, you know, it's not possible to make, but because they've got movable arms and legs and that, and the head is separate, they take a little bit more effort. But I wanted to make something that not only suits people who are new to crafting, but also sometimes people want to make to sell, or sometimes you might have quite a few grandchildren and then they all want a Santa and you're thinking, gosh, I'm never going to fit this in before Christmas. Whereas with this, because it's an easy project, you could make multiples. Once you've made one, you'll be flying along. So if I just remove the paper a second, you can see I've just used a zigzag stitch to go around there. You could hand stitch around there if you want, or just use a straight stitch, whatever you like. But once the nose is stitched on, I've then placed the greaseproof paper back over, and now I'm looking to do the mouth.
Okay.
So I've just got a smaller section here for you to actually see on this piece. And what I've done then is I've taken this to my sewing machine with the paper still attached, and with a straight stitch on my machine, I've stitched through the paper. Because the problem with fleeces is so thick, you couldn't put it on a light box.
No.
So you couldn't trace through like you would with a cotton and that. So this way I'm getting the exact pattern that I want. Once I've done that, so I've just stitched with a straight stitch, I then take my paper and tear it off. And it tears off nicely. Okay, and there's my mouth in exactly the right place. Now it's only a thin mouth, okay, at this point. So then what I do is I take it to the machine and then I just zigzag now over the top to make the mouth wider. Okay, so shall I show an example of
yes, please.
Because I think that's quite nice for people to see. The other thing as well to consider, if you're going to now do a satin stitch over the top of there, and for people who have never done a satin stitch before, sounds complex, but that's all it is a zigzag stitch that's really close together. Okay, you might want to put something behind, because fleece has got a stretch in there, so when you're stitching, to keep your work nice and flat, you might want to put something behind. So I use stitch and tear, which is perfect because once I've stitched I can tear it away.
Lovely.
So I'll just bring the sewing machine in. I'll share with you, Catherine, I had a little technical hitch earlier, whereas I stood on the pedal of my machine and nothing happened.
Oh no, what?
Yeah.
What?
So
What was wrong?
just, I don't know, must have a little bit of a loose connection.
Oh, no.
So I'm just thinking nice thoughts as I bring this to the machine. Okay, so stick with me, keep your fingers crossed.
We have got the light on there, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, it could be a disappointing demo if this doesn't work. So then what you're going to do is you're going to change your stitch to a zigzag stitch, okay, and then you're going to reduce the length of it.
Okay.
And so it makes a zigzag stitch close together.
And are you using a standard sewing foot there, Gail?
So no, actually, well pointed out. This is what they call an open toe foot.
Okay.
So can you see there's a big gap in the middle there? And what that enables me to do is to actually see where I'm going.
Okay.
So if you haven't got one, and lots of machines now have got plastic feet, you can quite often see quite clearly with the plastic feet.
Okay.
And that. So what I do,
Lovely.
just to make sure I'm in the right place before I get carried away, is I put the needle down to check the exact spot that I want to be in, because I don't want to go wandering off anywhere. And then I take this thread, okay, my thread, and I pull it forward, because what I want to do is I want to stitch over it initially.
Oh, so you're locking it in place.
So once I've stitched over it, I take my scissors, because I can't be bothered to be cutting off loads of loose threads. So if I do that, it's covered the loose thread now.
Yeah.
And I don't have to worry about the ends.
That's a
and
lovely
then
tip.
I just stitch merrily along, and I've got a perfect line now to follow. So this takes a little bit of time and a little bit of practice. You've got some spare fleece, so there's no reason not to practice. And I'll just continue along to the end, just so you can see.
That is so neat, isn't it?
Take your time. Just because your machine goes quickly, it doesn't mean that you have to go quickly as well. But what it does is it sort of gives you a professional look easily. And you know that the mouth and the nose is in the perfect place for you.
I love it.
If you're more experienced, you've done this before, or you want to actually change the features on your snowman, then there's nothing to stop you just drawing it on with a marker pen, and then following that line you may want to give him a slightly different expression. So there's his mouth on there nicely. What I would do, I'm just going to whiz through this for speed, what I would do is I would normally do the two side pieces as well, but we'll just leave those for a moment.
Okay,
because I
so
want
with the
to
satin stitch the same, you would do those.
Yeah. I want to put his cheeks in. So often people ask me how I do the cheeks and that, and I basically use a blusher, and not an expensive one. Got it from one of those shops where everything's the same price. So you don't need to spend lots of money on expensive makeup. You could use some acrylic paint or things like that, but I've had this Potter blusher for I don't know how long. It just goes on and on and on forever, and I don't know whether most people will know, if you get makeup on clothes, it's really difficult to get off. So it does tend to stay on there quite nicely. And what I'd advise that you do is, I'll just take this bit of fleece for the moment, have a little practice first on a spare piece to make sure that you know how much you've got on there. And you can see this was the piece of plastic that came with the brush. I just leave that on there so it holds my bristles nicely.
That's a good idea.
We could put a bit of cling film. If you've got lots of brushes at home, then you could use one of your sort of stenciling brushes or whatever. I think it's better to put a little bit on and then build up the colour rather than go in heavy-handed. And then you can just keep on adding until you're happy with his...
This is my favourite thing. So anybody who knows me know I do the same thing with my polymer clay, with my MDF as well. It just makes such a difference. It warms the face up, doesn't it? It gives more character.
It does. It just gives it, I think, it just gives it that sort of, like, friendliness, you
So
know.
already, just putting the cheeks on, there's still no eyes there. It's made such a difference as what we're seeing on screen there.
Yeah. I'll share something else with you as well. It does really matter about like the placement of the eyes, because I am in the process of making a snowman wreath, and I found, I mean, you make lots of faces, depending on where I put the eyes, or the eyebrows especially.
And the direction the eyebrows go, you can have some real fun with those.
I know, they go from looking really happy to quite sinister if you're not careful. So this is a little tip. You can either use the dots that you put on the piece of greaseproof paper earlier, or, because these are safety eyes, you can use the backs. So this is what goes on the back. And what I do is I use the backs to decide where I want the eyes. So I pop them on, and then I know that's exactly where my eyes are going to go. Or you can move them out. They can be further apart or closer together. I quite like mine close together. So then what I would normally do is put a little dot with a pencil or a pen through the eye. And then with a craft knife. Now, one tip I will give you, if you cut a massive hole in your fleece and then you push the eye through, it's going to go right to the back. So less is more with this, okay? So make a little incision in your best to make a small hole and then have to go back and increase it than to make a massive hole and find that it disappears through to the back.
It's almost just like a little guide, isn't it, really? Because
and then you can see I'm just sort of forcing it through. Now, if it struggles to get through, you could always with the knife just make a little gap. Now you just pop that all the way through.
Okay. And of course at this point, Gail, you haven't done the seam allowance and you haven't stuffed the snowman, so it's going to be much more rounded and his face won't appear quite as small, will it, once it's all put together?
No, exactly, Catherine. And I think the thing is as well, this is what often happens when you make stuffed toys, is you put the face where you think it should be, and then by the time you've stuffed it and moulded it, you find that it's in completely the wrong place. So by the technique that I've used, where I've shown you the greaseproof paper, that ensures that your face will be exactly where the face on my snowman is. So theoretically, if you want him to look exactly like mine, then he should come out exactly like mine.
Oh. He is adorable.
So there we go. So there's his eye in. I've got like a little mini version here, just so we can see him all made. And there's his little eyes, his nose, and his mouth. And then I just need to put the cheeks in. Do you need? Shall I carry on, or do you want to?
We can do a little bit of a recap and then come back to you, Gail, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
We'll give the details again of Mr. McFreeze, of course, because he has been so busy. Gail's just been obviously working with this particular kit. So there we are, £17.49. Remember, this is the whole kit you get in here. You know, so you've got the fleece in there. You've got that lovely glitter in there as well. You've got lots of embellishments, the safety eyes, the full instructions. You're just going to need any other thread and needle and your stuff. Of course, now 60% of the extended stock has already gone, 384,925. Just a reminder that that dispatch date as well from the 25th of September. Don't forget, we do have Santa to go with him as well if you want to look at the details for that one separately. But we'll just give you a reminder of one or two things on the counter as well. So Mr. McFreeze, we've just done him there. Now everything's been busy, of course. Earlier show at 7 o'clock. Snowman pals as well. Here you've got the choice of the blue or the green. And do you know, these are just so amusing again, aren't they? The way that they can be sat. Do you know, I'm going to speak to Sue a little bit more about these. So when it comes to the stuffing, what do you advise to stuff with? What sort of stuffing do we need?
I think I'm just check with Gail, but we normally use just ordinary toy stuffing, don't we?
Yeah,
just ordinary toy stuffing that you can buy. And
lovely.
What I would the tip I would give, and just from my own experience of toy stuffing, and I'm sure Gail would probably agree, is don't go with great big bits to start with. You know, I mean, you don't want tiny pea-sized bits because they're relatively, you know, it's quite a big thing. But when you come to the arms and the legs especially, is you just have to really take your time because it is really important to get the stuffing absolutely right. So if you go in too big, then the arms can look a little bit bulky or there's not enough in there. So you sort of really do have to push it down. So I would just say with the stuffing, it is really worth taking your time with doing it. And it is the fun bit because up until then they're only two-dimensional, and then when you put the stuffing in, they suddenly become little characters, don't they?
I just adore them. I'd have to have one of each colour, I think. £19.95 is the price for the kit, so you have got that choice of blue or the green. The most beautiful fabrics. Maybe a slight difference in some of the fabrics, but the majority you see in there exactly the same. 791345 is the item number. Everything has got such amazing price points. Everything, all the work's done for you, isn't it? And you've got those patterns and templates that you can reuse as well. Now, another one of our pals here. I've fallen in love with this little chap as well. Now, this one did sell out earlier. It's very, very busy again. So tactile. Now, we have got him on extended delivery. 25th of September again for this one because of that extended delivery, but well worth the wait and plenty of time for Christmas. And he's certainly not just for Christmas. I would have him sat there all year round, actually.
It's funny you say that. A few years ago, we were I think we were in Italy in somewhere. We'd gone to Pompeii and we were staying in the town nearby, and I saw these 3 China reindeer, these red reindeer, and they're absolutely lovely, and I can never put them away. So they're out the whole year round in my lounge. I think I'd be the same with him. We just have to sort of stay out somewhere, just quietly, couldn't he? Just sit in the corner.
He could. Could you make him so that his hat wasn't permanently fixed? Could you do that? Maybe put a little base on the hat and just tack it on for Christmas?
Yeah, and you could if you put an elastic on there,
Oh,
you know,
that's a good
underneath,
idea,
so
yes.
it could sort of strap on. Yeah, then
I'm just thinking you could decorate him up for Easter, put him some bunny ears on. You know, why does it have to be just for Christmas?
I know.
It doesn't. £19.95. We are very busy on this one. 527196. It is a kit again, so that beautiful, beautiful fabric that you're going to need for this. And he is so, so cuddly and soft. Adore him with a little jingly bell there as well. Now, another item that I know has been very busy as well, brand new today as well, this one. Now, 2/3 of the stock has gone. Now, you can choose your own fabrics for the backing and, of course, what you're seeing there behind the penguins in the Merry Christmas. But what you're actually getting are those wonderful glitters, the pattern, the instructions. You've got lots of embellishments as well, including the googly eyes, the little pom-poms. The snowflakes are in there as well. You've even got the little pearly snowflakes, so it gives that extra little bit of detail. Beautiful colours here as well. What a lovely project that is. And I do honestly think that once you've done one of those penguins, you're going to want them all over. You really are. So you're probably going to want to go for more than one pack of these, perhaps, and get some extra fabrics. £14.49 is the price on this one. 355916. So much fun. I can't really choose a favourite today. I can't, and I never can with daisy chains, but I've got to say I have so fallen in love with the idea of this. And of course you can get the pattern and the details, the instructions to make not only the advent calendar but also the wall hanging as well. You can choose your fabrics, but such a lovely idea. Just going to remind you again here, when it comes to the robins, Gail's actually stitched hers on just so when everything's in transit, nothing gets lost. But you can make the robins and tuck them into the little advent pockets, and then once you take them out, you can hang them on the tree or hang them on a real Christmas tree. You know, you can make bunting out of these as well. So I think once again you're going to use these patterns for numerous projects. But what a really lovely idea that is, and I just think as an educational game for the children as well, to match up numbers or to put the robins in the appropriate number. It's just a lovely way of getting them involved at Christmas, isn't it, and having a bit of fun. There's the wall hanging as well, and once again you can see how where you place the eyes, it changes the characters of those robins so much.
It's amazing, isn't it? Just by putting them up or down or in the middle, they'd look different as well, side to side. You know, you really can have great fun when you're placing them on, and they are very nice indeed. And
something else has just sprung to mind looking at that, but I am not going to say it out loud because I've got this habit of saying something, then it's already about to happen or maybe it's been thought of. But I'm going to have a word with you after the show, just in case. 197210 is the item number for that one. Absolutely love it. £13.99. And then, of course, we've got our lovely, lovely red work. Absolutely beautiful. So it's the panels. You're also getting the thread as well here. What you do with the panels is entirely up to you. I adore the sacque. You've got patterns for sacks and stockings on the show. You know, this particular one here, you can see the sack. Let me show you the other panel as well. But if you want to make cushions, if you want to make something completely different, you can do. 077511 is the item number. You have got a choice of Santa or the reindeer or the snowman as well. We've got the reindeer here as well. I think there we can see him under the cushion,
you know,
can't
traditionally
we?
it's red and the actual panel's been printed in red, but there's nothing to stop you working in other colours as well. You don't have to stick with red, so you could sort of do his little body in brown, you could do golds, blues, you know, any colours that you like. So traditionally red was the colour that's always been worked for red work, hence the name, but I sometimes think it's quite nice to work it in different colours, and then you can obviously then make whatever colour cushion you like as well.
Lovely, and I love how the edge is frayed. When we saw the cushion there, the edge being frayed there, because I think that makes that cushion for me, and you can do that so easily with the panel, can't you, as well? So those choices there, £17.49, 077511. There we go. Right, Gail, are you ready for another demonstration?
I am ready and willing.
Perfect.
Going back to what you were saying about our patterns and how we like to people to get value for money in that, Catherine, I'll just share this quickly with you, just in case we don't get time later. The red work designs, if we look at this, okay, that is the, you know, the red work at the end, the Santa Bobo. So I've actually appliqued him. So what I did is I traced all the pieces off, because not only do you get the two panels with the cushion pattern or the stocking pattern or the bag pattern, but you actually get the drawings as well. So you can then do it as many times as you want, or even actually translate it into applique. Or the other thing, actually I've got one here, I think. If I just show you this. I know, sorry, I'm going off a little bit. This is the snowman one. So this is what you'll be getting in there. So you'll get your pre-printed panels, so it's nice and easy for you to stitch straight away. But you'll also get this. So you could get the children then to colour it in if they want.
Do you know, that's a lovely idea as well, isn't it?
Yeah, so I always try to stress to people, you buy the pattern, but then that gives you the right to take it wherever you want. I've only got so many hours in the day where I can make things, but if this was mine, I would be appliquing it, I'd be colouring in, I'd be drawing it onto fabric with all those lovely fabric pens. You could fill it in with all those fancy glitters. You know, the possibilities are endless.
They really are. And you've got the alphabet there as well.
Yeah, you get the full alphabet, uppercase and lowercase as well. So some of them say let it snow or Merry Christmas or whatever, but because you can then trace this out onto your own work, you can just personalise it as much as you want. So there is proper value in the red work patterns. Sorry, I digressed slightly there.
But so well worth pointing out, because I've got to say you are so generous with everything. The latest from Daisy Chains, you know, the value you get in here, the quality of the fabrics, and the fact that you can take things forward and you can make to sell as well. So it just makes everything so affordable and achievable, I think, as well.
Thank you, Catherine. So then going on to what I want to share with you now is the Merry Christmas wall hanging, and with the little penguins. And going back to how you can get value out of your pattern, here are the penguins, and instead of appliquing them onto the background, this time I've just appliqued them onto some black felt, and then I've cut the felt out. So you've instantly got Christmas tree decorations. And Sue has generously given you, I haven't got a sheet in front of me, but if I just use this piece of paper, you get an A4 sheet of black felt, black glitter felt. So if you look at the size of the penguin on there, there's only 5 actually on the wall hanging, so you have got, I reckon you can get about 9 or 10 out of this sheet. I mean, you haven't got the googly eyes then, or the other extra embellishments. You might want to buy those, or you could maybe use beads or colour them in or something. But you have got quite a lot of felt in the pack, so you'll be able to make a couple of extra.
Very generous. We are actually limited stock with that particular kit at the moment. Just to, sorry, Gail, we will back to you in a second, just to let everybody know, limited stock on that one. So the details are there. Don't forget to check those baskets out as well. That's on immediate dispatch, of course. But I don't want to take away any more time from Gail. Just needed to point that out.
Okay, thanks, Catherine. So with the wall hanging, I know I haven't got it in front of me. It's long and narrow and says Merry Christmas all the way along there. If you don't want it like that and you're doing the background fabric, then why not make it sort of short and square instead? So Catherine's got it just there and is showing it to you. You see, I've made a long, narrow strip, but if your house doesn't really suit that, then think about putting the Merry above the Christmas and then rearranging the penguins however you would like, or maybe putting it on a cushion. you know, or a bag or something. So the possibilities are there to do other things with it.
Oh. Or if you've got a couple of people in the family, one called Chris and one called Sam, you've got the letters there as well.
Exactly.
You never know,
Well
do
done.
you? You never know.
You never know. You never know. What I did is I quilted the piece. So I just want to, so for people who are not used to quilting, I'm just going to share that with them. I've used a background fabric, okay, so this is my backing, this is my wadding, and then this is the front fabric. And I've put all 3 layers together. You'll notice that the wadding and the backing is slightly larger than the front piece. That's to allow for some shrinkage.
Okay.
And also when you're sewing, it's nice to start off the front of your fabric and then work onto it, especially if you're doing a design like this one.
Yeah.
So the design that I actually used on my wall hanging was a meandering one. If I just bring that in, you can see it's a meandering pattern. And on this one I've just got a grid pattern. So for people who don't like doing free motion, there's nothing to stop you just doing straight lines with your quilting. Now this is something, there'll be people watching who are traditional quilters and they'll be asking, what is she doing? Because she's actually quilting the piece first and then she's adding the applique. And this is not a conventional way of working, but it's a lot easier. Okay, so if we go and look at this panel, if I'd already appliqued all my pieces down and I then had to quilt around them, I have to stop and start all the time. But by quilting the background first, it means that I can just then add my pieces on wherever I want. So I'm just going to bring in this example so you can see.
I'm just going to let everybody know as well, Gail, we've literally just sold out of that one. We have got the extended stock for you, so now the date for dispatch will be from the 25th, so in line with the other items that we've sold out. So immediate dispatch gone, but you can still get this particular item, not long to wait, just the 25th of September.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Because I haven't got the finished sample, if we just look at this one, which is something that I did earlier in the year with unicorns and that, I put a really busy fabric on the back, okay, and with this sample I've got a really busy fabric on the back. And the reason for that is once I've done all the quilting, and then I put the applique on the back. When I turn this over, you can't actually see the stitches of the applique on the back.
No, you can't, can you?
No, it's a wall hanging, so if it's on the wall, nobody's going to see it anyway.
Yeah.
But sometimes some of your friends may have a keen eye and wonder where all the stitching is. But by putting a really busy fabric on the back, it will hide where you've actually stitched on the applique. If you're not that keen at doing all the stitching, then there's nothing to stop you gluing the whole lot on, okay? So don't worry about it, you can glue it. So let me just speak to you about how I did the applique.
Okay.
To make life easier, I use a product called freezer paper. I spoke about this morning. It's just a paper with a wax background on there. And then what I do is I pop this over my letters and then trace the letter onto there. Now you'll notice with these letters for the Christmas, they've got snow on the top and they've got the blue for each letter. I've got one finished, I think, here. Here we go. Here's the letter E. And you will notice as well, they've already been reversed for you.
Yeah.
Okay? So what I advise that you do is you draw the letter out, your letter C, and then the snow piece that's on top. Okay, when you've drawn it out, get a pen or a pencil, there is a pencil here, and actually mark the top with a C, so that when you've cut all the pieces out, you know which piece of snow corresponds with each letter. Because I can assure you, when I did this the first time, I thought, oh, I'll know exactly which one matches with which. And when it comes to the E and the A and whatever, it's quite challenging. So there's a little tip for you. It does mention that in the pattern as well. So I'm just going to show you how the freezer paper works. You take your freezer paper, you roughly cut out, not on the line. Okay, then you apply it to the back of your felt. And then with a warm iron, you just iron on the piece. Now the beauty of freezer paper is, you can see now it's stuck on there nicely and I can cut that out. But when I peel it off, it doesn't leave anything at all on my
No, there's no residue whatsoever, is there?
No, none at all. And And also, if you were careful, you could just repeatedly use the piece as well. And it normally sticks about 8 to 10 times before it picks up so much fluff that you can't use it again. So it's just as simple as that, just with a warm iron. And basically, that's all it's doing is melting a layer of the wax and then making it adhere there. If you haven't got freezer paper, there's nothing to stop you tracing out all the letters, but I just find it so easy. And also what it does is it keeps everything nice and firm, so when you come to cut out, everything's nice and firm on there. How are we doing for time, Catherine?
We've got 10 minutes left, Gail.
Oh, have we? Oh, I've got plenty of time then. So I'll just quickly cut out the letter C so that you see how easy it is. So I've got a nice clear line. Now, if I was cutting this out and the paper started to lift, then what I could do is just run the iron over it again, and then it would stick back down.
That felt looks as though it cuts very easily as well, and it's such a beautiful glittery effect.
Well, I think as well, using the freezer paper and the felt is so nice, it actually looks like I've die cut out all the pieces.
Do you know, it does. It's very, very neat indeed. And of course, the font that you've chosen isn't too swirly. It's a nice, bold font that's going to be very readable.
Exactly. And I am quite careful about when I choose fonts that I'm mindful of the fact that people need to sew around them.
Yeah.
So I just make that a little bit easier. So then you can just peel off your paper, and there's your letter done. And you can see here's the snow that I cut earlier. And then what I do is peel off the paper from that. And then I just use a little bit of glue. And you can use a glue stick or a glue pen or anything. And then I just apply a little dab of glue to hold it in place, because it's a lot easier then to put onto your piece, onto your background in one go.
Lovely.
So I'll pop that on there, and I'm actually going to show you how I sew the glitter felt on, because that's what a lot of people are interested in, is once I've got it on there, how do I keep it on there and how do I stitch it on? Again, for those of you who may be looking at it and thinking, well, I do a lot of card craft and that, I'm not really big into sewing, there's no reason that you couldn't then take this and put some glue on there.
Yeah, nice fabric glue.
Exactly. And if you don't quilt the background, you could just maybe use a thicker fabric, you know, something like curtain weight fabric, that sort of...
yeah.
I think it'll be fine. So you take your machine, and I'm going to stitch these on. Now, normally what I would do is I put a little dab of glue to decide where the letters are going to sit. But because I'm only just stitching on one letter, I don't need to at the moment. And I'm going to stitch them on using invisible thread. Now, I've spoken about invisible thread before. The trick with invisible thread is to buy a good quality one.
Okay.
Okay, the more you pay for it, the better it is. You want to be sewing, not catching crabs with it. So you want a nice fine thread, and you can see this is nice and fine and soft. And I'm going to stitch with a zigzag because it's a lot easier.
Okay.
Because the stitch rocks back and forth, so I can cover more area. And also, the amazing thing about invisible thread is as it's invisible, if you do wander off, nobody's going to see, are they?
I'm so pleased your machine's behaving.
I know. I had a little panic earlier. So, oh my God, I want to show people how easy it is to sew through glitter felt, and my foot is not working. I have to have done it the old-fashioned way and just turned the handle around. That might have taken a while. So you can see I'm just working my way slowly around this, and you can see as I approach the snow section, I'm going to stitch through the 2 layers of that, and it will sew really easily. What I will say to you as well is if you can, buy a finer needle. So this is a size 60 or a size 8 needle. And the reason for that is my thread is really fine, so I need to use a really fine needle. It's no good punching massive holes and then putting a really fine thread through there. And also, I'm making little holes in my thread, so I don't want really big lumbering holes in there. So by using a finer needle, you can hardly see me going around this. And I'm sewing both layers through at the same time. Can you see how easy it is to sew? This is quite an enjoyable little project.
Yeah, it's just a case of taking your time, taking it steady.
Yeah. So I'll just quickly just whip along the side here because I just want to mention the binding as well. So that's what you'll do, is you'll place all your letters and things on there. What I find is it's nicer to put the letters on first and get your Merry Christmas in place. And then once you've got your Merry Christmas in place, you can have fun adding all the penguins.
That is the fun bit, isn't it, as well? You could have them tumbling all over the place.
Exactly, and I just put the 5 on there. I mean, if it was mine, I'd have more than 5 on there. I'd be having a little bit more fun, but I appreciate that not everybody wants to do as much as I do. You can see here's one that I've already stitched on there, and this is all the bits that are stitched. And the other decoration that Sue has included in the packet are the wobbly eyes. And these are glued on, okay? So I just used a little bit of glue to pop those eyes on. I've got this upside down now, haven't I? Have I got it? Oh, no.
No, you're fine as you are. We've got that.
Let me just turn that round.
And again, the position of those eyes is going to create completely different faces.
Exactly. In the past, I've used buttons and beads and things, but this time I wanted to create something a little bit different. I don't know what I've done with his beak. Oh, here's his beak. Yeah, so you can have fun with the beak, but I find it easier to sew him on first, and then you can just glue those little bits on. So something to be mindful of, his scarf. Be careful that you don't put the scarf too high up, because you'll lose the amount of space that you need for his eyes and his nose. And the gifts are really easy as well. You just cut a square of felt out, then you cut a cross of felt, and the cross of felt goes on top. And Sue has put plenty of felt in the kit, so you can have as many gifts as you want. And then just quickly, the binding. So I wanted a nice sort of candy cane kind of binding on my piece. So how you achieve that is it's just a striped fabric. So just a plain striped fabric. And if you imagine, if I'd cut it in a normal way, it would just be strips. So I would have binding that was just straight.
Yeah.
But to get the candy cane stripe, you cut it at a 45-degree angle. So you can either fold your fabric so that you get a 45-degree angle, or on your cut-in mat and that, you'll have a 45-degree line, or maybe on your ruler or whatever, and then you cut along that line. So if I bring this in, you can see where I've cut this piece of fabric, and then I'll just show you where I cut the strips off there.
Oh, it does look effective as well, doesn't it?
I think sometimes just those little things, Catherine, just give it that extra little look.
Definitely.
So you can see now I've changed my direct stripe fabric by cutting it on a 45-degree angle, that now when I take it to the iron and fold it and iron it, it then suddenly becomes a candy cane stripe. And that's something you can do with like lots of quilts and that. If you're making them, you can make some striped fabric really interesting by cutting it on the bias. And this is a double fold binding on here. Don't panic. In the pattern, if I just bring the pattern back in.
We've got about 3 minutes left, Gail.
I do show you everything in the pattern. Here it explains how I've cut the binding, and then shows how the binding's got on, and then later in the pattern it explains how I join the binding, and then how we get the angles as well to give this lovely edge on there.
And it does give such a lovely neat finish. Beautiful. Oh, wow. Do you know, so many goodies. Everybody's spoilt for choice, aren't they? It's been such a busy show again. This will be the final show for the ladies today. We've had such a busy day. But please go to the website. Check out everything. We've had so many sellouts. We've got stock on back, on extended delivery. If it's extended from the 25th of September, there's lots of items that have been focused on, but other things that haven't been focused on the same. So do have a good look. But what I've got to say yet again, if you're looking at the prices here, look how affordable they are. You're getting so much for your money here, and the instructions are so clear. You know, you've got permission to take those templates and use them elsewhere. You can make to sell as well. Do you know, I think you're going to have so much fun with these. You're not going to want to give
anything away or sell anything, you're going to want to keep everything for yourself. I certainly would. Ladies, it's been an absolute joy again today. It's been such a long time since we worked together, and when I saw that we were together on the schedule, I thought, oh, yes, I'm looking forward to this, and no way has it disappointed whatsoever. Do you know when you're back again?
Yes, we are back the second Sunday of October.
Lovely. So not that long, really, because we're whizzing through September already, aren't we?
Exactly.
Oh, I can't wait.
Same time, 7 and 11.
Is there a hint as to what
there might be a bit more Christmas coming. I think Gail's already committed to something on the 7 o'clock show. She better go home and start working on. Gingerbread.
Now then.
Got some more Christmassy projects and others as well. I appreciate not everybody wants Christmas, but I would just think this year, you know what, we need
all
Christmas.
need it, don't we?
We do. We need Christmas, don't you think, in our lives?
We do. And if we can't get together with family and friends, then your friends are going to become somebody like Mr. McFreeze.
They are. At the table.
Never mind Santa's pals. It's going to be Sue's pals, Gail's pals. Just everybody's pals, aren't they? Thank you for joining us. We've had a lovely, lovely hour again. We've got lots more to come ahead today as well. Lots of variation today, which I'm really pleased about. Dare I just do a little bit of a plug? Am I allowed to do that? Got 30 seconds to tell you there's 2 Dremel shows today. Now I've been given the job of not just presenting but also guesting those shows as well. If you're thinking Dremel, what is that? Well, it is a tool that you would probably think is for DIY, but I'm going to bring it into your crafty rooms as well. So not just DIY, I'm going to have a bit of fun with it. Do join me at 1 and 5. Ladies, again, thank you so much. Much more coming up. Alex is in the building as well. We'll be giving you a menu very, very soon. But please sit comfortably. Don't go anywhere. Yes, coming up next, we have got Alex and the wonderful Lou Sims, of course, Polka Doodles Christmas. That's the one-day special. And then, yes, I'm there with the Dremel tools for you. And then we've got Crafts 2, 21st birthday weekend wow.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. Their products range from stamps that coordinate with dies that then coordinate with a paper pad. But then we also have storage folders, we have decorative dies, we have colouring daubers, we have Insta albums. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, 3-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning. So I hope you can join Heartfelt Creations here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. I've been with Hochanda since the very, very beginning, and I've been crafting a lot longer than that. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Presscut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design. So don't miss the John Next Door and Crafts 2 shows on Hochanda.
If you love cake and you love to bake, we've got something you're going to enjoy. Here at Hochanda's Crafty Kitchen, we'll be introducing you to brand new guest demonstrators from the world of baking and cake decorating, who will be on hand to inspire you with sugar flour making techniques, food flavouring ideas, baking kits in a bottle, and as well as showcasing some very fashionable kitchen aprons. Watch out for brand new products, some very bespoke to the baking world, but others you can utilise within the world of craft, which will allow you more flexibility between the different mediums. Intrigued? Well, set your temperatures, set your timers, and tune in every fortnight to see what's in the oven on the Crafty Kitchen.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specializing in traditional crafts for the modern maker. Most of our products involve textiles and age-old techniques, from button making, lace making, weaving, and other forms of passementerie. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. At Stamps Away we create a lot of MDF products because we have laser cutters and router cutters. We also create our own stencils and masks. We try and make everything we can in-house so that you've got all the materials you need to create your projects. If you're watching a show with me on Hochanda, you'll expect to see lots of different techniques, lots of ways of using the products that we produce, and it's all very much mixed media, so pretty much anything goes. So I hope you won't miss the shows on Hochanda with Stamps Away.
Hello, good afternoon. Well, we have got our one-day special here. It is your Polka Doodles Christmas Joy Complete Collection, and we are over 40% of the stock gone of these glorious designs. Morning again, Lou.
Good morning.
Yay. So you're going to do loads of wonderful demonstrations and techniques for us.
Fingers crossed.
Yes,
Yes,
you'd be fine. But with Nikki's designs, how would you describe them?
Nikki's got a wonderful way of drawing to me that
Right.
when you look at the line art or when you stamp it out, it can appeal to every form of crafter there, whether you want to layer and layer and layer and layer, whether you want to go mixed media, use the stencils, whether you just want to just stamp and just do plain colour. There is something for whatever crafter you are in a collection. And I think that's quite a tricky thing to actually do, but to be able to do that for everyone, I think is a brilliant skill.
Very much so. They're so lovely. And actually, we're looking at the beautiful designs. You're getting 53 stamps. You've got your paper pad, and also you have got your stencils. Couldn't think of the word. But here you go. Have a look at these. Now, looking at these beautiful designs, we've worked out that each stamp set is £8.99, so it's like you're not paying for two of those.
I know, you're getting like two and two for free, but you get a lot within your stamp sets. Nikki always has, you know, the little worker stamps.
Yeah.
But when you think of a background paper or any background that we would make, you need those little stamps. You need all of those details to, you know, to create. And they're my favourite, the little ones.
Ah, yes. Beautiful, because you could get one of the stencils actually, couldn't you? And you could do those worker stamps maybe even in the stencils.
Within the stencil, totally,
Mm.
well and truly. I mean, especially that cloudy one when we come to see it, because if you just did it and used a black micron pen and then doodled down that way.
Yeah, like that. That's one of my favourite images, that one.
I know, it is, isn't it? We're going to do that on a demo
Oh,
for
cool.
a second.
Excellent. And then I have got some of the papers here for you to have a little look at. Did we get 24 of these, I think? Yes. Excellent.
6 designs, 4 of each. sort of
Good
thing.
stuff.
But that's a generic one to me. I mean, I think that's a lovely one. If you know, I'd be tempted to ink out the centre and just have those stars going around the whole of the outside with a simple sentiment.
Oh, nice idea. And then again, this one doesn't have to be Christmas.
No. It doesn't have to be Christmas at all. But I love that one with the little sentiment running through. As I said to you last night, you know, cut them out as strips and you can change it again, totally.
And it says on there, heartfelt best wishes, because I know it's quite diddy, but it's really sweet that that's on there. This is one of my favourites, again, because it's that stamp.
Yeah, it is that stamp. But, I mean, as we were saying, Nikki always gives colour inspiration in all her packaging, but now you've got it in the paper as well. So if you don't know where to start with colours, you've got, on that backing paper, you've got a beautiful idea
Yeah,
you know,
love
how to
that.
colour them all in.
That's so pretty. And then we've got just the lovely green one with the Merry Christmas.
Oh, I'm loving that green. It's a really nice, because I was saying, if you put yellows and oranges, it works with it. But then if you want to go more traditional with your reds and your darker colours, it works brilliantly.
And then we've got our lovely little houses that you could colour in if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or
nice.
colour in the windows.
And then we have got the stencils. Let's just grab these. I absolutely love these scenes. I love them that you can create.
But again, as I was saying, they're all year round. They don't have to be for Christmas.
Absolutely.
Because of the colours we're using, it does look like it should be more of a Christmas scene. But that could easily be a woodland scene.
I love that. And I love the deer. I think they're fabulous.
Aren't they?
Here are the other ones, the other stencils that are so useful.
I mean, the snowflake one is beautiful, but the one below it, now if you're into your doodling, if you drew around that and then where you've got the curly bits, you could actually take the stamps and hang down the smaller elements and make that the start of a border of a card.
Absolutely beautiful. And then we've got this one that kind of looks like clouds.
It is. I mean, it's a snowflake done up and down to show it's the frame, and then you've got that one with the clouds as well with the snowflake along.
Love it.
And then
look at this layering up. So this is layering up all 4 of those stencils that look absolutely brilliant.
And that's layering them all up. But when you think about the colour palette, is actually the same. It's blue. It's all shapes blue. And that's where I took that inspiration. I've just parked that there for that card last night.
Yeah.
Was using how Nikki's layered up all those different stencils you've just shown, and then I've just stamped on the houses on top and just sneaked, like you said, a couple of the little deer in between. But that was taking that inspiration from there.
Absolutely. Love that. And we've got some beautiful samples. I mean, the design team are fab, aren't they?
Yeah, I must say a big thank you to Christine, Jen, Nellie, Zelly and Jane. And Nikki has done some as well. I must say thank you to Nikki as well.
Wonderful, but they're so pretty.
Isn't
Look at
that
this
beautiful?
Lovely easel card. And then I love this bauble taking centre stage, and it's got something like a glossy accent, I reckon.
Hasn't it? And I like the way the red is on the outside, so it draws your eye in.
I think you did this one last night.
I did a version of it.
A version of it.
Yeah, I did a version of it last night, so that's the smaller version of it, sort of thing.
Beautiful. And then let's bring this one in. I love that, just the 2 baubles.
But that's the bauble stamped on paper.
Right.
So the design isn't overly complicated to cut out.
Yes.
So you can, you know, stamp on paper, paper piece, and do all the different techniques that you like to do.
I like that. This one, here we go, look at this one. So we've got our trees. I love the circles that have been cut out and then just layering. It's a lovely composition.
It's a nice, simple composition. But the Merry and Bright is in the bauble set. But it's a striking card, you know, straight away. And you haven't actually done, you know, minimal stamping, minimal cutting, and it gives you a really effective card.
Fabulous. I'll just do one more, shall I? And then we've got our piece. And again, I like the way. Okay, so they've sort of, I think, masked off a little bit.
Yes, and then put the wording underneath. But that's to show, you know, you can use your wording, and that's just using circle dies. But I love the colours on that.
Yeah. Lovely. So if you want the wonderful one-day special, you are getting a lot here, and I hadn't realised that it works out that you're basically not paying for 2 stamp sets. Then it's 2 payments if you want to spread the cost of £22.46. You've got a massive £17 saving. Item number is 373547. You can, of course, give us a call, 01733602000, or you can go to the website. Now, all the individual elements, bar one of the stamp sets, have sold out. So the only way you're going to get probably what you like is if you go for the one-day special itself. Right, I'm going to hand over to you, Lou.
Right, what I thought I'd do for the first demo is just, I won't colour them in as such, but show how we can use the stamps to make some, you know, combine them all together to make some quick card fronts.
Yeah.
So I'm going to grab a few of the different elements. Now, normally I would put everything out on my stamp blocks, but I'm going to go and, you know, go with the flow, as it were. Let me see, where am I going to put this one? I'm going to put this one here. So we get this huge, I love this. And I know it's a church, like a winter church, but you could take the cross away at the top.
Yeah.
You could layer this one up brilliantly by cutting out that centre bit and layering it up again. It can go for, I think, any time of the year. It doesn't have to be Christmas. And I'm going to put the tree there. And I love this one as well.
This could be weddings, anniversaries, christenings, Holy Communion.
It could be absolutely, like you say, anything you want it to be. So now I'm just going to try
one of the benefits of clear stamps, you can see where you're going. Fingers crossed. I just want to put that there.
Yeah.
And so far, everything I've done here doesn't say anything to do with Christmas.
No. In fact, Meg's just said in my ear, because she knows I love spooky stuff, she said, using the right colours, you could probably make that a bit of a haunted house.
Oh, you could.
Yeah, you know,
couldn't
the
you?
greens and the purples and oranges.
Oh, that would be really very nice,
Yeah.
actually.
Draw a bat in the, you know, in the background.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I like that idea, actually. So it's a bit like those stencils, actually. If you did them in oranges and browns, you created a different scene altogether. Nice. So now what I'd like to do is I'm just going to grab some of these smaller ones. And, oh, I've got that one there. And you get so many, you know, it's like, what shall I go for next? 53. What shall I go for next?
But those are the ones that are really cool that are, you know, like you're saying about the little workers, they're very useful.
Oh, I think the workers, you forget about, they're the ones that, even if you doodle yourself and things like that, you always put smaller bits in. And I'm just going to take a micron pen, and I'm just going to add that, and then put another one here. And we've then got this, where is it? There's so many. We've got this really little cute one. I'm just going to put across the top there.
Yep.
You know, with that like a little bow. And that is just doing, oh, I know, I've just thought of something. You know, we just go, oh, I've just thought of something.
Yeah, creative juices are flowing.
I'm just like, oh, oh. So what I thought we could do along the bottom here, we've got a merry and we've got a bright. Now I always put my little stamps inside a bigger stamp so I don't lose them. So I've got my bright there. Put that there, and then I've got a lovely little and. Make sure it's the right way around would be a good idea, wouldn't it? So that's just one quick idea to create a card. So change it all around slightly, we know, with your colours, and bring in all your Christmas colours and a little bit of glitter. Yeah. And that's just one quick idea, and that's just using the stamps.
Perfect.
So I'm going to have right, let's do this one again.
And that's the arch that you really like.
I do. Yeah. I think it's, I love understated designs on the basis that you then become the designer. Yeah. So then you now can take it where you want to take it, if that makes, you know, and it's, that I think is absolutely brilliant in its own right. I'm after the holly. And I thought what we'd do is we could have a little bit of holly there.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm just going to put another bit. Now, if I was stamping this, I would probably mask so it didn't cross over. Or if I'd actually stamped in a coloured ink, you wouldn't have noticed.
Did you do masks for all 53 of these?
Not for all of them, no, because some of them don't need it.
Yeah.
And I just look at the ones that I think will need a mask. Okay. And then I go for those, yeah. And then I'm just going to use the little sprig.
I love that sprig. I don't know why. It just, I don't know, it's pleasing.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I think it's because it's quite loose design, isn't it, sort of thing. So I'm just building that up. We've got that design there. I'm quite impressed with myself here. I'm being really good. And I'm just going to grab just Christmas for now.
Oh, yes, because of course it fits in the centre.
It fits in there perfectly. So we could now, if I wanted to, where I've done like the bauble design there, if you wanted to extend that, let's do one. We've got a star. Got this lovely star. I don't know why, but it's because it's got these little circles on the end.
Oh, has it? I haven't seen,
yeah, and I think it's really... So if I put it there, and I'm just going to grab the micron pen, because we've got the lines that we can stamp up. I just wanted to... We've then carried on the design. Yeah. So when we've coloured it again, so we've used very few out of all those 53 stamps. And that's created a topper, and you could blend out your colours. Right, let's go. And I'm going to put that one back, and I'm going to, obviously, the bauble.
Got to do the bauble.
Got to be the bauble. I think
I like the extras that are around it, you know, the little hearts and everything.
Yeah, and it allows you, you know, we were saying last night sort of thing, if you know, you get your Sakura pens or your fine liners or anything like that, you could doodle within these as well and, you know, create your designs. So I've got my bauble there.
Yep.
Let's grab that, swap that over. And we've got these, I love the fact that we've got these lines as well.
Yeah, the little hooks.
We've got that there.
Yep.
I'm now going to grab these. So we could decorate these up as much as we want to. And don't forget, because they're photopolymer stamps, I'm using them as is. That's not to say that I couldn't change it around to make it look into that shape as well.
That's what's handy about it. So flexible.
It is, isn't it, something? Let's go for, I don't know why, I quite like, I'm loving the word peace. I think it's the shape of the letters.
Also, we need a bit of peace.
Oh, yes. Right, so I can put that there. And then we get the bottom line as well.
And are they slightly open letters so you can colour it?
Yes, you can colour it. You'll see there's quite a few of the samples that everyone's done where some of them have been left open and some of them have been coloured in with different pens. I've coloured in, so we've got that there. So now if I grab, here it is. So we've got some little holly leaves. So if I'm going to put one there, and I can add another there. And then let's just move my stamp block would be a good idea. Put one there. And I'm just going to put another one up there. So we've got that design there. And that's just show how the words can work. Now, you can change how you do this slant to any way you want to. I quite like it going that way. But that is using, again, very few.
Yeah.
Very, very few.
Love those.
So I've got 3 now.
Yeah.
I'm like, ooh, I'm just going to wipe my fingers.
Should we do one more?
Yes. I'm going to put this one this way. Let's turn it over because it doesn't have the mark. And
I love how quickly you can build them up though, because then, you know, you've got cards quite quickly. Or, do you know what? Create your own colouring book.
Oh,
yeah.
That would be lovely.
I've got back into that now.
Have you?
I've got my colouring book back out.
I want to look for my stamp block. That's the one I'm after. And I want to grab the stamp that you like.
Oh, well, yes.
I'm just going to put him in the corner there. And it stamps up beautifully. And we've got, that's what I want, that one there next. I'm trying to use as many of the little elements we've got in as possible.
Yeah.
And I want to just put that there. And let me think, I'm going to put... Oh, no, I'm going to change my mind again because, you know when you just go, because I can.
Yeah.
So let's put that there. And I'm going to put this one across so it joins. I'm going to quickly grab...
Oh, yeah, you can make a whole frame out of that, actually.
You could, totally. That's what. So I'm just going to quickly grab that there. So I've got the Merry.
Yep.
And then I've got. Look at me just throwing them all back, Will. I love this little one. I love the shape of it. I'm not sure why. So I'm just going to use the same one.
Yep.
And we've got that there. We've got Christmas. And where is it? I'm going to see if I positioned this correctly, because I'm not sure if I have. Oh, I think I might.
You're just in?
I think so. I think you need to just go over a fraction. So that's going to go there.
Look at this building up. This is fab.
And then that is going to go... I'm just going to draw the lines there. We have got the lines. I'm just doing it for speed.
Yeah.
And then fine, I've got, because I've got to finish off with one of these at least. Just one. Just one.
Little bow.
The little bow. I just think that. So that was just 4 different, let me just put the lid on that because I'll put my hand in it. So that was just using the stamps to create, you know, 4 different designs.
That's
and I
fab.
haven't, you know, and that's just...
You're just playing.
But I haven't actually used possibly half of the stamps. So the possibilities of what you could create is completely endless. And actually doing this, when you get your stamps home, and maybe even not colouring them in, but keeping them, you actually then start thinking yourself, like, you've done that, oh, I like the holly, oh gosh, that holly would look lovely if I'd have ended it onto the end of there. And you then start building your own process together of how you can make little different toppers.
I really want to colour these in.
Oh, you can have them after the show.
Bless you. Thank you, Lou, then. Right, so quick recap time, because this is the penultimate live hour that you're going to see the one-day special. I mean, it's a big, lovely bundle, isn't it? I had no idea there was a Christmas tree over the other side of the set. Sorry, I'm just watching our floor manager take it out. I was just like... Anyway, it fits. We're doing, you know, it's Christmas. Right then. So have a look at these boards. Again, aren't they just so beautiful? It's the way as well that Nikki draws, like those extra little lines. I really, really like that. Do you see what I mean? So double lines is fabulous. You've got these beautiful bits of holly. Look, there's a little worker stamp there. Oh, sorry. There you go. And then, yay, it's tiny, isn't it? It's really cute. But that's a cool one. And then we come down to our fabulous little houses. There's a really nice snowflake, which you could 3D up and make a hanging ornament, because I think that's a nice size. And then here's one of my favourites. As I said, I adore this little house. Isn't that so sweet? And then I have the other board. Let's bring this in. So here we've got our really gorgeous bauble. Again, it's surrounded by lovely little bubbles and a heart. It's the extras, isn't it? You've got Merry and Bright, 2 different fonts, which I think is fab. And then we've also got the lovely bunting, which you can fit things in. So you could fit some baubles in, I think, or some letters. And then we've got our gorgeous sentiment. We've got heartfelt, Noel, Christmas joy, festive love, wishes, peace. And then you've got those lovely little underlines, or you can put those into the baubles. Then, let's just pop that there for a second. Then we've got our fabulous stencil board. Shall I just show this one? I just think that's really brilliant. Look at that. This one is really striking. That's using all 4. And then the one underneath, it's almost like it's misty. Yeah. It's almost like it's in the mist, and it's quite ethereal, I think. And here's another version using 2 layered up. There you go. It does look like clouds, doesn't it? And then that other gorgeous one with the snowflakes. Could just pop a sentiment in the middle there and that's done. But let's look at the actual stencils you're getting themselves. This lovely one with the snowflakes and the swirls, and one that could either be clouds or it could be the sea, possibly. And then here's the other set with our trees. Look, there's even a little bunny and the really cute reindeer, and they're all in different positions. Love that. He looks like he's standing to attention. Cute. Oh, and don't forget, you also have the papers, which I think I've got the right way round now. 20, let me check before I do this again. Yes. Right, you're getting 24 sheets in total, 6 designs, 4 of each. Again, I'd like to colour that in. I'd get my glitter yellow pen on those, so it's like glowing lights in there. Yeah. I've actually got a bit of glow-in-the-dark paint. That might be quite nice. Ooh, yeah, for the windows, yeah.
Or a neon pen or something.
Yeah.
Highlighter, if you haven't.
Yes, good point. Just a good old highlighter. Love that. So pretty. And then we've got our green Merry Christmas. There you go. And I'll just do a few samples. Here we go. Right, so we've got our festive wishes. Some have names on, some don't, but this one has got a name on. That's by Jen. So I love how she's coloured it in. She's also just raised up those stars a little bit. And then we have our Noel. This is also done by Jen. And again, just making a background with those wonderful little stamps. That's fabulous. See, tags. Tags, I forget about tags, but I just think they're so useful.
And also, I mean, look at that little, I think that's wonderful, just that little candle.
Yeah, just there. So pretty. It's so delicate, actually.
It is, isn't it?
Oh my gosh, shaker tag.
Again with that candle though. Look how lovely. And the piece.
Yes.
Just, you know, it's
perfect underneath,
I mean, that
isn't it?
to me, actually, I know it sounds really horrible, I wouldn't give it to, that would be on the tree.
Yeah, of course, a nice ornament, absolutely. Yes, I've shown, oh no, that one is slightly different, there you go, with the trees. And this one is by Jane, this particular one.
I mean, I love the way she's taken it and put it within the circles. So suddenly what you consider to be quite a small step, she's now made it really commanding, and it really stands out.
It does, doesn't it? That's beautiful.
Beautifully.
And look at this one. I thought it was a shaker card, but the crystals have been set, but I think it's beautiful.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
But then the way you looked at that, if you had you've got that background there, if you just added a little touch of yellow, you've got a beach scene.
Oh, of course. What a brilliant idea. You're a genius, Lou. You're a genius. Especially since I've just come back from Brighton. Right then, so 2 payments of £22.46. Remember, buying it at this price with that huge £17 saving, you're pretty much not paying for 2 whole stamp sets. 373547 is the item number. More things for you to have a little look at. Now, this is the Jingle Bell stamps. If you can stretch to it and you're going for the one-day special, I would go for these as well, because they are total harmony, totally in harmony with the one-day special. And it's got a freedom price, £32.35, with, again, such a good saving of £21.59 off, 634928. Then we've got, I love the title, No Much Fun. And that has a £7 saving. And this is where you can create those wonderful boxes, which I think you created this morning.
Yes, I did, yeah.
Excellent. £22.99, 572062 is the item number. Right, so I'm going to hand back to you, Lou.
Right, I thought we'd have a play. I was inspired by a card that Jane did. And I thought it was just absolutely beautiful. And I just love the composition of it. So I'm going to have a go, but do my own little version, if that makes sense. But I thought that was just beautiful. I think it's the yellow that makes it pop.
Yeah.
So I've cut out some panels. I've used, these are polka doodles dies from, probably way back when. You know, I was trying to work in my head when they were out. And they were like a set of edging dies. I keep hinting to Nikki that they would be really good to have that.
Will she be watching again?
Yes, I'm hoping so.
Oh.
She has been so far. I was speaking to her earlier. She's probably sitting in the garden.
Oh, lovely.
Well, I know I would be. Well, if my dog let me, that is.
Why? What does the dog do?
Oh, as soon as he thinks the weather's wonderful, it's like, you know, get the lead out, let's go, sort of thing. It's not a quick walk, please. It's going to be a
hours.
A mega session, please. So I just want to take the snowflakes, but I didn't want to do it so they stood out, because I just want to decorate gently round the edge, like so. And then I wanted to take the snowflake stamp, and in good style, it hasn't been cleaned from last night. I can see the brown still on it from when we did the scene. That'll do. And I just want to take the same colour. Now, I'm using oxides, but this would work just as beautifully, you know, with the distresses, or even just your, like, memento coloured inks, or different inks that you have. I just want to stamp the biggest snowflake over the top. And just put just a couple of places. So that's one. And I've got my different layers. Because I'm not going to see all the snowflake when I make the card up, so little bits of it will show. I think it's a lovely snowflake. And what could easily do is pull it out, you know, with a water pen.
Definitely.
And now I'm thinking, that's quite a nice idea. You know, you just go. But this is one of the benefits. One of the things I love about stamping is that when you do things like this, you suddenly, like, just now going, oh, where's my paintbrush? I could pull that out. And I think stamps allow you, I know there are other people's stamps, they allow you to suddenly, you know, compose everything that you want to do. Right, now I'm going to put them to one side, and I've stamped lots of little images already. only because I wanted to cut them out.
Yeah.
And I think there's only so much cutting out any people can watch. So I've got the Christmas, I've got the 3 houses, and I've got a lot of the little trees. And they're not hard images, you know, to cut out at all.
No, they're not, are they? That's good.
And I'm just going to grab, let's start with the trees and colour them in. And I'm using water pens because I just like to colour quickly, I'm being honest.
Well, you get a good pop of colour from those pens.
You do, definitely. But, you know, use the medium that you want to use. You don't... Whatever you feel confident with, whether it's pencils, pens, your markers.
The Cura Sparkle.
Yeah, oh yeah, the sparkle. I know you do like a little sparkle pen.
I do.
I have a big box of them there. I might dig them out in a moment. And you just go, But why not, though?
Yeah.
You know, it's an easy and clean way to add a little bit of glitter to your projects. So we'll colour those. I'm going to do, let's have a blue roof for a change.
Okay. Why not?
Yeah.
No rules.
I think it's nice, like you say, no rules.
Yeah.
Paintbrush would be a good idea. I thought I had one out. I did.
It's buried.
Yeah, I'm getting braver now with my pinny.
I love that. When did you get your pinny?
Nikki got them a year or so ago.
Yeah.
She's got one as well. But and I haven't been brave enough to, you know, to sit there with my paintbrush. Yeah, I wanted to keep it clean for absolutely ages and ages.
Yeah. But mind you, if you're using water-based, I'm sure it'll come out.
Yeah. And I've been really good not to wipe my hands down it. It's not new now, I suppose, but to me it's still like new in my head. Yeah. So we got there. Let's think about where else. Oh, let's have a little bit of blue up here.
Ties it all in.
Yeah.
But of course, these images, if you're someone that's not a fan of colouring, just make an inky background and stamp on, you know.
I mean, if you didn't want to colour like I'm colouring now, on the stamp design sheet, I think for some of the images there, Nikki's just shown drawing straight lines.
Yeah.
Drawing dots, you know, not actually, you know, making everything about colouring in solidly like this. It's all, you know, about doing it in lots of different ways.
Or just maybe, I love, you know, you could, on black card, stamp and emboss in gold.
Oh, that would look nice. Yeah. I think that would give, you know, like the Christmas village.
Yeah.
That would give a real Christmas village sort of, if you, or a dark blue. That would look really nice with a gold or something along those lines. So I've got to bring a bit of green in. I can only hold so many pens. You know, I think I've just realised that my pen holding limit was at its max there. So I'm going to add a little bit of yellow and bring that green down. Cheap way of blending. We've got to have a little bit more red, I think, because why not?
Yep. I like this actually, these colours, they do sort of remind me of, you know, seaside villages where all the houses are different
I know,
colours.
you could cut the Christmas off quite easily. And seeing that card there where it had the glitter layer, I thought that was perfect, you know, with the crystals, like you were saying, would make a beautiful beach scene.
Yeah, I'm sure you could get gold, like, micro beads.
Ooh.
I'm sure they must exist, surely.
I suppose if you haven't got anything like that, maybe you could go over with an embossing pen, so layer it all down, and then put a layer of embossing.
Oh, good point.
Powder. Right, so I've got that there. And I'm just going to quickly do the trees. I can colour the house. I've done one of the houses already. So they don't take long. This is one of the other things I love about Nikki's images. They don't take long to colour if you haven't got the time, if that makes sense. You can still create.
I mean, this one's a nice quick one to colour, isn't it?
Oh, but then this one here, with all the little worker stamps that we've got within the set, is perfect to... you could stamp stars in here. Yeah. You could put some of the little baubles. We've got those beautiful like bubbles. I was trying to think of a word for them and I couldn't think. It totally went out of my head. You've got all of those that we could do, and as you can see, my colouring is just going to be quick.
That's all right.
But
all good.
I think it's nice to show people as well that you can, colour quickly.
Yeah.
I probably would spend a little bit more time, but actually seeing something started from start to finish sometimes. I know we don't always have the time on TV.
No, it's nice
but
to do.
It gives people that when we're saying to people, like, trust us, it doesn't take long. It doesn't have to take long at all, as you can see.
Yeah.
All right, pen limit again. When you just go, I can't hold 10 pens and do that. I have noticed, though, I forgot to do that. That will bug me once I come and, when you just go, I've got to do those, because obviously the trees just look like they're floating somewhere. We've got those there, we've got that one, and let's grab this one. And what colours? Let's go for a blue. Okay. But I know the windows are here, but like you were saying, sort of thing, if you went over with a marker or something like this, you could just colour over the whole of this.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter, you could go in with a marker and put it back in place. Or if you're clever enough, if you colour it all, if you stamp the image in a stamp platform, colour it in, and then you've gone over your lines, if you colour in your stamp on your platform, you then can re-stamp back over.
Okay.
If that,
yeah.
So you would keep everything in place. I know I've got all these cut out, but I would actually just stamp on one big sheet, and I would just doing there. So I'm just. I quite like that blending.
Yeah, it's nice.
I was just thinking, I quite like that myself, actually. Let's just do a little bit of the contrast of the yellow. And then grab like we did with the Quickie glue pen.
Yeah.
And then you could go over, bits that you've missed, grab your Quickie glue pen and go over and add little bits of sparkles and gems and things like that. So we've got our... So that's that house. Very quickly. There we go.
Yeah.
That one there, and then finally we've got that lovely tall one. I think this one is right. So what should we go for the tall one? I think it's got to be yellowy. And we'll blend in some other colours. I started to cut round the windows because I was going to think, have the windows free and have something showing through, but then I gave up. When you just think that's in my head, it sounded, such a superb idea. In practicality, it was not. So we're just going to do, that's about as much blending as I'm going to do. Let me think, what coloured door shall we have? Let's have a blue door. It's because we've been talking about the seaside now.
I think it is, sorry.
No, we've both been going, and that's now made me go, ooh. But then there are some people who are lucky enough to have, like, nice warm, hot, aren't they, Christmases on the beach. There we go.
Cool.
So there are all my little elements there. Now, I could colour in the Christmas, but if I'm going to do that, I could do that a little bit later. So what I want to do is I want to just take my card blank, and we're just going to give this just a little bit of colour.
Okay.
So I want the background layers. Jane's done hers so that the layers, the layers stand out.
Cool.
I just wanted to try and just see if it would be just as effective if we had a little bit more inking, because she's done some lovely blending there.
Just while you ink that, am I right to just do it?
Yes,
recap, and then we can
certainly.
come back to you. Yes, no, not a problem. Right then, so one day special time. You have got 53 stamps, and you can see how much fun it is to play, to colour in. They're just, stamp and emboss. They're just fabulous, aren't they? You have got 53 stamps in total. And here they are. You've got your sentiments, you've got the baubles, all of those, the bunting, there's the star and the houses. Gorgeous, look at those. And you can see you've got the papers, 24 sheets in total. And then at the top, we've got the stencils. You're getting 4 of these. Look really, really nice. Now, funnily enough, Lou, look at the colour of this one. So yeah, you could sort of go a little bit more. If you didn't have the Noel, I think you could turn that a little bit haunted, couldn't you?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, because with the
Love
purples
that.
and greens. And even those snowflakes, like you were saying, if you did your background like oranges and black and stuff, the snowflakes wouldn't actually probably take on a snowflake vibe.
No.
At all.
No, I like that a lot. And then we've got this one. This one's made by Christine, and she's just layered up, if you can see there, just a little bit, but I think that gives it some wonderful dimension. There you go, you can see that. That must be the Didi, I don't know if that's glue or the Didi's foam pads. And then this has been extended. This is a really clever, isn't it?
Oh, brilliant, because that's the church, or as we were saying, and then mask that off, and you've added all the other houses on top.
Yeah.
But take away the Christmas wishes, or you could keep the wishes. You've got a totally different card.
I agree. It's
for a
amazing,
different
that.
occasion.
Yeah.
Altogether. I think it's a brilliant idea the way that happened. Yeah.
Brilliant. And then, did you do this one?
Yes, I did that at 8 o'clock.
Look at this. So if you want to see, go and have a look on Rewind.
I wanted to show that, you know, I've cut the baubles out and layered them up, but it was just to show that the baubles didn't necessarily have to have the words in.
Yeah.
You could create the baubles with lots of different images in, and then just extend them by using all the little stamps.
That's cool. And this one here, Lou did last night, and it's just brilliant. Look at that. It's just lovely, isn't it? Great stuff. Is there one more there?
Kinetic, yeah.
There you go. Let's have a look at this one. Fab. There we go. You could have it, this way actually. Yeah, beautiful.
And that was extending that small banner and then adding the words in different, in different ways. I haven't tried. I've just thought, I was just listening to what you were saying just then. I think it'd be nice to put the words across the front of a card and emboss them, and then maybe put the stencils on top, so you had like them subtly.
Yeah.
Let's maybe go, ooh.
Yeah, I might try
another
that one.
idea, yeah. Sorry.
That's all right. 2 payments of £22.46. Remember, it's as if you are getting pretty much 2 whole stamp sets as a bonus, because you've got a £17 saving, because they're £8.99 each. 373547 is the item number. Yay! Then we've got our No Much Fun. This is where you can make those lovely gift boxes. Again, have a look at the 8 AM show to see what Lou did. But it's really cool, isn't it? Just love these designs. Oh, and also, when you check out, there'll be like a little tab and you can download some images, so that then if you've got one of those, how do we call them, Lou?
Electronic cutting machines.
Thank you. As in, we're talking about like your, what do we have here? Cricut and whatnot, that's it. You'll be able to, look, could you imagine doing, Silhouette we have here, and any other ones. Could you imagine him cut out from a different material on a t-shirt? Or a baby grow? Yes. So they're adorable. You can make these boxes. Now, every time I pick these up, I'm just going to wing it in like this, if that's all right, because I keep dropping everything that's inside. But look, you can make 4 different designs. How cute is that? Love it. Hey. So they're really, really cute. It's £22.99. Oh, and also you can make just cards. You don't have to, do the little boxes. Actually, yeah. I will get some samples. Yeah, because I forget that it's because I love the gnome so much. But yeah, use the rest of these fabulous toppers. There you go. And there's this one with the piece. And then there's this one with the Christmas. For this set that you've done, Lou, are there 2 boards or 3 boards?
There's 2 boards.
2 boards, okay.
Yeah. And don't forget, all those designs are double-sided as well.
Yes.
So when you cut out the gnomes, you're not looking at a white card. You've got a lovely backing behind that. And that goes for the box. So you could work on the white side, or you could turn it over and there's a decorative side already.
Yeah.
So you've got choices there as well.
Nice. £22.99, a £7 saving. Item number is 572062. Then we've got our Jingle Bell stamps. So you've been going for these also. They're a really nice in harmony edition with the 1 day special. I love that you have got inspiration on the packaging for how you colour it. It's just really nice. We've got some samples here. There you go. Look at this. This is wonderful. I think Lou did this. I think you did this one, Lou. Can you think?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
You know, when you just sit there and go, yes, I did.
And then we've got our fabulous funky snowman. He's good fun, isn't he? And see here, nice inky background. Does the work for you. Then we've got our 3 little deer. They're so sweet. And then we've got our gorgeous little tree. I love all the swirls on it. And we've also got one. See, I like this one because it's quite dramatic with the that black background, something a little bit different. Oh, and a little bit of shimmer. You have got a big saving of £21.59. It's £32.35 that you're paying today as a Freedom member. Item number is 634928. And then finally, we've got the toppers. There's loads of boards here. Yeah, these are so adorable. And there's a bit of glare on there, so I'll hold these up. There you go. Look at these designs. Look, they're going for maybe a little bit of carol singing. You've got tags that you can cut out. This one, I love the shape of the chimney. I keep coming back to this because it looks to me like a leg sticking out. Our baker's coming in. I should just see a leg with a foot. This is my weird imagination. There you go. Now you've got 36 sheets in total, 12 designs, 3 of each. But you've also got a further 216 embellishments. Oh, wow. Okay. And that's a lot. And if you want to make a quick card, you haven't got time to do the colouring in, just cut these out, mat and layer, job done, because you've also got sentiments. You can see there's a happy Christmas there. It's perfect. You've got one that says warmest winter wishes. Love these. And there's something for everybody. There's quirky, there's cute, funny. Yeah, it's gorgeous. £17.99, £12 off, 370687. Oh yes, they launched today, didn't they? I've got the 7-day saver show later, so this is a good heads up for what I'll be doing. We have got assorted designs and colours, 30 sheets in total. Oh, and these are handmade papers, which are just gorgeous. Now the colours may vary, but I've seen others of these and they're so pretty. The texture of them is lovely. £25 saving. It's $14.99, 274851. We also have the hot melt glue gun, and it does come with glitter sticks. This has an £11 saving. It's $10.99. Item number is sorry, no, it's not. It's 411100. Now these are quick drying, easy to use, and right, they require 10mm glue sticks, but you're getting some glue sticks with it anyway, which is cool. 411100. Marvellous. I wonder what the other ones are. I shall find out anon. Right, we've got about 10 minutes, Lou.
I should hopefully be able to be done. So
Cool.
whilst you was doing all that, I've just gone through with a glitter pen and I've just highlighted some of the snowflakes. You know what I was saying? Oh, when we were doing this, you know, let's get all. So I thought, oh, let's do that. So what I wanted to do is I've used these here, and I've got my little Christmas village sitting there, and I've stamped another one, and I've cut out another layer so I can actually make the village extend even further.
Yeah.
So rather than, you know, there, and then I've got, this one is going to sit here. Now Jane's done hers, so they're a little bit more of a slope, so we could easily do that on a slope, shall we? No. And then I thought we could have some of our houses layered up and our trees. So I'm going to stick some of these down and then put them in place. Now I will go over, I think that Christmas, I'm tempted to go over with a lovely metallic, look nice. So I'm just going to put that there. It is such a lovely scene.
Yeah, love that. And I love you've got the snowflakes in the corners, and it looks like hills of snow, you know.
In my head, that's what we were going for. And after seeing Jane's card, I was like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, that's just perfect.
Oh yeah, that all really works.
So I just want to put that there. Because I think as well, it's only since like lockdown and since everything's gone, how you suddenly notice like when you want to go and send a card, how it changes from one type of postage to another. And I think it's great to be able to start making cards. They've got layers, but they're not too layered. If that if you see what I mean. So I've got that one there. So now I've got my other layers here, and this is where I just wanted to. Let's move these out of the way, because that would give me a little bit more room. I've got these here, and I wanted to start nestling in some of the houses. Oh, that looks nice, yeah?
Nice.
I've left the heart because I thought in my head with the heart, I want to add some glitter into the heart. Now, I'm going to say something. I am not a glitter person, so for me to even go, I'm going to add glitter. And I'm starting to worry about myself a little bit.
Come over to the dark side, Lee. I think you covered it.
I remember doing a Sakura show with you. Going, no, a bit more. A bit more sparkle, please. So I've got that there, and I want to grab one of the sentiments. Because I want to start stamping up some sentiments as well. So whilst that is sticking down, I'm just going to quickly cut off the excess that I've got here, so I can actually see how much space I've got to stamp in. Otherwise, I know if I don't do this, I'll stamp the word and then I'll cut the word off and it'll be some strange word. Not quite what it intended to be. So we've got Christmas. I wanted to see if I can get the festive in there. We've got the festive, and then I can add my second layer onto there. Delicate gluing. So we've got the house there. And I'm just going to cut that away.
It's looking really effective.
Like I said, I was really inspired by the way Jane had layered hers up, and I thought, do you know, such a lovely idea. And this, from a distance, it looks really effective.
Yeah.
And I think you forget about that you're not really doing true perspective. So then I've got my last little house. I want to have him there so I can see the festive, and he's going to be nestled in there. And then I've got trees that I can add afterwards. So let's have a tree just there first, and then I can work out where I'm going to put my last. So I'm going to have a tree, because I can cut that little bit off.
I love this composition.
And I've got the house there.
Nice.
And we'll have another tree beside. I might sneak another tree in between those two, just so we've got a few trees around.
Yeah.
And then got my house there. So if you've got like snowy stuff and things like that, you could put them on the trees, couldn't you?
Oh, fluffy stuff. You know that stuff.
The fluffy stuff. I have to try and think what sort of thing. So we've got that there. So what I want to do is let's grab another word. There it is. It's hard when you put your stamps back to front.
Yeah.
And so before I stick this down, I want to have that there. Now, I'm hoping this comes out because I've got all those layers there. I'm hoping I've planned it that I'm not stuck halfway between a layer. Yay!
Good.
You know, panic over. I can put that there. I quite like the snowflakes showing actually a little bit more underneath the house.
Yep.
Nearly there.
Oh no, that's fine. We've got 3 minutes.
And
you really have given everybody so much inspiration.
I think the stamps, you can make them as complicated as you want, or you can make them as, you know, the designs as easy as you want it. And I think, you know, that is the beauty with the stamp sets. You put your little bit of your crafting personality into your making.
Yeah, lovely.
So if I put that on the front of my card blank, there we go.
That looks awesome. Yeah.
So we've got there, and I think I'm going to have to, but I will do that after the show. I'm going to have to sneak a little tree in somewhere. But that was inspired by how Jane, you know, did hers with all the different colours. So it's the same idea, but done in little different ways.
Yeah.
So be inspired by, like, you see some of the design team. I know Nikki's put a load of the cards up already.
Stuff.
And then add your own little twist to it.
Thank you so much, Lou. We have had a question from Leonie, but not our Leonie, I think a different Leonie. She wants to know what pens you're using.
What, these ones?
Yeah.
They're the Sir Kurakoi brush
they?
pens. They're on the website.
Ah, excellent. Yeah, I was just curious. Thank you, Leonie. Yes, we've got a minute, so let's show a few more samples.
I was going to say there's a couple of samples right down the other end. I know I'm sending you all the way down the other end where the gnome topper kit is. You know, we were playing with it last night.
This one, these?
Yes. And I just wanted to show different ways.
Fab.
So all those toppers, you know, and the papers. And what I've done is I've made little gift cards.
These are
wallets.
brilliant.
So we all give generic gift cards, but it was just trying to think of different ways. So that's a topper from the kit. So is the little joy, as we were saying, and all the elements in there that I've made. I've mixed with the one day special papers. But all those other elements come from the topper kit, and it just
works together, doesn't it?
But it was very quick as well, because I had so many different elements to choose from. The hardest part was actually going, oh, which one shall I use?
Amazing.
Which one shan't I? And again, with that one, it's exactly the same. And just pulled out the toppers. So the toppers don't just have to be for cards. No. If you're into your 3D making or your memory books or your mini owl,
perfect.
They're perfect for it.
Thank you so much, Lou. Brilliant stuff. Make sure you're joining Lou at 4 p.m. for our final call, because again, I know you're going to be really, really inspired by Lou. As ever, we've got more coming up after this short break. Don't go anywhere. Because our lovely Catherine is going to be working with Dremel products. You're really interested to see what she does with those. Then we've got Crafts 2 21st birthday weekend.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp here in the UK. Teamwork makes the dream work, and at Clarity we are designers and manufacturers of, dare I say, beautiful, top quality and award-winning craft products. We are home to the very first, the original transparent art stamp. We hand make them here in Kent, and our talented illustrators are always coming up with new original concepts and wonderful artwork. In addition, we design and manufacture top quality stencils and masks. In fact, we also make precision cut reusable masks for our stamps. Since January 2017, we are also the new owners of Pergamano International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best products here on Hochanda, and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you, our Hochanda friends. So if you would like to learn more about Clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, here on Hochanda for ideas and inspiration.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now, and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums, where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows, we aim to inspire you, to be educational, and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Hi,
Hi, my name is Catherine Sturrock and I work in collaboration with FMM. FMM creates some wonderful cake decorating cutters. We've brought them to Hochanda and used them with air dry clay to create some beautiful flowers, leaves and other florals. We use them then to decorate various products such as laser cut designs, mixed media, card making and many other items. So join me on Hochanda and let me guide you through the process of putting together various flowers such as roses, peonies and lots more besides.
Hi, I'm Bev. Hi, I'm Sam. And we're from Be Crafty. Be Crafty is a family-run company. Sam is my sister. And we love bringing brand new products to Hochanda. We manufacture and design all our own ranges of stamps, inkables, MDF, lots and lots of inspiration that we love to bring and share with you.
If you tune in to Hochanda to join us, you'll see that mine and Bev's style are totally different. But what that does is it brings you lots of styles and techniques that you can include in your crafting too.
Our ranges are increasing all the time with the lovely hand-drawn images that Sam and myself are trying to bring to you, plus the fantastic new designs that we like to bring in the inkables, in the dinkables and the MDF as well, so you can use them across all different sorts of crafts and bring the best we can to Hochanda too. So make sure you don't miss the Be Crafty shows on Hochanda.
Hello, a very good afternoon to you. Yes, I'm in studio too, and I'm here all on my own. Well, just me and Matt, the floor manager. I've been looking forward to this hour, actually. I've got a couple of hours today with Dremel. Now, you may have seen Dremel here at Hochanda before, but not with me guesting. So this is a new thing for me. Well, I'm saying new because I do own a Dremel. But you know, it's a bit of a long story how I found myself here today. But I will tell you, before we go any further, these are great tools, great quality tools as well. Everything's going to be dispatched from the 21st of September, so do bear that in mind. But you know what, well worth waiting for, I'm sure, if you've been looking for one of these tools, or maybe if you wanted to add to your collection if you've seen them before. Now, something else I will just say at the top of the hour as well is, Dremel in the past, you'll probably think, if you have heard the name, you've probably seen them in various different hardware stores, maybe online. You will probably think, well, they're just for DIY. Well, they're not. They're for your crafting needs as well. So we're covering lots of different people here. We're thinking about, you know, the DIYers. We are thinking about people, you know, maybe not particularly into DIY as well, but just need a very, very handy tool at home for all those different needs, because there's so many reasons for owning a Dremel. But when it comes to crafting, there are ways you can actually use this, would you believe, even in soft crafts as well. We're talking about using things like your rubber stamps, your stencils as accessories with the Dremel. We're talking about using pottery, wood, glass, all sorts of etching, carving, designing, all sorts of different things. So I'm going to go through as much as I possibly can during the 2 hours. The first hour I am going to go through the different tools, because I know from feedback I've had on my own Facebook page that there are people that have been looking at the tools and are a little bit confused about which one would be best for them. So let's have a look at the very first item we've got for you. Now, this is the Stylo Plus, and I've got to tell you, this is a very easy tool to work with. Now, you get more with it. It's not just the tool itself. You are going to get a glass etching set with this, which is very, very handy. So if that is your thing, then this is a great one to go for. Now, if you're wanting something specific for that job, then yes, this is great. If you want to look for something that's going to take you into other areas of craft as well, or your DIY, then maybe hang on there until you see what else we've got to offer. But I'm big on my upcycling. I think everybody knows that. set, so your glass jars. Maybe you've got, I don't know, glass lampshades or things around the home that are a little bit boring, or perhaps you've just got fed up at seeing them, you want to change them up a little bit. Think about your candle jars. How often do we buy those candles in the glass jars? You could decorate them, make them for, you know, seasonal use, personalise them. Think about weddings ahead as well, or christenings, so you could put dates and names and things like that on. So this is a great tool to go for if you're wanting to do that. Now, what I will tell you is, when it comes to the stylo itself, you do get your electric plug in there as well. So it comes in 2 parts. So you will, of course, you'll just put the adapter into there. The plug is in the box here, you will get one with it, and of course then you're going to power this up by electricity. Now you've got a little dial on here as well, so you can change the speed of that, which is nice and important, and you've also got a little blue button here as well with a lock feature on, and that's very important for when you're changing the tips and the accessories on the end. So we'll cover more of that a little bit later. Now you do get the glass etching set, but you get more than that in here as well. We've got various other accessories, including a spanner, which doubles up as a little screwdriver as well. So we've got sanding attachments here, polishing attachments, all sorts of different cleaning attachments, I should say, actually, because you've got polishing tools there, but you've also got the wire bristle ones. So we're talking about polishing all sorts of things, metal, you know, perhaps numbers on your door. If they've got if you've got brass numbers and things like that, they've gone a little bit tarnished. Or ornaments, then of course you can do that as well. Looking at the box there, you can see using the stylo in leather as well. So wood, I mean, you can see a wooden spoon there. We're talking about being able to carve into things, sand them down, engrave into them, personalise, all those different things. So really the etching set there for the glass is a lovely addition to this particular kit, because you are going to achieve much more than that. Now it's a great price as well, and a flexi-buy option, saving £15, a really good saving on this. 2 payments of £32.49. This is a lightweight tool as well. I can tell you it's very easy to hold, and you will hold it as though you're holding a pen. So extremely, extremely lightweight. So I think if you're thinking about the weight, if that's a consideration, really do consider this one. But let me show you the other tools as well. You can see Creative Tool of the Year winner as well. You can see the year was 2019, so not long ago. And, you know, just looking at the box there, you can see some inspiration there, but there's lots of information online as well. Really, really lovely. Right, let's move down because we've got more. We've got a lot to get through, an awful lot to get through, actually. Right, the Dremel Light. Now, this, again, lovely tool. You can see this is a different shape to the previous one. It's not the same shape as the stylo. Now, what's special about this one is it's cordless. So you can actually charge this one up. You will get your USB cable, you'll get your electric plug there as well, so you can see there's the cables. So you can charge this up. So this is a great tool if you're on the go, if you don't want cables dangling around, if you want to take this with you, a really, really good tool to have. Again, we've got accessories with this one. So let me show you, you've got that lovely box again there. Now this is important because you've got your little spanner in there. Again, we've got sanding, we've got polishing and cleaning tools in there. There's even some polish in there as well. You've got all sorts of accessories that you need to keep safe, so make sure you put everything back into that container. Now what you're also getting in this one is the woodworking set. So this one, again, you can use this for carving, for shaping, for all sorts. Oh, that's a different item. Sorry, I'm going to come back to that. That's been put there. I'm just going to move that out of the way. Right, so this is what you're getting here then. You're getting the cleaning set, the polishing set in there with the light. There are far more accessories that you can get individually. The woodworking set is one of them. We'll come back to that you can work with this. Now, on the picture there, you can see engraving into slate as well. I've actually got some coasters that look just like that. So you can buy those quite easily from any sort of store that sells all sort of homeware, and you can engrave into them and personalise them. Now you do get a 2-year warranty on this one as well. I'll check that actually to see that's across the board on all of the tools. I believe it probably is. I think that is a 2-year warranty, and that says a lot. It's not just a case that, oh, well, I'd expect a year and that's an extra year. It's also the confidence behind the company that this is not going to break. So if you've got any any trouble at all, you can get that help out there as well. Now the woodworking set is next. Let's just bring that in. Everything's a bit squashed up. So this is a really nice one to go for. Now you can also use this one with the stylo. So the first tool I did show you, if you want to go for this as an extra, it's well worth popping into your basket regardless of which tool you're going for. And we haven't seen them all yet. So you can see there. Different types of wood as well. Some will cut easier than other. You've got all sorts of different attachments there for engraving and marking at different thicknesses and different depths. So really, really useful. If you can afford to pop that into your basket, I would do. £18.99, 954 465. Right, moving down. I'm rather excited about the next item. I had not seen this before, and I wish I had, because I would have bought one a long time ago. Now we've set this one up on the counter so you can see what it looks like set up. I am going to actually set one up at the demonstration area. It is very easy to put together, and you're probably thinking, well, what do you do with it? It will be easier for me to show you rather than to tell you now, but just one or two little accessories I can tell you about. You get a lovely little tool holder here. I've already put a spanner in this one. There's an area to put various tools, including drill bits in there as well. If I just use that handle at the front, can you see what's happening there? We haven't got this fixed in position yet, but you can see how that is going up and down. So it means you can put your tool into the case in here and use that as a workstation. Great for drilling, great for keeping that tool and having your hands available to work with. You can screw this to a workbench as well, so you've got that security there. A really, really good accessory. I absolutely love this. Now 2 payments of £25.99, so a flexi buy option again on this one. This is a really, really great gift. There's a lot more to this, and I've just explained as well, so we'll definitely see this at demonstration. 777385 is the item number. Right, now we've got more in the way of workstation tools. We've got the shaft tool holder here. Now this again, you think, well, there's not a great deal to it and it's very tall. What does it do? Well, we do have the flexi shaft that comes with one of the tools, so we'll be seeing that. This is a tool that will hold that in place. It will attach, or you can attach your actual main tool to the top of this and then use the flexi shaft. Now, I did comment on my Facebook page over the weekend, or it may have been Friday, that I was doing these shows, and there was quite a few people actually that came and put comments on my page saying that they've got various tools, they weren't sure how to use them, or they were looking for tools, they weren't sure which ones to go for. So I'm hoping that I can help people out with that today. So any questions you've got, please do email in. I will be totally honest with you. I've had a Dremel for quite some time. I've got different attachments. I've been sent so many different bits and pieces here for this shot, and I only got them 2 days ago. So some of the attachments I'm still getting my head around. I'm very excited about everything. I hope you can tell that, because this is my thing. But if there's anything I'm not sure about, I will be honest and I will tell you, and I will try and find out the answer in between the shows. We'll come back to this one as well, because this is very useful, but again, it's easier for me to show you rather than trying to tell you. £19.98 is the price, a really good price on that as well. Fixed firmly to your workstation or to your workbench. You've also got an area to put your tools and your drill bits and things like that in there as well, so very, very handy. 336357 is the item number on that one. Now another tool that's going to fix to your worktop. This is the multi-vise. Again, I'm very impressed with this. It's going to be easy once again to show you at demonstration, but what you can achieve with this, again, this is going to hold all your bits and pieces when you're working on them. Sometimes you might prefer to use your hands, sometimes not all the tools will be, you know, the right tool for you, but certainly this is going to open up many, many more options. I am just going to move this box out of the way and just show you something. We have got this set up. Now, I'm just going to loosen off this blue bit here, just to show you. This will go at 360 degrees. You can angle this. Now, if I just tighten that up again, I'm going the wrong way, very useful indeed. Okay. Right, so I've got that tightened up, so now that's holding firm. One of these vise pieces here has a little blue button on, which it is, if I can spot the right one, it's this one at this end. So you can see if I press that button in, I can move. It's at the wrong angle for me to get this behind the counter. I need to tighten that up actually. You can move this
up and down. So of course you can change the width of the piece of wood or whatever you're putting in there. You've got really good grips in here as well. That's going to hold really solidly once you've got everything in place. Just by pressing that button you can alter the distance between those. But not only that, you do get another attachment. So if you take these off, you can actually attach your tool to this as well, and you can angle your tool. So if you want in both hands for maybe, I don't know, sanding the edge or something, the tool can be held really firmly on your workbench while you keep hold of the piece of material that you're working with. So again, we're thinking safety here, we're thinking it makes it a lot easier because it's an extra pair of hands. It's just another great tool to have. £44.99, item number 536931. Right, the next item. If you've seen the Dremel shows before, you may have seen this one. I love this because it comes in the most beautiful little box as well. A great gift. It is a soldering iron. Now, you fill this with butane gas, so the type of gas that you would put in a lighter. I did bring some with me, although I've not used mine yet. I'm going to be using this in the second show, hopefully at 5 o'clock. But this is a great tool again. Not only is it a soldering iron, this is great for your crafting needs as well. So think of your, I don't know, if you get one of your rubber stamps, one of your favourite rubber stamps, and stamp onto a piece of wood, and then you can burn the detail into that piece of wood, so your pyrography, that's what you can use this for. Different attachments. It is a multi-tool again. You've got various different attachments. There are more available as well. And again, it's just a great tool to have, and everything comes so beautifully packaged in this lovely tin. So if you're looking for a gift for someone, this is a great gift as well. £40.99, item number 673806. Right, moving down. I've got a smile on my face because, I have already got a Dremel. I did tell you that. I did buy one. It was going on for a couple of years ago now. I've known about Dremel for a long time. They've been on the market for a long, long time. You know, everything keeps improving, so the accessories and the range of accessories just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. But when it comes to tools, if you're looking for the beast, as I'm going to call this one, this may be the one you want to go for. Not only are you getting the tool, and I'm not going to take this out of here now because I've got mine open at the other end of the counter. This is your tool, which is a brilliant tool, but you're going to get much more than that because you're going to get your flexi shaft with this one as well, which is going to open up lots more opportunities. So if I just take this out of the bottom of the box to show you, you're probably thinking, well, what on earth do you do with that? Well, hopefully we'll get to show you this either during this hour or possibly during the 5 o'clock, but I'll make sure I fit it in somewhere. So that is a really good addition. Not only that, you are getting tools in this one as well, or the accessories, all sorts of bits and pieces in there. You also get the wood drill bit with this and the precision tool with this one as well. So you're getting an awful lot with it. You can see the other bits and pieces here in front. So a really good kit. Look at the drill bits we've got here as well. Now, the only thing I will say about this to you is, and I'm going to be totally honest about everything, because I know one lady did actually comment on my Facebook book about the weight of the tools. This is weightier than the light and also, of course, the stylo. But the fact that you've got the flexi with it will change that. So I think we need to see demonstrations for you to understand totally. But this honestly is an amazing buy. Saving £10 as well. The price is £103.47. Everything comes beautifully packaged in a carry case as well, which is yours to keep, of course. 559642 is the item number, and a flexi buy on this one as well. 2 payments of £51.74. Everything we've got on the counter today makes great gifts. Male, female, DIY, just those occasional uses as well at home, or of course your crafting needs. Now, we have got much more for you as well. We've got more accessories for you on the website, so let's have a look at those. We've got more things that we haven't shown you. I'll hopefully show you at demonstration area as well, so you can see that. So, do you know, it is just brilliant. If you want to do pyrography, then of course you want to go for that wonderful tool set there in the tin. We've got cutting wheels here. We've got wheels that will cut through glass, wood, plastic. We've got various drill bits for you as well. So if you've already got a tool, do look at the accessories. A glass drill bit, very, very useful when you're upcycling those jars. Think about personalising them, etching them, then drilling holes in to hang them up. You can do all those different things.
Right, okay, so a lot to consider. An awful lot to consider. I can't possibly fit everything into one show, possibly not even 2 shows. So depending on how it goes today and if I do a good enough job, hopefully I can come back and do this all again another time. But I did think the first hour it would be important to sort of go through the tools a little bit more. And we've got so many different products on the show today that I really did want to sort of get across as much as I could about each individual item. Now we are going to work with the tools, but I'm going to bring in first of all the tool station or the workstation. Now the only bit that I've put together prior to coming to wear is I've put this rod into the base, and if I just turn this to the bottom so you can see, I'm hoping you can see with the camera there is a nut inside there. So you get a bolt and a nut. I think we're going to try and get this nice and close for you so you can see. There you can see the nut in there. So all you would do is feed the nut into the slot before putting the pole in there. Tighten onto the bolt a little bit, but don't take that fully through, because once you've fed that bar, that rod into there, that's when you tighten it up and it's going to hold that solid. So that's now not going to move anywhere. That's really, really sturdy. Then another piece you get is this one, and it looks a little bit unusual. And you've got to make sure you put the right end in. Can't really go wrong because only one end will fit. So this end here is the one that's going to slot down into that rod, okay? Now you can see it's very loose at the moment, but that's going to change. Now I'm just going to take that out for a second and move on to this bit, because this is the main part of your workstation. Now when you get yours and it's packaged, you will find that the slot that's going to go onto the rod there is facing, I'm not going to say the wrong way because you can change this around, but if you're wanting to use this with your tool bit and use this as a drilling station, then you need that to be moved. So there's a little notch there, or a little turning handle there at the back, and you just turn that and then you can spin that around, and then of course tighten that back up, and that is going to hold that in place. Now this handle with the blue bit on there, that will also have a little nut on there. You just feed that inside. I've already got mine in position, and that will just slide over to the rod there, and then you can tighten that up and that will adjust on that bar there. So now I've not over tightened it, but it's not going anywhere. If I want to move that down, then it's just a case of undoing that and sliding that down, because you'll want to position this at different positions depending on what you're doing. So I'm just going to tighten that back up just so it's all in place. Let me just move it down slightly more. Now something that I really like about this as well, you do get the tool holder, which is very, very handy. So that will just slot onto that bar as well, and it holds nice and firm, and you can put things like your spanners and your drill bits into that as well. So it's very handy to keep everything accessible. Now when it comes to this bar, I'm coming back to this one now, it's this end that you're going to slide into the rod, the lower rod, and you just pop that in. And you can see, just get this so I can see the right side. I think I've twisted that. So if you twist one way, it's going to lock it in position. So at the moment, it's just sliding in and it's moving about. All you need to do is twist that anti-clockwise, just a little tiny twist, and then it's firm. And then to take that off, twist the other way and you can take it out or lower it down. So you've got that ability to change the height of that one as well. Then on the top of here, I've already put mine in position, you have this plastic piece here. So that just goes into the top. I've now undone that, so I'll just tighten that up. And that again is very useful, because when you're using various different tools, you can use that by placing in this little item here, which is useful for hanging tools on and to put your cables on there as well. If I bring this down, you can see there's a couple of little notches on the side as well. That's where you're going to hold your cable, so everything's nice and neat. So when you're working with your tool, then of course you haven't got the cables all in the way. So if you wanted to keep this in a workstation or in a shed or something like that, I would suggest attaching this to a board or to your worktop with screws, so that is going to really, really hold tight. You can see it's not going to go over. You can see that's holding firmly as it is, but for safety reasons, when you're using this in a permanent place, then you can fix that down. Right, now I'm going to come back to that a little bit later, simply because I want to show you one of the tools first, because there's a lot you can do with that. We haven't shown you how to use the tool with it yet. That's just setting up the workstation. Right, now the tool I've got is the 3000. So this is in the carry case, of course. So with the carry case, you're getting those extra accessories and drill bits and all sorts of bits and pieces. You will get full instructions, but I will be honest, there's a lot of help out there. There's a lot of tutorials out there as well, so you can find things online if you're really, really stuck. Now, I am going to do a demonstration, just going to move things over. And you probably think I've gone mad. But I'm going to do something quite unusual as far as demonstrations go, before I set that tool up anymore, simply because I did promise you that you can use this not just for DIY but for your crafting needs as well. Now, because I'm being back on shift and these tools only arrived with me 2 days ago, I wasn't able to go to the second-hand shops or places to find what I wanted. I was looking for some broken china, something pretty. And then Kirsty, our lovely floor manager, went home yesterday and her boyfriend was about to throw away a bowl that he'd broken. Just had a chip in it. There's a bit more than a chip in it now, though, because I'm not going to do this live on it because I've already broken it up. But what I've done is taken a hammer or a mallet, put it into a plastic bag, and I've literally bashed it. Okay, so what I've got there are various bits and pieces, because I want to show you what you can make with a broken bowl. So think about your pretty china, think about all those different bits and pieces. I'm just looking here for something that's not too large. If I want to break those down further, I can do. Would you believe I'm actually going to make some jewellery? That's what I'm going to make with this. So I have got one that I prepped a little bit earlier. I am going to use the tool, which is the 3000. Of course, you can use other tools as well. I would suggest if you're not using the 3000, then the rechargeable one you could do the same thing with, which is really, really useful. Now, the 3000, it has got the cable on there. It does plug in, so you've got that cable to think about, which is great because, of course, you know you've got the power behind it all the time. No worrying about charging up. Now, just to go through the details on this one, you've got that lovely little hanger there. Now, that's useful because you're going to use that with your workstation. So that's very handy indeed. Or if you just want to hang it up in your shed, you can also use that for that reason. That tucks away neatly. You can see you've got your button there. So that's your variable speed. So you can change the speed depending on what you're doing. And then on the end here, we have the collar, which does unscrew. So there are times that you're going to take that off. You would take that off when you're using the flexi shaft, which also comes with this particular tool. I'm just going to put that back on for now, though. You also get this little, now I always forget the official name of this. Now, the blue button is at the top there. It's got a little lock picture on there. That is the button that you need to press to unscrew this, because it holds the shaft nice and firm for you, so you can just unscrew that. Or just loosen it off to put your accessories in there. There is a spanner as well to help you tighten everything up. I am just going to put that collar back on because I don't need it off for this particular demonstration. So I've taken off, I think it's a collet they call that. In my box, I have got a lovely attachment here, which is going to be great for grinding, for smoothing. There are sanding accessories as well, which are different. You do get an awful lot. But this is the one I'm going to use with my broken bowl. So all I'm going to do is show you how to attach that first of all. So I'm going to find the little spanner out. You've got all sorts of wheels and things in here, grinding wheels and that sort of thing in this box. So, to attach that, I'm just going to sit that on there. I know that's nice and loose, so I can just place that inside. You can see it just slides in and out easily. And to get that to tighten up, just press the lock button. You can tighten with your fingertips, so I'm just going to sort of use my fingertips to get that going. I've really loosened that off, so it's going to take a few turns. Make sure you press that button down now. I can feel that's finger tight now. I would suggest keeping your thumb on that lock button and using the spanner just to nip that a little bit more, just to make sure that that is really firmly in position. Now what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to test it's definitely working, which I know it won't until I plug it in, because I haven't plugged it in yet. So always a good idea to do that. So I'm just going to plug into my electric here. Make sure I'm switched on. Right, so turning on, we have got the different speeds here. So I'm starting, and I'm just going to increase, and you can hear the sound. There we are. You can see that going now, and that's at highest speed. Okay, so I'm just going to turn that off for a second, because safety first. I have got my goggles. I hope I don't need my glasses, because these aren't going to be any use to me. Always advisable to wear eye protection. Oh, they're a little bit smarter than I thought, those. Now, I would suggest wearing a dust mask as well. I haven't got an actual dust mask, but I do have my Liberty face mask. So I'm going to put that on. I'm going to put that on. Okay, so this is my posh face mask with Liberty fabric. Okay. Can you still hear me? I hope you can. Okay, right. So I'm going to take my piece of broken pottery, and I'm going to turn on the tool, and I'm going to start just to use that tool around the edges. So what I'm doing, I'm smoothing this off. Okay, can you see how that's starting to smooth already? So let's go on this edge here, because this will be quite sharp. Okay, so you can really work with that and smooth it off. And you can see that it's really coming nice and smooth on that edge. I'm just going to turn that off a second, because I have got one I was working on earlier. This didn't actually take long at all. Now, it's from the same bowl. And you know what? Straight away, I'm thinking that would make a lovely pendant, sort of an abstract shape, but there's more I want to do to it. I'm just going to continue doing a little bit more grinding there, because I quite like the fact that we've got that blue colour, but I really do like that edge coming through. So I'm just going to take a little bit more off, work my way around there, make sure there's no sharp edges at all. Now, another thing I could have done is set this tool up in the vise. I might have to just turn that down a little bit so you can hear me. What I could have done is set this up in the vise, the tool in the vise, and then I would have had two hands to hold and take that to the tool. I'll probably do that at 5 o'clock. We'll go through it. There's so much to fit into 1 hour. I just can't simply... By the time I've set it all up, we've lost so much time. But you can see nicely... It's not jerking anything around. You can see there with the pottery. It's not making it jump around. I'm getting that nice smooth edge without any effort whatsoever. Okay, so just do that bottom edge. There we go. Round that off if you want to. And the nice thing about this particular attachment as well, because of the shape of it, you could, depending on what you're grinding or you know you're working with, you can get into different areas with that as well, because you've got that nice rounded tip. But what I've done there, you can see I've just rounded off. There is no sharp edges whatsoever there, none at all. Now, what I did want to bring in, and I've got to say a big thank you to Ali Reeve and her husband Paul, actually, because I had a bit of a brainwave. Because I wanted some pretty china, because I thought it would make a really pretty pendant, and I wasn't able to access that, I remembered something that Ali had got. Now, we do have these on the website. So if you want these, the pick and mix, a lot of you bought these last week. I just thought this would be absolutely wonderful for creating a finish on my pendant. We're just looking at the options that you've got here. This is the adhesive ephemera. So choose any three. You get 3 sheets in each pack as well. So you've got 9 sheets in total. I remember from Ali's shows that the most popular each time was the crackle, which I so happen to have chosen myself as well. So all I'm going to do on the top of my pottery there is take some of Ali's wonderful adhesive there, and the fact that you can really smooth that down, you don't have to use any glues because it is adhesive. And I am going to take Ali's tip, I'm going to snip away any excess, and I'm going to put that back on my carrier sheet so I don't waste that and I can use it again. I will sort those bits out in a little while because I will definitely use those for something else. So I'm not worrying about those edges, I'm just going to smooth them down.
So I would suggest actually that you always smooth down your pottery first, then apply whatever you're applying over the top. And I did think it would be quite nice to go with a butterfly on this as well. Now I've already sort of snipped into this butterfly, so let's just pop the butterfly's wing over there as well. And again, I'm going to save that extra bit there. Just pop that onto my carrier sheet. So I'm really making sure that's burnished down, so you've got those different layers. And then I'm just going to put my goggles back on again. And my dust mask. Just make sure, I'll spend more time this hour putting my mask on and off, I think, but it's safety first. And then I'm going to take the tool again, and I'm just going to give that another little bit of an edge, just to make sure that that adhesive transfer fits beautifully. So you can see it's bringing that edge through again, giving me a really lovely neat finish. I really like the look of the edge of this now. You can see any little bits of that adhesive are just coming away, and I'm getting that nice white edge again. There we go. So obviously at home you could spend more time than I have just doing that, but what a lovely neat finish we've got there. Now I'm thinking here this could be key rings, it could be, you know, accessories for the front of your albums. This for me is going to turn into a necklace, a pendant. So there's a couple of different ways that you could do that now. From this stage, you could either buy a jewellery bail that you can glue in place so you can thread your chain or your cord through, or you could drill through that. And having the Dremel on the show, my preference would be to drill through that, because we've got drill bits, we've got lots of accessories that you can achieve that with. Now I'm not going to do that live on air at the moment. I might do that at 5 o'clock because I want to cover more of the tools as well. But to show you how easily you could do that with a drill bit, I'm going to go back to the workstation. Right, so I'm just going to unplug my tool. Just lost my earpiece for a moment. Right, okay. So I'm going to bring the tool back in. Never had to do this back to front, so we'll see how we go. Right, now this tool can go inside the area here. So what I'm going to do first of all is press the locking nut on my tool. Use my little spanner just to loosen off the collar there. So I can take that accessory out. Always get into the habit, and I'm terrible at this, so I should really follow my own advice. Put your accessories away as you finish with them so you don't lose anything. Now in the same box, there are other various tools that we will need for other various reasons as well. But for this one here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take away the actual neck of the tool here. And we have, of course, the tool ready to go. Now, what you've got here, at the bottom, there is a little nut, a little plastic nut that you can tighten up. So what you can do is pop your tool inside, and because you've taken that other piece off, you can tighten up that little nut there. That's going to hold your tool firmly in place. And you can see you can access your speed control there, your variegated speed control, and everything's there ready to go. Now if I wanted to drill, and I haven't got the appropriate drill bit right here with me at the moment, but if you wanted to drill wood or anything, let's just cut this packet open here because my drill bits are inside. Then of course you can attach the appropriate attachment to your drill bit, to your tool, in the same way that you normally would. So you would loosen off the little collar there, pop your accessory and tighten that up. And what you've got here, if I just turn this to the side again, you can see actually I can now clip that cable in place as well. So just using your fingertips, this is a nice tight fit, so it's not going to go anywhere. That's going to keep your cable out of the way, so you're not getting it in the way of your work, and it's safety again. Obviously that's going to go into your plug, you'll plug that back in, but then you've got that adjustment on the back of here as well, which means you can raise up and down your tool. So if I was wanting to drill into a piece of wood, let's just get this block of wood here. Now, And just lift that up. There's no drill bit in here yet, obviously, so you would put your drill bit in there. Your wood would sit on the bottom there. You would lower this down to the point where the drill bit would be just touching the wood. There is a little guide, if I turn this back to the front again there, there's a little guide here as well with a little handle on there that you can slide up and down to get that set at the appropriate position, so you know that you're always getting things at the right height. And then it's a case of just, when that's in place, let me just tighten that little handle up at the back again there. You switch on. I haven't got the drill bit in, obviously, but just to show you for the purpose of the demonstration, you need to plug it in. Always remember to plug it in. Safety first, you see. You should always unplug when you're changing things. Right, let's turn the tool on so you can hear. No hands. That would have a drill bit in there. I'm not going to drill, obviously, but you would just lower down the handle, and then, of course, you can drill your piece without having to hold the tool at all. And we're not just talking drilling here. There are other tools you can attach here as well. And of course you can adjust the speed very, very easily. So that is a very, very handy tool. I'm thinking when it comes to DIY, you're going to find this really useful, but when it comes to craft, think about if you do jewellery make. I know everybody gets a bit fed up about hearing me talking about clays, but polymer clay, if you're making your jewellery with polymer clay, this is one of the reasons I bought Dremel, because I can drill my pieces, I can polish them, I can grind them, I can carve them, I can etch into them, I can do all those different things. We're talking about wood, we're talking about plastics, we're talking about acrylic, plexiglass, all those different things, all those items, pottery. You can engrave into pottery, stones from the garden. If you've got the right accessories, you can engrave into those as well. There is so much you can achieve with these tools. But when it comes just to a useful tool at home, I'm thinking some of the reasons I've used mine. How annoying is it sometimes when you're trying to unscrew a screw and it's maybe been in the wood a long time, it's gone a bit rusty and the screw head breaks off. Or you're screwing into something, the screw head breaks off, and then you're left with the screw, and what do? I've used my Dremel for cutting that away. I've used the Dremel for cutting tiles. I've used it for drilling numerous things. It's accessible. You can get into areas that other tools wouldn't get into. So there are so many reasons for having a Dremel, regardless of whether it was DIY or craft. Now, how much longer we've got left? I think I want to show you. Let me just remind you there as well, that top bit's in as I've just done that. You turn anti-clockwise, one little twist, just to lock that in position. If you want to lower that down, then you twist clockwise and then anti-clockwise again, just to put that in position. That is another area that you can hang your cables and your things from as well. So if you want things out of the way, you can do that. Right, okay, now the next thing I'm going to show you, I do need to take out my Dremel tool from here. I was hoping to show you the stylo this hour as well. Maybe I will get the chance, I'm not sure. But I want to show you the flexi shaft with this one because it comes as part of this particular kit. So we are looking at the 3000. I'm just going to move that right out of the way for a second. Right, on the other end of my desk here, I've got another one of the tools. Now this comes again with a clamp. I don't think you can see that very well because we've got the details in the front, but it just clamps to the desk. We'll see if we can change that. There we are. I do apologise for my my trolley there. So this here is clamped under the desk. You've got the little bolt that tightens that on, so it's nice and firm. Again, you've got an area there to put all your little bits and pieces, all your different tools, and it basically just slots together. So you've got quite a lot of height here. And then again, you've got your attachment at the top and your little metal handle. That is where you're going to drape over and hang your tool and your cables. So this is quite tall. I'm not very big. I could have put that right. There we go. That's in there. So when it comes to the flexi shaft, as I say, this comes in with the 3000. Now there's a couple of things that you need to do before that attaches. Inside your accessory box you will find this little attachment here, which is very important because what you need to do, I've taken away that collar already because it's been in the workstation. Just need to hold that locking nut down just to make sure I can unscrew this. So I'm taking out those accessories there and I'm going to put onto this little attachment. Okay, so I'm going to screw that down. I'm going to take that as far as it will go. Okay, and you'll notice on the top of there you've got a hole. Now if I show you in this end of the flexi shaft, you can see you've got, it's not really wire, I don't know, it is like a pin, but it sort of feeds up inside there. That will feed into your hole of that attachment there. I just move that accessory set out of the way before I knock it over. And then it's a case of tightening down onto your tool. So that is just a screw fit. So you can see that is now attached, okay? Now at this end of your shaft, you've got a little silver button. That again is your locking switch. So again, you can attach your accessories here. So just by holding that switch there, I can unscrew or tighten up. So again, if I just go back to that same accessory that I had before, just because it's already out, and you can see there, just holding that switch down, I can finger tighten that, then use my little spanner just to nip that together. Now I've got that extra tool, which is going to be very, very useful. Because what I'm going to do now, and I really hope this is going to work and I've done this right, if I just show you, now onto my tower I can hang my actual tool. So all I'm holding is the tool at the bottom of the flexi shaft. I can easily, I've hung that the wrong way so I can't see the control. So I'm just going to, again, you can drape over the cable if you want to as well. I'm just going to turn this on. And what happens now, it's not on full speed just because of the noise, but now, rather than the accessory being in the tool, I've now got that on the tool, on the flexi shaft. So that is giving me the freedom, the flexibility to use all of those tools without having to hold the heavy tool. Now if I turn that up, that's going to sand that a lot better, that's going to smooth that down, because obviously different materials that you're working with, you will need different speeds and different tools. You have got your accessories there to pop into place as well to keep that handy. But for me, this answers a question, or hopefully will answer a question to some people that did say they'd been looking at Dremels but wasn't sure which one to go for. If you think the 3000 is going to be too heavy for you, the fact that you get that flexi shaft with it opens up a lot of opportunities, and it's a very easy tool to hold. And of course all those other attachments are going to fix into this as well, so you can still do your glass etching, you can still do your wood carving, you can still do your polishing, you can still do whatever you want to do with that tool. So it opens up those opportunities for you to use this tool in many, many different ways. Plus you get lots of accessories with this one as well. It's a really wonderful tool. If you can afford it, if this was me and I hadn't already got one, this is the one I personally would be going for, because to me this is the bee's knees. And I do actually own, this is the one I did actually genuinely buy when I bought one. So I can speak from experience. We've got a flexi-buy option on it for you as well, a £10 saving, 2 payments, we can split it down so you can pay it over 2 months as well. And we'll show you that flexi-buy payment as well, item number 559642. And you've got lots and lots of attachments in there. You can see just by looking at the box there, you've got the wheel there, the grinding wheel there as well, so you can use that for cutting. You've got polishing tools again, you've got sanding tools. You've got so many wonderful tools to work with. Right, okay, now hopefully we've got time just to show you something else. I'm just going to unplug that just so I know it's not turned on. And move that out of the way. I want to bring in, if I can, where did I put it? Let's have a look at our stylo. So I did mention earlier on, and I'll just show you how this works. You do get the electric plug, you get the little adapter as well. It's just a case of popping those together and plugging this into your electricity. Now you'll notice with this one, I have already got a tool attached to this as well. It's got a different collar there. Okay, so you can see it's just a different shape, but it does the same thing. That's what's going to hold your accessories in place. So again, you've got your locking switch, you can unscrew and screw from there as well, and you will get your spanners and bits and pieces. Now I did have, now this came with this one, you can use this tool for engraving as well. I know we haven't got much longer left on this show, so I'm just going to bring in something just to sort of show you here, this was just something I found knocking around the studio. We do have the woodworking set, which is another accessory set that you can add on. With the stylo itself, you do get, I'm just going to pick the one up off the counter. You get the glass etching set with this one. I have got some glass for later. And also, I believe you get this set, don't you? This is the one that comes with all your spanners and things in. So if I just talk you through what you've got here. This is one of the tools that I've got already attached. So you get your little spanner. You've got various cleaning tools and polishing tools as well there. There we go. You've got your polish in there as well. So if you are polishing up, you can pick up polish on those lovely felt pads, and that will help with the job. You have got your sanding little tools here as well. Now, some of them you will find that one is on a shaft there. It's got a little screw at the top, and then you've got your spare heads. If I've got time, I'll show you how to change that, because that's very easy to do. We've got various different tools in here as well. These are going to do different effects into your wood. So that one you can use for carving. You've got carving tools here as well. So these are all great for carving into wood. Now, I'm going to try and do more with this at 5 o'clock, but an easy way of carving would be, if you've got a rubber stamp or something that you can transfer through very, very easily, you can actually print onto, I know we had yesterday on one of the shows, on the Crafty Devils shows, we had the masking paper that's slightly adhesive on one side. If you can print onto that, if you wanted to print a design or some wording, stick that down onto your wood, then use your carving tools to trace that through. Then you remove the paper, you will have that carved effect in there. Now, I am going to try and do something a little bit cleverer than what I'm going to show you now, but I've just got one of the tools in here. Did I plug that in? No, I didn't. Let me just plug this in. Top tip from Catherine is, something doesn't work, check you've plugged it in. Okay, so remember that little blue button there is your locking button for changing the ends there. You have got a dial here as well. So of course that's going to turn your tool on and off. Let me just make sure that this is plugged in. You have got at the bottom of this, you've got, that's your locking tool at the bottom. That's your, I believe, no, that's your locking tool. That's also a locking tool. Why is that not turning on? Something's not right. Do you know, I was using this earlier as well. Okay, right, let me just check my electric is plugged in here again before we go any further. Let me make sure I've plugged that in. Okay, we might just go to Leonie for a VT actually while I'm sorting this out, because it does work, I promise you.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, newsletters, competitions and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888, and join Hochanda Freedom today.
No. Okay. Right, there we are. We can see the Dremel stylo there for you. You do get those accessories, the glass etching set as well. We seem to have got a faulty extension cable in the studio. That's why it's not working. So I will try and get that. So we'll get a new extension cable for the later show, but you can go for this one now. I have been working with it. I've been playing with it as well. I know we haven't got long left for this out, so we'll make sure that's running for the next show, and we'll show you that, because it's very, very easy to work with. Really lovely tool. Hold it like a pen. You can use it for your glass etching, your wood, your metal, all sorts of different reasons. I would suggest going for this one as well, and it's super lightweight as well. So if you want it for specific needs and you're not bothered about all the DIY bit, then maybe for your crafting needs, this is one to consider. 238386 is the item number. Right, we've got everything
everything on the website for you as well. You can see 5-star reviews on certain items as well here. We've got the glass etching set there. We've got the woodworking set there as well. The stylos on there. Oh, it's been busy for the workstation, I believe, as well. I would recommend that 100%. That I've never even seen that prior to it being sent to me, and I'm very, very impressed with that. We've got the Versatip to show you as well. We've not even covered that during this hour. I will definitely cover that on the next hour. You've got the pyrography kit there as well. Those cutting wheels are well worth popping into your basket at the same time. I think our floor manager's just fixed the electric for me. I can hear the tool going. So hopefully, I don't know if we've got time left to do that. Maybe we can. Maybe we can. Let's just keep looking at the website. Do find everything there. Don't forget to check your baskets out as well. Right, okay. So I need to put. See, it's on now. It's our electric. You can hear it buzzing. Right. So the on-off button there, the lock button at the bottom, and there we've got the variation. So that is your on-off button there, the blue one, and you can hear the sound at the top. There you go. There we are. So, right, okay, let me just point something out, because on the previous tool that I showed you, the locking button was the one that was at the top. It is actually at the bottom, this one. So that is your on-off button there. So remember that. It does have that little symbol, look, the round circle with the line through it, so it's your power symbol. So do check with your various tools where the locking button is. You can see there the sign at the bottom is there. So you can see that's your locking switch. So that's the one that you're going to use for just unscrewing the top there. Now, if you just watch here, as I just twist that, can you see that's opening up? So I'm going to put one of the stylos in. We haven't got long left, I know, so I need to just take that a little bit wider. Now, important is, don't have that so you've got the whole of that shaft showing there. You want to, it's only wants to be about 1 centimetre that's showing there. Again, I'm holding that lock button underneath, twist that round, use your spanner, you get the right spanner with the right tool. So this one here, you want to make sure you tighten that up, just give it a little bit of a nip with the spanner there. It just grabs at the bottom. And then, of course, you can work. Now, I haven't stamped anything. I'm just going to go freehand with a squiggle or something like that. So let's turn the button on. Let's go a little bit higher. And it's a case of just taking that. Now, just watch this as well. Holding it like a pen, I can work into that and go deeper as well. You've got different size tools as well, so you can do different shapes. You can go very fine, you can write with this. I am just doodling here as well at the minute. I'll find something much more interesting to work with in the next show, but a very, very handy tool. I know I'm out of time. I will be back at 5 o'clock. I'll see what else I can find to show you then. Please do join me. Thank you. I so enjoyed myself there. It's like being at home. Coming up next, we've got Craft's 21st birthday weekend. Wow. Then we're here with Craft Treat. Oh, Joe Channon. And then Polka Doodle's final.
Hi, I'm Donna, and this is my brother Simon, and we're Pearlywinks Craft Supplies. We've been crafting since we were very young. My mum got us into crafting, and we've been loving it ever since.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks.
We've got a fantastic design team who help us with all our designs for the stamps, and we've got a great range of inks which we manufacture ourselves here in the UK.
Our pearl sprays and our Pearlywinks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
We hope that our products bring you as much fun, creativity and inspiration as they do to us. We love all of our products and we hope you do too. So make sure you don't miss our shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Our kits are really easy and I hope they inspire you to have a go at stitching. Since we've been on Hochanda, we've had a great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch Hochanda and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my rounding shows on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. What I really love about Hochanda is I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Flexi Order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. So I hope you can join Heartfelt Creations here on Hochanda.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're well. Where are you watching us? Have you got the TV on outside? Are you watching us on a laptop? Are you just trying to keep in the shade? Have you got a cold drink going with lots of ice and condensation down the side? Oh, that sounded good then, didn't it?
Yeah, I think we should just go out that door, Scott.
I think
do
we
the
should.
show outside. Can you put a camera on your back, Jet?
We'll be
Come
fine.
out, we'll do it outside.
We'd love it out there. What a lovely day it is, isn't it? Lovely day to be with you, and what a lovely day to have a birthday celebration as well. And you already know the man is here as well. It's lovely John.
Hello.
It's John.
Hello.
Hello.
It feels like it's ages since... Oh, it was yesterday.
Yesterday, yeah.
Yeah.
Time flies, isn't it? Really? It does. Oops, I just knocked over a little board. Right then, so, as you know, we've been celebrating, of course, 21 years.
Yeah. And it is 21 years across to, we're now actually into the 22nd year.
Blimey.
And I think, I know we've said it in all the shows, but I think it's really important. This started out of the back of Jane's shop.
Yeah, I know.
It started out the back of Jane's shop. Her husband was a mechanic, which I think is why we've got so many innovative things, because his mind works mechanically. It started out the back of there. It got too big. He went into the garage. He bought a unit, and we're 21 years later. And honestly, when you go to the warehouse, it's like an Escher painting. Because it's grown organically, There are 3 different staircases that go to different places. There are 15 rooms.
Wow.
It's like the staircase
It
goes
sounds
up
like
there, but you can go
Hogwarts.
through that door and come down this case. But there's a front door there and another door there and there's another door. It's
Oh, that
and it's
sounds
full
good.
of 21 years of history. It is amazing.
Well, has it got a blue plaque outside? That's what we need.
It should have.
Yeah.
It really should have. Crafts 2, established here in 1999.
Yeah. John's been here. Well, it's lovely to have your company, and we are celebrating, and in the true spirit of celebration as well. As you know, Crafts 2 have been doing some fantastic offers for you all over the weekend, which is great. And we've got more for you again in this hour as well. So we've got some special deals for you, some happy hour offers for you. You can take advantage, as well as all the other great savings, including, if you haven't got the nesting dies yet, by the way, then we'll talk to you about all those as well. I'm just gaining the oxygen to be able to get through all the options for you. So let's just start off with the whole idea of the Crafts 2 21 quote. You'll see that down the bottom of the screen. Why do you get that? What does that get you? Well, just to talk you through, of course, you got your Weekend Wow offer, okay, which is going to give you, which is fantastic, 6 of your embossing folders that you're going to have in there as well. And plus, you're going to be getting your lovely 3 stamps, and they are beautiful for the Weekend Wow. There is so much in there, and a great way of creating fantastic backgrounds to them and still having a separately embossed message over the top, like the thank you, for example, or you might have the beautiful 4 birds that are all on the perch, which is beautiful. We will show you some examples of these as we go through, but just to say what that quote is down the bottom, if you are a Freedom member and you go for our Weekend Wow offer that you're going to see there, and you are, like I say, a Freedom member, you will get a free gift with purchase, which I know will be at least $5.97, at least that as well. I know some of them go even higher on that, but at random, you're going to be getting a free gift. And if you're thinking, hang on, what if I'm not a Freedom member? What do I get? Well, if you're not, then you are going to receive a free membership for the month as well. So you're going to be getting all the special offers, access to that. Plus, you're also going to be getting your unlimited free postage and packaging and the badge and the newsletter and everything. All you have to do is just to, if you don't want to continue that on after your free month, you can just opt out of that. Otherwise, continue to stay on there and to receive all the benefits you do. Now, to receive either one of those with your Weekend Wow offer, all you have to do is quote the details at the bottom of the screen, which is Crafts 2 21. There's your fantastic chance to get your Weekend Wow plus that lovely freebie on top of that, which is brilliant. Now, we've also got 2 other offers for you in this hour, and when they're gone, they are gone in that respect. But if you want to take advantage of the happy hour deal, you can do. We're going to start just by talking about the beautiful card. Is that correct?
We are,
We're going to be looking at there.
Yeah. So you've
so
got
I
some
hold.
and I've got some. Yes, but this is the Crafts 2 Craft Artist Glitter card. This is the festive pack.
How smooth is that?
It is like velvet. It is absolutely beautiful. It really, really is. And
That does
this
not
is,
feel like a glitter card.
No, it doesn't. It's actually made with foil.
Oh, right, okay.
So it's actually made with a foil onto white virgin card, which I always say that. And the reason, I should explain, the reason I talk about it, because sometimes you get a lot of this sort of speciality card, and it's made on recycled card.
Right.
Or it's made on sort of a print card.
Okay.
And that affects the die cuttability of it. So we have to make sure that it's on the right card with the right level of fibre so it die cuts.
Right.
But this is fully die cuttable, intricate die cut glitter card. I'll be showing that in one of the demos. But this is the festive pack, and this we only launched, I think, this time last year.
Right, okay.
And we thought for Christmas we've been looking around saying what deals can we do. So we, in a way, we kind of saved the best till last.
This is
because this
beautiful.
shouldn't be at this price, because this isn't old stock, this is current stock.
Right.
And Peter said, as it's coming up to Christmas, let's put a special on for that for people.
It's a really, really fantastic. You're getting, I'll tell you what, you've not skimped on the quantity.
No.
30 sheets of this we're looking at, and it is the non-shed. And again, if you know when you sort of talk about sort of super smooth and all the really beautiful card stock you can have in there, but this...
You can stamp on this.
You can stamp on this as well.
This is that smooth. It looks like, when you look at it like that, it looks like sandpaper.
Yes, yeah.
But this is not traditional glitter card. In fact, there's no actual glitter in it at all. but this feels like velvet. It
really does.
Really does.
It really does.
And it cuts absolutely beautifully. And I love this one. I was very surprised when he said we were going to do this one.
Well, it is fantastic. Honestly, you're going to really like working with this. I'm sure you are, because it is fantastic what you're getting. So 30 sheets. Usual price there is a penny shy of £16. Right now, in this hour only, £9.99. So please, please, please fill your boots, fill your baskets, fill someone else's baskets, get them to pay for it. Whatever you have to do, grab it, but it's in this hour. 839737. Now, we are spoiling you here, Mr. Ambassador, because not only are we going to give you a chance to get that, the non-shed glitter card in this hour, we've also got another treat for you, and it's something that's all packed away beautifully in that bag, John.
It is, yeah. Well, this was the happy hour deal on Friday.
Right.
And it sold out. It went mental. And Sam, bless him, actually rang Peter.
Right.
And said, is there any way we can get any more, because people kept asking us on social media.
Ah, I
so
see.
He went into the warehouse yesterday morning and counted and said, yes, you can have some more. So this is not an awful lot.
Right, okay.
This is a fantastic bag. This has actually got in it, I want to show you this. This has actually got in it my A4 electronic die cutting machine.
Is it right?
Everyone knows is a very big one.
Right,
It's one of the biggest on the market. But you can pull that out. So there are all my plates.
Right.
Straight
It's brief
away.
storage, yeah. All your
But they
plates.
still have all of this storage. If I pull that way, you can see.
Yeah, there we go.
Let's
can
get
see
it the right way, John. You've still got all of that storage as well. Also in
Got a
here.
front zip as well.
In this front zip, I've got, and that folds out like that, I've got my tool case with all my tools in.
Oh, that's brilliant.
I've got my scissors in. There's still another pocket in there. But then, here's my machine.
Oh, this is brilliant.
But that is genuinely
Yeah,
sorry,
I can hear
one
that.
of the heaviest and biggest machines. But you've even got another section here.
Another one around the back. So you can put your separate dies or
where
anything
you
like
can
that.
actually put your dies in their actual, because this is how I store mine. If you go and clap, you put those in there and pockets in there. But that, if you notice, actually as well, you've got the little Velcro closers as well that you can put onto that.
That's
to close
really
it
good.
down. So your dies will go in, plus you've still got even more pockets. This was a brilliant concept by Crafts2.
Yeah.
Really, really was.
Thought about that.
And I thought it's just such a fantastic bag, even down to, if we look here, they've double stitched around those to put them on. So those will not pull off.
No, right.
Where the handle joins, you've got the extra double layer and padding.
Yeah.
Those go together and then it Velcros closed. But that's even padded and foamed.
No, that's nice. So if you've got that
actually
weight, like you say, in your die cutter
every
there.
section comes to... it's a brilliant bag. It really is.
It's practical, it's durable, and absolutely right now it's available if you are quick. Now, this one has got, it was £26.99. I'm having a lot of fun with these cars down here today. £26.99, so it has got that saving on this. It's down to £14.99 that you can see in this out. Right, 15, now we just mentioned it, 15% has now already gone. 339958. It did sell out on Friday. It has been a request to try and get that for you, so please, 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 don't hang around for that, because, as you've heard, you've got everything that's in the warehouse has been brought onto the show now, and then that is it, so that one. Both of the happy hours are very, very busy. I can't get over how smooth that non-shed glitter card is. Lovely. Right, speaking of glitter, directional glitter, because when you use glitter, I think one of the basics you want from it is it goes where you want it to go and not everywhere else.
Yes.
But these do that for us, don't they?
These do. These are amazing. I know I've said this in so many shows, but this to me is revolutionary, and I finally think from playing with one last night, I've worked out how it works.
Oh, right,
but
okay.
This is a dry powder sprayer. So what Scott is spraying now is actually dry glitter. That is not wet, there's no moisture or anything, and you could open that up and pour it out, and you will actually find, or you can, if you open it and just shake it, you can see that that is dry.
Oh, there we go. That's
And what we're saying is, we call this the dry glitter mister, but this is not just for glitter. I had a question from a lady in the United States earlier saying, will it just take this really super fine eye zinc glitter?
Right.
No, it will take... What you do is keep trying glitter and powders in there until you find one that won't spray.
Right.
But it's not about the size of the glitter, it's actually about the density of the particle.
Oh, okay.
So if you put the Crafts 2 Snow in there, because that's made of plastic and is very light, no, it won't spray. But if it's quite heavy, it will spray. But if you are a mixed media artist, you want to add a bit of glitter onto this. I was telling Ali Reeves' husband earlier about it, because I bumped into Paul outside. And he was saying, oh, Ali would love that. You've got to get, as soon as they come in, get Ali one, because you can now spray glitter, embossing powder.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Any particle, you can spray, you know, talcum powder. If you do a lot of heat embossing, and you can't work the bag very well, put yourself some sort of inert powder in, or empty your actual embossing bag into there and spray it on.
That's a brilliant idea.
So any powder it will spray and mist dry. So there's so many uses.
Yeah,
I mean, we've had quite a few funny ones suggested, and I you know, Peter the MD suggested a very funny one this morning, which I will not share with anyone.
Okay.
I would not condone that sort of behaviour. He said, oh, I could see that working. But yeah, you can put anything in there. It's just fantastic.
So if anyone wants to demo that, let us know. We've got 2 options for you here. You'll see there on your left of the screen, you've got 412376. It's going to give you your set of 8 that you can find. If you fancy, then you just need a couple of these bottles. Details at the bottom of your screen there, 041131. That will give you the twin pack, and that's only $9.99. All I've heard is people just going, you know what, they are just brilliant. Yeah. Why have we waited so long for them? Doesn't matter how long we've waited, we've got them now, which is the amazing thing for them as well. And honestly, I feel like I've had a right night out. I'm covered in it. Right, 412376 if you'd like to go for the set of the 8. Now, the glitters themselves, which are lovely, and I do have the board here again to give an idea. These are great colours.
They are.
Great options for you to work with. I do want you to tell the story when we come down to value on this, because I think people need to, if they've not heard this, I think, I do understand it, because I was amazed by that. And when you're looking at what your value is in these, because these are 60 mil, when you understand that value, it makes no sense to not get them, does it really?
It doesn't.
So let me just hold this up first of all, and I know that this that we've got in here is 10 mil basically of glitter. Now, you bought that, John. How much did you pay for this one?
I paid £3.50.
Right.
And that's for 10 mil of a super fine silk style glitter, the same as this. In fact, that's actually a little bit coarser than this one is.
Right, okay.
It works just the same.
10 mil.
But Jane actually told me yesterday, because Jane has a shop, that in her shop, that is now £3.85.
For 10 mil?
For 10 mils. And you'll usually find it comes in different shaped bottles. I mean, I want to if I can show you this.
Yeah, right, please,
okay. You will get sold glitter in different shapes. Now, this one here, this is 10 mil.
Right, okay.
Now, that is... the one in Scott's hand is sort of short and fat. This is tall and thin, the one I've got. But this is 10 mils as well.
Right, okay.
And usually you'll get 10 mil or 15 mil, and they can be in bigger pots or whatever else, but that's the standard you get.
Right,
for around that price.
Okay.
Izinc have put in 60 mil in each individual pouch.
And this is what we've got into this particular jar here, which is one that was poured through, which was 60 mil into each one of those pouches. Now, if this 10 mil was costing $3.50 or $3.85, as you heard that was being talked about, this is 60 mil, and this is which is 1 pouch worth. And 1 pouch now works out at £2.69, and that gives you 60 mil, as you can see where it's saying on the back of this one. So this is 60 mil, and that's working out £2.69 a pouch. Or you can get your 10 mils, etc. You might find the market, which again was £3.50 or £3.85. So I'm really glad that story, because it just goes to show the value in when you go for these pouches. Now, you've got options, because you might be thinking, well, I don't know if I need so much, but if you do, you've got all 16 colours here with that £5 saving, and it's available on Flex if you want. So if you want to go for those and get your spray bottles as well, you are sorted for all of your glittery needs there. 111708 will give you all 16. Now, you might be thinking, Well, I don't use that much glitter. I'm not so much of a glitter person. I'd use a bit for edging or for outline and all the other ways that you've seen, all the fantastic ways of designs using. So if you want to go for the pick and mix and choose your favourite 4, the details for that are at the bottom of your screen. That's 616425, and you get 4 there. So you're still going to be getting there, what, 240ml of all your wonderful 4 favourite colours for just $11.99. So you got all of your best options to work with, but they are beautiful and they work, and they are going to give you a huge amount of colour. Just to give you some idea, a couple of the projects here that you get to sort of see the effect, and if you are wanting to work with that, this, if you go for this on the non-shed glitter card, you've got all the sparkle or personal need in their life.
You have, yeah. And I mean, somebody actually said to me, I think when we did the first show launching these, said, why would I want 60ml? And it's because of something that we kind of invented on that show, but I've been talking to loads of crafters since, and it's something we all have and suffer from. People suffer from FOMO, you know, the fear of missing out.
Oh, right, yes,
Crafters, we actually suffer from FORO.
Okay.
Fear of running out.
Oh, right, okay.
And I actually asked Leslie Lakin this morning, and I said to her husband who came with her, I said, does Leslie have like cleaning products in one open and then 2 behind? He said, we've got like 26 bottles of sauce in the cupboard lined up. I said, that's how you know she's a crafter. But there are times I've bought those little pots of glitter and I've hardly used it because I'm terrified of running out of it, because then I haven't got it. And part of my hobby is the fact that I've got things and they're pretty to look at. But with this is the Caribbean blue. This is what's left. And I know it's gone up the bottle a little bit, yeah? That's the 10ml I filled. That's the spray bottle I filled, and you have 3 cards there made with it.
Oh, right, yes, of course, yeah, for the glitters.
And this has been sprayed and sprayed and sprayed through this week.
Wow.
So you're not going to run out, and that's why I think people are loving it so much.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to have to buy a second set, and I am a sod. Excuse my language, I shouldn't say that, should I? For buying, Sam will tell you, for buying a second set of things in case I run out.
Well, honestly, if you think about bulk buying, you're always going to get your prices always come down when you get bulk buying as well. So buying them like this, if you want to go for all of them, £2.69 a pouch for 60, you know that if you saw that anywhere else, you'll be absolutely stocking up on that. Get it while you can. Just want to let you know again regarding the happy hours that are available for you as well. Now, we've got the non-shed of the glitter card, 30 sheets for only £9.99. And I tell you, it is so smooth. A quarter of the stock has already gone for this hour, and it is only for this hour only, this deal. 839737, of course, which is fantastic, brilliant value. Now again, it's sold out on Friday. People have been into warehouses and looked around, and now half the stock has gone for the cutting machine storage bag, all beautifully in blue, extra stitching on there, comfort on the handles as well, so many lovely zipped compartments and good spacing as well to keep even your biggest dies in there. Got a £12 saving on that one, so it's only $14.99 for this hour. That, when it's gone, is gone, by the way. Again, just remind you, 339958. Whew, tell you what, it's going to be busy, busy, busy. It really is. Now then, options. I think it's worth to start with John just talking a little bit about these, because you're getting 2 different types of your nesting dies on here. You've got your plain and you've got your stitched. But I'm right to say this is the first time, today is the first time that these have been brought back where you get all in one bundle.
It is. When we originally launched these, we did them in 2 different shows. Half the collection and half the collection.
Yeah.
All of them sold out on those shows and sold out completely everywhere within a day.
Wow.
So this is the first time that we've brought the square and the rectangle back a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
But this is your first time we've ever brought back the diamond, the hexagons and the ovals. But this is actually the first time we've ever done a bundle of all of them together.
It's a brilliant bundle.
We've never done a bundle of all 12 because I've always felt, because we know nesting dies are expensive.
Yeah.
I mean, I know, you know, a brand that I've bought before were £45 for a set of squares.
Right, okay,
yeah. And that's a set of squares up to this size with not as many in there.
No.
So there is this thing of saying, if we bring them all as a bundle, it's going to be like £300, £400, £500.
Yeah, yeah.
I managed to get through a really good deal on them all.
Really have.
Yeah, I really have.
Yeah.
But I'm really surprised. I really know I'm going to be paying for that come Tuesday. I'm going to be asked, how did I miss that? No. But what's different about them as well is This is the first time I worked on these, I drew these, I designed these together to replace the old press cut layering dies.
Okay, yeah.
Because the biggest frustration I've had with layering dies always is they're never mathematically correct.
Right.
So all of these, whether it's the plate, so in the planes, they are all mathematically correct on an inch measurement, which is what most of us use in Britain.
Right.
So if you start, say, with the circle, the smallest circle in the middle of the set is 1/4 of an inch diameter.
Okay.
If you go up to the next one, that is 1/2 an inch. The next one is 3/4 of an inch. That one is an inch. That one is 1.25 inches, 1.5 inches, 1.75 2 inches.
Right.
2 1/4. So that goes all the way up to 8 inches.
Right.
And these are really super fine. So to get those mats and layers, you don't need to buy 2 sets.
No.
Then we did, to match with them, the stitch dot. And the stitch dot have been designed so they intermix. So you have got there, so if I take that one, I can then take and give a mat for it. But I can take, couple down and get a layer for it. Let's go up a little bit. But you see there, I can get a tighter, there we go.
Yeah.
See how tight that is? So I can get in that's 3 layers.
Yeah.
And I can keep that going. So they were done mathematically correct to
brilliant.
an inch measurement across every single one. And everything apart from the circles and the ovals tessellates.
Right, oh, right,
Which
okay.
means that you can build backgrounds. So this one here is using
the diamonds.
But can you see they were designed again to be right so that they would tessellate?
Ah, yes.
Like that. And again, same with the hexagons, same with the squares, rectangles, everything.
Honestly, it is brilliant. And if you've worked with those sort of dies before, again, to creating and getting those lovely sort of windows to look through, the sort of ever-decreasing circles you might have, but again, you understand that you've got some lovely options ahead of you if you are going to be working with any one of these. Again, when we were talking earlier on, Leslie was saying about she's got them all up on a wall.
Yes.
They're her equivalent of like golden discs, you know.
They are her awards where she's got them
Yeah.
all across. And the thing is, you find this, Leslie is obviously one of the angels who works with us, and she demonstrates for us. But she was sent some of these to make samples with. She wasn't sent the whole set because we didn't have enough of the whole sets for everybody.
Right.
She then went out and bought the rest herself.
Oh, bless her.
At full normal shop price.
Wow.
So that she'd got her collection. And I know she wouldn't say that. But
Oh.
when you've got somebody who is actually getting products given to them to make samples, who actually wants the full set so much she goes out and buys them.
Yeah, no,
that says to me that they are strongly recommending them.
Absolutely. But you can do so much, like you say, with these, John. I mean, I'm just going through because, you know, we've got so many wonderful samples to sort of see. But these are the kind of... These are bread and butter kind of dies, aren't they, really? With all the shapes covered, with all 6.
They are. And what we did was, if you saw the one-day special I launched from John Next Door that finished yesterday, I did some simple starter layering dies. Now, none of those apart from the planes are repeated in here.
Right.
But I made sure that all of those match in with all the sizes in here. So those layering dies in 5, 6 and 7 inches are your starting into it. If you find you then want to add those in and mat and layer them in, then these will all fit with all of those.
Right. Oh,
so
okay.
that you can work them further and go further with them. So the idea was, you can that's your start. But if you want to go a little bit further...
Yeah.
And with Crafts 2 and John Next Door, we never like people to buy the same thing twice.
Right. No.
So what we do is different options, but they will all mix and match. So that will work perfectly with these. And again, all of the embossing folders in the Weekend Wow are all done in inch sizing.
Ah, right, yeah.
The stamps have been done in inch sizing. So all of those stamps, embossing folders and the large embossing folders will all have one that will cut them out perfectly and mat and layer them.
That is brilliant.
In these. Everything matches together.
That is brilliant. Honestly, I imagine that is going to take a lot of the stress out of it for you as well when you're making those and putting them together. Now, we have got variable options for you. So, in the words of an old TV one, listen very carefully, I will say this only once, because that's the only breath I have enough for to get through it once. So, shall we start at this side over here, Mr. Producer? Okay, so, as you can see, I'm looking at these as a set down here. So you're going to be able to get the circles. If you wanted to go for the circle die sets themselves there, now this is going to give you, I've got circles and, oh, hang on a sec, here we go. Right, so we'll start with squares first. There we go. It all makes sense. You'll understand why. Now then, this will give you 2 sets, don't forget. So this will be the squares or the circles you can go for, okay? This on the same one item number here. Now don't forget, on the squares and the circles, doesn't matter, you're going to be getting a plain set and you're going to be getting the set with the stitch on as well, the stitch dot. So if you want to go for those, it's 203. 152, so you can go for just the set of the circles together or just the set of the squares together, and that's got a £5 saving on that, so that's 44.98, and the item code for either one of those is 203152 that you can go for. Okay, I'll see which other option comes up before I start describing it again. Just like that. Right, just the diamonds. If you would like to have the diamond set, again, that will give you the plain, plus you're also going to be getting the stitch dot on there. You own the diamonds themselves, by the way, which John said was a bit of a pig to try and put together for the diamond shape.
Awful to draw.
He didn't enjoy that. He didn't enjoy that. But that's 26 dies that you were looking at there, and that's also got a £5 saving on the diamonds, so that's £24.98. That's 104027. Now, if you want to go for all those 3 together, that would give you 2 sets of the circle, 2 sets of the square, and of course 2 sets of the diamonds. That's item code 129389. That also carries over those savings, plus you're going to get a £15 saving extra. That's £99.94. That gives you 121 dies. So far, so good. Great, let's move to the next option that you've got for here. Now, you can either go for the oval or you can also go for the rectangle set. Whichever one you're going to go for, you get plain of both or you're going to get the stitch of both, of course. So, the rectangle ones or the oval, that is item 009961. That has a £6 saving on whichever one you're going to go for on there as well. Or you can do that as flexi buy as well, which is just 2 payments of £19.99. So you've got the savings on those. If you want to go for the hexagons, you can do, and that again is going to give you the plain and going to give you the stitched dot effect on those. 23 of the plain, 18 of the stitched dies as well. That's got a £5 saving on it also, so that's down to £44.98, and the item code you need for hexagon is 710672. And, just like we had earlier on, if you'd like to go for the hexagons, the ovals, and you've also got in there the rectangle, those as a complete set, then you can do that's 938056. We're going to be carrying over those savings, and again, this now gives you a £15 saving on top of that, so that's just £109.94. Hope you paid attention at the back, because I've got one more option for you, and it's the one that everyone seems to be going for, because if you were to work out how much you would be spending if you were to buy each one of these sets individually, you'd be looking at way over £320. That would give you if you buy them, each of them separately. So what we've done is there is a complete, and it's the first time ever that it's happened as well for you, we're going to give you all 236 dies, the whole lot. Also, when it comes to the price, we're going to get all the savings that you had on these as individual sets, carry that over, plus another £10 saving on there. So you are now looking at only £199.88. And this is item 377959. Now, of course, it's a lot again for anyone to be spending out all at once, depending on cutting your pattern to the cloth you've got. So this is also available on your flexi buy. So that's 3 payments, not 2. So spread that even further for yourself. And each payment of those are £66.63. You can see where you're going to be making the saving. You can see the worth in them and what they're going to give to you in creating them, and the ease as well, because they are all measured out all the way through. Good luck getting those into your basket as well, but you will not regret that purchase. And it is, as I said it in the last hour when I was with these as well, and I have to say, It is a considered purchase, but if you work that out about the longevity of what you're going to have, the projects you're using for, and the longevity of them, hopefully you'll find that it is a worthwhile investment to make into your crafting needs, of course. 377 959, the entire set. Of course, the website is a place to visit. All the options, everything you'll find that's available on the show is all there on hochanda.com. All the beautiful embossing folders as well, all the glitters, we've got the sprays. Everything you need, of course, from this hour there. And have a good look through, because there's loads and loads and loads. And those 3D embossing folders, by the way, I think it's still one of my favourite embossing folders I think you've ever brought. Which I absolutely love that as well.
I love these embossing folders. They are so nice and so different. And I think one of the things that we've done in the shows, which probably isn't fair to people at home, is we keep concentrating on the stamp and embossing folder combinations and not showing how beautiful the 3Ds are.
No, I know what you mean.
Which I use so much now. I mean, they're on so many samples for the later shows. They're on so many samples for next month's show.
Right.
Because everyone's just gone, I've got to keep using that. I love it so much.
I bet. Don't forget the happy hour, by the way, that's on there. The storage bag, when it is gone, it's gone. Look at that 5-star review on there. When it's 3/4 of the stock gone, it is just a happy hour deal. 3/4 of the stock, right down to $14.99. Also, for $9.99, you've also got the non-shed glitter cards, the beautiful festive collection. They're beautiful colours, and that is, again, 30 sheets for under £10. Really, really, really good. Very busy on those again in this hour only. Right, firstly, I apologise, there's a lot of numbers to give out there as well, so thank you for bearing with me, but we're going to get down to the real fun part now, of course, which is watching John the demonstration and seeing how this works. So I see you got some of the old non-shed in front of you there, sir.
Yes, I thought I would show you how to build the frames. Your water's there, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Don't know how they do it, I really don't sometimes, bless them. So I thought I'd show you the non-shed glitter card. Leslie earlier, if you caught the earlier show, Leslie showed you a pre-done set of frames she used for the embossing folder, and I had a question actually on live, which was how's that done? And how do they work and what's different? So I thought I would show you. So I'm going to take 2 at random of the stitch dot.
Right.
And one of the reasons I said the diamonds were so difficult to do was simply because I have to put the stitch dot on. There's not a computer program that does that.
That's you.
On my computer, I have to put that on.
Wow.
So they were quite difficult, and then they go and correct it all anyway. When they get to the factory, they're like, oh, we'll change them. Yeah, that's right and things. But I have to put it on in the first place, otherwise it's wrong.
Right.
So all I've done is evenly put down 2 of the stitch dot dies, and this is a great thing. I don't have to. I can sit there, and what I would do, if I wanted to get them exactly precise, is I would put in the other dies in the set, make sure it's right, and then take those out and stick it down. But because I've got both sets, and because of the way they work, it doesn't actually matter.
Okay.
So if, like me, you're always a little bit on the wonk or skew whiff, I know people are both use both phrases. I think it doesn't matter. So I'm going to put that down.
That's because we're human, you see, and we're allowed to be a little bit skew whiff.
I keep saying, crafters, we need to reclaim the word handmade and be proud of it.
That's true.
Because what we do is handmade, and we should be proud of our handmade things.
But do you know what? Whenever I've seen anything when people boast that, you know, you think about things you might want to buy out there, when anything is handmade, you know, or hand baked or anything like that, anything that's done, that's a selling point for a lot of people when they see that.
It is.
Well, it is to be proud of. You're right.
And what we're looking for, and I think this is one of the things that we try and do at Crafts too, we try and bring you the tools to turn homemade into handmade.
Right.
And we should reclaim handmade.
Yes.
But you can see, I talked about this being intricate, watch. So not only is that cut, I mean, that's just beautiful.
That is cut really nice, isn't it?
You've still got the stitch dot in there. So we'll see if Boots can make a, there we go. Now there's a shot. But you can see the stitch dot in it. That's the quality of the card, and that's why I always say it's onto white virgin card, is rather than having it just as that. So what I'm also going to do, which one is your favourite of the 3D embossing folders? Is it the roses, the quilt, or the wavy lines?
Well, see, I love the roses.
I knew you were going to say that. So I'm going to do the roses, and again, the testers are really
deluxe. It's very deluxe as an embossing folder, I think. And look at that.
It genuinely is.
Edge to edge, isn't it?
It is. So what we're going to do is you want to check which is the raised and which is the soft. So this is more raised, yeah? So I'm going to put that I'm going to put that on, and I'm going to run this through in the same sandwich. Now, I love the fact that, and a 3D embossing folder works better with glitter card.
All right.
A standard embossing folder will work with glitter card, but there is a difference in the science of how they work. And what happens is, a 3D embossing folder is shaped round like that.
Okay.
So the card is pulled round.
Oh, right,
Yeah?
right, yeah.
A fixed embossing folder, a traditional one, is flat like that, and the card is pushed over it.
Right.
So with a glitter card, it's better to have it rounded. So this has just rejected it. Every machine is different.
Yeah.
So all you do is change and alter your sandwich until you find the one that works for you. And embossing folders made by the same companies, and the same factory, by the same designer, can be different based on the design.
Right,
So what you actually do is you almost need to know what's the right sandwich for each folder. So
I see.
what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this now and I'm going to put it down onto the silver because I need to offset it.
Right.
Yeah. So I've got this down on the silver and I'm just going to lightly tape it down, and then I'm going to switch to the plain.
Okay.
Because whilst I love that stitch dot, I don't want it running all the way through.
No, okay.
And this will give me the fine mat. So I start then playing until I find the layer. You can do it on mathematics if you want, but can you see how fine that is to it?
Yeah.
So I
right
take
up.
that into the centre, and then I start playing on the outside again and take one. Oh, this is just not real. I never ever pick up the right one first time, and I have this time. So what I'm going to do is put that down again with the same spacing.
By the way, I'm just noticing again, by the way, no glitter on your hands, even though you're working on glitter card.
Nope, nothing, because there is no glitter in it.
No, no.
We almost should be done for calling it glitter card.
Yeah, that's true, actually, yeah.
Because there is no glitter card in it, so I'll pull that out in a second. But if you notice what I'm doing, this is going. And I had a question earlier about the plate sandwich in this machine that I use.
Yeah.
And somebody said, can you not cut down onto the B and use the C on top?
Oh, right, yes, sorry, yeah.
So this is for you, Tracy. You don't want to cut onto the B and put the C on top because the C is thinner and it will warp.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah,
No,
so that plate,
that's a good point.
because of the pressure in the machine, so that's why we do it that way. You should always know your own machine. But can you see now? Love that.
See, that looks great.
That is beautiful, but again, because this isn't glitter card,
no,
because it is glitter card, but it's not, it's non-shed, intricate glitter card, I can then take my Mica Magic, and you normally can't put anything on top, but watch.
You see, pick him.
So I'm just picking up the white, but this is where a 3D folder is different, because it's got these shaped. It will only pick up on the very top unless I really press on. So there, with the Mica Magic, and this will stick on and will be permanent as it would be on anything else. And again, normally you wouldn't take a glitter card and start to add. And look at that.
It's like a bouquet of red roses there.
Look
isn't
how
it?
they come out. So
That's
I'm
lovely.
just going to do the rest and go through. So just going to go through there. And then finish off the leaves. But can you see there, if I bring this there,
That looks great.
That is something that if you did that, people would actually say, how have you made that?
Yeah.
Where have you bought that from?
Yes, yeah, you're right.
So I'll just pull the frames out.
Yeah. And it is that professional finish as well. You know, you're sort
It
of
is.
claiming back that handmade as well, but doesn't mean it doesn't look, you know, professional. That's the difference,
I
isn't it?
say there is a difference between homemade and handmade.
Yeah.
What we do is handmade, and we're trying to get that beautiful handmade, handmade look. And a lot of the card shops now have stolen that and have started calling things hand finished.
Yes.
And hand finished means that somebody stuck the bow on like that, and that's it.
Yeah.
So we should take back handmade. But if you notice what I did do on this, I ran through with the red still in place.
Oh, yeah, yes.
And the reason I did that was so that I got it completely right, and I knew, in case I wasn't even, where that goes. so that when I stick that on, if I rotate this round, can you see? Look, doesn't fit.
Right.
Because I didn't do it exactly spot on. But when I put it back the right way, it does, so it doesn't hurt
Yeah,
it
got you.
running it back through.
Got you.
So I'm going to run some foam tape on this. If there's
Okay.
something, if you can do some
Right.
numbers or something.
Yes, is that okay then? I could
That's
just give a bit of a...
brilliant. Yeah, if you could, that'd be great.
I'll give you a little bit of a rundown again on what's available with regards to all the dyes that you've got here as well. And they are absolutely amazing. And honestly, if you are there thinking, this is only from my point of view as well, I would say, but the way that I've heard people talk about these, and when you sort of see nesting dyes being used, people don't seem like that they could do without them now, because it saves a lot of time. You get some fantastic images from it, and what it allows, from everything I see, some wonderful creations, again, that you can work with, whichever shape you're going for. Maybe you're going to go for your favourite shapes, of course, but just to have all of them there at your fingertips, be able to pick on it at any time, you can create some wonderful, wonderful, wonderful pieces. And they're gorgeous for framing, just for creating just different looks that you're going to have, as I say, and you can really go to town. I just love the details that you can find, and it's all done there, and don't forget, all measured out perfectly for you. So if you want to go, which is where there's a lot of people that are going for the entirety, because, as I say, it's the first time this set has been brought to you in its entirety. You will then you'll be the proud owner of 236 dies, which, if you're just starting out in crafting and then you have those amount of tools at your disposal, what a great way to start then, bringing all those shapes together. Now, your 236 dies you can see here that you're going to be getting is available on your FlexiBuy. So it's 3 payments up to £66.63. Remember, you're getting both different sets of whichever shape you go. So you're going to get the plain, and you're going to get the stitch dot on there again, which is all done there by John himself. And also, if you're going for the entirety, you're maximising your savings, because you're taking all of the individual savings that are available on each individual shape that you're getting. That's all being put into the bundle, plus on top of that, a further £10 saving as well on top. So you will be looking at over £320 if you buy each of those shape sets individually, but with the savings that there, you're now only be looking at paying a lot less. In fact, your total payment again for 236 of your dies was coming in now at just 199.88 pence. A big saving, and all those tools at your disposal. The item number that you'll need, 377959 is what you'll be looking at there. But again, hopefully the FlexiBuy will help you as well to spread those costs, not over 2 but 3, of course, of those payments. Also, the glitter, by the way, the Eyes in Glitter is proving very popular indeed. A lot of people are going for the entire bundle there, which I'm not surprised at, because that'll give you the chance to get in all of the 16 colours in there for one price. And again, don't forget, each one of these pouch that you're getting is the equivalent of one of these. Now, one of these is going to give you 10 mil. This one is sort of a shorter and sort of wider, but as John was saying, you can get little pots that, again, are a lot shorter but a lot thinner and longer looking. Again, normally around about 10 to 15 mils on each one. This pot here costs £3.50, but John was telling us earlier on about them that are now available in the shop that went recently for £3.85, I think it was, as well. That was for 10 mil. This, for your 60 mil, is coming in at £2.69. For 60 mil. It's the equivalent of 10 of those for a lot less in price. So again, that whole thing that John was talking about is that fear of running out, which we don't want. How about going for all of those with a £5 saving? 111708 is going to give you the whole lot for £42.96. Which is a phenomenal saving for you, and you will use it, you know you will. Very quickly, John's almost ready for you now, so I'll just give you a quick update. Half the stock has gone, by the way, on the non-shed for our fantastic card festive collection. There are 30 sheets in total that are available for you here, and it's down to just £9.99 for you. £9.99, 839737. Fantastic opportunity there for you. Really good. My talkback's just gone off there, so I'm talkback free at the moment, but I'll just go with what I can see on the screen.
80% of that has gone.
Thank you, John. Right, 80% of the stock of our happy hour deal for you has gone. It was on Friday. It's sold out on Friday. It's back for you now, but when this has gone, it's gone. You're basically taking everything that is in the warehouse. It's down to £14.99. Item number 339958. Great opportunity. I was going to sort my talk back out. I'll hand you straight back over to John, because who knows what they're saying about me now without me knowing.
This is the chance. Go on, boots. Fill your boots. So what I've done is I've just got... This is a card blank that I put together using the rectangle dies. And what I actually did was I actually used the pieces that I'd got left. When I did the original prep for this show, when we did the nesting dies, I keep... And I'm going to bring this in. Actually, where did I... Oh, there it is. I actually keep an envelope of all the bits I've got left and all the stuff that I've got left and I've not used yet. So this was actually put together with the rectangles, and all I've done is put the actual circle with the embossed on, and that would, to me, I could actually have that as a card anyway, but that looks so 3D and so glittery, and it is that thing of how would you do that? And I genuinely like cards and things where I could give it to another crafter. I could give that to Jo Channon and she would say, how have you done that? Because we want to, you know, we want to know something that other people don't. So I put the frame together and I've put it together with foam tape just like that. But I wanted to show you as well how we go round a circle. So what I do is I take my foam tape and I take off, you can do this with any of it, the actual protective sheet. So I take that off. And what I do is, then it turns a corner. So with the protective sheet it won't. So I'm just going to go round and put it round like that so that I'm actually getting as close to the edge. But you see how close I can get. Just like that. There we go. So, just like that. And then we can put that just above. So again, I can frame it, but can you see how much that having that little fine silver frame that's plain on that goes? So I would decorate and everything else, but if I just stand that one up, you can see how effective that is. That's actually using 2 sheets of the non-shed glitter card, the circles, the embossing folder from the Weekend Wow, and a little bit of Mica Magic.
That is lovely, that. Really
and it just all ties together, but it works really well. And I think the black, and what I would do is I would have some of the black flowers on there.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, but personally, I would put some little tiny black flowers all round it.
Oh, that would be nice.
Yeah, but I can't do that till 6 o'clock tonight.
Ah. Ooh, nice little teaser.
I can't. There's a number of times I've done cards in the last 3 days that I've thought that just needs some little... no, John, you can't.
Don't say a word.
I've even got... Sam, bless him, even did us all little boxes.
Oh.
To get us ready. And I've not been able to use them all weekend, so you've not seen those.
You can't wait for 6 o'clock, can you?
No, I can't. No, I can't.
We talk back now, by the way, but just so... and, I tell you what, they're vicious. Vicious. I heard everything they were saying at the end. Vicious. Right, give a quick update on the Weekend Wow for you. So, again, if you haven't seen this yet this weekend, honestly, you're really missing out on a treat. This is lovely, this. And what you can create with this is absolutely phenomenal, really. And it's that whole idea. Let me just pick out some of my favourites again with regards to... where's my... in fact, let me just show you these. Because these are done... in fact, I think, if I'm right, I think John said Sam had done these as well, and done these and scratched off, is that right?
Sam did those
Sam
and
did
scratch
these,
card,
yeah. But really lovely, and the embossed birds, which is absolutely fantastic. I do love this sort of style, actually, with them. Again, this is one of them that you're going to find in there with the thank you card, which I absolutely love this. Again, looking again what else you're going to find in the bundle. We've just been looking, that's exactly the same embossing folder there that you've just been seeing John work with, of course, there in the centre of that non-shed glitter card in there, but you can see that the usage of it is absolutely beautiful. If you can catch that embossing that's in there, which is lovely. But again, the actual dies themselves, the embossing folders themselves, and all the images that you're going to get are absolutely fantastic. And the thank you, because you can actually have it with it, reading it properly as well, can't you, from left to right with it, and that is the description, isn't it, as well?
That is actually the dictionary definition of thank you or thanks. And it does, because the stamp is designed. Remember, I know I was speaking to Catherine last night. She said, oh, I wonder if I could do that with my stamps and my folders. I said, these have been designed to do this.
Right.
I said, so what you'll find is this text stamp is reversed. A normal text stamp, if you do this, will go the other way around.
The opposite.
So you cannot do this with a normal text stamp. Because
Right.
it won't work, because it will show the wrong way around.
Ah.
And it's the same with the others. The folders have been designed, the designs are
Specifically.
super flat so that they actually work. So whilst you can stamp into an embossing folder, you couldn't make that with anything else than this set.
Right.
Because the stamp is a reverse.
That's really important to understand on that bit, actually. And yeah, good for clearing that up for me. Thank you. They do look great, and the image, and you're getting so much in here as well, which are absolutely fabulous. Even just the ones that are just on the paper here just gives you a little example again of all the different options that you're going to be getting as part of the wow. But they all look fab, especially when they're done in the card like this, as you can see.
Well, this is actually in craft metal. Sam embossed these in sheets
brilliant.
of. So this isn't tin foil or kitchen foil or anything like that. This is actually craft metal. These have been embossed into.
Honestly, it's fab, isn't it? They do look great. They really, really do. All of these as well, 735761, if you would like to get the Weekend Wow, of course. And don't forget, with your Weekend Wow also, you got that free giveaway gift if you're a Freedom member. And if you're not a Freedom member, you will be given a month's free to become a Freedom member. All you got to do is quote crafts221. And if you do want to sign up and take that free gift, obviously, as a Freedom membership for a month, all you got to do is let us know at the end of that month if you would like to continue that, or if you don't want to continue that, just to let us know, of course, either way, which would be really, really useful. Right, there's the time gone, John.
I have no idea.
Like a proper birthday party.
None whatsoever.
Ends before it starts.
It does. So I'm terrible for working out on this one, which one's which way's which. But what I'm going to do is, I'm going to do a quick variation of the scratch art, but showing you how I said about tessellating. I've actually pre-cut this, you can see, using just 3 of the hexagons.
Yeah.
Because they're mathematically correct, it means they will fit. So that will fit twice one of the bigger ones.
Right,
You've got them in different sizes, so you can actually alter your size. But what I've actually done here is I've got a piece of card that's the right size, and I've cut it, and all I'm going to do is emboss it. So I'm just going to run this through now, and hope against hope that I've got the sandwich right, because I'm always getting this wrong at the moment.
Look at him using the hardest working die cutter in the business. That's, but honestly,
I knew I'd got that one. Of course I've got that wrong, honestly. I don't know where I put my rubber mats now. I wish I was more tidy.
You had it a second ago, didn't you?
I did. I had it. I was there. If you're not like this at home, there's no point saying it. We're all pretty much like this. Leslie claims to be all tidy and neat and everything.
She did claim that earlier on.
Did
she? She did claim that. I heard her claim that.
I did see the show, and she said, "Oh, and I like everything organised. I love everything organised, and it starts out that way, and doesn't finish that way."
I tell you, I don't know whether you spotted this as well, because I said a little secret as well.
Go on.
She didn't put the lid back on that glue with a little pin in the lid as well.
I did. I missed a little bit, and then I came back, and I thought, oh,
I'm not grassing her up. It's true. Everyone saw.
She said something about, oh, it's dried a little bit, and I'm thinking, had she not put the lid on? I've warned her and everybody.
I remember John saying that on Friday. Always, especially with those with the glue as well. Always make sure you put your lid back on as well, because it's got the little pin that stops it from clogging up.
See here, I've done it. I've embossed it. Now I pop them out. So I've got the shapes in the same design, and I use scraper board.
Oh, I see.
So I can just... But I always like to try and finish on a new technique. But that actually matches, so that will go back into the design, and we're done.
That is great. Oh, look at that. I love that. I think that is absolutely fantastic. Lovely. How did you just manage that technique, new technique in 2 minutes, just to show us very quickly?
I came up with it about 3 minutes ago.
That's what we love, John. Thank you for that, John. Thank you very much. Just a quick update again, just to remind you again, for this hour, you've still got 6 minutes to get this one very quickly. If you want to go for the non-shed glitter card there, this is the festive collection, 30 sheets in total, and it really is beautiful. $9.99, and the price of this will go up in less than 6 minutes, but so take advantage. Also, last few remaining chances also on the bag storage that we've got here. If you want to go for this one, John, this is great, isn't it? We know it's great.
Fantastic. I absolutely love this. This is actually my second
Is it?
Because I wore one out by moving it around everywhere for 2 years.
You're a busy man. You're a busy man.
I get everywhere.
You've got 6 minutes to get this before that price goes up. It's $14.99. That's double 39958. John, my last show with you today at the moment. This one, but I wish you the best for the rest of them as well, and certainly for your 6 o'clock show as well. So please make sure you do come back in and you join John from that. Thank you for your lovely demonstrations again, John. Thank you for your company. Please don't go anywhere. Lots more to come right here live from Hochanda. Okay, everybody, get ready. It is your craft treat coming up for you next. We love a craft treat. Then we got the Polka Doodles Christmas Joy One Day Special, and then the lovely Dremel show. What a Sunday!
Hi, I'm Lucy from Sweet Poppy Stencils, the Craft Station Limited. We're a craft retailer and we specialise in stainless steel stencils. Our stencils are manufactured in metal. This allows us to have designs that are intricate. We also have new products coming on board, our craft bonds, our pole drops, and our acrylic paints are joining us. We've recently joined Hochanda and we're really excited. This allows us to demonstrate and show our products. We know customers like seeing the demonstrations, so make sure you tune in and don't miss the Sweet Poppy shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp here in the UK. Teamwork makes the dream work, and at Clarity we are designers and manufacturers of, dare I say, beautiful, top quality and award-winning craft products. We are home to the very first, the original transparent art stamp. We hand make them here in Kent, and our talented illustrators are always coming up with new original concepts and wonderful artwork. In addition, we design and manufacture top quality stencils and masks. In fact, we also make precision cut reusable masks for our stamps. Since January 2017, we are also the new owners of Pergamano International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best products here on Hochanda and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you, our Hochanda friends. So if you would like to learn more about Clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, here on Hochanda for ideas and inspiration.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, newsletters, competitions and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888, and join Hochanda Freedom today.
Good afternoon. Right then, we've got a treat in the form of craft treats for you today. No, they're really fabulous products we've got on the show. We've got lots of gorgeous stencils, we've got some wonderful mediums, and Jo is back. Hello, Jo.
Hello.
It's like you never left.
Well, it's been quite a busy week, yes I have to say, yes, but it's Sunday. I don't know whether that's the end of the week or the beginning of the week. I don't really know.
Yeah.
But yes. Yeah, craft treat. I have had the pleasure of bringing craft treat. We were just trying to think. I would say at least sort of 9 or 10 months, every other month sort of thing. Lovely company from India that is owned by Priya, who is a crafter.
Right, good. Always good to know.
But distributed by Oakwood Archer in this country, so there's no waiting for everything that's in stock.
Yes, good stuff. So it's all immediate dispatch. Right, we're going to start off with these fabulous stencils here. These are new today. In fact, most of the items on the show are new today. We have got your 3 6x6 inch stencils and your 1 3x12 inch stencils. You've got the Let It Snow, Santa Christmas, Snowflake and Winter Village. And, you know, it's so nice, isn't it, to have lovely Christmassy stencils just to use. They're so nice.
I do think so, because when we're making Christmas cards, of course, it's the volume that we make.
Yeah.
It's the most we make all year round, isn't it?
Yeah.
On that one occasion. And to have a stencil, they can be such a quick project.
Yes.
As we've seen, we can literally ink through, paste through, matte it out on a card, nice greeting at the top, and there you go, it's fine. With this long one, Alex, I would like to point out that on the next set, I know we're not there yet, but on the next set we do also have another longer one. And what I've done is I've actually took the first, it's Merry Christmas on the next one, but the first letter, and pasted it and then moved it down. So with this one, Let It at the top, and then Snow with the bits and pieces as well, and it works an absolute treat on an A5 card.
Good, so that's good to know.
A super quick card with really a lot of wow.
So you've got mix and match potential, and then let's have a look at some of these samples that we've got here. Cool. Look at that with the Merry Christmas. There you go. You've got that scene, and you've used some texture paste.
Yes, well actually Sandra's made this yesterday. My lovely friend Sandra came over. It's the first time since we began lockdown, right at the beginning of March, and it was so lovely for her to come over, and she gave me a hand, bless her. And thank you, Sandra, because hopefully she's watching.
Yeah, did she do this one as well?
She did do that one as well, yes, because she loves stencils. We call her the stencil queen.
Oh, right.
Because she does adore using stencils, and she comes out with some really fabulous ideas.
Yeah, wonderful. So for all 4 of these stencils, it's $15.99, 330977. We do have another Christmassy bundle coming up here, and like you said, there's another long one in here.
Yes, and this is the one that I was saying, the Merry Christmas. At first when I saw it, I thought, now what can we do? But basically, I just masked off the Christmas. I pasted through the Merry.
Yeah.
And then, obviously, you need to wash the stencil in between, but it takes 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Dry it off, pop it down. I think there's a card there somewhere with the... that's it. That's it, yeah.
Excellent.
And you can see there, it really is very simple. I've just used some blue glitter paste to go through on some of the Pearl Oakwood Archer card, which we do have in the show.
Cool.
And it was so simple. Matte and layer, couple of flowers.
Job
there
done.
you go. So you can do that with the Let It Snow as well.
Got you. Yes, I like that. And then let's show you the other boards.
Yes, you should have. That's the one on the actual stand there.
Excellent.
It's only, and apparently it's 103 days today until Christmas.
Really? You worked that out?
Well, I asked a certain person on my phone yesterday, and it was 104. So I thought, right, well, it's 103 today, so that's what I've put on my board, which is on the stand to your right-hand side.
Ah, look at this.
Yeah, so
That's
it's
cool.
103 days, and so what you would then do is obviously take it off. It's on blackboard paint. Just rub it off and then just put your numbers.
See, that's cool. It's funny actually, isn't it? So many people are talking about actually wanting Christmas because then 2020's out the way. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Can't wait.
Love it. Right, and then we've got another board just to show you the stencil here. Actually, I like the different fonts on this.
Yes, it's very clever. I love it. I really like it. It's very stylish. You can make a really stylish, very, very easy card with this. And if you don't want to use the hanging snowflakes, again, just mask them off, make it into a nice DL card, matte and layer, a little bit of lace or ribbon at the bottom, really pretty.
Very much so. And then here's our next one. He's cute, isn't he? He's very proud.
He's very proud of his hanging baubles off his antlers, isn't he?
Yes, I like that.
Absolutely.
And then here he is. He's been stenciled. He's been using the texture paper. Well, he's not been using it. You know what I mean? Love that.
And the papers that you're seeing on the background, we do have those, which I think suits that stag a treat.
I agree.
Yeah.
Nice.
And this one here is one of Sandra's, and you can see that's actually using the silver paste that we've got on the show as well. We've got some silver and some gold, red and green, and that's using the silver.
Marvellous.
So it's simple, it's very effective, isn't it?
Yeah, really nice. $15.99, item number is 425 675, and I realise must tell you about a happy hour deal that we've got with these stencils. I like this, it's a bit different.
Yes, they are really, really cool, aren't they? So what I've done is, actually, when you come up to the book that's on the end with the eyes, I did actually use that on the front cover of the book, and I just think that this is a super, well, it's a super price. For all these really heavily textured, but very, very useful stencils.
Yeah, so all
well,
four
actually,
of
in
these.
effect, you've got two there, obviously, haven't you? Two different patterns, which is excellent.
Love that. So you get all four stencils, and like Joe said, one of them's a twofer.
Twofer, yeah. I like those, don't we?
Yeah, we do. You get more value there. And then here are the board. I see, that's fun. It's almost spooky, that one.
It's lovely, isn't it? Really lovely. And that. It's a little bit lighter in the brown, actually. I'm sorry, that maybe
That's all right.
But you can see they're really quite effective, isn't it? Would look lovely with the stag.
Yes, because with the brown, actually, I think it looks like a log, centre of a log.
It is, isn't it? It is actually cut through, isn't it? A log,
Nice. So this happy hour is only available, as it says, until the end of the hour at 4 o'clock, and it's only $11.99. Great price, Joe.
It's a superb price for all those textures. Lovely.
And item number is 058313. And then here are the papers you were talking about. 12 designs, 2 of each. 200 GSM, so a really good weight. Single-sided.
Yes, they are single-sided, but they are weighty enough to make a box, which is quite nice, because I've used the craft treat papers before and I've actually made a box. What you could do, you see, with these, I think, they would also make really nice, you know, money wallets.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for Christmas, and just using a little bit on the front. Not using too much, just a little bit on the front, and just think how far these would go.
Yeah.
And especially if you're doing them to raise money for maybe your charities. I know we can't have lots of craft fairs, possibly at the moment, and possibly up to Christmas, but we can still do online and with our friends, sell to our friends, can't we?
That's a good idea.
So these will be really lovely for that, for money wallets, I think.
Nice. $12.99, 218544 is the item number. Next then, so we've got some wreath kits.
It is a wreath kit. Yeah. It's lovely, isn't it? So what you've got here, you've got everything to make the wreath. And Sandra had lots of fun making this yesterday.
She's been busy.
That was right up her street, I can tell you.
Yeah.
It really was. So I have to say, she had lots of the ribbon, you know, the actual, the one with the leaves on. There was lots and lots of that left over. There was also lots of the ribbon, the dotty ribbon left over.
Yeah.
Now, I do need to point out, she did add a couple of extra flowers, but that was only personal choice.
Yeah, sure.
So that's up to you whether you want to. But you do actually have the die cuts already there.
Yeah, look at
which
these.
is lovely, isn't it? It's a wooden wreath, which is lovely as well because it's very authentic. And I think it would make a super addition in your front window.
Yeah, love that idea. £9.99, item number is 049581. Okay, these are back in stock. These flew out last time, didn't they?
Well, they literally, within 8 minutes of the first show.
Right.
And then we got them back for the second hour and they were gone within 10 minutes of that show.
Right.
It just went so quickly. So I begged and pleaded with Stuart to get some more for this show. I did actually put it on social media, and I do believe it was selling before the show started.
Yes, it is, and I can
There's
tell
a couple of things actually in that book.
Yeah.
If you, of the eye, but that's
Look
just
at
one of them. It
that.
literally, that one was, I just literally coloured through that one with a black micron pen, and then I just added the rest of the detail myself. Now, as you well know, I love to doodle, I love to colour, but I can't draw. So for me to have that eye to be able to work around is fabulous.
We're already 20% of the stock gone, Jo. Yeah.
Yeah,
Did you say
yeah.
there's more eyes in here?
There is some more eyes. Sorry, yes, yeah.
Eyes,
sorry,
eyes,
it's
eyes.
my playbook, but there's definitely, was it at the beginning? I don't know.
There's the one at the beginning.
That's the one.
Oh,
There's another
I missed
one.
that
no,
one
that's okay.
for some
That's
reason.
fine. Now this one I pasted through with black paste, and then I've coloured with my polychromo pencils.
Right. It's beautiful, isn't
Quite
it?
impactful, isn't it?
Yeah.
It really is. And that's the bigger eye. So I've just done the one eye, but of course if you've got the two, really great fun.
Love that. So that is £16.99. Item number is 832883. Then we have got our borders. So we've got winter borders, Christmas borders, and two-step. Do we pronounce it plaid, Jo?
Well, I say plaid.
Yeah, thought so. Okay.
I say plaid.
And then just
Do we
quickly,
say plaid?
I
Does
think
anybody
so.
else say?
Well, that's
John,
what
how
I
do you say it? Is it plaid?
Check.
Check. Plaid?
Plaid? Not plain.
It's not played.
Well, there you go.
No.
I love we're all having
No.
a little discussion.
Sorry.
no, I love it. I love that. There you go. That's beautiful. £15.99 for all three. Item number is 514875. Then we've got more plaid. Next. Here we go. So these are kind of like...
So
like
these
a
are two-step.
Yeah.
So very, they're fabulous because Craft Treat brought out some stun right at the beginning when I first started working for them. They brought some really gorgeous flowers out that were two-step, and they're really carrying on the idea of the two-step stencils.
Yeah.
So you do get two stencils in each pack.
Got you.
So in essence, you're actually getting twice the amount.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
of course, it works so very well. I will show how that works.
That's cool. £19.99. Item number is 526642. Now, you're going to like this because we've got the artificial snow. Cannot wait to see this in action. There we go. So we've got the two. And it's £13.99. Item number is 970595. £13.99. 970595. Can't wait to see that.
Oh,
Jo.
this is fab. This is so much fun. Honestly, I've been like a child. I was making snow all last night. There's snow everywhere. Right. So basically, it's very, very clear, the instructions. I'm going to read them off the jar because this is exactly what you do.
Okay.
You take the contents of this. You put it. I've got one open. It will have a seal over the top. You put it in a bowl. Oh, I don't know what that is in my bowl. I'll take that out. Right, you put it in the bowl. It looks
Right.
like I'm making a cake, doesn't it? But I hope Mark's not getting all excited. He thinks he's having a cake. You put 150 mils of water, and I've been assured by Kirsty that that's the right amount. It's right, isn't it, Kirsty? Right, that's the right. Yeah.
Oh, hang on.
Oh.
Hang on. So what did Kirsty pop in?
500 mils of water. 500. Thank you. Yeah, lovely. Right, and then all you do is this, look. You put it in the water.
Yeah.
You mix it round. I know, a child. Look.
Look what's happening to it.
Look.
Katie in my ear just said, I want to do this.
I knew that you would.
Yes, so
Look,
fun.
Chop down some of the bigger pieces.
Yeah.
Okay. Like this. Like you're chopping through the butter or whatever when you're making scones.
Yeah, or crumbled.
No, or crumbled, yeah. And look at that. Isn't it just?
It's really
great.
fun.
And you've got all this snow. Look. I bet you didn't know I could make snow.
Fun. And
Look.
then, so obviously
Look.
it's absolutely fine to pick up and play
Yes,
with.
absolutely. It's totally friendly. Yeah, you get 10, basically, you're getting 10 times the volume of this, and you're getting 2 jars. And look, you can make snowballs.
That's brilliant.
Oh, I'm so tempted, but I won't.
Do you know what?
Look.
I'd love, you know, one of those sort of wind machines where, and then it pipes out the snow. I'd love one of those.
Oh, aren't they fab? But wouldn't they make a mess, though?
They have like umbrellas underneath, like that the snow falls back into.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because I've got one with balls.
Have you?
Yes.
Because of course you do love Christmas, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
So I guess
so
then
look,
we could...
so it's the strangest feeling, because although you've just put in 500 mils of water, it feels dry.
Right. It's interesting.
Okay. Yeah. So you can decorate. We actually had this when we had our shop.
Yeah.
A few years ago. We actually had something very similar, and I have to say, Mark did point out, cool, we paid a lot more than that for it, and we did actually, a lot more. But you can use it, of course, to decorate your windowsills, and all, basically all over. You know, if you've got decorations, you can put it under your tree and make it look. It just looks. I wouldn't just scatter it all over the floor, because obviously that's going to make a mess. But if you had your tree, and then you had a lovely sort of a tray or something underneath your tree, like you often do, you could put that underneath your tree, and it does actually, it really does
That
look.
looks so cool.
Isn't it cool?
I'm thinking actually, if you could get a little, even if it's a fake one, you know, you can get your little mini Christmas trees.
Yes.
You could stand it in the bowl and then sprinkle some over the top so it lands on the tree, and then the rest it's sitting in the snow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just so much fun, honestly, it really is.
So,
and it's just a really fun thing to have around to decorate for Christmas.
So it doesn't sort of shrink and dry out once you... So what you do then, I guess, is each year... So you could put it in a sealable bag and maybe get it out
I can't see why not.
Yeah.
If you was doing that,
it says
I would
reusable,
recommend that you boiled your water first before you put it in. Because
Right.
this is just straight out of the tap. And obviously when you keep water, it's like when you've got a spray bottle and you're using your micas. We always recommend that you boil your water first if you're going to keep it in the actual jar for any length
I guess
of time.
that's sterilising it, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
So it's getting all anything that's not nice out of it, so it won't go all funny.
Lovely.
But isn't
All
that
right,
cool?
then.
Isn't it good?
It's really good fun.
Yeah.
So that is $13.99, and you are getting the 2. Your item number is 970595. And then I've got to mention this happy hour again. Right, we're already a quarter of the stock gone, because you're getting 4 stencils, and one of the stencil actually has 2 parts to it. Very good. So we've got this lovely one, this one, tree rings it's called, wood plank, and what's that called, tree bark. And then I do have the little boards here. Let's bring that in. Lovely. There's your tree bark. There's the wood ring. What did they call this one? I'm just curious. It's on the packet. This one here. That is Diamond Hive, that one's called. Excellent. 11.99 only up until the end of the hour. Item number is 058313. Are you ready to go?
I certainly am.
Excellent.
Yes. Oh, don't we love a happy hour? I like these happy hours.
I do, yeah.
Now, so what we're going to do is we're going to do the little Christmas hanging with the only whatever 103 days until Christmas. So it does seem like a long time, but I know it actually isn't, is it? So yeah. So what I'm doing is this is the grey board. It is the Oakwood Archer grey board, as you know. It's something that I really favour, and I do like to use it an awful lot.
Yeah.
For this sort of thing, it is perfect for it. Now, I'm not sure if I don't think we've got it on the show today, but we normally do for Craft Treat, because a lot of the Craft Treat stencils do lend themselves to home decor hangings.
Definitely.
So have a little look, but have a look under the brand name, and you will find it. Excellent quality and super price. Now, what I'm going to do is, the reason why I've only gone around the edges, because I'm going to use some of that gorgeous plaid, well, it's tartan paper, isn't it? Just around the edges. So give that just a minute just to dry, and then I've got the actual top one that I do need to just paint. Now, I have actually got my black gesso. You could use blackboard paint. Black gesso really is the same as blackboard paint in its context, to be able to chalk onto, basically. Right. If you wanted to, what you could do is, of course, you could have die cut numbers, and that would make it that little bit more. You could preserve it for another year, really, without keep chalking and rubbing it off, rubbing it off.
Yeah.
But also, if you did use the chalking onto it, and you think after you've finished, and obviously Christmas Eve's arrived, and you're going to be putting it away for another year, then just go over the top with a little bit of gesso when you bring it back out again next year.
Yeah, nice.
It's something that can easily just be sort of like picked up again, very quickly. I've got my heat tool. Yeah, I'm going to have. So I could leave this one for backstage for them to be able to count down until Christmas.
But Baker is not happy about this.
What, about Christmas?
Yeah, and as in he says it's coming too soon. I'm like, no, I'm happy about it.
Can you imagine what sort of lovely fun Mr. Baker's going to have with his lovely little boy this year?
Yes.
Oh my Lord, don't we all want to be there to see his face?
I know.
And that's Chris's.
Yeah, that's Chris's. Yeah.
Oh, won't it be fun?
Yeah.
He's going to be at a perfect age, isn't he?
Baker, how old is he now? He's going to be one on the 5th of October.
Yeah. So can you imagine what it's going to be like?
Oh, that's going to be good.
He's going to love it, isn't he? Oh. But make the most of it, Mr. Baker, because I tell you now, when they get old enough to realise, they'll be up at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Right, so I think this one's ready just to be for the paper to be put on. Now, this is 200 GSM. You can tell it is excellent quality. So what we can do is we can really bring out these edges a little bit and make them a little bit more interesting.
Cool.
So if you don't want to do this, if you like nice clean edges, then no problem at all.
Yeah, it just adds a little bit of
I just think it adds a little bit of interest, a little bit of something on the edges. So and it will take it, because of course the quality of it is very good.
Yes. What did we say the GSM was?
Is it 200, isn't it?
Oh, no? Yes, Kate is confirmed.
Yeah, is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought I'd made that one up.
No.
Right, so what I'm going to do also is just when I'm just lifting that up slightly. So if you just pull one way and take away with one hand come forward and the other go back.
Yep.
Just doing that, and just it's not folding it over, but it's just making a little bit of an extra little border. There we go. There we are. and just taking my glue. We do have glues and tapes, and also the very, very popular red tape from Oakwood Archer on the show today. Okay, so
Good, yeah.
I know that tape is extremely popular, and I use it an awful lot, especially when it comes to anything, you know, sort of with a mount board, a grey board, sorry, involved. I do like to use the red tape, because if you're putting something, I know I'm not on this occasion because we're sort of doing it for demonstration purposes, but if you're doing it to put away, I think also red tape gives that little bit of length of time while it's still tacky, you know, from one year to the next. Yeah. Right, so this is one of the green pearl. It's got a lovely, lovely sheen to it. It is, it's gorgeous. And then we've got the red. And again, these are on the show. We've got the silver and we've got the gold. You will have seen quite a few samples being made with the silver and the gold as well. It's excellent quality cardstock. Right, so now that's our base. So what we'd do is we would just do 2 holes, and then I've used some twine because I thought that looked quite nice, but of course you could use anything that you've got, a lovely ribbon, Christmas ribbon. And now this is where our stencil comes in. So I'm going to use the stencil tape that Jack very kindly gave me the other day, and I'm just going to tape it down. I know it's on the grey board, but it's just to keep it in check, just for while I'm doing this. I like this because it's not too sticky, but it just does the job that we need, just to keep it anchored down.
Perfect.
There we go. And I do believe, yes, this is a new pot.
Oh, you're treating yourself.
Don't you just love a new pot?
What are you using?
I'm actually using, I wanted white. We don't have a white in the pearl paste that we've got on the show, so this is actually my That's Crafty paste. Right. It's the texture paste, because it's going to dry a matte white finish onto it, and I wanted that that idea. You know, I wanted that to come away from the black. Yeah. So just usual thing, just taking some pasting through, of course.
It's such a pretty stencil, this, because I really like the border as well, like the frame, I should say.
Yeah, the frame really is quite pretty, isn't it? And also, you've got Christmas here. Yeah. If you wanted to, of course, you could just use that as just as a standalone word. Yeah. This is what you need to look at with your stencils. I know I adore stencils, and you all know that, because I just I use them an awful lot on different shows. Different companies bring them, and I thoroughly enjoy using them because I think they've got such a lot of scope. I really do. Right, so taking the excess off there. Doesn't stay clean and new for long, does it? There we go, just pop that on there. And of course, always, as you are, when you take this off, make sure you've got some nice soapy water. Yep. So just holding the stencil down, take that off the side.
Reveal. Oh, look at that.
Oh no, it's fabulous, isn't it? It's as clear, it's as crisp and clear as you could wish for it to be.
Absolutely, look at that. That looks so professional.
Yeah, it's really smart, isn't it? Very crisp and clear. Now, the other thing is, of course, as always with Craft Treat, as long as you are making... Excuse me, I pop that in the water. As long as you are making something with your stencils, you can sell them. Good. And I think these little projects are extremely sellable.
Yeah, I do agree. I'd buy this.
Yeah, it is something... Well, backstage won't know. I can give you mine.
Bless you.
I'll just take that off there, and then I'll just bring that into place so we don't dirty the... Now, of course, you would also paint the back of it as well. Don't forget to paint the back. And we'll stick that onto there. We'll be just very, very careful.
Oh, you're risking it for a biscuit.
I'm risking it.
I'm terrible for sticking my fingers in things.
I must say there is quite a nice border around the edge on this one, which is good.
Oh, you're so
there
close.
we go. There we are. And then if just to finish it off, I've got some flowers, and these have been made by Sandra. As well as the stencil queen, she's also our flower queen.
Wow, Sandra's brilliant.
No, she is, honestly. She makes flowers for, I'm sure, that could do the Chelsea Flower Show. Honestly, they really are super duper. All the flowers that she makes. I'll just wait till that just stops. I want to actually put it on with the, that's it.
Yeah.
With the glue gun, because like I say, this is something that will go from one year to the next.
Definitely, you pull it out and it's like,
there we go.
It's Christmas again.
That's right. So just pop in one in the corner there.
Yeah.
Actually, we might do two. Let's push the boat out. There we go. And I know she's watching now. She's shouting, "You need 3!"
Yeah.
I know, but I don't have another little one. There we go. Put that one in there. So actually, in essence, I have got 3.
Yes, you have. Yeah.
Yes,
we'll go
there
with
we
that.
go. That's right. So just put those there. And then, so there we go. So that's a little project that you could do using the papers and then that stencil. I do think also it'd be a lovely little project to do with the youngsters as well.
Yeah,
because
that's a great idea.
I think it would need an adult to do the pasting, but they could do everything else. They could make the flowers and paint the boards and everything, and then they could hang it up in the house and be quite proud of it, couldn't they?
Yes, definitely. And then they are the ones that can use the chalk and then rub out and put, oh, it's this many days till Christmas. Now, a quarter of the stock of these stencils have already gone. They're a really lovely set. I've got the boards. And here is the Merry Christmas, but as Joe's done, you can just do the Merry and then move your stencil once it's dried if you're using texture paste. And then here's our very proud stag. Yeah. And then we have got the Christmas tree. And there you go, that's the one that Joe's just used. Actually, Katie's just come up with a really good idea. You could do days until anything, like so if you did it the other way, mastered the Christmas off.
That's a super idea. It is a really lovely idea, Katie, because I mean, obviously there's, you know, occasions when you're getting married or obviously having a baby or anything you're counting down to, or a special holiday, you know, next year, obviously. And that's a great idea. Just mask off the Christmas.
Love that.
Yeah, super.
Gorgeous. And then here's this one, our lovely stag. There you go. £15.99. Item number is 425675. We are now 60% of the stock gone. Sorry. It's of the eyes that we're coming to. 60% of the eyes gone. If you missed out on these the last time, get them now, because it sounds like, you know, they're absolutely flying out the door and it's going to go. Right, so let me show you the boards. I like that. Life happens, beer helps. That's what it says. That's that middle one. And then crafting is the answer, no matter what the questions. And then you've got some glue on there, some scissors. And then the next one, group therapy, practiced here. They got all the drinks on there. But then we've teamed it with the eyes. So maybe somebody is watching somebody going, too many beers. And then again, we could see the eye in Joe's book a little bit later on. £16.99, item number is 832883. Then we have got our decoupage packs. Now this is interesting because some of them have like, what is it called? Is it lino or like a, you know, a wipeable tablecloth? Some of them have kind of got that feel to it, which is quite interesting. You can see that shine on there. You are getting 16 sheets in total, and they are 75 GSM. Oh, that's a rich one, isn't it? I'm liking this. We've got our tan colours, so they'll go really well with the 12 by 12s that we had on the show. Here we go. What are we coming to? I can see something different. Oh, and then we've got some pine cones. Oh, I think that one's upside down. I will turn it around. Ah, got some deer on here. That's cute. Nice one with the script. The trees. There is no repeats. They're all different. He's very jolly. Oh, that's rich. That's nice. That is nice. Liking that. Oh, here's Santa. And last one I think we're at is our nice little fireplace. Beautiful. That is £9.99. Item number is 591251. Now we do have, excuse me, some enamel embossing powders, and you're choosing any two for £9.99. What colours have we got? Gold, silver, green, and scarlet. And I think they're quite chunky, aren't they?
Would you like me to show them?
Yes, Katie C.
Yes?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, I will move into my area because it's actually on my desk as such, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Just while we're setting things up then, again, choose any two. Right, Katie, which ones would you like to go for? Yes. Scarlet and green. Okay, scarlet and green Katie wants. Not a problem, we'll pop that in. Because, yeah, they're a nice chunky set of powders, which I really, really like. And there you go. How much are they? £9.99 for the two. Lovely jubbly. Right, then, I can hand back to Jo now.
Okie dokie. So what we've got here is Mark has very, very kindly done me a super little chart here. You can see how they work. Now, I do believe it's a call to action. I do believe we've got some embossing liquid, and you can actually use it with those, with these, which is fantastic. Is that correct? When you call
end of call,
end of call. Thank you very much.
That's all right.
Not a call to action. Call to action is something completely different.
Baker just said exactly that.
Yeah, exactly that. I knew it was as soon as I said it, Mr. Baker. Sorry. Anyway, so what we've got is we've actually got the four here, but also what Mark's done is actually punched these out. And I do think it was worth mentioning that, because once you've actually laid the embossing powder onto your cardstock and heated it, you can punch it out, no problem. Do wait for it to be cold though, because obviously it doesn't work very well with your punch if you don't. So that's the colours. So we've got the silver, which is the bottom, and these are aged. So of course you can see that really gorgeous. So it's aged silver embossing enamel. And then we've got the green, which we've got in a lovely little pot here. So you can see the green, which is the second one down. And you can see they're really, really nice and chunky. Then we have got the gold, which is the gold at the top here. And you will see it's got flecks of black in as well, which is really quite lovely. You will see me using this one quite a lot when I use my acrylic wax. And then we've got the red. Now, I love this red. It comes out more of a burgundy than anything else. And we've chosen these colours because obviously they do really work well with the Christmas. Yeah. So you can see there.
Are you able, Jo, to give that little border wiggle? I'll tell you why.
That border wiggle, certainly.
Because through the screen we're not seeing the. There you go. So we can see the difference.
Can you see the colours?
Yeah.
There we go. Is that better?
Yes. Perfect.
Lovely. Yeah, so you can see the green flecks coming in, the one at the bottom, the red flecks coming there. That's more of a burgundy, isn't it? And then, of course, you've got that lovely aged silver. I think it's more on, I think I would have called that pewter, to be honest. It's more of a pewter, but because it's aged silver. And then I've got some examples here of what we can do with it. So, for instance, this is a chipboard element that basically I put the embossing liquid over the top and then I have used the enamel pieces over, and then also you can build up. So this is thicker in these areas, so if you put a little bit more over the top, and also you can use it around. Now this, I have to say, is a different one. This is one that we've had on before, but I wanted to still show you this because this is the gold.
Yeah.
But this one, you can see here how you build it up and make it look really enamelled and a little bit like a resin type idea. So that's that one, and then we've got the green here. Used it the last time I was in with Craft Treat, we had the green as well, and you can see you can use it around the edges of things just to add that bit of a vintage feel.
Yeah.
I've got it on this mixed media tag, and that's the gold.
Yeah.
Really lovely. And then this one is on...
Oh, look at that.
That is the red. And this was one of the decoupage papers. You know, the ones that you've got actually on the show, but they're not this design. It's a different design. But you can see there, it really does work well. That's through a stencil.
Oh, right.
Okay, and I will show you that. If not in this hour, I will show you it in the 7 o'clock because it works really well with a stencil. So yes.
Thank you.
That's her.
Lovely. Right then, so we've got some 7-day savers for you, and this set is a Spellbinders set of dies. What's it called then? So we've got wreath, frame and banner collection, 12 dies in total, a £41 saving. It is £23.96. That is the price. 006482. Next then, we've got a paper collection. Oh, that's nice and fun. 150 sheets. Now, this one is going to be dispatched from the 28th, and it's £10.99 with an £8 saving, 228416. So I'll get to have a play with these papers and these dies later, because at 9 o'clock tonight, keep me company, it is 7-Day Savers Sensations. I think that's what we call the show. Yeah, good. £16.99. And what have we got here? Yeah, your nesting dies. And you've got a £4 saving. Item number is 515249. You can call us on the usual number 01733602000, or you can go to our website at hochanda.com. Now, Jo, you know our lovely eye set?
Yes.
We've still got some, but 3/4 of the stock is gone.
Well, I would love to say, oh gosh, I am surprised, but I'm not.
No, yeah.
Because it is just adorable, it really is. And to get both sets and that size, with it being an A4 stencil, is just incredible. So I'm going to just show you. It's a very similar to what I've done before, but it's the most, it's a really good demonstration to show you how the detail in the eye really does come out. Now this is just black paste. Oh, it's not just.
It's very...
Nothing is just.
Pure black though, isn't it?
It's pure black. I do find that even if you're doing black, either with your micron pen, like we have done in one of the other pieces, or if you do it with your black paste, or if you stencil through with your black soot distress ink, or if you've got your VersaFine ink or anything like that, it's tremendous. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to lift this up and just show you how amazing that is.
Look at that.
That is
stunning,
quite
isn't it?
beautiful, isn't it? It's just a stunning design.
Can I just say, I'd like eyelashes and eyebrows like that.
I wish I did as well. Now, I do tend to sort of show you the bigger eye because it's better on camera, but what I'm going to do is, if I can just get... no, that's fine. If I get it on the thing, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to show you the smaller set, which are equally as gorgeous. I'm doing it. I'm actually this book that I've got is my Pink Pig book. As you know, just fantastic books. And I like to just play and doodle around and look. At that. That's quite spooky.
Yeah, I like it.
It's quite spooky though, don't you think? It's like you're lifting the stencil off and somebody's looking at you. I'm just going to put that in my water because obviously the black paste is now that's actually the matte black, so it will dry absolutely beautifully matte. I just need to just give it a 2-second blast, and then we can...
Okay, I'll tell you what, shall I mention the happy hour again? Yes, we'll just do that just while you're drying. Because you have only got about 16 minutes to get it at this price. And here it is. So you're getting all 4 of these, the tree bark, the diamond hive, which is a twofer, your tree rings, and what did we call this one? The wood plank. And then here are the actual boards, just so you can see how they come out. Very nice. May have missed one, but never mind. So yeah, only about 16 minutes. At $11.99 they are, and they'll go back up in price at the end of the hour. 058313. 80% now of the eye set has gone. You're loving the eyes. Well, I mean, we just saw such a dramatic reveal, didn't we? You definitely did not see any product placement. Nope. Other bottles of pop are available. Totally forgot I'd put it there. 16.99 832 883. Oh. Anyway, back to you, Joe.
No problem. So you can see when it's dried, it's a matte finish, which really lends itself to you then adding anything else onto it. So both sets. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, you don't need to see me, I've put my colours out and I don't quite know why, because I'm sure that you don't. I'll just give that another minute, but what I want to do is I want to just show you and just talk through the couple of bits that I've done with it. Now this one is the one that I did purely by going through with one of my black, it's one of the black Sakura, pens, fine line pens that our Lou brings actually. Lou Sims, yeah, we're just saying about, so they're nice and fine. You will find them on the website, it's worth having a little look. And so basically I went through and I did the entirety of the eye first with the black and just coloured in. Yeah. And then I've coloured and then added the doodles. So of course you can do as much or as little as you wish. This is the one with the paste. And then again I've just added a few little bits and pieces. I think that's it is. So have I got a minute just to a little bit of colouring? Would you like me to or not?
Katie says it has to be a quick minute because there are single figures left.
Oh, okie dokie. Well, just
so whatever you feel is best.
Right, ever so quick then. Really quick. I'll do something really bright. I'll use the orange. So what I did was, all I've done is so these are my, you can use obviously any colouring medium, but what I was doing was I was literally flicking out in the same direction as what the eyelashes went, because I felt that was really the way to do it. And then when it came to the bottom, just doing exactly the same thing, but bringing it out from the bottom. There we go, rather than...
Oh,
can you see?
Joe.
Have they gone? Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not at all surprised.
Sorry.
But so basically, the idea is just to carry on going through each of the eyelashes, bringing them to the top of the eyebrow, and then really just adding in your little bits and pieces with your micron pens if you wish to.
That sounds good. Right, so yes, they have all gone, but we do have... Okay, we can go back to the embossing enamels, where you can pick any two. And we did see Jo a little earlier, she was showing us that fabulous board. You've got the scarlet, the green, the silver and the gold. And they are $9.99. $9.99 for the two. Oh, you know what? You've still got time. You've got a few minutes at home. If you have got any of lovely craft treat goodies from previous shows, love to see what you've been making. Actually, you can still send them in, because even if we don't get a chance to see them on this show, you're back at 7 you're back at. So then we can see what you've been making, which would be jolly marvellous. Lovely. Oh, are you ready?
I've actually got the tree trunk. Have we still got...
Yes, we have.
The tree trunk. Well, while we've still got it, I've just put a piece of it's not the smaller set of eyes wasn't quite dry, so I didn't want it to spoil that other one. But what I'll do now, the only thing is it's going to be blue because I've brought. I know that's a little bit random. So it's going to be blue because that's the ink that I've actually brought with me. No, I tell you what, I'm going to do something completely and utterly different. Just bear with me, sorry. I'm going to do something very different because I think this would be really... no, I'll do it with this one. No, it's okay. I've got a plan. Right, so what we'll do is we'll take this through. Now, I know you're not going to see it initially. Yeah. Because I'm putting white paste through, but you'll see exactly what I am doing in a second. Now, you know we were saying this would look terrific with a stag, wouldn't it?
Say that again,
I think this would be terrific with the stag.
Oh, with the stag?
I do.
Because it's like the woodland, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So just doing that, taking that off there and lifting that off. So you can see the actual texture of it. Oh, not doing that, you can't.
Yeah, that way you can.
There you go, that's better, isn't it? But what if we do this? So I'm going to take, what colour gold?
Are you going to emboss over the top?
I am, yeah.
Oh, I'd love to see this.
Yeah, so
you've got 4 minutes though.
Right, gold, aged gold.
Always
so
believe in your soul. Sorry, bad joke.
Oh yes.
Sorry.
So if I'd have done it in brown, okay, and then clear maybe over the top, maybe a gel or something, you know, a gel medium or something, then obviously we could have just scattered that over the top, but you will definitely see it's a bit of an, oh well, it'll pick up, don't worry. This is a bit of an impromptu demo, but you will see exactly what we're doing.
I'm looking forward to seeing this, but this is
there we go.
Speed crafting now.
It definitely is. I'll put that there.
Oh, Baker, he's done a close-up on the pot for them. Isn't he mean?
Go on, do another one, Mr. Baker.
There you go.
There you go.
Making it look really stylish.
It looks fabulous though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. You meanie. You're so mean to me. Right, so look at this, look. When you emboss, so basically, although it's aged and it's an enamel, you can still put it over your paste. You do need to be quite smart about, quick with it though. Yeah. Because if the paste dries at all, it won't adhere the flakes. Right. But look at this.
Oh, nice.
There we go. Yeah. So what you're going to get is you're going to get that beautiful bubbling. I adore these sun pendants. I've had these for years, the sun pendant enamels, and I've used them. So when Stuart said, we've got these, I snapped at the chance at the last couple of shows to have them. Yeah. Because they do such a lovely, lovely job. Obviously, I don't need to explain that when that's bubbling like that, it is really warm, very hot. So, but you can see it still embosses. I do have a stag actually that I've done, Alex, on one of the cards, and then I cut it out. Yeah. It doesn't. If you've got a very, very, very fine detail, obviously it won't work with very, very fine detail because the actual the crystals, obviously in the enamels, in the embossing powder, are chunky because that's what they're for. They're to give really. To make them really give a big impact. Look at that. There we go. But you can see. Oh yes, that's the one. Yeah. And also, what I've done is around the edge. You see that the actual framework. I've used the red tape. Oh right. Yes, because you know you can actually emboss onto red tape. Have you done that before? Emboss into red tape? No. Yes. So when you put the red tape down, how much time have we got? Oh, a minute. Oh, okay. Right. So I'm going to very quickly show you because I like to use every single second that I've got. There we go. Finding the end will take a minute. No, it won't. Right. So when we put a piece of red tape down, and I'm sure lots and lots of you know this already, but it's really worth showing just in case you haven't.
take off the top.
So next time I
take some of my spillage and put that over the top of that. Rub it in.
Right.
Obviously, you would do it a lot better than what I have done in that minute. Rub it in nice and firm. Give it a heat up. Not that fierce, else it's going to go everywhere.
So Jo, does it have to be red liner tape? That's the only one that takes the heat, right?
Yes, it does. Yeah. The other will just shrivel up and really won't do anything at all.
Really? Look at that.
Yeah, there you go. So that's, if I tip that up, because I may as well make an even bigger mess than what I have already. There we go. I will clean it up, Kirsty, I promise. There, so that is actually on the red liner tape.
Yeah.
And that's what I've done on that frame.
Amazing, loved that. It's been a really gorgeous hour. So we will see you at 7 o'clock. I think
7 o'clock.
Are you with Scott or Catherine?
Yeah. I think it's Catherine.
Catherine.
And I'm going out playing snowballs
Okay. And it's really warm outside. People are like, where have you got that from? Amazing. So yeah, we'll see you at 7. Lovely jubbly. If you missed the start of the show, of course, you can see it on Rewind in about an hour's time, I believe. But yeah, thank you for keeping us company. I'm now going to, check out your happy hour deal. You've got about 5 minutes left for you to do it. We'll see you after the break. It is the final call of the Polka Doodles Christmas One Day special. Then we're back with Catherine for Dremel, and after that, Crafts 2 21st birthday launch.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel. We've been with Hochanda right from the start, and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. Kathy and I get together at Pink Ink Towers, and we can't wait to share our ideas. We choose all our subject matter together, and then Kathy goes away and hand illustrates all our fantastic finished designs, and we pride ourselves on the quality of our range. On our shows on Hochanda, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Please tune in to the Pink Ink shows, get inspired on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. I've been with Hochanda since the very, very beginning, and I've been crafting a lot longer than that. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Presscut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design. So don't miss the John Next Door and Crafts 2 shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Anna and I'm a founder of Craftbox UK.
craft box is a box full of craft supplies that we send to our customers monthly. All products are placed in a beautiful, sturdy box, which is ribbon tied, and we hope that by receiving this box, you will feel like it's Christmas every month. Make sure you don't miss the craft box shows on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Catherine Sturrock and I bring to Hochanda my company Character Crafts. Character Crafts brings to you our laser cut designs. Each design is designed by myself. We cut them on the laser machines here in Doncaster and bring the products to you at home. Character Crafts is suitable for all ages and all abilities, so I hope that I can inspire you and help you along with your crafting. I like to show you how to use different paint techniques and different techniques to bring the characters alive and use various mediums to decorate, and I also use air dry clay for decorating with the flowers. So make sure you look out for the Character Craft shows on Hochanda. I hope to see you soon.
Hello everybody, lovely to have your company and you are joining us for the final call of your one-day special with me and the lovely Lou. She's lovely Lou. Lovely Lou.
Hello,
lovely
good afternoon.
Lou. Good afternoon. How's your day been?
Oh, it's been lovely. Oh, the sunshine.
Sunshine, I know.
I know, I went for a lovely walk. It was nice to, you know, take it all in. It
Just
was gorgeous.
yeah, bit quite warm, isn't it? It's nice out there. But
It is. It's quite
nice.
warm. Yeah, it's our Indian summer. Do
It
they
is
call
the
it
Indian.
now?
It is the Indian summit as well. It really is. It's the final call.
I know. It's gone very, very quickly.
Yes, well, it has gone, and it's flying out as well. It's been very, very busy with everything, of course. But then again, when you see the some of the samples of what's been created, I'm trying to think of a way to describe what we're seeing here, because it's whimsical at areas, it's fun. There's a magical element about this, which could be used for anything. You can mix and match and build up. I love the little church stamp, but I also love, which we said in the show we had earlier on today, is it's not just some of the larger stamps on this, but it's also about the little extras in there that build around it.
Yeah, the smaller stamps that can add a little bit of extra detail to things. When we think of the background papers are made up of a lot of different elements.
Yeah.
And that's where the smaller stamps, you know, help, and that's what you see when you look through different background papers.
Right.
And I love them all. But I like the fact that this has got, it can have a traditional look if you want to have a traditional look.
Yes.
As
Yeah,
well.
yeah,
But if you
absolutely.
want to go like a modern look, if you want to go for a nice clean look,
Yeah.
it covers any type of crafting style, which I think is wonderful.
I just think it really does. You've got such a lovely way of sort of just bringing that round, like you said earlier on. You know, the whole white space area, but you can just have those little touches in that just expands the picture. I love that.
And it is, and it's just one or two little stamps and keep it going, sort of thing.
But that crisp look, I think that's it was in the film the Cat in the Hat.
Yes,
Cat in the Hat. But you know, that sort of perfect street.
Yeah,
That
that
you know, and everything has got that lovely clean feel about
Yeah.
it. Reminds me of that. It's a magical world,
It
you know,
is.
that you live in there as well.
But I mean, they're traditional colours when you think there's greens and reds in there. But the way it's been coloured by Jane, it's got a nice modern feel to it as well.
Yeah, it is. It's really, really lovely again. But there's so many elements in there. Really are. There's a fun element, a very cute feel about them. But I love this, where there's so many little elements
But that
in here.
is like creating your own background paper from all the different elements and just putting a sentiment on.
That's great.
So it's just all the smaller stamps that we don't mean to ignore, but we sometimes think, well, what do they do?
Yeah.
And there's a perfect
Well, like
example.
that, again, if you're making your own wrapping paper, you know, certainly for
or that
things
embossed
like
in white on a nice, the brown paper.
Oh,
and things
yes,
like that.
yeah, the craft paper for that as well. But I love that.
I know Alex and I were saying this morning about that. If you just changed or added a little bit of yellow or something to those crystals, with the way those have been coloured, you could actually think the beach.
Yeah, you could, couldn't you? Yeah, little beach huts with them.
Yeah, don't they?
That's a great idea. Yes, and I want to show this one also.
Isn't it a stunner?
Because this is phenomenal, actually. I love this. Look at that one as well.
But that's the church that you were talking about, but masked off.
Yeah.
And then the other houses stamped around it and on top of
That's
it
very
to create
clever.
a really big building. But
that's phenomenal.
I think that one as well. I mean, if you added purples and a little bit of black, you could make that quite Halloween-y as well.
Oh, yeah, you could, couldn't you?
Because it's got that sort of, you could make it look quite imposing.
Yeah,
but then looking like that, it doesn't look imposing at all.
No, not those colours and that style, but like you say, but a fairy castle as well, princesses that could be there. Rapunzel could be on that top of that tower there.
With her hair coming down.
With her hair coming down there. Oh, I've got an idea for a card at last. It's taken me 4 years. But I'm there, everybody. I'm there. But I really love this. And you are getting so many of these options as well that you can put together. There's everything. Let me just show you here. That there's a board that gives you everything with all the stamps and all the details that are put out, and you'll see when we were talking one of the larger stamps here. Obviously, you got the houses and the church, but we were talking earlier on in one of the earlier shows as well, Lou. And you were saying about here you could take off the top and the bottom, for example, and then it becomes the bubbles.
A bubble. So you could then, you've got a series of bubbles, and with one of the stencils, turning it round the other way, you could have it looking like in the waves.
Yes.
And things like that.
Yes.
And I think that would work perfectly.
They are lovely. We've got some of the sentiments in as well. Noel, joy, love, peace. We've got heartfelt Christmas festive wishes, and you've also still got as well your little holly, of course, your little emblem there on the side. And if I just bring in the next board again, and again, we've got more of those elements we've just been looking at there with the church and the house, and again, even more of those little extras on there with the little trees. And I don't even think I pointed that one out on that last one, where the snowflake was used. There it is on the top there of that stamp. And again, just using the very top of the picture there as well from that stamp that's gone in there. So that, again, absolutely beautiful. So they're your stamps you're looking at, but you're getting some fab stencils as well to work with. So let's just show you these. Again, they don't necessarily have to be for the winter.
No, because that could be a woodland. I mean, and even with the with all the deer. Or the reindeer, but that could easily be part of a woodland scene. You could I've used 2 or 3 of them,
right?
And you know, not the whole scene, but so you could make that all year round, not just for Christmas.
Love that. We'll just see a little extra there. Oh, there it is. We'll just bring that one in there. There it is, little extra from Watership Down, just being left behind. Little bunny rabbit there, just sitting there. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. I do love these. So that's one of them we're looking at. This is how you were saying they would lay it up.
Yeah, and that's...
But look at that, that's just from the stencils.
That is just the stencils. And using that as an inspiration, that was the demo I created at 8 o'clock last night. So I used the way it had been layered, but then what I've done is I've overstamped the actual buildings on top of it.
Oh, I see,
and
yes.
just kept to a very simple colour palette.
Yeah, yeah.
So everything has a chance to stand out.
That's
so you
really
can see the stenciling at the background, plus you can see the houses.
That is gorgeous. And let's bring in here now. Again, we're talking about the versatility of working with the stamp. Obviously, we've got all this lovely detail in here, which does have the snowflake in, but the beautiful frame in.
So the snowflake's been flipped. So you've got one side, turn it round the other way, and now you've created a whole
You've got the whole border, the whole framing for it,
Yep.
which is lovely. And then the top here, we talked about it being either which way the way you wanted to work with it, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's got that, like a real lovely cloud.
Lovely cloud feel.
Do that in green, and you've got hills, or you've got meadows, so it changes all again. Turn it upside down, and you've got a water scene.
All the waves coming through. Again, really, really lovely. Again, all of these that will work. And there we go. I've got the rest of the details that you can see there that's bringing all of those final bits together, which are absolutely fantastic. Love those. And yet, there's even more that goes with all of this, by the way, for you one day. We're still going, by the way. Now, we're going to give you, in this case, 24 sheets. You're going to be getting 6 different designs. And there are 4 of each of them as well. So earlier on we were talking about ideas. Once you got this paper that you could just wanted just to colour in some of the windows.
Colour in, yes, some of the windows. And I said, if you haven't got a pen, a highlighter, like a little yellow, and just colour in 1 or 2 of them.
Yeah, just not the whole street up.
Just 1 or 2.
1 or 2. Again, pretty universal with those stars as well, couldn't it?
Oh,
be
very, very much.
at all?
So you could use that on any card or any project. The stars. And then I like that one there. I think you could use on absolutely anything as well.
Yes. You could.
And you could stamp on that beautifully. I think that would create a lovely background.
Yeah. Lovely. And then we've got something again with the mistletoe in there. Goggles up again. I remember what our little sentiment was in here as well. We've got heartfelt best wishes. There's a little text.
If you cut the white line off, where it's got the holly either side, you could have lovely little strips of those sentiments.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Mm.
This is a nice one again that works beautifully certainly with the stamps.
Yeah, I was saying, I mean, if you're not sure about where to take your colouring, you've got perfect way there.
Yeah.
And actually, when you look at the images there, they're not half of them aren't fully coloured in. They're little dots, they're little stripes.
That's true.
So you could bring in your fine liner pens or any types of felt tips or colouring that you've got. So if you're worried about your colouring, you're just drawing little lines and little dots.
A little bit of extra. Yeah. And then we've got the Christmas trees and the Merry Christmas.
I love that colour green.
So it's very nice, isn't it? That is really nice. Lovely. So, really lovely combination here. There's a great saving on here, which is amazing. So, talking you through, you're going to be getting 53 stamps in total through this, which is a huge number of stamps to have, you know. Some of them very large again. We've got some lovely little detailed smaller ones as well. Plus, you've got the paper that was looked at. You've got your 6x6 paper pack for there. Plus, those 4 stencils. Could be waves, could be clouds, could be hills. Who knows? The versatility is all there for you. Now, with that £17 saving, when you're buying on this, it's basically like having 2 of the stamps for free in that, because they're just under, I think they £8.99 each on those. So when you think about that with what you're saving on that, phenomenal deal. It's available for your flexi. So just 2 payments of just £22 and 46 pence. In total, £44.91. 373547 is your item code you need for that. There's plenty more, of course, on the website to have a little look at. But I think we should see how we can make these come to life even more, if that's all right then, Lou, for the last time today.
But so at 12 o'clock, I gave people some ideas about how to combine the images to, you know, make some toppers. So what I've done is, in between the shows, I've actually coloured them in. So I just did them in black, just to give some different ideas. So I've gone, well, actually pink, which is unusual, and I just kept the colouring quite simple. So it's like a bit more of a modern Christmas card.
Yeah.
But that was just one of the ideas I had. And then I have that one there, which was using the church, the tree, and using the circle. And I've kept that colouring, you know, quite simple. And as you were saying, it's got like a whimsical then feel to it, and something a little bit different. And then
love that.
The same circle, or part circle from there, I've used again. But then I put the holly and the spruce around it, and just added a little star
really
to the side. I mean,
lovely.
we've got the Merry from the bauble set, so I could have actually, what would have probably been better is if I'd stamped the Merry across there, so I'd have had Merry Christmas.
Yeah. And then our producer was just saying there as well, Maker was just saying that, you know, you can do, you know, do you ever get those update letters at Christmas time? And so Meg was saying about that whole idea of, you did like almost like a Christmas postcard. So, you know, sometimes there's a latest family picture.
Yes.
Here they are. Here's Timmy that's back from university, and here's the dog, etc., etc. But those on the back of those, you know, sort of decorated out in a Christmas, and to have it as almost a Christmas card in one.
It is, isn't it? It's not something nice and different. Yeah, it gives it a purpose, doesn't it?
Yeah, lovely of that size.
And then finally, that was the bauble to show how the wording goes and sits beautifully. I mean, you can put the lines wherever you want to put the lines. So I could have moved it up to the heart, but I've just coloured it in a slightly different way from a traditional red, which I've done before, and then just added a couple of holly leaves onto it.
That's nice.
And they're just quick. I mean, these are A6 size, but they were just quick ideas to give people to do. So we thought...
But again, all different as well, which is lovely. All different.
But the stamps are there. It's one of those... I think it's one of these collections that you need to just stamp and play. And I think it's also a collection that there's no actual rules. So therefore, it doesn't matter. It becomes your design.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Yes,
I know.
Absolutely.
Right, so I've got myself some more card here. So I thought we'd have a little play with some more ideas.
By the way, I have to let all the viewers know, I was watching, that Lou doesn't stop playing. Even when the cameras are on or not, you will always find Lou in whichever part of the set Lou needs to be in, ready for the next show, and she's always working away there. And then even this morning when I was doing the 7 o'clock show, opposite side of the studio was Lou, already working away there for today's shows as well. So we were talking about in the break earlier on, you know, that you love this idea that you are there, you are crafting, you're playing, and when you've got a set like this to work with, it's fun, it's enjoyable yourself, creative.
I enjoy, and I do that at home. I will sit there and, you know, create and make different things, and you just go, just get lost there. So I thought, what I'm going to do is, so I've used the actual line that comes with the sentiments, and the idea behind it is if I put another line there, it can frame it,
Yeah.
it can go within the bauble. So I thought, well, I know we've got a bunting, but what happens if we could change it just a little and, you know, just create something again, having a little bit of fun with the stamps. And I'm going to see. Now, this is in my head. You know, I had planned this, that this is all going to fit in.
Yeah.
And now I'm going... so, shall we have festive heartfelt wishes or festive Christmas wishes?
Christmas wishes, I'm hearing from our
Christmas.
producer.
Okay.
I wasn't allowed to make that decision. It's out
Meg
of my
got in
hands.
quickly.
Meg was in straight away. She loves a Christmas wish.
So, I'm just going to put the Christmas there. We've got that there. And then I was just going to do another line. So I'm just offsetting each one. So I'm not doing the same line.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So...
That's such a just that one little stamp alone there, that's a handy little stamp to have, isn't it?
Isn't it? But on the bauble, you could use this and go in between the bauble and create your stripes as well.
Right. Oh, yes.
You know, so if you didn't want to put wording in or detail in...
Decorate the actual bauble itself.
Yeah, you could make a striped bauble. You could... I suppose if you went down this way, you could make it cross-hatched or... So, I've got here... I'm going to put that one in there. So we've now got our sentiment, festive Christmas wishes. So then what I was going to do... I just thought it was a little bit of fun doing it that way. So I've got this one here. So I'm just now picking up some of the little element stamps we've got. And let's have a think. Where should we put another one? There. And we've got his matching friend. There we have. So I thought we could have that going there. It would help if I stamped that a little bit better. There we go. That will make me feel a bit happier. And we've got stars. We've got hearts. You know, you just go. I'm going like. Ooh. So I can just add in.
And these little ones that you put into the little stars, the little sparkles, and almost like little magic clusters that are in there. They really, I know we talked about them a lot, but they really can finish off and make these lovely little pieces.
Oh, they can. And I mean, I'm using this obviously in black ink, but if you did this with coloured ink pads, you've changed it again.
Yeah.
So now if I grab a micron pen, I'm going to put the lid on that because I keep putting my hand in it. And then what I thought would be nice is if I create like a mock peg, look like it's holding up the letters.
Oh, I see.
So they are also hanging down. Now my ink is a bit damp, as you can see. My hand has just gone through it. That's why, you know, I do have towel here. Stop me doing it, and then I just got carried away. So I thought we could do. So it looks like the words are pegged onto the line as well. We've got them actually pegged on, and then I can sit there and I can just doodle. And I'll just doodle a heart so it's hanging down.
Yeah.
And coming through. I can do the same with the star. Just put that there. I can add the star coming from there.
Oh,
now I know we've got the lines as well, but that was just to give a different way of using it. And then we've got the smaller little stamps that, I mean, I would do these in colour, not in what I'm going to do in black.
Right.
Got one of my favourite ones here, little ones. But
which one we got? What's
the
that
little
one?
stars.
Ah, the stars.
Sort of thing. So you can then suddenly add all the different detail. So
I like that one.
If we've got little baubles, we've got stars, but if I'd have used yellow ink as well, rather than the black outline, it could be there but blended into the background as well, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
So I thought that was...
I'm loving that. That's great.
I thought that was a totally different way of actually using... But you could do this on that lovely soft blue that we've got, but with embossing powder, and the festive Christmas wishes would stand out on the backing paper.
Yeah.
Right, so I've got this one here. I've got another one. It's just to give people lots of different ideas that you can actually use.
But I think when you've got a collection like this, there is no, and you've got so many ways of mixing and matching, haven't you? You know, and even with any other sets or any other stamps that you've got at home already, you know, adding these in, how would you be able to work with that bauble in what you might already have at home? How would you be able to work with the church? As well as other little quirky houses that are part of the stamp. How will they work with what you've got? How also with some of your other festive stamps, or maybe not even the festive ones you have, again, working with the paper pads, because, I mean, they can't get the paper pads on their own. They're only now part of, they've all sold out. In fact, all the elements that you're seeing here are pretty much all sold out individually, so your chance now to get them. But just think about how they will work with what you've got already. I imagine that's what a lot of people do anyway. Start thinking about, this is what I've got in my collection.
How can I use it?
How do I put them together, really?
So I've used that spruce and I've created a frame.
Oh, that's nice.
So it's then looking at what you want to add within your frame. I'm just going to grab a house for now. But we could put anything within here. We could put trees, we could put... So I thought we'd have the house just there. I've got a mask. Let's see if it's still sticky. Oh, might just work. And on the same set, we have a tree. So all I'm doing is I'm just building a little scene within my Christmas frame.
So that strikes me as a real fun part of that, when you can just paint your own picture.
So I've got that within there, within my frame. But I've got that. We've got that lovely Mary that I could add on here, so I can put that up the top here. So I've got a Mary, and I've upside down. I can tell you that now.
There it is. Yeah.
You know, you go, that's just upside down. Never mind. Pretend it's the right way around.
Yeah.
There. And then I've got the bright. And then I've got the and. Now I normally put the and somewhere safe. Ah, there we have. I put it back in its safe spot. So I've got there, if the Mary was the right way round, would be. But then I've got there, so I've got Mary and Bright, and I've used just one stamp to do that. But you've got the holly. You could actually, if you wanted to make it bigger, you can actually do that with the holly, and you would end up with a much bigger frame.
Oh, right, okay, yes.
Whereas this has made a square frame.
Yes, that's really, again, lovely that. Just to work in with these, you know, multiples of the same stamp. You still get lots of lovely pictures coming through from that.
Right, and then we've got this stamp. This was Alex's favourite stamp.
Which one's that one?
It's with one with all the houses and the
houses,
Christmas.
yeah, this is great, this.
So, I'm going to put that in the corner here. And
there's the actual stamp that you can see there. So there's some colour ideas that you can see from the stamp itself.
And then I thought I'd have another one here. And it did have a mask, as I said. I don't know. Oh, it might sticky. It might still be sticky. You know when you're hopeful, and it's like, and it has. So I've got that there. So it's a similar idea to what I did before.
Building up, yeah.
Building up. But I've got the two houses there, and I'm going to put a tree on because we've got some lovely trees here. So just to match the tree in.
I love that masking technique. That when you can just build up these little village scenes.
I do masks straight because, like you say, it allows you to actually do that.
The whole perspective and looking at them and see, it's great. That I love that. I know it's such a simple technique, you know, regarding what you're doing, but because you've got so many little elements, you really can go to town and build them up, can't you?
Or you could keep going. And then I thought we could have... You know, you go, I think I might change my mind. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay, you're allowed to.
You know, you just go, I think I've changed my mind. Yeah. What I was going to do was put that round, and that would make a topper in its own right, just the two houses, a tree going around there. But I thought, let's extend this and go for a little bit further, because we have...
Have you got planning permission to build this really, really bigger?
Aren't you allowed to do so much now without...
Oh, are you? Lou says you can. Everybody go for it.
Don't. Now I'm going, don't quote me, don't quote me.
Don't quote.
So I'm going to do the line, similar to what I did before, but let's make a whole frame this time. And join them together. And then we can put elements in between.
Oh, I see, yes, yeah.
So before, when I did it on that one, I did it on a smaller card front.
Yeah.
So it's just taking it a little bit
Taking it up.
further. So just to show that you don't have to just make small cards.
No.
It's not just about the small cards. And we've got, I love this one. And I thought what we could have is this one, put a bit of ink on the top, coming down, so it's hanging over. And where's my, that's the
I
one.
love these little lines on these stamps. I know you use them on the baubles as well and put them all together, but they're very fine, aren't they? They're
They
really
are,
lovely
they're
and fine.
lovely. But then I thought we could have the star looking over
that's nice.
the actual village.
Ah.
And, you know, so I could carry on and on and on. So for this one, we could have... So as you can see, I could sit here and play for absolutely hours. So we could sit there again. I'm going to just keep the same stamp on for speed. And I could bring in my baubles. And I'll just use a micron for now.
Make ones these to be printed onto shrink plastic, so you can make little tiny ornament ones as well.
They would be brilliant.
They would, wouldn't they?
So now I could, and then if I wanted to, I could just do a line across there to
there
bring
we
the
go.
whole lot together.
Link it all in.
And you can then bring your sentiment. You've got holly leaves that I could put in the cross there.
Yeah.
That would join all of those together. So suddenly you've made a whole scene
Beautiful.
just from, you know, those actual...
That's really nice. And again, you've got differences in height as well in there, you know, the finer bits. You've got the bit more busy area, which is lovely.
I mean, I could carry on making ideas for you if you...
Well, we've still got... We've got half an hour. Am I okay just to recap the ones we've been through, just so we can just give a bit of an update of where we are as well? Thank you, though. We're going to come on to more of those as well. They are lovely. Now, again, that was just onto plain paper. Imagine some of those images onto the back of those papers that you're going to get in this paper kit itself, with the stamps and with your stencils as well. So if you're thinking about those with the baubles or with the star, the village scene or maybe the church, but that with the backgrounds you've got with the stars or the greens from the paper kit that's there. And lots of other elements, again, that echoed. You've got the dots, you've got the snowflakes, or you've got that really wonderful Christmas scene already. There are your paper pads you get in, 6x6 with your paper pack. The beautiful stencils that could give you some fabulous backgrounds with this. But for me, I'm all about the lovely little stamps that you're going to see in this collection. You're getting so many, 53, and just even the simplest ones of those lovely little lines that are used either. I know that it was one of the suggestions, I think it was from Meg this morning, my producer, that was talking about that we had them, obviously the baubles that you get in. Lou was talking about if you took the top off as well, that if you wanted to create those, they'll become bubbles, obviously, from bubbles. But if you wanted to use the line rather than the top, as they've been here hanging down, if you then at that circle, you have the line there, you've also got your gorgeous balloons. And again, you can use those lines in there as well to create a different pattern on your balloons. But all of a sudden, then it doesn't become a Christmas card, it becomes a birthday celebration, possibly, or maybe it's to do with the christening as well, with the church that you got in there. So you've got so many different ways, and that's one thing I'm learning all the time on Hochanda, just watching how people like lovely Lou, you know, put all these together, using all the different varieties, and again, it's what's in your mind and making those tools deliver what they want, or you want them to do. 373547 is your item code here. You do have a brilliant £17 saving on your one-day special, so a great opportunity. In fact, if you look at that saving, it's the equivalent of having 2 sets of those stamps for free, to be quite honest, because they're almost £9 each, so a couple of those there, you've soon got your £17 off, haven't you? £22.46 if you're looking at that for your flexi buy, just 2 payments of those, but again, loads and loads and loads of value for money. You'll have a lot of fun, I'm sure. If you're having half the fun that Lou's been having in the corner there since basically 7 o'clock this morning, you'll have a lot of fun, I can promise you. I really can. Also, we've got for you that's been very busy, and I think you can see why it will tie in very nicely, actually. You'll mix and match with all of these. This This is the Jingle Bell Joy Christmas stamp collection. A further 52 stamps on these, certainly with that holly theme that you've got, but you've got those beautiful drawn Christmas trees. You've got great characters in here that you'll see without a fantastic snowman. Gets a lot of love in here. More of the baubles, of course, working, and you've also got your poinsettias and some really lovely details. So plenty of images there to work with. And again, the way that these have been drawn, really lovely and to work with when you're going to colour them. If you're a Freedom member, you're going to love this. Look at that, you save in here. £21.59. That's a massive saving when you consider that then is going to be delivered directly to your door with that saving, with your postage and packaging already paid as well, for only £32.35, which is absolutely a phenomenal deal. Again, got loads and loads of different ways to show you and to share with you. Let's start off with one. I believe I showed this earlier on, but I love this. With our little, look at that, our little reindeer just popping the head out there, which I think is absolutely so cute. It's like that reminds me of the old Where's Wally, but now Where's Rudolph, which is lovely. Again, another theme with those Christmas trees that are in there, which are absolutely gorgeous. And again, just we was talking about that masking and building up and layering up all those other different options. These are, you know, can be quite almost cartoonesque, and again, lots of different ways of doing it. But if you want to strip it right back, you will know a lot more and a lot better than I, no doubts about it, how you can really work with these to get either the most minimalist ways of working with them. So if you think of something like that, very pretty, very simple in that respect, very beautiful. And then, of course, you've got real full-on, of course, with the candy cane there, and we've got our woolly hat, you know, doing that in the same colours as someone's favourite football colours for their team or favourite colours that they have throughout. Really lovely mixing of all these coming together, and you'll see inspiration galore. So loads and loads of ways of working with this. 634-928, loads there. And again, if you start mixing that with what you got for them stamps in the one-day special, even if this is your first season of doing festive or Christmas work, of course, you'll have plenty to keep you going, I can assure you of that. We've also got, staying with that lovely theme, of course, we've got the, I love these, I think these are so much fun, actually. These are your No Much Fun paper bundle. So this will give you 35 sheets. With your A4 toppers, you get your fantastic tags on there, your sentiments on there, and you can also create those wonderful gift boxes. Now, if you wanted to catch us back on Rewind, if you go back to some of the earlier shows, you'll see how a lot of those boxes were actually put together as well by Lou, and so you can catch up and see how they were done with some really lovely ideas. Great for little gift ideas, little treats ideas, maybe even like sort of for your table decorations possibly as well, just to put little things in. But really lovely ideas. Catch those on Rewind. Speaking of our toppers, we are limited stock on these though, but these give you 36 sheets of all those fantastic Christmas toppers. Lovely designs, lovely elements in here. Got another really good saving on this actually, £12 saving on the show right now, so it's down to just $17.99, but you're going to make huge amounts of projects with those, with 36 sheets. 370687 is your item code for those. Do grab those, make those savings count for yourself. So loads and loads there to keep you with your festive feel, I'm sure. But lovely. Oh, in fact, I don't know if I showed you, but it was on the steel, but here are some of those little boxes that we were talking about that were being made. You haven't got to use those. You could use this one on one side, for example, open them, put the lid on whichever way, but really lovely ideas. And the paper that you get this, by the way, with the little gnomes on there, it is double-sided, so everywhere you look, there's a lovely little touch there of quality all the way through. There we go. Just thought I'd show you that while we have them here. I also heard, I think I heard a heat gun going off on the right, and I thought maybe we won't go back to Lou just yet. She was doing something. How are we doing? How are we doing, Lou? Are you,
I was just setting my ink to, you know, I thought to myself, let's have one sample without me smudging it everywhere.
Lovely.
You just think...
Why not?
Why not?
That would be a successful day, wouldn't it?
It would, yes,
Okay.
it would. But I just want to clean off the ink from before. There we go, they're ready. I'm trying to get, as you can see, my stamps all ready to have a go there. Right, so I thought what we'd do is we'd have a play similar with the stencils.
Yeah. Oh, lovely.
But on a flatter card and not quite as much detail as that. So we can still bring it in. So I'm going to see which side. I think this is the muckier side. You know, we just go, not quite sure now. But what I want to do is I've cut my card blank, so it can actually, you know, if I wanted to create that white frame like we've got around there.
Oh, yes, yeah.
But this time I'm just going to push it because I just want to have elements of it around the edge. And because I just want to build it up. I want it to be quite subtle.
Right.
I seem to be using the same colour all the time, only because I think it's such a lovely pale colour.
Wintry feel.
See, look, I've got ink
blue.
already. Never mind, we'll be covering that, so that'll be fine.
We're covering that now.
Yeah, we are now.
Yeah.
But actually, I'm going to say, I think it's nice that people see us make mistakes and how we recover from them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it happens at home.
Oh, yeah.
It's not like, you know, and then I wouldn't waste a whole sample because of that.
Because of one thing.
Yeah.
I can't remember who said it. Might have been you as well who was saying, "Oh, well, that's why you might find an odd placed butterfly in a design or a."
I think all of us do that, or a flower, or if you've got any drops of any description, sort of thing, you know, well placed. For me, actually, it'll be 9 times out of 10 if you see a sequin.
Oh, you really go to town. I like that whole idea. It's almost like that kind of phrase, isn't it? That people say the bigger the lie, more people believe it. The more bold you go with your decoration, if you're going to go for a glittery sequin, then there's probably something behind it, I would imagine. I like that. That's great.
So I just wanted to create a subtle edging. So I didn't want to do the full detail, and I just want to lightly blend around the edge.
That's got a very regal feel about that because it's not in your face.
No.
Because it is very subtle. It does look very, very nice, actually. It's got a very royal feel about that, actually.
It has, hasn't it? Yeah. So I'm just going to go around the edge there. And I want the background to stand out, but also in the same breath, I don't want the background to stand out. I'm going to clean that because it'll make a change if I can have a back of a card that's not covered in ink. So I'm just going to bring...
Maybe another day.
Yeah.
Shall I start getting some sequins ready?
Probably not such a bad idea. I have quite a few just there. So I just want to bring this in and just bring elements of it in. And I'm just creating... I just want to create a little bit of a faux landscape with it, because don't forget you can work both sides of it. You don't have to follow the same side. So I just wanted to create quite a soft, subtle background. Now I've taken the Merry and Bright that's in the bauble set, and I've actually made it a phrase. So I'm hoping this time round when I stamp it is actually going to be the right way around. Unlike, you know, when I did the Merry upside down.
Yeah.
And what I want to do is, you know, I just actually want to just stamp that around the edge.
Ah, right.
So it's going to create part of my card. Now, if all of it doesn't go on, I'm not worried.
Looks nice upside down like that.
You made me think. I've had to double check.
It wasn't a double check.
Yeah,
I
did actually.
Go away. Yeah.
So I just wanted to create a little bit of a... So I'm just framing what I'm going to do next, and I'm just using the words to do that. So I'm not going to get a Merry and Bright, so let's take the bright and the and off, and might as well just have another Merry. Okay, so that's what I wanted to do with all of that.
Lovely.
So that's just going to be my background. And then I want to take the trees in, and I want to start building up my scene. But all of your stamps will come with carrier sheets, and if I look for the right one, that would help. I'm looking for... That's it. So I want to position the trees, because I'm actually going to layer this, but I'm going to do this on a separate piece of card and cut it out.
Oh, right, OK.
So when you've got your carrier sheets, use them to actually help you position where you want different items to be.
As a guide.
Yeah,
then,
as a guide.
Lovely.
So I can then... I know I'm going to get a black pen. I would normally use a pencil, but I can then put a mark that I know... It's
got a nice sort of heavenly feel about this now, as up in the clouds.
I know, it makes me want to cut that out now and just stick that on there. You just go, oh, that'd actually make life really easily. You know,
Here's what I did earlier.
Here's what I did. So I've just made a mark, so now I can actually think about where I want to put my trees. So I know if I put one there, it's going to be hidden by the house when I come to do the house. And I can have one there. And let's have another one there. So I'm just building up a little bit of a scene with all of them. Right. I'm going to let that dry a little bit and colour it in a moment. And in the meanwhile, I have stamped my houses.
See, here we are.
And I want to keep the colouring on the houses quite subtle, because I think the background, even though we've put lots of layers on the background, it is actually...
It is very soft.
It's very
still.
soft,
It's
isn't
very
it?
subtle, isn't it? Yeah, it's nice that. I love that. What was that colour that you had on
It's the speckled egg.
Speckled egg. That's really lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, we had it was on Hochanda not long ago.
Very nice, that.
So I don't know if it's still on the website.
Might be on the web. Have a little look.
So I just want to keep the colouring.
Now, we also had a message earlier on about the pens that you are using at the moment. They are on the website. We do have these ones, don't we?
I believe so, the Sakura Koi. I think it's a 24-pack with a blender pen.
Oh, right. OK. Have a little look. It was actually from someone called Leonie, not our Leonie, but another Leonie as well. So lovely of you to watch with us as well. Thank you very much indeed. But you'll find the details of that actually on the website if you want to have a little look there on hochanda.com. You should find those as well. If you've got any other questions, by the way, for everything you're seeing that Lou is demonstrating and working on, or any other tips or advice you're looking for, then please feel free to let us know. studio@Hochanda if you would like to get in touch as well. Any questions or any images as well of anything you've made or that you've got from Lou in the past, of course. Always lovely to see any of your finished pieces that you've been working on. I know that Lou loves that, I'm sure, as well.
I do. I think it's lovely to see where, just because I've taken this stamp in this this way, I love to see how other people...
Yeah.
I think it's great when you can tap into each other's inspiration.
Yeah.
I think...
there's one thing that's always a constant at Hochanda, and all the fantastic guests that ever I've come across and seen here as well, is that whole interpretation. Everyone's got something different to bring to the table, haven't they? You know, from images I know that people have sent in from home, from yourself, for example, and shown it to presenters like yourself, when you look at it, and people go, "Oh, I've never thought about using that material or that colour or doing it in that way." And the interpretation of any of these stamps of anything is the same right across for art, isn't it? Really,
it
anyway,
is, and because I mean, obviously everything's just a basic shape at the end of the day, but it's how your eye visualise that basic shape. So that actually is going to be my colouring, which is very rare considering the last few I've done.
I just want to let people know, by the way, that we have the toppers that are available. Well, I say they are available. They're about to go. So if you had your eye on those as well, why there's that £12 saving on it, it's the 36 sheets. It is only now at £17.99. We are limited stock, and it won't be long before they've gone. So if they were on your radar, you were thinking about going for them, time is ticking on those. 370687. Literally only just a few of those left in stock for yourself. Sorry, Lou, just want to give people a bit of an update on those.
Fine. I mean, there is loads and loads and loads you can do with those toppers. I mean, there's so much in there.
Well, yeah. I mean, 36 sheets? Yeah.
It's amazing. I mean, I made a couple of cards last night, and I think all I did was cut 4 or 5 elements out of different sheets.
Yeah.
And I could have carried on and on and on. And then I was being really, really tight and cutting up, whereas there was a topper on there, and I was cutting into it and thinking, right, I could use the sentiment then 3 or 4 times as well.
Right.
So...
Were these ones done with the toppers as well?
Yes,
yeah, they were. Have you shown these already on the show?
I think they've been shown a couple of times.
Let me just show these as well. These are all done with the toppers, and again, there is only a few left of these. But I love this. We've got the little bag that's put together, which I think is absolutely so.
It was to be a
cute.
gift card holder. So instead of giving a gift card in a card, I
think
thought, why
that's
not
a genius
make?
idea.
make it like a present in its own right. So, and all the elements in there are from the toppers sheet, and all I've done is cut them out. So you could turn them into cards, tags.
Well, there's a lovely little bag. And then you've also done the sort of the wallet style as well, which I think is brilliant. So perfect for gift ideas. And these are all made from the toppers. Look at what you got in here. There's
and then the backing papers are from the one-day special. But that is all taken from... And when you consider some of them are small elements, some of them are, you know, are huge. And that I just did that because, you know, wallets have photo places in.
Yes,
I just thought it was somewhere nice to put your photo.
I think that's a really lovely idea for those. They really are. But, again, it is. There's a whole collection. There are so many pieces in there. They're great. There's full of projects, isn't there, really, in here?
Oh.
You think about, I say 36 sheets, but you think about how many projects are on one sheet.
But Nikki's designed them as well to fit wherever possible with your basic nesting dies. So your circles, your squares, your rectangles.
Right.
So you can put round. So if you've got, like the reindeer there, if you've got a little scallop one that can fit round, if not, use your circle die to cut it out. I mean, you can hand cut them out as well.
Yeah.
But they are designed to go with the standard layering dies that are out there, just to help speed up and also probably get as much out of your sheet as possible, isn't it? At the end of the day.
Yeah, really good. And that £12 saving on there. No wonder they're limited stock. Grab it if you are interested. Please go for them now. I love that wallet.
I just think...
I tell you, it's almost as thick as my wallet, but my wallet's full of receipts. There's not one receipt. It's not a real man's wallet, because there's no receipts falling out of there. That's all there is.
But it was just a different way to show... That was a card blank.
Yeah.
And then it was just taking some extra craft card and just the papers and the toppers, and it all came together relatively quickly.
Yeah, no,
and just a magnet to hold...
hold it all in place.
Hold it in place.
Closed. Yeah. Lovely, that.
It's just... It's something... different, I think, to... I know you have to give gift cards, but sometimes it's nice to just, you know, make it look like you put, you know, it's not just a gift card.
Yes,
if that
nice,
makes sense, sort of thing. You could go, oh, look, see?
Well, in fact, I'd get the gift card out and then I would use that, because that is actually a better nick than my wallet, to be quite honest. It's one of them.
So I'm just going to colour some of the trees up. And as I'm going to spend a lot longer on it, but it doesn't matter.
I love your colouring there. It's really lovely, though. It is.
I will put time into colouring as well as doing it quickly, but I have to be honest, say 9 times out of 10, if I was at home, I'd be colouring at this speed as well.
Yeah.
It's because my head's gone on to the next bit I want to do, or to colour, or I'm thinking, oh, if I could add this, if I add this, I'm going to blend that a little bit better. There we go. And then just get some brown for the trunks here. Now, I know these are water pens, but I'm not going to put, for speed, I'm not going to pull all the colour out.
No.
So we're going to do that like that. So now what I'd like to do, because remember I put those 2 marks, so I knew where the tree...
Yes, it was going to go, the house,
So my house now, my church, can sit there.
So, oh, so
I like that.
Great, yeah, I love that.
So I just wanted to show a different way to use the stencils that... Because I've obviously... Last night's demo with the stencils was taking all the different layers in, which you can still do, but you don't have to go so far. So if you only just want to do a nice, simple... I didn't want to mask all the trees off, hence why I've cut everything.
No,
out.
right, yeah.
I'm being honest.
Yeah.
It was quicker to cut out. So then all I wanted to do was just add another the second layer on top. Like that. Now, we could bring in some shading down there and down the bottom. I'm just going to grab one of these lovely little stamps.
Oh, which one's that one? Is that the...
It's just a little dots on it, but I just wanted to put it so it went...
Oh, I see, yeah.
So that I can bring in some of the colour from the background to the stamped areas that I've done. So it ties it in just a little bit more.
Yeah. But do you know, with that little bit you're doing there now as well, I can't believe what a difference that little makes to it for giving the whole thing just a much fuller image and ties in the trees and the church. It just ties that in. But I'm amazed that that one little stamp has managed to do that. That's great.
But I mean, if I got a water brush now, I could pull this out even further.
Right,
if I wanted to, and I really wanted to blend it in, I could bring my stencil in, and I could, you know, blend it out even further and go over. So you can expand this as much as you want it to.
Yeah.
So let's have a look. Where is that one?
I'll tell you what, you're having a look. We've also had an image that's been sent through to us as well from Carol. Has sent that through. Carol said, I love the Polka Doodles range as well. Can't wait for the Christmas collection, she says as well. I've been playing with collections that I own as well, and they all mix and match, and they're an absolute joy to work with as well. That's from Carol. But thank you, Carol, thank you so much indeed for your lovely message and for sending your picture through. What do you think about that then,
I
Lou?
do, I think it's brilliant.
Isn't
I'm sure that looks like a little bit of one or two of the Stamp Soup collections. All mixed in there.
She does say, Carol does say about, you know, that they're a joy to work with and they mix and match beautifully. So there may well be a couple of sets actually in that one.
I love the roofs. I think the roofs on those houses
they
are really
great,
cool, aren't they?
They are. A little wish. Oh, that's lovely, Carol. Thank you so much for taking the time to send it through to Lou and myself. That is really, really nice. And they do have a very free flow feel about them as well, but which I think has got. That's what I was thinking. There's a charm to them.
Yes. I think when Nikki draws, Nikki does it in a way that she doesn't want it to look complicated or make it feel that you need to be, say, a good inker, a good colourer, a good... She wants the design so you can actually see the basic shapes and you can then take your head or your crafting wherever you want it to go.
I'd feel I could be quite confident that I could sit and have a colour with these.
Yes.
And not feel that I'd have to be too precious or stuffy about it. You know, you seem like you've got a bit of a freedom that you can go slightly outside of a line here or whatever, and it would fit in with the style of that. And I don't mean that in a sort of taking it away from, you know, it's not that stuffiness. I think that's what you get that freedom with these.
And she said some of the images she draws deliberately, so to take that pressure off you when you're actually creating or you're actually designing, is to take that, like, I've got
definitely.
Because they are sketchy feels and there is one or two double lines, it doesn't matter if you go outside the lines, if that makes sense.
This is something, my little girl's 7 and she loves her colouring in, you know, she really has, and she, every time when she's not doing something, or she'll be doing something else and colouring at the same time if she can as well. But this is a kind of set that you think, well, I could give this to my daughter and she would sit there and play, but the thing with the stamping and creating, then colouring and working with it. So if you are looking at bringing younger people into crafting over, this is a sort of set that I think really lends itself to it, because it can be bold colours as well, can't it?
It can be bold, it can be subtle, I mean, it can be, like you say, uber girly that we did here. It can be so many different things, and children aren't quite as scared of having a play.
No, I see what you mean, yeah.
Sort of thing, nothing's right, nothing's wrong, it's like I'm creating in my head.
Yes.
So I'm just going to add a little bit of a glitter gloss pen down here. I just want to just highlight around the house and in the window, because I want to keep the house quite stark because I want it to actually stand out from what I've done there. And then the only other thing I would do is, in this instance, I probably would colour the wording in, and I'm just trying to think. I think I might go for like a metallic colour pen.
We've got about 3.5 minutes now.
Really?
I know. It's gone very quick.
Oh wow.
I've had a proper Sunday afternoon with you now, you see, Lou. I just loved watching the demonstrations. You do lovely demonstrations, lots of comments saying about that as well.
Oh, thank you. Great. Thank you. I love to play, really. It's not a chore, if that makes sense. I get... I do, you know, I would sit here and colour and cut out, you know, at home as well, not just because I'm here.
No, that's nice. That's when it's a passion, isn't it, as well, people enjoy. I'm sure there's lots of people that are crafting as we speak right now, watching the show as well, just to enjoy that whole relaxing, that therapeutic feel about doing something.
Yeah, if you're your mind can just go wherever you want your mind to go to.
That's nice, isn't it?
If that makes sense. And you can just go for it. And I think that's nice to be lost, you know, in your own world of wherever.
Yeah. well, with everything else being so either manic or rushing around here and everywhere, or and other stresses that people have as well, I think that there is that time out.
Oh, we all need it, don't we?
To do that is lovely, isn't it?
So I'm just going to colour in the words. And I said you don't have to colour in these. You could leave them as they are. Or emboss them. And if you use a slightly chunkier embossing powder, it would near enough do the colouring for you as well. So you could use a lovely chunky, like a mixed media powder, and it would colour it in. So I'm going quiet now, as not as I concentrate, as I just like, oh, I'm in the zone. You know when you just go, I'm in the zone now.
That's okay. We're having a little look to make sure, because we talked earlier on as well. We were saying there's so many people that that put all these lovely together, some samples, you know. And we're now having a look at some of the others on the back shelf, so you can sort of see. But they are
a huge thank you to Jen, Christine, Jane, Zelly, and Nellie, and obviously Nikki, as well, because there are. Without all those beautiful samples, and because everybody's brought their own style and their own personality to the samples, it's another way for people to actually see another way of using the stamp set. Not just that they're a made sample, that's someone's interpretation of taking the stamps in a totally different way.
Absolutely.
I mean, I love that one.
Isn't that? Look at all the mistakes that Lou made on that one with all those
I would say that's a Jen one, because I as well. But
that is beautiful.
I mean, that's just an ink blended background with the snowflake embossed. I mean, if you were batch making, you could do quite a few blended backgrounds, stamp that on in different embossing powders. It's like blue, you could do a nice silver.
Oh, that's very cool. That's beautiful. Lou, look, time is that's it with us. Our time has come together. We're going to leave Lou in the studio all night, so she'll carry on.
No.
When are you back on, Lou?
The 22nd.
The 22nd. Oh, well, listen, it'd be lovely if I was back in to be with you as well. Can we take a little finished picture so we're going to see that lovely piece that you've been working on? Look at that. Absolutely gorgeous.
And I just wanted it to be a direct contrast to the other piece using the stencils.
It's lovely and clean and all done in that time. Lou, thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you.
No, I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed as well for your company as well throughout the day. Please don't go anywhere. More just after this. OK, get ready, everybody. I know that Catherine's been working hard and loads of demonstrations she's done for you and lots of research on your Dremels. It's going to be a brilliant show. Then, of course, it's your Crafts 2 21st birthday one-day special.
Hi, I'm Lucy from Sweet Poppy Stencils, the Craft Station Limited. We're a craft retailer and we specialise in stainless steel stencils. Our stencils are manufactured in metal. This allows us to have designs that are intricate. We also have new products coming on board, our craft bonds, our pole drops, and our acrylic paints are joining us. We've recently joined Hochanda and we're really excited. This allows us to demonstrate and show our products. We know customers like seeing the demonstrations, so make sure you tune in and don't miss the Sweet Poppy shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Bev. Hi, I'm Sam. And we're from Be Crafty. Be Crafty is a family-run company. Sam is my sister. And we love bringing brand new products to Hochanda. We manufacture and design all our own ranges of stamps, inkables, MDF, lots and lots of inspiration that we love to bring and share with you. If you tune in to Hochanda to join us, you'll see that mine and Bev's style are totally different. But what that does is it brings you lots of styles and techniques that you can include in your crafting too. Our ranges are increasing all the time with the lovely hand-drawn images that Sam and myself are trying to bring to you, plus the fantastic new designs that we like to bring in the inkables, in the dinkables and the MDF as well, so you can use them across all different sorts of crafts and bring the best we can to Hochanda too. So make sure you don't miss the Be Crafty shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Joe from the Mill Shop Online. Welcome to the Mill Shop Online. As you can see, we're a lot of fabric here. We're very passionate about our fabrics. We're one of the largest online sellers in the UK of fabrics for upholstery, soft furnishings, and now the lovely craft market. Whether you're starting out with fabric or an experienced sewer, we love to bring projects that every ability can really have a go at. So don't miss the Mill Shop Online shows on Hochanda.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps.
So 3 years ago, we decided to embark on turning our own designs into polymer stamps. We're really excited about where this is going to take us in the future and how we can evolve those designs and keep bringing you something that's just so different. So we wanted to add an extra element to our stamp collection, and this was down to Josie using her iPad and hand drawing the amazing sentiments that we now have in our collection. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new. So make sure you don't miss the Daisy Bee shows on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. Back in the day there were very few quilt patterns in the marketplace, and so I started to bring patterns into the UK from America and Australia, and along the way I've been lucky enough to work with some fantastic British designers, and that is what really the essence of Daisy Chain Designs are. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows on Hochanda.
Hello, good afternoon everyone, or is it evening now? Who knows? 5 o'clock. I always get confused with that. Right, this is the second hour for Dremel. It's just me, unfortunately. I'm saying unfortunately because it is nice when you've got a real guest, but you've got me presenting and guesting this one. Actually, I do own a Dremel, and it's a tool that I absolutely love. I use it for DIY, I use it for crafting needs as well, and that's what we're bringing to you for this hour. Now, if you were watching the earlier show, that was at 1 o'clock. I did go through a number of the tools that we've got on offer for you, including the workstations and the extra bits and pieces as well. Now, we can't possibly cover everything in an hour, so anything I can't cover this time, if it was in the earlier show, I will say do catch that on rewind so you can get that information there. Now, we're going to go down the counter, we're going to have a look at everything, and I think the best way to explain how to use the tools and what everything is for is at the demonstration area, so probably most of that will be done there as well. So when we start, we're going to have a look at the Dremel Stylo. Now, I didn't use this hardly at all in the first hour, but we are going to use it more in this hour. Now, this is a really lovely tool. It's lightweight. If I just show you the tool itself, it's almost like holding a pen. Now, you do get an electric plug for it as well. You've got the adapter there, so they're just going to fix together, and it does run off the electric. Now, you do also get a glass etching kit with this one, which is really useful. This tool isn't just for glass etching, but it's a great way to start if you're looking for a Dremel that's for your crafting needs. You get another bag of accessories here as well. In there we've got the little wrench, which is very important. You've got sanding tools, you've got polishing tools in there as well, and tools used for cleaning. So a really nice little kit. We will come back to this more because I will be using this a little bit more in this hour, as I say. If you want to go for this one, though, we've got a £15 saving, £64.98. We can split that down into flexi-buy options for you. So 2 flexi-buys, we'll just spin that round. It's going to be £32.49. Item number 238386. Now, moving down. Now, we're looking at another Dremel tool here. Again, you can attach all sorts of accessories to this one. Now, you'll notice
there is a plug, but this one's different because we've got the USB cable. So this one is chargeable, so it's totally cordless. So when it's fully charged, of course, you can take this on the go. It's a little bit heavier than the stylus or the stylo. You can see you've got your different buttons there to change, you know, the speed that it goes as well. I'll explain about the other buttons and the bits and pieces as we get to demonstration area. But it's another version of our tool. Great, again, for your DIY and also, of course, for your crafting needs. Now, another tool set that we've got available as well that I know is a separate item, which is a nice add-on, either to this one or the previous one, is the woodworking set. We'll have a look at that in a second, but the details for this one are on the screen right now. And we've got FlexiBuy again, so 2 payments of £32.50, item number 338568. And it does say Dremel Light. That's because we do have another tool that is heavier than this one, but it is different, or it's a different shape, it's a different tool to the stylus that we've just seen. Right, now then, I did mention that woodworking set actually. I don't know if we've got the details for that now. This is a really handy little kit. Let me just see if I can open this up so you can see inside. Now, you have got in here various different items. Now, Maggie, if you're watching from Cool Cats, lovely Maggie sent me a message asking whether there were any attachments that would work for working on wood into little slots and areas. I think this would be the toolkit that would really work for you, because you've got all sorts of little sanded discs in here. You've got an engraving tool in there as well, or various different tools. You've got drills, so you can get into little areas with these discs here as well, and larger areas with these sanding blocks. They all fit into the tool that we've got on offer here, plus the other tools as well. So a great little addition if you want to go for that one. £18.99, item number 954465. Now, one of my favourite things on the show is actually this next item, and I hadn't actually seen it before it was sent to me a couple of days ago. Now, as I said, I do own a Dremel. I do have one genuinely, and I use it, you know, regularly, especially for DIY, and I'm going to be using it more for crafts in the future, because I've really got the bug after doing the show earlier. But I love this. This is our workstation. Now, I did set this up, and it's very easy to set it up. I did do that in the earlier show, so you can see how to do that if you want to get that on rewind. You will also get instructions as well. I have got this ready set up to do a little bit of a demonstration this hour as well, but it's a very handy tool because you can put your Dremel tool into this, and it really gives you an extra pair of hands, because you can see with the lever there, if you set your tool into there with the different accessories attached to the tool, for instance, if you wanted to drill, you put your piece of wood on the base there, you set this to the right height, down you go with the tool running, and there you can see that is going to work beautifully for holding everything nice and firm for you. You've even got a little station there to keep all your bits and pieces, and there's more features to this as well, which I will go through a little bit later on. A really good gadget. I do like this a lot. 777385 is the item number, and again we've got a FlexiBuy, I think, on this one, have we? We do. £51.98. There we are, 2 payments of £25.99. So if you want to add in any accessories, of course, you can split the costs on those as well if you've got that flexi basket open. Now, with another gadget here. Now, this is interesting as well. Now, there is another tool that we haven't reached yet that I will be using again in this hour. I did use it in the earlier hour. This will make more sense again when I get to demonstration. But basically, we've got a tool on the show, a Dremel tool, that is a really, really good one, the 3000, and it comes with the flexi shaft. So that enables you to use the tool without holding onto it, just by holding that lovely, it's just almost a stylus in itself there at the end, where you attach your accessories, and then of course you can hold the tool onto the stand. You can just flick the switch, the power goes through to the end that you're actually working with. It's just very, very handy, and this way you're not going to get tangled up with cables. Everything is going to be perfectly out of the way for you. Very easy to put together as well, and it clamps to your workstation or to your worktop, and it's also got a little area to put your drill bits and your tools in there as well. Really nice, a good price as well. £19.98 is the price on this one. 336357. Moving along, another great tool for your workshop or your workstation, your workbench, because again, this one is going to clamp. You can see this is clamped onto our worktop. Now this is a vise, but it's much more than a vise. So this is already set up, again, very easy to do that. It's a little bit difficult when I'm stood behind it to get the pressure rack, so I've got that many things in my way. There is a little blue button there that will mean that you can press that in and you can slide this backwards and forwards. So if you were holding a piece of wood or some sort of material in there, you can do. You can also adjust it from this centre bar as well. So of course you could bring that in much further. You can get those to actually touch, as you can see there. Not only that, it's not just for gripping those bits of wood and the pieces of material that you're working on. If you take these bits away, you can attach this eyelet. Now this is very clever because you've got the little nut there as well. That means that you can actually attach your tool into the vise so that you can run your tool and take your material to whatever you're using. So for instance, you may have a sanding disc or a grinding disc onto your tool. That's going to be held perfectly in the vise, so you don't have to worry about holding the tool at all. You just take your material to the vise. So again, a very handy gadget. I like this one a lot as well. £44.99, 2 flexi buys of £22.50. Item number 536931. Now the next item, we didn't get to use this in the earlier hour, so I did promise this one. We are going to see this hour. Now this is your Versatip. It comes in this lovely silver tin as well. You've got various attachments here. We do have another accessory set that will go very well with this, especially if you want to use this rather than soldering for your pyrography. I am going to be doing a little bit of that. I've not been able to practice this, so it's going to be live on air, whatever I end up doing, so it's going to be interesting. But I think you could have a lot of fun with this. This is a great gift for somebody as well. Everything comes so compact in that lovely tin, so if you wanted to buy for someone else, that is a lovely way to gift, isn't it? What an amazing tool. Of course, you can use it as a soldering iron as well, but it's much more than that. A great price on this one, and a flexi buy again. 2 payments of £20.50. Item number 673806. Now my favourite, I'm nicknaming this the Beast. Now this is actually the tool that I own. I have the Dremel 3000. This is a really lovely set. Now we have kind of unboxed this already. It comes already in this lovely carry case. So that is in the box. It's all packed away for you. Now, I know a lot of people, because I've had messages from people, have been asking me about the right tool, if they find things difficult to hold, maybe the weight of things. This is going to be the heaviest tool we've got on the show, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's not the right tool for you. I've already mentioned that flexi shaft, and we will be seeing this again this hour as well. This is what I'm talking about. If you're looking at that and thinking, well, that makes absolutely no sense, please bear with me. I'll be showing you how to use this. That way, you don't have to hold onto the tool. All your attachments go onto this end. You've got that lovely flexible shaft there as well, and it makes it very easy to work with. Plus, you can access different areas as well, rather than having a rigid tool. You do get accessories with this one as well. You get quite a number, actually. You get a lovely little box in there with various different discs and sanding discs, cutting discs in there, polishing. You know, you've got items there that work on pottery and stone as well. A really nice little kit. Not only that, we've got extras in there as well. We've got some drill bits for you, which are perfect. You know, a really lovely kit. If you can afford to go for this one, I think this would always be my choice. And I genuinely do own this particular Dremel. £10 saving on this one as well. Flexi buy again for you, so you can split the cost down. There we go. 2 payments of £51.74. Item number 559642. There we go. So, of course, everything you can find on the website. Let's pop over there now, because, of course, you can see what you need to see on there. You can see all of those different accessories as well. We do have the glass etching kits separate, so if you weren't going for the stylo and you wanted to go for one of the other tools, you can still get the glass etching kit and use that as well. So just because we're giving certain accessories with one tool doesn't mean that's all it does. It certainly doesn't. There are so many different attachments. Oh, Maggie's emailed in as well. She's sorted and she's ordered.
Oh, thank you, Maggie. Do you know, I really wanted to find time to actually work with that particular set to show Maggie, but I hope she trusts me. There's so many attachments, so many accessories, we can't possibly get through everything. Saying that, if anybody's got any questions, please do email in studio@hochanda.com. I am going to be totally honest with everybody. Although I do own a Dremel, I do have the 3000, a lot of these accessories and bits and pieces, these gadgets that are on the show today, I didn't see until 2 days ago. So I'm still getting my head around a few things. I've been working, so, you know, I'll share with you what I know. If I'm not sure, I'll be honest about that and I will find out the answer for you as quickly as possible. Right, okay, what shall we start with? Well, I did promise a fair few things this hour, didn't I? I think what we will start with, if I just lift it in, is our workstation. Now, I did show you how to set this up earlier. You'll notice I've already got a tool attached. Now, it's very easy to put your tool into the workstation. It fixes in with a screw nut at the bottom there, so it holds nice and tight. If you want to see how I did that, you can watch that earlier show, and it's all set for you. Now, I have put a drill bit in there as well. I'm just going to find my piece of old wood. I'm just going to put that onto the base. Now you can set the height of this very, very easily. There's a little turn lever at the back there, which means this is going to rise up and down on the pole there, on that shaft there. You can also turn this around. I will actually just demonstrate that now, although I did do it earlier. If I can get my fingers in there. If you turn the little notch at the back, the little handle at the back there, you can actually turn this around. So I'm going to drill, so I would obviously want that vertically. I would want that facing down. But this way, if I fix that in position as it is, and you can angle it at all sorts of different angles. If I, for instance, had a grinding wheel or a cutting wheel or a sanding wheel, something like that, probably a sanding wheel would be a really good example. I could have the machine running, the tool running, and take my material again to the tool. So really, really useful. I have actually got this plugged in, I believe. So I'm just going to switch this on. Can you see the drill going? Now I can take the speed up as well. I'm not going to go anywhere near that with my fingertip because it is a drill bit. But you can see there, that was a sanding wheel, and I took my wood to the wheel. I can shape and sand while it's all there on the worktop. Okay, so I'm just going to turn that back. I'm just going to turn that around again, so that's now facing downwards. If I move that lever, I can see if I've got that centrally to my base. I just want to make sure that that is going to work nicely there, so I can tighten that up exactly where it wants to be. Very important to check that because you don't want to hit your base. Now, I have already sort of preset this height. I'm doing things a little bit back to front, just so that you can see this on camera. Let me just point out another feature with this as well. You can put your cable over the top of this, and that just slides in and out. You've also got some little clips at the side here as well. You just want to push that in. I'm trying not to stretch the cable because I'm on an extension at the side of me. That's going to keep your cable neatly out of the way, so you're not going to be causing any damage. You're not going to get yourself tangled up. We're thinking safety here. So obviously that is now ready to go. You can actually clamp your materials to the base if you want. You can also fix this to your worktop. So if you know this is going to be in a permanent position, you do really want to be screwing that down, because that's a really, really good way of using this tool to keep it out all of the time and having it nice and secure. Now, if I just turn the lever there like that, you can see this drill is going to hit. If I take that away, you can see as I've got this set up, that's going to go right through into that base. So I know, in theory, that I should be able to drill a hole straight through this piece of wood without any problems. Here goes. Well, one more thing to show you actually, and then we're going to do it. When you put your tool in here, you can see you've got easy access to the control there, so you can pick up the speed. You can see it's on off, and then we go right up to number 10. That's the highest speed, so you can variegate that speed. Also, if we look through the little window here, you can see the blue button. That is the locking button for when you change your attachments. So you can actually change your attachments with the tool in position. You don't have to take it in and out. You can change those with it in position. So just very, very quickly, just to show you this, I'm just going to turn on the speed. We'll go quite high with this. I'm going to use the lever at this side. I'm going to hold my wood in place. And
And there you can see straight through. I'll just leave that run. Let's do another one. Let's do one or two of these. I'm going to go down a little bit more with this one. And you can see you've got those holes drilled. I'm just going to go a little bit higher with the speed. That sounds better straight away. Now, let me just turn that off and I'll show you why I did that. The first one, I could tell by the sound it went so far through, and then it sounded as though it was struggling a little bit. That just told me the speed wasn't high enough. If I turn this around, you can see where the speed wasn't high enough on this one. I've not gone all the way through. On this one I have. I'm just going to do that one more time so you can see. We'll go in this corner here so you can see. So I know the speed wants to be up high. Let's hold the wood down with the lever. There's our nice drill hole there. If I turn that to the back, you can see it's gone right through. So a very, very handy tool, and certainly not just for drilling. Okay, right, now I'm just going to unplug that for a second because I don't want to be changing bits and pieces around without unplugging. So what you've got here at the bottom, if I did this in reverse, I might need to use my little wrench in a while, but you've got a locking nut there. You just need to unscrew that, take it right off, and then you can lift your tool out of there and use it by hand as well. So I'll come back to that in a little while because I do want to move on. And I've got much more to show you, so I probably will use that tool. That was the 3000. I'll hopefully get to show you that flexi shaft again as we go through the show. But I'm quite excited to show you the glass etching because, oh, now then, we are going to use a different tool. We are going to use our stylo. Now this is very different to the tool I've just had. It's much smaller, it is lightweight. Now there's something important about this one as well, and I discovered this earlier today actually. I thought we'd got a fault with the electric. It was actually me that was at fault, and I'll tell you for why. When you look at the other tools, including the 3000 that I've got in the workstation, also the cordless one here, you've got a blue button on top. Now that button is your locking button, so when you change your accessories it just holds everything nice and firm so you can unscrew and screw back up to hold those accessories in place. You do get a little wrench as well. So that's the button that you press. So of course, because I've been thinking of that, I'm thinking blue button, that's my locking button. No, that's actually the power on button on this one. The locking button is on the bottom. So you do need to remember that. Right, now when it comes to accessories, you do get a glass etching kit with this one, which is really, really nice. So here it is. This is the glass etching kit. You've got various different tools in here. Now I'm going to go for this one to start with. Now this is it's kind of got that bird end to it. It's like a little ball tool, but it's not smooth. Okay, because we've got to etch glass. So we're talking about jars and bottles and sheets of glass. Very handy little tool and very easy to work with as well. Now you do get a wrench with your set as well. I think I've probably put mine in the wrong box, but not to worry, we'll find it. Now what you need to do, that locking nut, that isn't the one on the top, on this one it's the one on the bottom. You want to unscrew as you're pressing in that button. Now if you just have a look at the top here, you'll see that's opening out. Now that's a lot, I have got quite a lot of dust in there by the way, it wouldn't be white normally, but I want to clean out because I was playing earlier. So you can see as I screw and unscrew that, that's what's going to hold your accessories. So just to screw back together, that's going to start closing off. So I'm going to pop my little tool in there, just make sure I can fit it in, make sure I've got that opening wide enough. There we are. There you can see. Now, a little tip for you here as well, don't just grab the end of these tools. You want to make sure that they are pushed a fair way in. Give about 1 centimetre from the top to where it starts to shape. You will know what I mean when you can see that it is shaped. So I'm just going to tighten that now by fingertips. I am pressing that locking button at the bottom because you won't be able to turn that and grip it the same without. There is a little wrench that you can also, as you press that button in, just tighten that up as well. Right, now important is to wear some sort of eye protection. So whether it's a pair of goggles, in this case because my eyesight is failing a little bit now, I am actually going to wear my glasses because I want to see what I'm doing. So these will act as protection. What I'm going to get from the glass isn't shards of glass, it's going to be dust because it's going to give you a really fine dust. So there's no sharpness on it, but it can be an irritant, and of course you may breathe that in. So it would be also a good suggestion to wear some sort of face mask. You can get proper dust masks. I'm wearing my face mask just because I need to talk to you as well. A little warning, can be quite loud when I start working with this, so if I do go quiet, it's probably because I think you won't hear me. Right, before I do that, I'm going to find a piece of glass. I'm also going to give you a little bit of a tip and a hint as to what's coming up later in the One Day Special, because of course John Lockwood is launching a new One Day Special. And I asked John if I could borrow something, actually. We have got the most beautiful alphabet stamps. They are absolutely gorgeous. Wait until you see them. So John has just stamped a few letters out for me. And I'm going to use this one, the letter D, because I think that is so pretty. They're all beautiful. Now, what I've got also is a piece of glass. Now, this is just from a picture frame, and the reason I've chosen this is simply because you can see better what I'm doing. But you could etch onto candle jars, onto recycled jars, onto your tumblers, all those different things you could etch onto. So there's different ways that you can make your patterns. If I just find where have I put my glass jar, there it is right in front of me. So if you've got a glass jar, perhaps if you want to print off a copyright-free image or something you've drawn yourself, you can do that. You could cut that down. This one's too big, obviously, but pop that inside your jar so that you can see through there and use that as a guide. So you could see where to etch that way. But just for the purpose of the demonstration, I'm going to keep this nice and flat for everybody so that you can see what I'm doing. Now, the tool I've got in there is the smaller ball tool, because that for me is going to give me the finer detail. Then I'm going to move on to a different tool. So mask on, glasses on. Now, you could tape down your template. I'm just going to place this over here, and I've got some black card to go so you can see what I'm doing in a little while. Something else you need is a damp cloth. You're going to need to keep wiping away the dust as you go along. So remember, the on-off button is the blue one on the top. You can change the speed. I'm probably going to go quite high with this, actually, so I'm going to start. I'll start on number 4, and I may just turn that up a little bit. So just turn on. Obviously, plug your plug in. You can hear the sound. If I just move that dial, you can tell how the sound changes. Okay, so that's the highest speed. And it really is just like using a pen. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to turn this to make it a little bit easier on myself. And first of all, I'm just going to make an outline. Now, don't worry if you don't get this completely straight. I'm probably just going to spin that round as I go. Now, go in one direction as well. I'm just going to make sure, this is why it's a good idea to take this to the glass, really. But not to worry, I'm just going to go around, and I'm going to do the whole outline. Okay, now I am going to fill that area in and neaten that up in a little while, but while I've got the smaller tool on, I'm going to work with some of the details. So I'm just going to line it up a little bit better. So now I'm going to start working on this smaller detail. So it's almost like colouring in. So you can see where the dark areas are. I'm almost using that ball tip as a colouring tool. So you can see there, just using that, filling that in, down this one. Just going to turn that off for a second so you can hear me. Now, obviously what I'm doing there is almost tracing that through, but you can see the dust that's forming, so you want to just keep wiping away. Now, you probably can't see much there, but if I bring in the black card, this will help. Obviously, I've not done a great deal so far, but you can see now where I'm starting to build this detail up. So from there, I would continue doing those flowers. I have got one that I worked on a little bit earlier that's not finished, so I've done a little bit more on the letter K. That dark area there is where my damp cloth has got, I think. That will soon clear again. So you can see I've got those little flowers there. So when you've done all the small detail, what you want to do then is press the locking nut again, or the locking button, and I'm just going to take away that accessory, and I'm going to switch it around for another one. Where did I put those? There they are. And I'm actually going for this one, which is a larger ball. Again, it's not smooth, you can see. It's like a diamond tip, really. So place that into my tool, about 1 centimetre to where it starts to shape off, and again, using my fingertip or my thumb, whatever I can use, I can then tighten that up again just by pressing in that button and twisting that round. Let me just try and get that in there. Right, sometimes, let me just get that going now because I've made that too big, that hole. If you feel as though the button's not pressing in, just twist the top as you press, and then you'll feel it go in, and then you can start to see, look, that's going to, whichever way you go, one way it's going to open out, the other way it's going to close in. So let's put that accessory back in there. We'll tighten that up. I'm unscrewing it, I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? There we are. Pressing that locking button in at the bottom. There we are. Just finger tight. You've got that wrench if you want to really lock that in position. Now what I'm going to do now, I have got the letter K, but I've already done a lot of this, so just so it's easy for you to see, I'm going to tidy this up a little bit more just by using the tool on the black card so everybody can see. So again, speed on. I'll start in this one that I did because that looks very untidy there, just to show you how you can loosen off. So I'm almost using the outline as a guide now. You can actually feel it with the tool. And just almost no pressure, just let the tool do the work. So it's tracing that, just tracing that round. This is very loud, I'm so sorry guys in the gallery. I'll just turn that off for a second, I know everybody's struggling to hear me. Right, if I just wipe that away again, you can see that dust. And you can see how that's starting to fill in now. So you just want to keep working at that. Same again, I'm just going to do a little bit more here. Just turn that off again. So obviously at home when you've got more time you can just keep working away at that. Make sure you always clean off that dust. Now it kind of disappears a little bit like that, but it will as that dampness dries, that's going to come through again, so you've got that etched look. So if I just bring this one over here, again that was just an image that was printed off. You could use a stamp if you've got your own stamps. You could stamp an image and then trace through that one as well and start to build up. So think about upcycling all those jars. Think about upcycling all those candle jars. Maybe turn them from plain ones into Christmas ones. You can do all those different things. Personalising as well with a little tip. You can also use the little tool to do numbers and letters and finer detail as well. Right, okay, obviously I could keep going on with that. You want keep practicing, but we've got so much to show you. I do want to move on to something else, so we're just going to give you an idea of how to use Flexi actually, just in case you didn't know, while I get ready for another demonstration.
Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping baskets, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly Flexi-Buy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Oh, thank you, Leonie. Right, now I did promise you to use that set with the soldering iron in, but not as a soldering iron. Now, something I want to show you as well, we do have available the Dremel VersaTip. Now, I've taken mine out of here. There are 4 different tips on here. I've got one somewhere that is full. Here it is, I found it. I did bring it down the counter with me. There you go, that's better. You can see what you're actually getting there. So you can see, using this here, you've got those different effects, different lines, very interesting tools in here as well. These will all work with the soldering iron if you want to use them for your pyrography. So that's what we're going to do next. And as I say, I only got everything 2 days ago, so I haven't really had time to practice with anything. It's just been, I've spent whatever time I've had just checking I can set the tools up properly, know how to build up the workstation, that sort of thing. But I already love this. I've had a very, very quick go with this one. Now, because we're trying to sort of explain that these aren't just for DIY, these are for crafters. This could open up a whole new arena of crafting projects that you can create. So this is a really good tool. Now, I think most people know what, if I can say it right, pyrography is. It's where you burn wood. So you can put beautiful detail into wood. Now, there are certain woods that are better than others, so something like birch, maple, balsa wood, basswood, that sort of thing. They're all really, really good. Harder woods you can burn, but they're harder to burn, so your softer woods are better. And something that hasn't got a lot of grain in there. So you can use pine, but if it's really knotty and grainy, then you can have a few issues. You want something that's a little bit cleaner to look at. Also, if you're using something that's got a lot of sap in there, fir trees and conifers and that sort of thing, you don't want too much sap. But let me just bob down here. Look what we found in the studio. I've just been chopping trees down this weekend. I'm going to be slicing them up for burning those wooden tops of theirs and putting some nice designs on them. But for now, I'm just going to show you the tool to start with, and then we'll have a little play with this. So what you've got, when you take the tool from the tin, because you get that lovely tin with it, this runs from butane gas. So that's the gas that you would just use in a lighter. So it's very easy to get hold of that. You just apply in the end there, very easy to do. You just kind of push the canister against that and the gas will go into this area here. Now, there is safety locks on this, and there's a 2-part safety mechanism, so to speak, to be able to turn this on. So obviously this is going to get very, very hot. You don't want to be using this around children. You don't want to let children use it. But there is safety mechanisms on there. So you can see what we've got here. We've got a lock-in button, and we've also got, I don't really want to call it a speed button, but that's going to allow the gas to come through. So the higher the gas is, the more the gas is coming through, the hotter this is going to get, and you will hear that. Now, I am going to use this lock-in switch, and it won't just move on its own. There's something you need to do. So at the top here, can we see where that is blue? If I just turn that to the side, you've also got a little bit that comes out at the bottom there as well. Now, it's quite hard to explain what I'm doing, so I hope you can see it. I'm going to kind of push back to allow that little latch, I'm going to call it there. That will come over the edge of this part here. And then I push down. As I push down, I lock. Okay, that's lock-in. Now, what you do need to make sure you do, I've just taken that off for a second, you should hear a noise. There we go. You will not have set that going unless you hear that noise. So if you do it and it doesn't work, you can let go of that now. You can see what's happening already. That is starting to glow. So that is going to get really hot. Now, I have put one of the tips on from the VersaTip pack, and it's the finest one. Don't expect instant results. You do need to get this hot. Now, if I move that slider there, I think you can hear the sound. So now it's up to full power. So I'm just going to grab, this is a little bit of birch. This is just something that I wrap thread around. So I'll give it a little bit of time, and I'm just going to test that this is working. So if I just scratch along the top there, you can see at the moment not a lot is happening. Actually, I can just see it starting to come. So you can see that is nice and hot now, okay? Now I am just going to turn that off again for a second because there's something else I want to do. So to turn off, you need to push back on that latch again and let that sort of click off and turn off that lock, and that will switch it off. So you're lifting there and that will release the lock and that will turn that off. Don't expect it to be cold instantly. It will not. That will be very, very hot. So you need to make sure you put that out of reach, not where you're going to put your arm on it or your elbow on it. You need to make sure that's nice and safe. Now what I have got, this is just a scrap of an old box. I think it must be one of Leonie's part-made samples or something, but it's the right sort of wood. It's a nice soft wood without too much grain in there, so I could work with this. How would you come up with your designs? Well, there's a number of different ways. What you can do is go freehand if you're very clever. What you could do is have a designer use a carbon paper and trace that through. That's another way of doing it. Or what you could do is really cheat and find a stamp, a rubber stamp. Now this is one of the Be Crafty Girls stamps actually. Oh, they're on apparently on Thursday. I haven't got a stamping block, so I'm making use of the lid. And I'm not really worried if I don't get this to stamp perfectly. But I'm just going to stamp down onto the wood so it gives me some sort of guideline. So that's not too bad at all. So you could actually, I've done that quite dark. You don't want to use a really heavy ink because you're going to burn through this, but it could give you a guideline. So then, of course, you can start to trace that through. So I'm not going to change the attachments because it's going to be too hot to do that. So I am going to just work with the fine one. So again, just to show you, I'm lifting up that latch there. So if I can turn that to the side, so you can see that. Right, if you watch what happens there, hopefully you can see it. If I push on there, it gives me that freedom to lift that over there and get the lock. Now that time it didn't make that noise, so I know I need to do it again. You must have that noise. Okay, so let's try again. Watch me not be able to do it this time. Actually, it is glowing red. I think it's because I've already got the heat to it there, so you can see it's glowing red. And I can turn that up and down. I would have preferred that to be completely cold so I could have done that properly for you. But let's see if we can get this going. I don't know if that has actually set off properly or not. Let me just turn that off again. I might have to let this cool down again, but you can see the glow has gone off again now that I've taken that off. So let's just do that again. I think because it's still hot, I'm not going to get that whistle, but you can see it's starting to glow again. So all I would do with this now, I might have to let it heat up a little bit more. Oh, it's just starting to burn through. I'm just testing it there. So now you can start to trace those lines. And depending on the tip that you're using, you will get different thicknesses of lines. So I'm really just sort of tracing through that design. You will see a little bit of smoke. You can see how that's working. But what you can also do, I'm just going to put my glasses on actually. What you can also do is go freehand. So for instance, if I wanted to do a little bit of cross-hatching or, you know, some extra little stems in the centre of this here, or if I want to colour that in and burn that away and fill that area in so it's blacker, I would definitely use a larger tip for this normally, but as I say, I can't change the tip simply because it's going to be too hot at the moment. But you can start to fill in almost again, you're colouring with this. So really, really handy. Definitely use those larger tips. This one is shaped, so I can use the point of it or I can use the side of it because it is shaped. Take it nice and steady, don't try and rush it. It will smell a little bit, you can see a little bit of smoke, but other than that, it's very easy to work with and it's not going to cause any issues. Again, maybe if you want to wear the eye protection, you can. But you can see there how quickly that is starting to colour that in as well. So again there, if you want to just follow those lines, if you just want to do the outlines, you can do. Really bring that detail through. So if you've got any stamps that you've got in your drawer that haven't been used for a long time that you really like and you want to use them in a different way, this is a great way of using them. Now, because I've got a little bit of grain there. This is why it's best not to have wood that's got too much grain in it. I'm going to colour that bit in now, actually. Can you see where I'm using the side of the tool? I can fill that area there as well. Okay, right, so you can see how that works, and that's really starting to come together. So I'm just going to turn that off again. So again, I'm going to push on that switch and unlock, and that's going to turn that off, and you can see the glow has gone straight away, but it's still very, very hot. So do not put your arm on that, whatever you do. Do not work with that where children are around. Okay, so I'm just going to pop that to one side so it can be cooling off. We can also, while I've got this here as well, I can also be setting up to show you how to use a wood engraver as well, because we can do the same sort of technique where we can carve into this. So I don't know if we can just throw to a VT or something while I find my bits and pieces out, because I have got accessories to dig out, and I'm going to change the tool for you as well. Right, we've got Freedom coming up. I will be back. It's only $5.97 now, remember. Do watch this, and if you haven't joined, it's well worth it.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, newsletters, competitions and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888, and join Hochanda Freedom today.
Oh, thank you, Leonie. Now, everything is on the website. Do you know what I haven't said as well is there is so much information to be found on the internet as well. So if you want to look for tutorials, if you want information as to what accessories to use, there is tons and tons and tons of help out there. So do have a look. Do you know, it's like everything, you need to practice, but we've got so many different accessories, not just available on the show today, but many, many more that can be brought in the future as well and are available out there. I mean, there's cutting tools for plastic, for glass, for wood, for, you know, you've got drills for metal, for wood, for glass as well. There's all sorts of incredible different accessories. We're talking using ceramics. You could make mosaic pieces, you could make jewellery, polishing, cleaning, taking rust away from things, cutting, grinding, sharpening. That's another good reason for having a Dremel, actually. If you want to sharpen things, great tool for that as well. But we do want to sort of get the crafters involved a little bit more, because when we think of Dremel, if you've heard of the tool, you do tend to think of DIY. You do think of that. You don't tend to think of crafts so much, but it's a very versatile tool for crafters. Now, I've brought in this one next because I have shown the other tools. We've seen the 3000, we've seen the stylo. This is actually the Dremel Lite. This is the one that charges up. So it's a little bit lighter than the 3000, but it's heavier than the stylo, and it's a different shape, but a really handy tool. You do get, of course, the plug. You get the USB charger as well. There's a little access point there at the back where you plug in your charger. When it's ready to go, you'll see, when it's on charge, I should say, it will light up there. It will be red when there's not enough charge in there. It will go green when it's charged. And when you turn it on, you can tell that you can change the speed of this one as well. Now, I'm back to that locking nut in blue now, so it's now back at the top. It was just the stylo that was at the bottom. And the locking nut, or the locking button, is very important, because this is where you're going to put your attachments in the end here. Now, you can unscrew this collar. Not going to need to do that for this demonstration. Probably won't need to do that often, actually, but that's what you'd need to take off if you were mounting this into the workstation, which you can see if you go and rewind to the previous show. So I'm just going to put that back into position. Again, there you're going to need to press that locking button there, because at the end, as you just twist that, and you can feel it go. First of all, when you press that button, it's as though it won't push in, but when you start to twist on the end there, it will go in, and that will allow you to open up that little collar to put your accessories. Now, when it comes to the wood kit, I'm just going to find, again, we've got various different tools here. So I'm going to find, there's a couple of little ones, very similar actually to the glass etching. So you've got almost the ball tool on the end there. You've got little burrs on the end of this, so little grooves in there. So I'm just going to pop this small one in place first. Again, position that so you've got about 1 centimetre from the top of that collar there to where it starts to shape off. Again, you can twist by hand to get that sort of finger tight, leaving that button pressed in. Then with your little ratchet that you've got, your little wrench, you want to give that a little bit of a twist extra just to make sure that's really tight. Then you can release the button and you're ready to go. So again, eye protection is a good idea. If you're going to cause a lot of dust, you want a dust mask on as well. But again, I'm just going to turn on, and I will increase the speed on this because I know I want it a little bit faster than the lowest speed. But if you're wanting to use this for engraving, again, just use it like a pen. So I'm almost just sort of working into there and tracing through. Now the idea is it's best really to go in one direction rather than going backwards and forwards, because you will go against the grain. Sometimes you need to go in more than one direction if you're sort of carving out. You can use the bigger tool as well, but you can see if I just dust away there. Just take a little bit of time and start to carve away. Now what I tended to do when I did have a quick practice with this earlier was use the smaller tool to do the outline of something. So if I just wanted to, let's say we want to put a stem on here, you could use that to form the stem. I'm going to go this way up actually. Okay, and you can just keep working over that. But when you've got a bigger area, I'll just turn that off a second, then you've got the larger ball tool. So I'm going to go with that one now. So again, it's a case of pressing in that locking button, just undoing the collar there. I need that little wrench now because I know I've tightened that up. Okay, so you only unscrew it as much as you need. And then let me just grab that little button there. Sometimes I get carried away and I unscrew the whole thing rather than just the end. Let's just get that there. Again, you can feel when that button goes into place. So if I take it right out, let me just show you something else actually. So you can see where that all fits. So there's your screw area that holds that little collar. That's what goes into place there. That screws that right on there. So that wants to be really tight down. And then, as I say, push that button in and start to just release that end bit to get the tool out. Okay, now I think I've over-tightened this now, so I'm just going to have a little play with my wrench and get this one out. Let's have a look at the website as I'm doing this. I've got it out now. Isn't that typical? As soon as you take the camera off me, we've done it. Okay, right, okay, there you go. So you can see everything on the website. I'm just putting this back into position. Again, always make sure that you put your tools away, because if you don't, you're likely to misplace them. So again now, I'm just going to finger tighten this. I must press that little switch in there. You can hear the click, so I know that's now holding. That's finger tight. Sometimes I don't know my own strength. You don't need to over tighten with the wrench. So just a little nip and that's nice and tight. So now, this is the larger tool. If I just turn this on again, I'm going to go quite high with this so we've got more speed. I've gone quite deep with that on purpose, just to show you. Oh, it's still going. There we are. Just to show you how you can really carve out. So spend a bit of time. Again, you could carve in between each of those petals and really bring that detail out. Now what you can also do, and it is quite important actually, you'll never get a super smooth finish using just the tools. So you will want to sand into those areas afterwards. You've got various different attachments, or you could just use a file or a piece of sandpaper. But what you can also do is go over the top with varnish if you want to bring colour into this. It sits into the wood, so where you've got those softer areas, it will really pick up the colour from a varnish or a stain, and it will look amazing.
So lots of different ways of working with these tools. We've got so many different, I'm just thinking as well, polymer clay is another one of mine. Polishing it, engraving it, drilling into it, perspex, acrylic, plexiglass, all those sort of things are the same. You've got your glass, you've got your metal, aluminium, woodworking, of course, we've seen there, your glass etching. There is so much that you can achieve. Now let's show you the different tools that we've got, and I'll talk to you about these as we go through. So the Dremel Stylo, this is very lightweight, it acts like a pen. So you've got the different attachments. You do get the glass etching set with this, but you can also buy the woodworking and other attachments to work with this tool. But this is a great one if you are just looking at something for your carving, for your etching, for your engraving. A really good little tool for that. Now, if you want to go a little bit higher with this, if you want to go for the cordless, if you want something a little bit more to experiment with maybe, this one's a slightly heavier tool, but the bonus of this one is you can take it on the move, you can take it anywhere because you can charge it up. It's got the USB cable so you can charge from, you know, your stations, or you can plug it into the electricity because you've got the plug there as well. You've got some great attachments with that one, and of course other attachments will fit as well. So a really good tool if you want something that you can craft with on the go or use for your DIY needs without the cables. Now, when it comes to the soldering iron, this is the one that you can turn it into that wonderful tool to do your pyrography. Now, we do have the extra tips available as well. You can use what's already in the set there, but you can, it is worth, if you can go for it, to go for those extra tips as well. You could also use this one. If you watch Katrina from Rowan-Dean, how she uses a soldering iron or a little iron to seal the edges or burn the fabric, you can use that for this as well. Also, for cutting something like mylar, making your own stencils, you can burn through materials like that, so you can create your own stencils. You've got a lovely slicing knife there, a knife that will cut nice straight edges or nice even pieces. So a very good tool again. Lovely little tin with that one as well. Now next for you, let's have a look, the 3000. This is the one I actually have. Now if you're wanting to use for DIY, again, this feels the part because it's a heavier tool, but the bonus of this one, not only do you get lots of attachments with it, you get that lovely carry case, but you also get the flexi shaft as well. That flexi shaft, if you want to see how that's used, I did use it on the earlier show. I know I'm not going to have time on this one now. Please go back to 1 o'clock and see how that works. That means that from a heavier tool, this is really versatile. It means you can hang the tool up, you can still get to the switch to turn it on, but you use the tool by the flexi shaft and all those attachments fix into that, so it makes it very, very accessible, very easy to use and very lightweight to use as well. So really good tools. It's very difficult within an hour to show you everything I want to show you, and I know there's a lot of questions I won't have covered. Please do feel free to contact me through Facebook or email or any way you can find me and ask questions, and I will help out. I've got lots of practicing to do with this because genuinely I only got everything just a couple of days ago, and although I've used this before at home for DIY and for my polymer clay and that sort of things, there's techniques I've never done yet that I really want to explore, so I will be continuing my journey with this. Thank you for joining me. Much more to come. We've got that one-day special coming up next. Yes, coming up next we do have Crafts 2. It's the 21st birthday one-day special with John. Then we've got another hour with the lovely Jo Channon of Craft Treat, of course, and then another hour with Crafts 2.
If you love cake and you love to bake, we've got something you're going to enjoy. Here at Hochanda's Crafty Kitchen, we'll be introducing you to brand new guest demonstrators from the world of baking and cake decorating, who will be on hand to inspire you with sugar flour making techniques, food flavouring ideas, baking kits in a bottle, and as well as showcasing some very fashionable kitchen aprons. Watch out for brand new products, some very bespoke to the baking world, but others you can utilise within the world of craft, which will allow you more flexibility between the different mediums. Intrigued? Well, set your temperatures, set your timers, and tune in every fortnight to see what's in the oven on the Crafty Kitchen.
Flexi Order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Our kits are really easy, and I hope they inspire you to have a go at stitching. Since we've been on Hochanda, we've had a great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch Hochanda and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my Rowan Dean shows on Hochanda.
Did you know you can continue watching Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for free, using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If you're not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember to have your router's password to hand, whether you're using a wired or wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type hochanda.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcast and access to previous shows. So now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV, whenever you feel crafty.
Said this for a while. Do you know what it's time for? Fun and Frolics with John Lockwood.
Yay!
There you go.
I get to do jazz hands.
I love it. Now, John, so you have brought for us another one-day special, all part of Crafts 2 birthday.
It is, yeah. We wanted to showcase the best of the brands that we have.
Yeah.
And one of the things I will say to people at home is, after this one-day special, we're finished for September.
That's it.
Yeah. So we're not going to be back next week.
Okay.
We have put everything together. We wanted to showcase everything, and 2Js has become a really important part of Crafts 2.
Yeah.
And it almost shows we started out with press cut and Crafts 2 tools, and embossing folders, where we started 21 years ago.
Yeah.
And we've brought it right up to date now with our latest brand, which is 2Js, which combines beautiful design with excellent value, and that's really what we wanted to do.
So what inspired you to put this collection together with the beautiful florals, and then you've also got the dies too?
It was what we did. We were offered this design. So, 2Js, we use designs from all different artists.
Got you.
We fully license and make sure everyone's covered on it. But we were offered these, and I just absolutely loved them.
Right.
And when we were able, we worked really, really hard with our manufacturers to get these at a ridiculous value.
Yes, they are.
Because everyone's commented this on all day, and I thought, we need more to go with it.
Yeah, yeah.
So I designed the die set, which gives you the letters, so just the lowercase, to fit exactly with these capitals.
Excellent.
But also to fit exactly with my previous bold alphabet.
Right.
So if you've got that, these will carry on that and the same size. And to be honest, the plate with the hashtag, which I call the hashtag plate, with the punctuation, was actually done a year ago. And I've been waiting for a collection to come together with it.
Right, yeah.
So that was why we put this one-day special together, because it gave you everything together and it really brought it in.
And they are so beautiful. These, I mean, I just love the florals. Okay, do you take note of the saving? You've got a £5 saving on here. So it's £46.97, or again you can spread the cost. I mean, just look at this. Spread the cost on Flexi by 2 payments of £23.49, 531056. But already what most of you are going for is the complete collection. So as well as the one-day special, we've also got these two lovely dies. Can you tell us about
these? Jane suggested these and asked for them. She asked if I would do some small flowers. She said, people always want small flowers for little cards and for finishing off cards.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I was sceptical.
Right.
So I drew the small flowers and the small leaves. And I got the samples through and I went, oh yeah, okay, so I've done what she wanted. I cut them and it was almost like I fell in love with them.
Right.
I've been since these have come, I've been making smaller cards, so they really finish it off.
Yes.
And you see here this chest. Sam made that chest with all the little,
there we go.
with all the little foliage and flowers and things on it. So Sam actually made that, which because he loved it, and he's not a flower person.
Right. Yeah.
But they're so easy. But the small flower plate has a collection. There's some new ones in there, but there's small versions of the flowers that I've already done. So there's small versions in there of the blossom.
Right.
There's small versions in there of the gerbera daisy, of the bee balm.
Yeah.
Of the tatty daisy. There are small versions of everything, but I think you get 25 flowers on one plate. And then you've got the small leaves as well. But in the small leaves, what I put on was the beautiful small leaves.
Yeah.
So you've got, again, which I have to do, left and right.
Yeah, indeed.
So you've got left and right of most of them. You've got beautiful little foliage which goes with the flowers, but there was some spare space on the plate. And I said to Jane, what should I put on that?
Yeah.
She said, why don't you put some dots?
Okay,
Because people struggle with dots. She said, put some little dots on because they would look beautiful just stuck around.
Yeah.
And so you see there on the sample, you can see the green dots on on the packaging.
Yeah.
They're card cut out, same as the leaves stuck on.
Fabulous.
She said, it's so much easier than buying all that glue and trying to put it on. If you can't, it's there done for you.
Excellent. So if you do want to go for the complete collection, £56.95. So we're carrying over the £5 from the one-day special. But this is what we call a why not deal, because it also has a freedom discount. So look at this. Here we go. So for the whole collection, combined price £60.95. Intro price £56.95. But with your extra 10% off as a Freedom member, it's £51.26. And then you've got all of those savings. So just check this out. It's one of our why not deals. You might as well become a Freedom member to get all of this discount, which is fab. Should we do samples?
Yes, because there are some beautiful samples.
Look at this.
And I love the way that they've actually worked with these. Everyone's worked really differently. So the way that Leslie has stamped it, matched it in. But you see what I mean about that little lowercase font working exactly with it.
Yeah.
It carries on that word. That doesn't look as if it's been shoved together.
Nope.
The little flowers give the little bit of interest.
Yeah.
This next one that Alex has got from
this
Sheila
is amazing. Hang on.
Beautiful. What she's done is she's done a journal book, A to Z.
Yeah.
So she's stamped every single letter in there on a page, and she's used the little letters to give the tabs on it. So she's done A, B, C. But you see how well they work with the stitch, with the press cut ovals we had earlier, and the one-day special I launched yesterday.
Oh, hang on. Oh, is this one that pulls out?
Yeah, so she's done pages for each one.
That's
She's left 3 or 4
amazing.
pages, so it's a full journal. Wow. But there, just if you can't colour, If you
Shall I go
can't
back?
colour, you can colour these stamps.
Yeah, nice.
Because that is just little dots added in and just one colour wash over the top. They're beautiful.
Now,
if you can colour,
oh,
they
yeah.
look amazing.
Amazing. We are 20% or nearly 20% of the complete collection gone in 5 minutes time. You know how John's shows are always busy. Literally, like I always say to you, I have to get other people when I'm launching with you to run upstairs to the call centre to get me stuff.
Yeah, because you're having the alphabet, aren't you? we've already said that. But if you look at this one, this is what I love. This is using the hashtag flower.
Ah, right, okay.
Now, again, if you're sending cards to someone a bit younger, Sam and I at home now are saying hashtag everything. I know it's probably old hat and all the kids have been doing it for a long time, but we're sort of saying hashtag finished and all sorts of things.
Yeah, yeah. I like
so
that.
if you're making a card for someone who's a little bit younger, use the hashtag and do hashtag birthday.
Yeah.
You know, do hashtag special. It's really hard and difficult to find something like that, so I thought, do you know, it just lets us make our crafting. For the people that sometimes sneer and go, not another one of your handmade cards, Mum. I don't like flowers. You know, let's get it in that a little bit.
And you've got the at on there too, which
so you've
is
got
excellent.
the at in there, so you can use that one. You've got the punctuation, because I dislike unpunctuated. You know, when things get the grammar wrong. My spelling is atrocious. Anyone who reads me on Facebook knows that. But punctuation, I'm a bit of a demon on. This is one of Leslie's. This is so clever.
Yeah.
This is a crafting jargon book.
Look at that.
And she's done every single letter of the alphabet.
Oh, look.
And then on the back of each page,
on the back
she's
of each
actually
page.
put what crafting terms apply to that.
Oh,
So, and she
clever.
said, what a great way for her to remember what each one is. She even found something for Y.
Oh, right, we're going to have to
And
find
for
out what it is.
Z was Zentangle.
Ah, yes, hang on.
But for Y, I
why?
think, and I had to ask her earlier because I'd never heard of it.
XY,
But look
here
how
we are.
she's used her stencils with it.
Nice.
So with Y, it's...
Is no, that's X. Come on, Al. Oh no.
No.
Oh,
no,
I'm on
next
the wrong one.
Y, yep. I think it's, what is it?
Using.
Usen. It's a sewing product or term.
Oh, that's so clever. Your design. Well, now, what do you call your design team again?
The Angels.
Yes, love that. It's beautiful. There we go. I mean, again, this one is really clever. Yeah, that's beautiful.
Again, beautiful there. You've just got the F for the friend. All the work's in that. That card's quick to do. But look how those small flowers and small foliage just really focus it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, we do need to mention, I've just been reminded, the free gift with purchase, which is our lovely mat here. So what do we use this for anybody who's new?
Right, this is... I was actually watching Lou earlier and actually said to her I'd meant to give her one.
Right.
So I meant to give her a piece of this because we use our stamp platforms, but we forget when we're stamping by hand, if we've got a hard stamp on a hard plate going onto a hard surface, they squidge. And with a big stamp, it's quite difficult. Plus, if you're doing any home decor pieces that are hollow, you need some support in there. So you're getting an A4 piece of our properly designed stamping foam.
Okay.
And I will show you later how this is really useful with the small flowers as well.
Wonderful.
But what it does is, and if I'm going to grab mine, this is mine, and I've cut it into pieces to use. So I cut a circle out of it. This is my basket at home for my clear blocks. See, tell it's mine, it's dirty. Because I was stamping on a round tin. And I needed the support and the right thing. So I've cut it into pieces to match the projects. But again, tomorrow I'll be showing you, or maybe later in the 8 o'clock, I'll show you how we use it on a picture frame.
That would be really cool.
So useful. And I thought we wanted to make the free gifts through the whole of this birthday event applicable to the products and useful at home, not, oh, there's another one of those.
Yeah.
We wanted people to use them.
Fabulous. Right then, stock-wise then, of our complete collection, almost a quarter of the stock gone in 10 minutes. Whoa, so it's 361560 is the item number. Please, the fastest way to order is online at hochanda.com. Now, you can get the stamps on their own and dies on their own, but obviously we've got limited stock on that, and the savings are in the complete collection. Yes, we've got the ink pad. Now, the pearls sold out, didn't they?
The pearl went, so I have put a new bundle on for anyone that missed out. But now all that's available is the spring, summer, autumn, winter.
Yeah.
The pearl has gone, so this is the new bundle on that one.
Excellent, £10 saving on that one. Jolly marvellous. Right then, quick mention of the linen card. That is limited stock, so do make sure you're checking out your baskets. Lovely. Right, I'm going to hand over to John.
Okay, so I thought the best thing for me to do is to stamp on first
Yeah.
and show you a really easy way to do it, and one of the things that we had changed in this. So what I've done is, this is a piece cut with last night's one-day special.
Yeah.
Everything was sized to match. So this was cut with the 5-inch square, and already I've got a dirty finger mark on it, but it doesn't matter. So I'm going to put it down, but what I'm also going to use, I'm using my press to impress,
Yes.
using my insert, and I'm going to use my acetate insert, because this is where these are the most valuable. So I'm going to go with A, and your thing is, your stamps, you don't see it on TV, but these are literally 3 A4 sheets.
That's amazing.
I mean, that's why we were so impressed when we could get this price and this value. So I'm going to go with the A for Alex.
Thank you.
Okay, but what I want to do is, I want to make sure that on this card this is straight. So I put it down on the acetate, and get it straight on the bottom. I know this set and these inserts are available on the web, on the sort of shop by brand section, because it really helps. But so there's my A. Okay, but what I also want is, I'm going to go with T.
Okay.
And now, why would I be doing T?
Don't know.
No.
Oh, I don't know. Other half.
For Tony.
Ah.
So again, I'm going to use the acetate to put it in place. I'm going to close and make sure that they don't cross over. They do slightly. So what I'm going to do is stamp that first.
Right, okay.
So I'm using black VersaFine because I'm going to watercolour, and it's the easiest one to do. But look, if just stamping this gives me joy. And I know, but crafting does give us joy.
Absolutely.
But just doing that, and opening that and going, look at that.
Beautiful imagery.
That is so beautiful and crisp, and the flowers, there's like 3 or 4 or 5 different flowers spread between them. Each letter has individual. It's not that image stuck round different ways on each flower. They have been drawn up each one.
Great
so
stuff.
I'm going to put that back. I'm going to take that off, and I'm going to go with my T.
Marvellous.
For Tony.
Ah, that's so sweet.
So I'm going to put that in again, the right place. There we go. Get it right, get it straight.
Right. I haven't seen that map, by the way. That
Sorry?
one. That.
These are the acetate inserts for the press to impress. They fit exactly, but it means that not only you can stop you milking your card with a piece of acetate. But you can't get a letter straight on a piece of acetate.
Indeed.
There has a grid lines that match exactly the grid lines on your press to impress. I mean, actually, I was talking to Leslie earlier. Leslie Lakin, who was doing the show earlier, and she actually said, she actually told me quite a while ago, she'd been using another stamp platform, and I kept saying to her, look, get yourself the press to impress, get yourself the press to impress. Said to me this morning, said, I listened, I got the press to impress, why didn't I do it a year ago? Said, it's so much better. But there I've got completely straight A and T.
Wonderful.
But really, I need an and, don't I? So I go back in with my platform.
Right.
And what we did on this set, there wasn't included the ampersand.
Okay.
The and.
Right,
And we asked them to specifically add the and for us.
Oh, right.
Because it's great for couples, but it's also fantastic for weddings.
Are you marrying yourself already, John?
I am marrying the two of you, yes. So.
Okay, yes. We've had a question from Jane. Hello, Jane. Asking for the approximate height of the letters.
Well, there we go. The approximate height of the letters is 6.5 centimetres.
Cool. Thank you. Thanks,
That's
Jane.
the other great thing about my templates. They've got a measurement on them. Now, if I stamp this over the top of this, I'm going to get a really heavy black, aren't I?
Yeah.
So I'm going to put in a scrap piece of card.
Okay.
I'm going to ink this and stamp it.
Oh, second generation type
And I'm going to
thing.
have the second generation.
Nice.
And on a big stamp, you would normally be afraid of that, but I'm not. And I'm just going to lightly do it.
Yep.
And that way, it's behind.
That's cool.
So if you can see that, that's behind, not in front.
And that looks so beautiful.
Yeah?
Yeah.
But really easy. And this is actually the card blank I'm going to use, because nobody's actually going to see that.
No, yeah.
Because I'm going to cover it.
Okay.
So I'm going to take that out. And do you want to cover something a minute while I just pull my mat into colour?
Yes, absolutely. Okay, very, very busy out there. A third of the stock has now gone on this complete collection. It is so beautiful, isn't it? I can see you using the beautiful stamps and, of course, the gorgeous dies, because they all work together. Now, here you go. You can see £51.26 if you are a Freedom member for everything here. And It is on Flexi, of course. We would need it. We want it on Flexi. 2 payments of £25.65 for the complete 361560. Now, we have also got, let's just see, here on the website for you, because these are, oh, sorry. The dies on their own. Okay, right. If you did just want these, £13.98, 379427, because they're really busy.
We always like to put, I always promised people
Yeah.
that we would put individuals on,
Okay.
and that we would put stock on them as individuals, because sometimes we don't want to go to the whole bundle.
Yeah.
And sometimes I know myself, I'm thinking I'd love that, but that's just a bit much this month.
Yeah.
So we did put the individuals on
That's
as well,
good.
and I like to keep to that commitment.
Yeah, good stuff, thank you. Right, press to impress, that's what we're doing next. Sorry, it's because it's so busy out there. Here's your press to impress. It's £9.98. Item number here, oh, can't see it. Thank you, 276000. Lovely, £9.98 is the price. So we have got some more gorgeous dies for you. I love these. So the birdcage, well, they all work really, really well with the complete collection. And you can see also, they'll work with the flowers, won't they, so beautifully?
They will. When we designed the small flowers and when I put them together, Jane said to me, your birds and cages and the chains and the cogs would go so well with this.
Yep.
Mainly the birds and cages. So we actually held some stock back.
Right.
So that we could put these on at the same time as this show. Because if you notice, they're actually in the old packaging.
Oh, yes.
But we actually held some stock ready so that we could do it.
Look at that, beautiful. Let's show you some samples here. Here we go. This is so gorgeous. And then with those beautiful flowers. Absolutely stunning. It's really nice, isn't it? Oh, look, there's a Diddy Sam. Look, there's a Diddy Sam. And then there's the chain that you can see there and the cogs. Oh, my word, look at this. That's so stunning, isn't it?
So that's using the dies from last night's one day special, or
Right.
yesterday's one day special,
Right.
mixed in, but the flowers work so well on it.
Don't they? Yes. Beautiful. And then we've got this gorgeous one with the bird cages. Absolutely stunning. Let's go to a cogs one. Here we are.
And that's one of my favourite. I actually used the cogs die cut to make them into an embossing folder to get that embossed image.
Right. Oh, that's clever. That's really clever.
I've actually, I can show you that probably either at 8 o'clock or first thing in the morning.
Okay, sounds like a plan. There's a £10 saving on these dies. It's £14.97, 755640. Now, so we did say that the pearlescent inks, once they've gone, they've gone.
And they have gone.
Yes.
They have gone, and this is what we've done is we've put this is the sort of final bundle of the spring, summer, autumn, winter, and again, we are looking at new colours and new pads for next year, because I feel that what I want in my crafting sometimes is a new colour.
Yeah.
I will use a colour and then I won't actually want a refill. I'll want to move on.
Okay.
So we've done loads of these, but basically, yeah, we are now sort of retiring these and looking into next year a little bit.
Nice.
They're not retiring them, it's basically just what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Oh, so I use my stamp pad, and if it's wrong, which I do this constantly, you just take a pair of scissors
just
or a
tiny bit
knife
off.
and just trim it off until you get a piece. So a little bit of corner off there. Really, it's really satisfying doing that. and just putting
It looks satisfying.
It really is. But then
Oh, nice.
I've got a flat surface to stamp onto.
Brilliant.
So what I'm going to do is, and of course, because I can't put this in a stamp press, so I'm going to need to use a block. So I'm using one of the Crafts 2 blocks, and this is a crazy thing. So get some powder out of your anti-static bag and clean it off. Yep. And then I'm going to take a letter. So we'll use, what shall I use? I'll just use and, because it's out, and it must be nice for sort of, because we could do, you know, book and things or something. So I can use the letters to go on there, which is what I'd normally do. Put my stamp on. I'm then going to grab my embossing ink, because as per usual, I was prepped for the first one and then thought, oh, I hadn't planned this at all, but let's give it a go.
Well, you've been working very hard, but we've loved all of your shows.
Thank you. I've had so much fun,
Yeah.
and we've had such beautiful, lovely comments on social media. So I've actually squished that, but if you can see there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now that wouldn't work, and I will show you, because if I use the base of the tin, yeah, where has the time gone?
Yeah, no, 4.5 minutes.
I've got
right.
another demo ready to go. But if I show you that, okay, this is on the tin on its own, same thing in the middle.
Yeah, it's pressing down. I don't think you've, yeah.
I've missed all the middle.
Yeah, you have.
I've got a big void there where the tin pushed down. So what I would actually do is put that with black powder, which I'll do quickly.
Okay.
If there's something you want to do a second.
Okay. Oh, yes, almost 60%. Almost 60% of the stock has gone in the first live hour. Again, do check out your baskets. Let me know when you're ready. I'll just show samples. Oh, okay. Shop by brand, Crafts 2, you'll find what's left and what isn't.
Yeah. And certainly if there's anything that I'm using tool-wise, if you actually go, it's the way I did it, because someone asked me earlier, if you actually go to if you go to TV schedule, and you click on Friday, and you click the 1 o'clock show,
brilliant.
It gives you the tool show and tells you everything that was in there.
Yeah.
And I actually find that easier, and that's what I actually did for a lady earlier who wanted the glue bottles.
Oh, right.
So all I'm going to do, it would help if I plugged it in, so it's a good job we're looking at brand. But then everything's there. So again,
I've
just
never
keep
seen
everything.
embossing onto a tin.
Yeah, of course you can.
Oh, I just didn't think about it.
Yeah, so there you go, see. It will stick, the plastic will melt itself in, but there we go.
How cool is this? I don't know why I didn't think you could do that, but I just never
All
thought
that
of it.
detail now comes clear. There you go.
Personalised.
So you could personalise, but there, I mean, and this is going to be horrible. Sorry, that might be the right image for Mr. B. There you go.
Yay! Yes.
But of course that's done. Just make sure that it's cool. Yeah, that's done, fixed, done on there. But I needed that foam to do it.
You did, yes.
And I wanted that because I think these are going to be so useful in home decor pieces.
Fab, yeah. And by the way, these are while stocks last. So this is your gift with purchase. Seen so many. You always give me so many ideas. You really do. By the way, it's one per customer. I don't know why I'm waving it about. And it is once they're gone, they're gone. So again, check out tonight to make sure that you get it. Woo! Shall I just show a couple of samples to finish?
I think that's a brilliant idea.
We are
I was going to
running
show
out of time.
one
Or do you
thing
want one
very
more
quickly,
thing?
not a demo,
go for
but
it.
just something I'd really advise you.
Yes.
I've been keeping this going. This is a spare of the big suitcase, the suitcases that we had the pots in.
No, I haven't seen these either.
Oh, right, sorry.
What have they gone?
Mine are over there. No, these were on a few weeks ago with the snow. But these are the small flowers from the demo I did earlier.
Right.
In here, you can actually see how long I've been keeping this, because that was released ages ago. I keep all of the bits of foliage. I promised last night I would show it.
Right.
So keep that, because then you can tip them out onto a piece of paper or your mats, good one, and use different coloured flowers in your projects.
Yeah.
So when you cut them in one colour, keep the rest in a box to use. And if you're bored at night, sit with one of your little machines and cut a load of your scraps with that.
That's a good
It's
idea.
the only way you'll use them.
Oh, lovely. Oh, right, I need... Oh, I'm going upstairs. Right.
Sorry.
Love it. No, it's wonderful. It has been such a... Please keep me company. I've got 7-day savers.
Hi, I'm Alice from Alice Stitch Your Fingers. I've been sewing most of my life. I absolutely love sewing. I've been with the Hochanda now from the very beginning, really. That's when I started to go there. The Hochanda family are lovely people to work with, and I'm really enjoying my time with them. Designing is a big part of the journey for me as well. I love going out and finding the fabrics to use in the projects.
This allows us to have designs that are intricate. We also have new products coming on board, our craft bonds, our pole drops, and our acrylic paints are joining us. We've recently joined Hochanda, and we're really excited. This allows us to demonstrate and show our products. We know customers like seeing and the demonstrations. So make sure you tune in and don't miss the Sweet Poppy shows on Hochanda.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. What I really love about Hochanda is I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Pete from Artisan Design. We're a family-run company from the Midlands and we have been going for around about a year now. We design handcrafted stamps, stencils and designer papers. Personally, I love crafts and I've loved crafts from childhood, right from when I first won an art competition when I was 5 years old. Tune into Hochanda, be part of the artisan design world and come and join me on this creative path.
Hello everyone. Do you know, it's the last show of the day for me today. As presenter and guest, of course. Now this morning, started my day with a lovely lady and I'm finishing the day with another lovely lady. We've got the fabulous Jo Chan here.
You are lovely.
Oh,
We actually
well, you're lovely.
Let's have a lovely
Should we carry on
moment.
like this all through the hour?
Yeah.
That would be lovely,
It
wouldn't
would be lovely. It'd be very annoying for everybody at home.
It would.
though.
It certainly would. Jo, how are you?
Yes, I'm good, thank you. Yes, and it's super to be back with Craft Treat because I love working for this company.
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah.
And I've got to say as well, I know you had a busy show earlier on. I didn't get to see it, apart from little snippets, but looking at the samples around here, Jo, and the products we've got, everything looks absolutely fabulous. It really does.
Yeah, they're a lovely company. I mean, as we know, Craft Treat is actually an Indian company, and Priya is who owns it is a crafter. So it always
so she
works,
knows
doesn't
what
it?
works,
Of course,
yes.
they are distributed by Oakwood Archer in this country, so we don't have to wait for any
lovely.
delivery.
So immediate dispatch on anything,
Yes.
of course, that hasn't sold out. So let's have a look what we've got first of all on offer. We've got a new today for you here. Now we've got stencils. Now you can see straight away there is a bit of a theme, isn't there? We are going all seasonal and these are just beautiful. Now you've got 3 6x6 stencils and you've also got the Let It Snow, which is 3 inches by 12 inches. I really do like the font as well that's been used on that Let It Snow.
Yeah, so do I. And I was saying to Alex earlier, there's actually 2 long ones. There's this one in this set and then the Merry Christmas in the next one. And don't let it put you off because it is 12 inches in length. Because what you can do is you can do Let It and then take the stencil off do the snow underneath. You may have to wash it depending, and you can get it on an A5 card.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so I've actually done it with the next set with the Merry Christmas.
We should have a look.
There will
at
be
some
one,
samples.
and it's really straightforward to do, because I will admit, from a crafter's eye, I looked at it and I thought, you know, but it was really cool. It's really good, really good to actually split the two and make them into a very quick card. And you saw there that the candle with the
snowflakes,
the
and the
deer
snow on
yeah.
there as well. Yep, beautiful.
So
Now, when it comes to the stencils, I can show you what you've got here actually. Let's have a look at the Let It Snow, because as well, Jo, you've got lots of little individual pieces you could use there as well.
Yes, absolutely. So what you could do is, if you wanted to, of course, you could use that just as a little individual, little aperture for the middle of your card without even looking at the letters. You know,
some really
so
fine detail in there as well with those swirls.
yes,
with the
there
little dots.
is. Yeah,
That's nice, isn't it?
It is. It's super, because again, you could use the top of it as it is,
Definitely.
or you could use the bottom of it and continue it on to make a little border.
Definitely.
So you
I'm
could
just gonna
split
move my
them
finger
both.
a little bit there so you can see.
Yeah, so it's whenever Priya designs new stencils, she always looks at the versatility, because she's looking at it from a crafter's eye.
Of course. And there where you
And
can see
that's
those
the
beautiful
snowflake.
snowflakes. I do like those. And again, if you just want one individual snowflake, you can certainly do
Yes,
that.
of course. And what she's also done, you can see on some of them, she's got the little dots on there. So, of course, you could pick out those and put little gems on. It would be so
yes,
pretty.
that would look nice. Beautiful. Great background there. And there you've got your Merry Christmas. And again, you can separate that so easily if you wanted to.
Yes, you could. You could just use the hat, and you could just use the Merry Christmas. I don't think just the beard on its own would be much, really, but...
I'm just wondering if you can use that the other way up as well. I've just turned that. That could be a hairstyle, couldn't it, really?
Could be
or it could be a crown.
Could be a Mexican moustache.
It could. It could. It certainly could.
This
Oh,
is
always
actually,
think out of the box.
Yeah, my friend Sandra, who you will have met Sandra. She came along yesterday to give me a hand with some of these, and she really enjoyed it. She is our stencil queen, I have to say, as well as flowers.
Oh.
You know, she does love it.
Oh, how lovely. Well, there we are. The details for you, 330977, $15.99 for all 4 of those. Now, we also have a happy hour deal for you as well. Do you know, sometimes the boys in the gallery can be rather naughty. I'm not saying anymore. I'm not saying anymore.
It's Sunday, boys.
They like to tease me, you know, Jo.
Yes.
Nobody at home hasn't got a clue what's going on, but yes, they do like to tease. Right, here we have the happy hour for you. This is for this hour only, of course. A £5 saving. These are beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Decoupage papers. We've got all sorts of designs here, Jo, as well. We've got cutlery, fruits, window clocks, florals.
This is a fabulous deal. If you don't go for anything else in this hour, I would strongly recommend you make the most of those. And in fact, we didn't realise, and I absolutely didn't realise, I didn't realise this was even a happy hour, but one of the samples that we had earlier using the Stampendous enamels was that bottle. That
maybe we'll get to see that later then.
Yes, definitely. So these are excellent, obviously, for your canvases, your mixed media, your home decor ideas. Really lovely. And the thing is also, what Craft Treat do with all of their products, on the back of their packaging, there is actually a little bar, what do you call it when you can zap it with your phone to get information?
A QR code.
QR code, thank you, Alex. Yes, the QR code. And if you can also get it through their website as well if you don't have a smartphone.
Okay.
But there is a QR code and there is a website address, and they have a fabulous downloadable ebook showing you lots of different ideas, how to use stencils, giving you lots of inspiration. So it's a lovely, lovely company.
These are beautiful.
It really is.
There's texture on there. That's what
They
I
are
was feeling
quite unusual, aren't they?
Really, really nice.
And that one there with the florals, there is that little example there. And like I say, I didn't realise until I saw this happy hour that actually, because I tend to bring all the samples to sort of decorate the set with.
There's your fruit,
And then,
your bottle of wine and the fruit there. That looks really, really
and
classy.
I use a stencil with gel medium, and then we put the Stampendous red enamelling powder on. So if you are interested in that, we will be showing that in a little while.
Gorgeous, absolutely stunning. So take advantage of the happy hour deal, just £9.99 for this hour. Then the price will go back up to £14.99. 515971, and there you can see everything. I didn't show you every single sheet there. You do get an awful lot for your money. Beautiful, 20 different designs there as well. The detail in those is absolutely amazing, and honestly there is a really lovely texture to those. I was quite surprised. Never seen decoupage paper quite like that. Look gorgeous. Now we've got more stencils for you as well. Let's have a look at this one. So staying with Christmas, of course this is the one that Joe was just talking about. Merry Christmas for you there. You've also got the one at the front there. I'm just going to tilt this one a little bit so we can see. Only days until Christmas, so of course you can make your own little countdown, which is really nice. Oh, I adore the tree. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year. And there you've got those snowflakes there. The stag, of course, is just magnificent. Beautiful. £15.99 again for this one. Again, you've got 3 6x6 stencils, and then you've got that 3x12 with the Merry Christmas. Item number 425675. Now we've got some samples here as well. So we've got samples and boards actually. I'll just quickly show you the boards first so you can see exactly how they do stencil. Of course, you don't have to use your inks. You can use your texture paste, you can use your spritzers, you can use whatever you wish. There's that longer one there for you. Again, Joe, you could use that so the merry word was above the Christmas if you wanted to change
there is a
that.
sample actually in that little pile there, a blue and white sample. Very, very simply done. It should be in there. There we go.
I can see
and
the one.
what I've done, you can see Merry and then Christmas,
There we
and
are.
it will work exactly the same with the Let It Snow.
Beautiful.
Okay, and it will go on an A5 card. Now that to me is such a simple Christmas card, but for quite nice, isn't it?
It certainly is very nice. I do adore that one as well. I think that's
That's
so
one of
pretty.
Sandra's. It's lovely, isn't it?
It is. It's gorgeous. And there we have our wonderful stag. Very, very nice indeed. Do like that. £15.99, as I say, 425675. Now moving down, we've got some beautiful papers for you next. Actually, we've had a little hint with that stag card there, because the one that I've got to show you first of all was using that card sample. But you've got the vintage plaid here. Now these are really nice as well. You do kind of think of plaids, don't you, at Christmas?
Yes.
You've got the traditional colours in there as well, but it's certainly not just for Christmas.
No, I think they're quite masculine as well as Christmas for everybody. I think all year round they're extremely useful for men's cards. And I was saying earlier, I think these, because they are 200 GSM, they're good weight.
They feel more than that.
Well,
They are a good
that's
weight,
what they've
aren't they?
put, but I questioned it, I have to say, because I felt it was a little bit more. I
you
made
could
a box
definitely
out
make,
of them
I was
anyway,
going
so
to say,
I do know
I think
that.
you could definitely make gift boxes out of
Yeah,
that.
you can. But also
Really
a little
nice.
gift bag as well.
Yes.
Which would be quite nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But also I was thinking money wallets.
Money wallets, definitely.
Money wallets would be quite nice.
I really like these, Jo. I think
Yeah.
these would be great for stamping on and cutting out sort of
Yes,
jumpers
because they're
and
uncoated.
outfits.
Yeah, because they're uncoated, obviously, you can stamp onto them, stamp into them, that sort of thing, emboss onto them. Also put your, obviously using your stencils on them would be super as well.
Beautiful. I really do like these a lot. £12.99. You're getting 12x12s, as you can see there. They are single-sided as well, but you've got lots of different designs here. They are just wonderful to work with. I love the colours in there as well. 218544 is the item number. There we go. How many sheets do we get there, actually? Because it doesn't say on the screen, does it? 24. 24 12x12, so really
you
good
get
price.
Two of each of the designs. So
So
they
there's
are
12 different
12
designs.
designs, 24
Perfect.
sheets. So for that price, that's... So what's that, 50 something?
54 pence a sheet.
There we go. And we
Good
know,
value.
having had shops, that it's more than that in a shop.
It certainly is. It certainly is. A very good buy indeed. Let's see what else we've got for you as well. Now, this is a little bit different. We've got a Christmas wreath kit for you. So you can make an actual wreath here. We've got a lovely sample there. So all the components are here. You've got your little wreath, as you can see. Isn't that sweet? Then you've got your leaves and your poinsettias as well, all die cut for you, the poinsettias. You can, of course, shape these if you want to as well. It doesn't end there, though. We've got our beautiful string with the leaves built into them, those ribbon leaves in there. They're really nice, aren't they? You can see how they've been wrapped around the sample. Then you've got...
enough as well, Catherine.
Do you?
Yes,
so you're going
you
to have
do.
some spare,
Lots left
probably.
over.
Perfect. There is ribbon included in here as well. We've got, I'm not going to call it string. What would I call it?
It's like a braid, like a twine type. It's like twine that's been plaited, braided together.
Braid, I think, is probably the best way of describing it. Some little pearls in there as well. Oh, and we do get... Is this an enamel sort of embossing powder?
No, what it is, it's the micro beads for the middles of the flowers.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, but
so
you actually hardly use any. So you've got those for afterwards.
There we are, and I can see some little pearls in the centre there as well. They're really effective, aren't they? You can definitely have spares out of those. Lovely. What a nice little kit. 049581 is the item number, and that's just £9.99. Right, moving down again, we've got some more stencils for you. Now, staying with the theme of those wonderful 12x12s, just look at what we've got here in the stencils, because you've kind of got that plaid effect going on in some of these as well. So this is your winter borders. Now you've got Christmas borders and the two-step plaid. So, interesting. But you could use those individually as well, I suppose.
Oh yeah, of course you can. Yeah, so you've actually got two stencils.
Yeah.
So like Alex said, twofers.
Oh, you need to see the cards, actually, to make sense of this. Actually, I think you can see that, but when you see the effect, it really does hit home what you can achieve with this. So you can see the little borders there. They're very handy. So you could use those individually, of course, as well. Oh, they're nice. Do like those. Very traditional.
Yes, very traditional. And you can continue them on as well.
Perfect. Yes, you can see, can't you, how one starts with one pattern, finishes with another, so you can just kind of extend onto that and keep going as far as you like. I think that looks amazing. I love that.
And it's
what a lovely effect.
Do you know Mark did that?
Did he?
Yes, he did. He did all the boards for me this time, and he said actually once he'd got his head around the colours that he was going to use, he said it was really was straightforward.
I really do like that. I think that is very
impressive,
very clever
isn't it?
indeed. It certainly is. £15.99 is the price for all four stencils. Again, you don't have to choose, you get in the lot. 514875 is the item number. Right, moving down again. Oh, I've just caught sight of this one as well. Oh, these are nice.
Yes.
Now, did Mark do these as well then?
Yes, he's done all the boards for me.
He's done some great colours for you as well. Let's have a look, because these are all two-step plaid. These are really nice. Oh, you're going to have some fun with these. Let me show you the boards straight away. £19.99. So, of course, you've got 3 different sets here, but there's 2 stencils per set. Aren't these effective?
Yeah, aren't they lovely? Now, they did actually Craft Treat. One of the first shows that I did with them, they brought some fantastic two-step flowers.
Really?
And they've done quite a few two-step sets of stencils. So, of course, the value for money is tremendous, isn't it?
These are my favourites so far, I've got to be honest.
Yeah.
Really like these a lot.
I've just let him loose with the colours, so I think he's done well.
He's done very well indeed. Well done, Mark. 526642 is the item number if you want to go for those. So essentially there you're getting 6 individual stencils. Do have a play with those. I think you can probably be quite clever with those as well and achieve things you may not realise. Right, let's have another look at what we've got on the counter, because we've got some more in the way of plaid and those traditional sort of themes and patterns for you here as well. But these are papers. You can see these are A4 as well. So we've got 16 individual sheets. These are decoupage papers. Really nice finish. Again, I couldn't see it, but it's got that texture again, hasn't it?
I know. They're very different to what we're used to be honest. But don't be put off by them, because you can still use your gel mediums to stick them onto your canvases, onto fabric as well, if you want to put them onto bags. So obviously you can sew them on as well. It is a really strong paper, isn't it? It's not a rice paper.
These are really nice, Jo.
Yeah, they're super, and they've got a lovely, like you say, feel to them, haven't they?
They really have. I like the texture. These are striking again, aren't they? Oh, look at that.
And that's where the reindeers come from, on the candle.
Is it?
Yes. Yeah, on one of
we shall
those.
find the reindeer.
That one.
I like that
there
one
we go.
as well. Oh, it is there at the back.
Yeah.
Oh, that's my favourite so far.
Yeah,
that sheet.
it was my favourite.
I love the colours, the script in there as well. That is beautiful. Again, an amazing price on this. Oh, I like that one as well.
Yes.
These are really lovely.
They are stunning. They really would make a card all by themselves.
Definitely.
And just putting a sentiment into the middle of them. They're just so lovely.
I'm getting rather worried this lot's suddenly going to fly off the edge of the counter, but I'm trying to show you them all. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, there they go.
Oh, you were doing so well.
I am so sorry, Kirsty. I am so sorry. No, I didn't do it on purpose, but oh, look. I should have put some down, shouldn't I? But I wanted to show you them all. Look at that one.
I know.
Look at it. £9.99, item number 591251 is the item number for those particular papers. Do you know, I'm going to hand it over to Jo while I tidy up a little bit. We've gone to the website first, though. As we make our way down the counter to Jo's demonstration area, of course, everything that is available is on the website. I think we did have a sellout earlier, actually, some of the stencils. The eyes went, I remember those from before, they flew out the first time round. We have got the enamels as well. Jo's going to be showing us those, I think, a little bit later on. They're incredible to watch. I've seen those before. They are absolutely amazing. Oh, we've got artificial snow as well. That's interesting. I wonder if we're going to see that. Right, without further ado, we're going to hand it over to the wonderful Jo.
Thank you, my lovely. Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to have a little play with this candle. So this is the candle, of course, that we've used the reindeer papers on. Very, very straightforward. The papers are to cut out, but it's still left. Oh, let me turn around. Him, her. There we go. Do the locks on the back in the background there look really good, don't they?
They do, don't they? They look like they've been put there.
They do.
Especially for you, Jo.
So you can see it's really quite a nice little project, actually. So to get the snowflakes obviously onto the candle, it looks like we stenciled them on there, but of course we haven't, because that would actually be impossible. So what I've done is I've actually put them onto tissue paper. I know you've seen me before in the past do tissue paper and then put them around sort of angular projects, like for instance bottles and that sort of thing. So we've also what I have used is actually the paste. It's the Oakwood Arch paste that we have got on the show. We've got green, red, silver and gold. You'll need to look on the website for that. So I'm just going to show you really quickly, although I have got them obviously ready because they had to be ready to be dry. I just tape those down. What I have got, I've actually got 3 pieces of tissue paper. For no other reason, but if you just put 1 piece down, it just isn't enough. Okay, because it needs a little bit of substance. We're only going to use 1 of them, but we're just using the other 2 just to pad that out a little bit. So this is the silver. So it goes on like a slatey sort of a pewter more than a silver, but it does dry with a really, really lovely shine. You can see there.
It has got a nice shine.
Yeah, and these only took, I did them, oh gosh, I'd say about half an hour ago. So it doesn't, it didn't
dry naturally.
Yeah, I just dried them naturally. You could sort of encourage them a little bit, but with it being tissue paper, it could be more precarious.
Okay.
All right, so I'm just saying. I wouldn't want to.
Long, even for an impatient crafter, half an hour's not too bad.
I know it's not really, is it? So by the time you've got your papers out, you've cut the image or whatever it is that you want to actually use, you know, by that time then you've got it all dry anyway. So what the other thing you could do, of course, is to do them the night before that you want to do them and just leave them to dry. That's always quite good. So just taking those off, that off, and then just taking, there we go. Just
lovely.
Be careful, just hold onto the tissue paper when you're tearing it off, because obviously it could travel with it, which is not really ideal. So we just take that off, and then obviously we just put that to one side and then wait for it to dry.
Lovely.
So what you have got 2 bits that are dried already. I just used, you know, sometimes, doesn't often happen to me, but sometimes when people get posh shoes, they get tissue paper in their boxes, don't they?
They do, don't they?
I don't.
Doesn't
I must
happen to
admit,
you?
it doesn't happen to me because I don't get posh shoes. No, so no, I'm not really a posh shoe wearer, but yeah, I'm a bit of a practical person, me. But anyway, so but yeah, tissue paper is quite very affordable anyway, isn't it? You get quite a lot in a packet.
And easy to get hold of as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, so what we need to do then, we need to actually adhere this obviously to our candle. So this is what I've got my
I'm going to show my age now. I bet the boys in the gallery won't ever have heard of this. Do you remember when we used to go and buy bread and it used to be wrapped in tissue paper?
Yeah.
Nope, they said.
Wax paper. It used to be in a wax, didn't it? And my grandma used to keep the wax paper and put wrap sandwiches in your lunch tin in the wax paper.
I remember going to the local shop for my mum and asking for a loaf of bread. They'd have the tissue paper out on the counter, the bread would go in, and then they'd kind of swizzle it around and twist the edges together, and that was it. That's how you took your bread home. It wasn't in plastic bags then.
No, none of this plastic stuff. This plastic rubbish. Yeah, exactly. Oh my Lord, I don't know how we managed, do you?
I have no idea.
No idea. Right, so I'm taking my glue. Okay, now the thing is, with the glue, what you need to do is, let me just put that over there, just add a tiny bit of water to water that down a little bit. All right. So we're making, we've still got a decent glue, but what we want is we just need to adhere this to the candle just while you're just placing it on, and then you'll see why in a second. I've got a couple of bits there that I'll take off. This actually also will continue on if you wanted it to, this pattern. If you're wondering why I've got the tea towel, it's to stop the candle from rolling off the table. I thought it would be quite clever to do that. I need this one as well, so we'll just take this one as well.
You can see with the glue, because it's wax that you've gone on as well,
Yeah,
how that
yeah.
glue's kind
Yeah.
of collected in those globules.
Yeah, it is. These candles actually are quite waxy, I've got to say. They're very unaffordable. No, is that right? They're not the top quality.
They're very affordable.
Very affordable, that's it. I'm trying not to say the word that birds say. Right, so